Chapter 1. I want to be your woman. As per usual, the righteous gathered together. Moreover, should we perhaps discard our intellect altogether? Let's just store it away. After all, it's free of charge. At first, people believed it was merely a rare snowstorm, until countless souls were frozen to death, until the emergence of the corpse demons, until the appearance of mutated monsters, until the unveiling of the psychics, until this great snowfall became intimately connected with everyone. In the lounge of the library at Deep Sea University, the sound of heavy breathing echoed. A pot of firewood crackled in the room, casting flickering shadows that illuminated the robust physique of Rovii, as if cloaking his tall frame in a sheen of vitality, emphasizing his virility. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded from the door. Rovii, in the midst of doing push-ups, sprang up like a spring, swiftly grasped a short spear beside the door, his eyes alert as he inquired in a deep voice, "Who is it?" "It's me, Chu Fian." A gentle and melodious voice floated in from outside. At the sound, Rovius' vigilance eased, replaced swiftly by a fleeting flicker of confusion. Chu Fian, one of the two goddesses among the professors at Deep Sea University. Rovii had a certain history with her. 3 years prior, during his first visit to a bar, he encountered Chu Fian being harassed by a blonde man and lent her a helping hand. As a result, good deeds were rewarded. Chu Fian leveraged her connections, enabling him to enter Deep Sea University, securing a position as a librarian, where he enjoyed a monthly salary of 8,000, free accommodation, and comprehensive insurance. Benefits a respectable life indeed. However, their connection was limited to that one was a wealthy heiress, the other a man of humble origins, one a professor with vast knowledge, the other an orphan who had benefited from 9 years of state welfare without contributing significantly in return. The disparity in their social standings was stark, and Rovii held no illusions about her, merely exchanging nods when they crossed paths on campus. During this snowy season, their encounters had increased, yet communication had been nearly non-existent. Why had she chosen to visit him today? With a sense of curiosity, Rovii fell silent for a moment before promptly opening the door, his gaze sweeping outside to confirm that only Chu Fian stood there, which allowed him to relax entirely. In today's perilous world, the greatest threat came from one's own kind. Once assured of safety, Rovius' attention turned to Chu Fian. Standing at 1.73 meters, she appeared tall and slender even in her bulky attire. Her impressive figure was unmistakable. Upon seeing Rovii open the door, Chu Fian lifted her hand to remove her hood, revealing a radiant and alluring face. Her delicate features exuded a feminine grace, with captivating, doe-like eyes and bright red lips reminiscent of luscious cherries, radiating an aura of both intellect and allure. The eyes of the public are discerning Chu Fian's status as one of the two goddesses at Deep Sea University was not merely superficial. Despite her divorce and having a daughter, her allure and reputation remained unscathed, with suitors lining up from Deep Sea University to the harbor. Rovii, taken aback by Chu Fian's subtly applied makeup, felt a mix of astonishment and confusion. Ultimately, their connection was limited to that fateful encounter assisted her, and in turn, she helped him secure a respectable job, nothing more. Why was she seeking him now? Rovii, not particularly astute and disliking complex thoughts, directly asked, "Sister Chu, do you need something?" Chu Fian gazed at Rovii, who stood before her bare-chested, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She hadn't noticed his remarkable physique before. Observing the fine beads of sweat glistening on his chiseled abdomen, Chu Fian felt a blush creep onto her stunning face as she recalled the purpose of her visit. Ahem. Clearing her throat, she suppressed her fluster and glanced into the room behind Rovii, asking, "Aren't you going to invite me in?" Rovii. He scrutinized Chu Fian closely. Her lustrous hair was casually swept back, her voluptuous form, even hidden beneath a thick coat, still hinted at an enticing silhouette. Such trust in me? Didn't she realize the extent of her own allure? Moreover, the current world was no longer governed by the rule of law. Was it truly wise for her to enter the room of a single man like this? "Don't tease me, Sister Chu. My room is a bit messy. I fear I might offend you." Though he thought this, Rovii spoke. He remained motionless, clearly indicating his stance, effectively declining her invitation. Yet, Chu Fian appeared oblivious to the implications of his words. What offense could there be between us? That would be too distant. With that, her shapely legs gracefully moved toward Rovii. Rovii was taken aback by her boldness, instinctively sidestepping. Then, Chu Fian pressed against his chest, slipping past him into the room. Even with the thick layers of clothing between them, the softness of Chu Fian's form sent shivers down Rovia's spine, compounded by a tantalizing fragrance. However, in these tumultuous times, allowing an unfamiliar person into one's abode was undeniably foolish and perilous. Fortunately, Chu Fian was not a powerful, awakened being, and as a professor at Deep Sea University, her character had yet to raise any red flags. Rovii inhaled deeply, savoring the lingering sweetness in the air, peered outside to ensure no one else lurked nearby, and then closed the door. Glimpsing Chu Fian seated by the fire, a flicker of unshakable doubt crossed Rovius' mind. He shook his head and approached his bed. Reaching beneath it, he retrieved a bottle of water and approached Chu Fian, saying, "Sister Chu, would you like some water?" Chu Fian accepted the mineral water he offered, placing it aside without opening it. In this world of scarcity, food and water were paramount for survival. Until matters were settled, Chu Fian had no intention of taking advantage of Rovii. With her legs crossed, she sat quietly on the sofa, the wood in the fire pit crackling softly, its flickering flames illuminating her face with an enchanting and mysterious glow. Rovii stood a meter away, gazing at her porcelain-like visage illuminated by the firelight, yet his mind was devoid of any improper thoughts. Instead, it was filled with curiosity. For a moment, silence enveloped them, the only sound being the gentle crackle of the fire. "Let's talk." Just as Rovii was about to speak to break the silence, Chu Fian initiated the conversation. She lifted her exquisitely beautiful face, her previously vacant gaze now resolute, filled with determination as she looked at Rovii. "Talk?" Rovii was taken aback. He couldn't fathom what he and Chu Fian could possibly discuss. "I want to be your woman." Upon seeing Rovius' expression, Chu Fian bit her red lip, hesitated briefly, and then directly stated the purpose of her visit. "What?" Rovii nearly bit his own tongue in disbelief. "Sister Chu, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you please repeat it?" He stammered. He was convinced he must have misheard. Chu Fian, one of the two goddesses of Deep Sea. Even in this apocalyptic world, her mere word could inspire countless admirers to lay down their lives for her. As for himself, Chapter 2, Rovius' Rare Treasure. A faint blush tinted Chu Fian's exquisite face, a hint of annoyance evident. But upon seeing Rovius' dazed expression, she realized her words had been too abrupt. He merely needed a moment to process it. The embarrassment in her eyes faded, and she looked at Rovii, articulating her previous statement with deliberate clarity. "I want to be your woman." Upon hearing this, Rovii felt his mind whirl. This time he understood her clearly. But why? Was it merely because of his good looks, his physique, or his eight-pack abs? Why? Rovii, not one to be easily swayed by such sudden fortune, maintained his composure and asked for clarification. "The snowstorm is subsiding, and Principal Fong intends to lead a group to leave here." Seeing Rovii remain clear-headed and vigilant, Chu Fian's resolve solidified further. She looked at Rovii and explained, "I wish to accompany them, but I am just an ordinary person, unable to defend myself in this storm, so You want someone to take you with them?" Rovii gazed at Chu Fian's uplifted face, observing the mix of hope and determination reflected in her features. He still did not respond immediately, instead saying, "With your status and beauty, I'm certain there would be countless individuals willing to protect you with just a word. Why seek me? Firstly, regarding your character, I have observed your actions over the past 3 years with keen eyes. Initially, I worried that you might bring the negative influences of society into the school, but now I realize that I underestimated you. For this, I offer my sincerest apologies." Chu Fian gazed at Luo Wei, her red lips parting as she articulated her words with clarity, providing him no opportunity to interject. She continued, "Moreover, when I was about to enter your room just now, any other person would have readily agreed, yet you remained unmoved, even outright refusing. Secondly, to this day, you continue to maintain a safe distance from me. This indicates that your conscience has not been swayed by the changes in your environment. You remain true to your original self." Chu Fian looked at Luo Wei, standing a meter away, and smiled as she articulated, "The second point is your strength. The numerous animal skins in your room serve as the best testament to this. Then why would you not suspect that my physique or my interests differ from those of a normal person?" Luo Wei raised an eyebrow, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. Regarding your interests, I trust my instincts. Do not question a woman's sixth sense. Although our encounters have been few in the past few years, your gaze has never deceived me, Chu Fian declared confidently, her chin held high as she regarded Luo Wei. Hearing her words, Luo Wei awkwardly touched his nose, his gaze involuntarily drifting over Chu Fian, feeling a twinge of regret at the realization that his attire was rather cumbersome, somewhat hindering his sensory perception. As for your physical condition, this matter is even simpler. The school conducts annual health examinations. You might not be aware, but your particular talents have become quite the topic of conversation among the faculty, Chu Fian remarked. Luo Wei. Surely, that examination teacher was lacking in ethics. What happened to personal privacy? What happened to professional integrity? Condemnation is absolutely warranted. Wasn't it agreed that such matters would remain unspoken? Ultimately, Luo Wei had even overheard discussions about his unique abilities. Ahem. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Luo Wei hastily shifted the topic, asking, "You mentioned that Teacher Fong intends to lead a departure. When will that be? Where is the destination?" "The departure is set for 2 days from now, with the destination being the ancient region of Chang'an," Chu Fian replied candidly. According to Principal Fong, many renowned mountains and rivers in those areas harbor abundant paradises, untouched by the harshness of ice and snow. Luo Wei was taken aback momentarily, but soon regained his composure. In today's world, with the emergence of numerous individuals with extraordinary abilities and even the dead returning to life, the existence of a few paradises unaffected by the bitter cold seemed hardly remarkable. "Do you wish to accompany me?" Chu Fian rose and stepped towards Luo Wei, extending a delicate, jade-like hand to grasp his palm, her expression a mix of nervousness and anticipation as she awaited his response. Alas! Luo Wei shook his head, not lingering on the exquisite sensation of her hand as he withdrew it. "Is it that you disdain my marital status?" Chu Fian's countenance shifted, her voice trembling. "Not at all. I am merely perplexed as to why you value only my character and strength," Luo Wei replied earnestly. "Am I not handsome enough? Besides, I have my own talents." TSK. Chu Fian's reaction was swift, a silent reprimand echoing in her mind, yet her face lit up with surprise as she gazed at Luo Wei. "So, does this mean you accept? Is there any need for deliberation?" "Of course I accept. Who would refuse such a beautiful and talented wife for free?" Luo Wei replied. Chu Fian was momentarily taken aback, quickly pressing for clarification. "What did you say?" "I said I accept," Luo Wei reiterated. As the saying goes, one can find shade beneath a large tree. If the tree is to depart, he will naturally follow. With his capabilities, accompanying the main party, bringing along 2 individuals would be no trouble at all. Although Luo Wei's strength may not be the most formidable, as long as he ensured that he and others were not the slowest to flee in the face of danger, he would be satisfied. "Not that phrase," Chu Fian interjected, shaking her head gently, her eyes sparkling as they fixed upon him. "I said, who would refuse such a beautiful and talented wife for free?" Luo Wei reiterated. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I approached you with a purpose. Will you look down upon me?" she inquired earnestly. "I understand that you have a purpose in mind, but I also know that your intent is not for your own benefit. You are worried about Yaya. Am I right?" Luo Wei reached out to gently pat Chu Fian's head, stating, as the saying goes, a woman is weak, but becomes strong for her child. "You are resorting to such measures for Yaya's safety, correct?" "Yes." Chu Fian whimpered softly, nodding gently. Luo Wei's words struck a chord deep within her, releasing the pent-up emotion she had suppressed for nearly 2 months, causing her to instinctively throw herself into his embrace. Luo Wei's body tensed slightly. It was his first time experiencing such close contact with a woman, especially one as beautiful as Chu Fian, whom he had long admired from afar. The faint fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating, and it would be impossible not to have certain thoughts. He raised his hands, somewhat stiffly wrapping them around Chu Fian, gently patting her back. For a woman to survive in a world fraught with scarcity is no small feat, especially when burdened with a 5-year-old child. The challenges are evident. Had it not been for his fortunate encounters, even he, as a grown man, might have found it overwhelming. Thus, he empathized with Chu Fian, feeling both sympathy and tenderness. Suddenly, Chu Fian, her cheeks flushed, extricated herself from Luo Wei's embrace, her face adorned with a rosy hue as she averted her gaze, saying, "Thank you for your understanding and respect. I have nothing to offer you, only this withered and broken body." With that, she raised her hand to unzip her jacket, revealing a delicate collarbone. Seeing this, Luo Wei quickly raised his hand to halt her actions. This was not due to his overly virtuous nature, but rather because he had more to convey. After stopping Chu Fian, Luo Wei pondered briefly, glancing at her perplexed expression before, with a flick of his wrist, a soft glow manifested in his right hand. Once the light dissipated, a thin, ancient-looking tome appeared in his grasp. An extraordinary treasure? Chu Fian's mouth fell open in astonishment at the sight. Extraordinary treasures, born from the cataclysm of the snowy apocalypse, often possess incredible powers. The principal of Deep Sea Academy, Fang Qinghan, rose to prominence in Haiqing precisely because he possessed two extraordinary treasures, allowing him to establish rules and safeguard the territory of Deep Sea University, creating a refuge for surrounding survivors. And now, it seemed Luo Wei also possessed an extraordinary treasure. Amidst her surprise, Chu Fian felt a surge of relief, grateful that she had chosen the right person. In a world like this, what is most important? Power undoubtedly ranks first, as the saying goes. While neighbors stockpile grain, I stockpile arms. Strength can procure all the necessary resources for survival. I obtained this while burning books for warmth. Take a look, Luo Wei remarked, offering the tome to Chu Fian. Chapter 3. Chu Fian, the extraordinary treasure, had long since recognized its master. Luo Wei merely needed to summon it with a thought. Thus he harbored no excessive worries. Chu Fian extended her hand to accept the tome, which appeared quite thin, comprising only 20 or 30 pages. Its overall hue was a yellowish-brown, resembling neither gold nor jade, leaving its material a mystery. Luo Wei had inadvertently burned this extraordinary treasure while warming himself with a book. It was through this treasure that he had acquired a formidable supernatural ability, the indestructible body. The cover of the tome bore 4 ancient characters inscribed in a style reminiscent of silver hooks and iron paintings. Titled The Emperor's Internal Canon, cradling the slender book in her hands, Chu Fian felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds. She interpreted this as a gesture of trust from Luo Wei, but hesitated to open the tome. "You should take a look. Since you have declared your intention to be my woman, there are certain matters that you ought to be informed about," Luo Wei urged. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian finally opened the book to peruse its contents. The first 18 pages were filled with illustrations and textual annotations. Although the script was ancient, it did not impede Chu Fian's reading comprehension. After all, she was a professor from a prestigious university, with sufficient knowledge to grasp the concepts presented. These pages contained fundamental cultivation methods that could enhance one's physique and augment personal strength, though she was not yet ready to practice them. As Chu Fian diligently turned the pages, Luo Wei calmly remarked, "The focus lies on the subsequent 18 pages. They detail 18 dual cultivation methods. Since you have come here," before Luo Wei could finish his thought, Chu Fian suddenly gasped, her hand trembling, causing the tome to tumble directly into the fire pit. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if they could bleed. Luo Wei, was this truly necessary? They are merely aesthetically pleasing illustrations. Aren't such advertisements ubiquitous online? Luo Wei was at a loss for words. After Chu Fian's startled exclamation, she hastily crouched down and, disregarding the searing flames, reached into the fire to retrieve the tome. Observing this, Luo Wei quickly grasped her hand, inspecting it meticulously before finally releasing a sigh of relief upon confirming there were no burns. "Are you foolish? That is an extraordinary treasure, not an ordinary book. How could it be easily consumed by flames?" Luo Wei scolded as he brushed the soot from Chu Fian's palm. Chu Fian cradled the book against her chest, her peach blossom eyes shimmering like autumn waters, filled with an enchanting smile as she gazed dreamily at Luo Wei. The extraordinary treasure was undeniably precious, yet Luo Wei's primary concern was her well-being rather than the treasure itself. His inadvertent gesture touched Chu Fian deeply. She gazed at the stern young man before her, involuntarily recalling their first meeting. On that day, having just divorced, she ventured into a bar for the first time, intending to drown her sorrows in drink. However, instead of solace, she found herself in a predicament. Had it not been for the young man before her, she could scarcely imagine the fate that awaited her. Initially, She believed that helping him secure a respectable job was a way to change his life and repay a debt of gratitude. Little did she expect that 3 years later, a relentless snowstorm lasting nearly 2 months would remind her of the once boyish figure. After much internal conflict, she had finally sought him out, and no one knew the extent of courage it took for her, typically shy by nature, to knock on Luo Wei's door. Yet at this moment, witnessing Luo Wei's concern for her, all her confusion and helplessness dissipated, leaving only profound emotion and tenderness in its wake. Perhaps following him in the days to come would prove to be a splendid choice. Women are inherently emotional beings, and Chu Fian was no exception. At this instant, she forgot the identities and statuses that separated them, disregarded societal perceptions, and overlooked the age gap between them. She stepped closer, gently rising on her toes, and pressed her alluring red lips against Luo Wei's chiseled cheek, leaving a vivid imprint. Luo Wei was momentarily taken aback, his reprimanding tone faltering as he raised his hand to touch his cheek, staring incredulously at Chu Fian. It was only then that she realized what she had done, her gaze flickering, her expression a blend of shyness and embarrassment. Unable to meet his eyes, "Sister Chu," Luo Wei called out, his voice strained. Chu Fian responded softly, lifting her gaze to meet Luo Wei's. Upon encountering the intensity of his gaze, she felt as if she had been scorched and promptly lowered her head once more. Luo Wei gently embraced her petite form, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. Chu Fian stiffened slightly but offered no resistance. Akin to a languid kitten, obediently nestled against him. After 2 months of trepidation, she rediscovered a long-lost sense of security in Luo Wei's embrace. "Sister Chu," he called again, lifting her chin to compel her to meet his gaze. Chu Fian replied, instinctively closing her eyes, her breathing quickening, her chest rising and falling, long lashes trembling, betraying her inner turmoil. "Sister Chu, do you truly wish to be my woman?" Luo Wei swallowed hard, suppressing his impulses. He did not wish to coerce her. Otherwise, with his strength and mastery of the Emperor's internal canon, he would not still be single even 2 months after the apocalypse. Upon hearing his words, Chu Fian forced her eyes open, her shyness intermingled with determination as she nodded, "I am willing, as long as you promise to care for Yaya. From this moment onward, I, Chu Fian, shall be your woman. Should I harbor even a hint of doubt, let the heavens strike me down." Before she could finish, her luscious red lips were silenced by a fervent kiss. "I believe in you. I will surely treat you well in the future," Luo Wei declared, releasing her lips and gazing at the enchanting goddess in his arms, who exhaled softly like a beached fish. No longer concealing his emotions, he bent down, effortlessly lifting Chu Fian into his arms as he headed toward his bed. 2 hours later, with a loud crash, the bed collapsed. The two exchanged awkward glances. Luo Wei's eyes brimmed with unfulfilled desires, while Chu Fian appeared relieved. She had thought herself invincible, yet she had not anticipated that a young man in his 20s would possess even greater vigor and energy. Fortunately, the bed had collapsed beforehand. Otherwise, Chu Fian feared she would have been the one to fall apart. Luo Wei, perceiving Chu Fian's exhaustion, felt a twinge of guilt but was also filled with a sense of pride. "Fian, allow me to call you that from now on," he said, turning to embrace her sweat-drenched form. Nestled together on the collapsed bed frame, Luo Wei inquired, "You've come. What about Yaya?" "Yaya is with Principal Fong," Chu Fian replied, curling up in Luo Wei's embrace, her voice hoarse. After speaking, she shifted slightly, resting her head on his shoulder, wrapping her arms around his waist, a contented expression gracing her fatigued face, as if this position offered her unparalleled comfort. Luo Wei nodded. With Fong Qinghan present, he had no concerns for the little girl's safety. With that thought, he reached beside the bed, retrieving a bottle of mineral water, twisting the cap off, and offering it to Chu Fian's lips. "Here, open your mouth." Chu Fian glanced up at him, this time not refusing, as she opened her mouth to take a small sip. "Drink more to replenish your fluids. You just..." Before he could finish, he winced as Chu Fian playfully pinched his waist, exclaiming, "What was that for? I didn't say anything. If you dare bring up what just happened, I already said stop." Chu Fian playfully smacked his chest, casting him a flirtatious glare before pouting her rosy face. "Do not mention it again. I want to mention it. Come, drink more water." Luo Wei replied. Chu Fian accepted the bottle, taking a few small sips before handing it back to Luo Wei, asking, "Would you like to drink?" "Yes," Luo Wei nodded, opening his mouth expectantly, awaiting the offering. "Lord Luo, would you like some water?" Her voice was soft and melodious, filled with an irresistible charm, leaving him utterly captivated. Chapter 4. Extraordinary abilities. It is only fitting that a beautiful woman serving tea should also partake in it. After they had shared the entire bottle of mineral water, Luo Wei looked at Chu Fian and asked, "Fian, do you feel any changes within your body?" "There is something amiss. It seems my strength has significantly increased." Chu Fian replied. After speaking, she extended her hand from beneath the covers, and with a thought, a stream of water materialized, coiling around her arm like a playful serpent, dancing along her slender limb. I have awakened. I possess extraordinary abilities now." Chu Fian turned to Luo Wei, her peach blossom eyes wide with astonishment and excitement as she gazed at him. Having lived in this apocalyptic ice and snow for 2 months, she understood the significance of possessing extraordinary abilities. They were akin to a shackle within humanity. Only by awakening such powers could one transcend their physical limits. To possess extraordinary abilities meant to belong to an entirely different realm than those who did not. Had Chu Fian not been a professor at the Deep Sea University with Fang Qinghan looking after her, she would have undoubtedly succumbed to the cold as an ordinary person. "I have them too," Luo Wei remarked, a slight smile playing on his lips as he extended his palm. Soon, a brilliant flame erupted in his hand. "What is happening?" Chu Fian stared at Luo Wei in astonishment. It was one thing for her, an ordinary person, to awaken her powers, but Luo Wei had also manifested extraordinary abilities. Could it be a second awakening? Yet, she had never heard of such a phenomenon. "Have you forgotten what we were just doing?" Luo Wei chuckled. "We had just been practicing when Chu Fian suddenly halted mid-sentence, casting a beautifully disdainful glance at Luo Wei. "We were in the midst of our training. What were you thinking?" Luo Wei retorted with annoyance. Chu Fian initially seemed to agree that they were indeed training, but then continued, "The manual contains 18 movements, yet we have only practiced the basics. Shall we not attempt to work on the others?" Luo Wei suggested. "No, absolutely not." Chu Fian shivered at his words, her refusal escaping her lips instinctively. Realizing that she had a request of him and fearing to provoke him, she quickly adopted a pitiful tone. I'm a bit tired. May I rest for a moment?" Luo Wei sighed, shaking his head. "I am a greedy man, with a strong possessiveness. Having promised to make you my woman, I desire not only your presence but your heart as well." As he spoke, he gently turned, lifting her chin to force her to meet his gaze, enunciating every word. "What I seek is not a soulless automaton, nor a mere obedient servant. Before me, you are free to weep, to laugh, to act coy, and to express any emotion you wished. Do you understand?" Chu Fian nodded, a smile blossoming on her face as she responded, albeit with a hint of sorrow, "You are so manly." Luo Wei chuckled at her remark. "What do you mean by manly?" "This is merely the confidence that any man should possess." He shook his head, brushing aside her disheveled hair with seriousness. "In the past, I would not have dared to utter such words, for I was self-aware. But now, I can confidently assure you that I will be your support, shielding you from storms and allowing you to accept me and love me from the depths of your heart. Rather than viewing our relationship as a mere transaction, I think I may already be falling for you," Chu Fian confessed. "So soon?" Luo Wei exclaimed. "Why, boyfriend prowess has yet to be showcased, and you've already fallen for me? That leaves me feeling rather unaccomplished. Are you hungry?" He swiftly changed the topic. "Yes," Chu Fian replied, gently nodding as she lay in his embrace. "Then rest for a moment. I shall prepare something to eat," he declared. Just as he was about to rise, Chu Fian reached out her slender hand to gently push him back down. "You rest? I will take care of it." Luo Wei recognized the determination in her eyes. Understanding that she wished to prove her worth, he said nothing further and lay back down. Seeing this, Chu Fian's face brightened with a soft smile. She then leaned down and placed a quick kiss on his cheek before swiftly gathering her scattered clothes from the floor. "Luo Wei, it seems you've put your clothes on inside out," he kindly pointed out, but Chu Fian acted as if she hadn't heard him. Luo Wei smirked, aware of her shyness and that she hadn't fully let go. With his hands behind his head, he reclined on the bed, comfortably observing her busy figure, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Can Chu Fian really cook? They say that fairies do not touch water, yet she surpasses them in both beauty and figure. Will she conjure up a feast of culinary disasters? Thankfully, his concerns proved unfounded as Chu Fian expertly peeled potatoes and chopped cabbage, her movements fluid and organized, leaving Luo Wei in awe. After admiring the stunning professor's domestic grace for a while, Luo Wei finally stood up and ignited the stove for her. This stove resembles those used in the Northeast, albeit with rougher craftsmanship. Did you make it yourself? Chu Fian inquired, gazing curiously at the fire. I welded it from steel plates, prioritizing sturdiness and durability. Unfortunately, I lack sufficient firewood. Otherwise, I wouldn't need to use that fire pit. But it matters not, as I will be leaving in a couple of days. So I might as well make the most of it, Luo Wei replied, tossing a stack of books into the fire as he spoke. Are you really burning those? They could become treasures one day. Chu Fian exclaimed, her eyes twitching involuntarily at his actions. Burning books in front of a teacher was akin to uprooting seedlings before a farmer, truly excessive. What's the fuss? It's just a few worthless books. I'm starving. I'd even eat a panda if it came to that, Luo Wei responded nonchalantly. Chu Fian. The absurdity of his words left the intelligent professor momentarily speechless, before she finally understood the implication and shot him an incredulous glance. Ignoring him, she focused on her task, frying the vegetables and then summoning a stream of water that cascaded into the pan with a sizzle. Not wanting to fall behind, Luo Wei conjured a snake of fire that slithered into the pot. Within 3 seconds, the water began to boil. This ability of yours is quite handy, he remarked, impressed. Chu Fian seized a package of noodles, pouring the entire contents into the pot, exuding the demeanor of a true hostess. Luo Wei, seated beside the stove, watched her focused expression, momentarily lost in thought. This feels almost surreal. After their meal, Luo Wei gazed at Chu Fian nestled in his arms and murmured softly, 2 months ago. I was still striving to save money, planning to date in a couple of years. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the relentless snow would bury the world, leading to the emergence of corpses, monsters, and those endowed with extraordinary abilities, culminating in your arrival. He marveled at the unpredictability of life. Chapter 5. The past that cannot be returned. To Chu Fian resembled a koala. Resting against Luo Wei's chest, her bright eyes reflecting a hint of bewilderment, as she listened to his words. 2 months prior, had anyone told her she would forsake her dignity to seek refuge in a man's embrace, she would have scoffed in disbelief. Yet, reality often unfolds in the most bizarre ways. Since her divorce, she had extinguished any desire for companionship, yet unexpectedly, she felt an unfamiliar flutter in her heart for this man. To determine whether you are dreaming is quite simple, Chu Fian declared, lifting her head to gaze at the bemused Luo Wei. With a mischievous smile, she added, if I bite you and you feel pain, then it certainly isn't a dream. With that, she displayed her sparkling, even teeth, including 2 small canines, as if to demonstrate her intent to bite him. Luo Wei, startled, jumped back and swiftly pinned her down. You needn't bite me. I could just as easily bite you, he quipped. Adopting the expression of a wolf eyeing a little rabbit. No, please. I was wrong, big bad wolf. Don't bite me. I fear pain, Chu Fian replied, her voice sweet and timid. Goodness, is this truly the Chu Fian I know? The poised, elegant, well-read and refined professor. She has quite the surprise. Luo Wei thought, utterly speechless. Enough with the sentimental nonsense, she said, playfully. After a moment of playful banter, Chu Fian gently cupped Luo Wei's face with her hands, softly reassuring him, we cannot alter what has happened, but the future lies within our grasp. From this day forth, should you not abandon me, I shall not depart from you, and no matter what we face ahead, I will remain by your side. Indeed, Luo Wei nodded, gently moving her hands away as he leaned down. The following morning, as dawn broke, Luo Wei awoke and glanced at the time. 6:05 a.m. His biological clock, honed over years, had been challenged. Today he rose 5 minutes later than usual. No wonder they say a gentle embrace is a hero's tomb, he mused, tucking the covers around Chu Fian before getting up to light the stove. Despite the warmth from the monster hides lining the walls, the room would still feel chilly without a fire, especially when alone. Chu Fian slept soundly, and the commotion of Luo Wei lighting the fire did not disturb her. It wasn't until he had prepared breakfast that she finally stirred from her slumber. Sitting up, Her eyes scanned the room until they met Luo Wei's gaze. After a brief pause, she suddenly exclaimed in dove under the covers. "Are you still half asleep?" Luo Wei chuckled, gently patting the bulge in the blankets. After a moment, Chu Fian peeked out, her flushed cheeks visible as she said, "Could you avert your gaze for a moment? A gentleman must also exercise caution." Luo Wei replied, bemused, "I once thought you were a gentleman, but clearly, you are not," Chu Fian retorted, her tone teasing. "Then since I am not a gentleman, I have nothing to hide. I shall take a nap." Luo Wei said with a mischievous laugh, reaching for the covers. Chu Fian gasped, quickly backtracking, "I was wrong. I shouldn't have doubted your character. You are a true man, a virtuous gentleman with high morals and refined tastes. Ah, cough, cough. Though I may possess some honor and virtue, I assure you, it is not in abundance." "Your flattery is quite embarrassing." Luo Wei waved his hand, feigning modesty, though his expression clearly invited more compliments. Chu Fian pressed her lips together. After the profound conversation last night, she finally gained some understanding of Luo Wei. This fellow, despite appearing to possess an imposing brow and bright eyes, exuded righteousness, was, in reality, filled with mischief, truly deceiving her rather miserably. Faced with Luo Wei's shameless demeanor, Chu Fian could do nothing but continue to offer her praises. The poor esteemed university professor, after searching the depths of his mind, was nearly at a loss for words. Noticing that her throat was almost on fire, Luo Wei finally decided to spare her. Satisfied, Luo Wei turned away and approached the hearth to fetch bowls and chopsticks for their meal. Chu Fian furrowed her brow, dressed carefully, and cautiously moved to sit beside the hearth. "How are you?" Luo Wei asked, guilt etched across his face. "It's all my fault. I promise to be more careful next time. A man's words are mere deceit." "It would be a folly to trust you." Chu Fian rolled her eyes and retorted, dismissing his assurances entirely. "I, too, am experiencing this for the first time." Lacking in experience, Luo Wei chuckled awkwardly. Seeing that Chu Fian remained unconvinced, he raised his hand as if to swear an oath. Chu Fian, noticing this, hastily pressed his palm down, saying, "I trust you as it is. No need for oaths. Let us eat before it gets cold." Their breakfast was simple, consisting of thin porridge paired with pickled vegetables. Yet, both indulged heartily, their glances occasionally meeting, filled with shyness, sweetness, and warmth, reminiscent of a couple deeply in love. "I must return now," Chu Fian suddenly stated after Luo Wei had finished washing the dishes. Luo Wei had anticipated this, showing no surprise as he gently nodded. "I will accompany you back." "All right," Chu Fian agreed, and Luo Wei packed a backpack onto his shoulders, wielding a spear in one hand while supporting Chu Fian with the other. As they left the modest yet well-equipped room, heading towards the second floor of the library. Upon reaching the second floor, it felt as if they had entered an entirely different realm. The biting cold wind howled, and crystalline snowflakes swirled like knives, stinging their skin. Fortunately, their clothing, crafted from monster fur, along with their innate abilities, sufficiently shielded them from the cold wind and low temperatures. "Allow me to carry you." Luo Wei quickly donned his skis and turned to Chu Fian. "No need. I'm not that delicate that I can manage." Chu Fian resolutely refused his kind offer, shaking her head. She suppressed her discomfort, donned her skis, and boldly made her way toward the window where the cold wind howled. Luo Wei shook his head, watching the stubborn and resilient Chu Fian, feeling both moved and guilty. He understood that her insistence was not mere obstinacy but a desire to prove she was not a burden. The guilt stemmed from the fact that her injuries were a result of his actions. "Damn. As if I've never seen a woman before," Luo Wei muttered under his breath, clenching his fists, repeatedly reminding himself not to rush in the future. Lost in his thoughts, he followed her outside. Before them lay a pristine expanse of snow, a seamless blend of earth and sky, shrouded in a soft mist. Looking down, the ground was entirely covered in ice and snow, solidified by the biting wind, making the skis glide easily across the surface. Luo Wei noted that today's snowfall was lighter than yesterday's. Perhaps in a few days, the snow would give way to sunshine. But even if the snow cleared, would the world revert to its former state? Absolutely not. With weapons in hand, the desire for violence simmered within. Although the previous world had been peaceful, it was also stifling. With its inhabitants living like caged beasts, their innate ferocity shackled by invisible chains. Now, Those beasts were awakening. Chapter 6. Corpse Demon. Those who have endured various information bombardments often adopt an attitude of self-determination. A true man cannot languish beneath others for long. Nowadays, those endowed with extraordinary abilities thrive, wielding unimaginable powers. Who would willingly remain in the shadows? Kings and nobles, do they not possess the same potential? If you can attain the highest rank, why cannot I? The stage for this unsettling drama has already been set. Even if the snow melts and the climate returns to normal, this world will never regain its former tranquility. Amidst the snowstorm, Luo Wei, fully armored and bundled against the cold, held Chu Fian's gloved hand as they glided toward the school cafeteria. Be careful. Suddenly, Luo Wei shouted, pulling her back with force, causing her to spin and land behind him. His body twirled upon the icy surface, and with a swift motion, he thrust the spear forward. With a whoosh, the spear, over 3 meters long, sank into the snow, piercing deeply before Luo Wei jerked it upwards. As the snow swirled, a figure resembling a mummified corpse emerged from the spear's tip. The sharp, 3-edged spear penetrated the back of the corpse, shattering its spine. Luo Wei, lifting the corpse with one hand, smoothly glided backward with Chu Fian for several meters before stopping. Are you all right? Luo Wei inquired, glancing at Chu Fian. She shook her head, her eyes behind the goggles wide with apprehension as she gazed at the corpse dangling from the spear. Once assured of her safety, Luo Wei flicked his arm, sending the corpse flying over 10 meters before it crashed to the ground, rolling several more meters before coming to a halt. Then, a scene that sent chills down one's spine unfolded. From the once calm snowy ground, 7 or 8 emaciated hands, with nails as sharp as blades, suddenly emerged, seizing the fallen corpse. With a swift motion, the hands tore the corpse apart, as if it were mere fabric, before dragging the remains into the snow, disappearing without a trace. Luo Wei withdrew his gaze, calmly taking Chu Fian's gloved hand once more, continuing their journey forward. Chu Fian followed Luo Wei's lead. But her mind was clearly elsewhere, frequently glancing back at the spot where the skeletal hands had appeared. Thankfully, she had not passed through there while seeking Luo Wei yesterday. Otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. A wave of fear washed over Chu Fian, deepening her understanding of this new world. According to research conducted by human scientists, the sudden heavy snowfall harbored an unknown virus. These viruses arrived with the snow and spread through the air. Some fortunate individuals awakened extraordinary abilities due to these viruses, unlocking their genetic potential and enhancing their physical strength, while the majority succumbed to the cold, either freezing to death from prolonged exposure or being invaded by the virus. Losing their lives, however, death was not the end. While human consciousness dissipated, their bodies transformed into corpse demons, craving blood, hidden beneath the thick snow, ready to deliver fatal blows to unsuspecting passers-by. In essence, corpse demons were monsters born from corpses. The vast expanse of snow appeared tranquil and pristine, yet dangers lurked everywhere, undetectable. One could never know if a corpse demon lay concealed beneath the snow. The only way to evade danger was to tread carefully, lightly and swiftly across the snowy terrain, avoiding any pauses along the way. Such encounters were already commonplace for Luo Wei, who had been dragged into the snow by corpse demons on numerous occasions, ultimately emerging victorious through his indomitable abilities. However, for Chu Fian, who had primarily assisted Feng Qinghan with logistical matters, the impact was profoundly overwhelming. Throughout the journey, she felt as if every shadow concealed a corpse demon. Fortunately, their skiing speed was swift, and within 3 minutes, they arrived at the cafeteria. The first floor lay buried beneath the heavy snow, while the second floor had been opened to reveal a massive entrance, allowing them to glide directly inside. The guards had already discerned that they were normal humans and thus did not impede their entry. Luo Wei shook off the snow clinging to him, which fell like icicles onto the ground. "Professor Luo, is that you?" The young guard, upon seeing Luo Wei remove his hood and goggles, finally relaxed his vigilance and greeted him with a smile. "Yes," Luo Wei nodded in acknowledgement. The guard, bundled up like a bear, did not elicit any inquiries about his identity. After exchanging pleasantries, Luo Wei's gaze fell upon Chu Fian, and he frowned, asking, "What's wrong? Are you all right?" As he spoke, he reached out to brush off the ice crystals from her clothing. "I am fine, just a bit startled earlier," Chu Fian replied, regaining her composure and smiling radiantly. She removed her hood and goggles, naturally linking her arms with Luo Wei's as she said, "Shall we go in?" "Of course." Luo Wei nodded to the guards at the entrance before confidently leading Chu Fian toward the staircase. "Wait, is that Professor Chu?" The guard could not help but swallow hard, staring wide-eyed at their retreating figures in disbelief. "My goddess seems to have taken on a different form. My heart aches, and I feel so unwilling. Why? Why is this happening?" Another guard lamented dramatically, pounding his chest in frustration. "Because he is handsome." The young man who had greeted Luo Wei earlier remarked with a hint of jealousy. "I also heard that Professor Luo managed to become the library administrator thanks to Professor Chu's recommendation. Perhaps they've been together for a while, just not publicly." "You? What nonsense are you spouting?" The one lamenting was immediately silenced, his expression turning to one of resentment and unwillingness, before he sighed deeply, declaring, "From now on, Fong will be the only goddess in my heart." "Oh, you do not dwell on trivial matters. Even Professor Chu holds you in disdain, let alone Principal Fong. Instead of expending our energy on such futile thoughts, we should focus on how to survive the impending migration." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere grew heavy, and the lively chatter ceased. As Luo Wei and Chu Fian reached the stairway, they were greeted by the cacophony emanating from the first floor. "Why must we leave? Is this place not satisfactory? We have food and shelter, and the blizzard is about to cease. Can we not stay?" One voice pleaded, "I am but an ordinary person. I cannot endure the biting cold of this journey, I beseech you. Show some compassion for us common folk." "Indeed, Principal Fong, you cannot abandon us." Another voice chimed in, "You are a role model, a paragon of kindness. Please, come forth and address us." The clamor escalated, a tumult of voices resembling the incessant buzzing of countless mosquitoes, confused inquiries, lamentations of despair, moral indignation, and accusatory tones mingled together, creating a din that frayed the nerves. Upon descending the stairs, Luo Wei and Chu Fian beheld a vast cafeteria teeming with people, their faces flushed with agitation as they surrounded the door to the staff's resting area, clamoring for Principal Fong Qinghan to provide them with an explanation. Observing this, Luo Wei shook his head and instinctively stepped back with Chu Fian, as the head of logistics, a position conferred upon her by Fong Qinghan. Chu Fian was among the elite of this survivor base. Should the fervent crowd encircle them, the consequences could be dire. Yet, as fate would have it, calamity loomed on the horizon. Chapter 7. Fong Qinghan. Professor Chu. "Minister Chu!" Shouts of surprise erupted from the crowd as Chu Fian was recognized. In an instant, a throng surged forward. Luo Wei furrowed his brow and brandished his spear, positioning himself protectively in front of Chu Fian. "Speak your piece from where you stand. Approach any closer, and I shall not be polite." His voice thundered through the crowd like a clap of thunder, causing those who intended to advance to halt in their tracks. Bewildered by Luo Wei's formidable presence. "Who are you?" "We merely wish to inquire of Minister Chu." A stout, gray-haired elder boomed, his voice resonating powerfully in the 2 months since the school had gathered nearly 20,000 souls. Many were unfamiliar with Luo Wei. "Questions may be posed, but do not encroach upon my space. Otherwise, my spear shall show no mercy," Luo Wei declared. "Ha! Do you truly believe that your meager spear can intimidate all of us?" Someone in the crowd stoked the flames of dissent. Luo Wei's gaze sharpened, locking onto the source of the taunt, causing the instigator to scatter, leaving only one foolhardy soul standing, bewildered and lost. Without hesitation, Luo Wei thrust his spear forward. In such tumultuous times, it was better to err on the side of caution. The iron-fisted approach was necessary to instill fear in others. After all, those who had survived the celestial upheaval were not without their own capabilities. Those who sought to manipulate others for their own gain had mostly met their demise. Today, it seemed, another would fall. A quick appraisal revealed that the ones who reacted swiftly were likely not the foolish instigators. With a sickening squelch, the spear found its mark, embedding itself in the ground, with the unfortunate man hanging from it, his eyes wide with disbelief and regret. He had merely wanted to witness the spectacle, never intending any malice. How could it have come to this? Regret washed over him, but alas, there are no remedies for regret in this world. He had underestimated Luo Wei's decisiveness, and thus he perished. "Why spear may not slay you all, but I assure you it will eliminate those with nefarious intentions." Luo Wei advanced, withdrawing his spear, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the crowd, cold light flickering in his eyes. The assemblage, once eager to close in, now retreated, widening the gap between themselves and Luo Wei and Chu Fian. The moment the crowd surged forward, Chu Fian was taken aback. Yet, in the presence of Luo Wei, who stood resolutely with his bloodied spear, she felt an unshakable courage. I understand your queries, but as you can see, I have just returned from outside and am not privy to the exact circumstances. Once I confer with Principal Fong, I promise to provide you with an explanation. Chu Fian stepped forward, her elegant visage radiating determination, her words resonating with undeniable conviction as they rippled through the crowd. With her head held high, she strode confidently into the throng, aware that there were those behind her who would protect her. Unbeknownst to her, those individuals had become her pillars of strength for survival. As she advanced, the crowd instinctively parted, granting her a wide path. Luo Wei, spear in hand, followed closely, vigilant and attuned to the shifting dynamics around them. Approaching the door marked with a sign reading "No Trespassing," the guards within had already sensed the commotion outside. Just as Chu Fian reached for the door, it swung open, revealing a striking figure clad in white scaled armor, complemented by a luxurious white fur coat. She possessed an ethereal beauty, her features exquisitely sculpted, her skin flawless, and her raven hair cascading like a waterfall. Her piercing eyes glimmered with an intensity that commanded respect and instilled a sense of pressure. This was none other than Fong Qinghan, one of the two goddesses of Deep Sea University, renowned as the foremost powerhouse of Deep Sea City. Even though Luo Wei had encountered her before, her grace and beauty never failed to leave him awestruck. Unlike other women, Fong Qinghan's height of 180 centimeters ensured she was always the center of attention wherever she went. She resembled a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, embodying a beauty so pure and transcendent that it evoked a sense of reverence. Upon her arrival, there was no need for others to impose order. The crowd instinctively quieted. "You, come forward," Fong Qinghan commanded, gesturing casually toward a man in the throng. He was a middle-aged man, appearing in his 40s, with a robust and earnest demeanor. Upon meeting Fong Qinghan's gaze, he instinctively pointed to himself. After receiving a nod of affirmation from her, his face flushed crimson, and he nervously maneuvered through the crowd to stand before her. Fidgeting and at a loss for words, "Speak your mind. What are your thoughts or suggestions regarding this migration?" Fong Qinghan inquired, her voice softening slightly as she regarded the honest man. "I have no opinion," he stammered, utterly bewildered. Before the celestial upheaval, he had been one of the most inconspicuous faces among the masses, rarely even encountering the principal of his child's elementary school, let alone the ethereal university head before him. Merely standing before her without fainting was a remarkable feat. What more could he say? Seeing his distress, Fong Qinghan offered no further pressure, nodding her head to signal him to return. The man felt as though he were floating, utterly disoriented as he navigated his way back. Fong Qinghan's gaze returned to the crowd, and she spotted an elderly gentleman. "Elder, please share your thoughts on this migration. Is it possible not to migrate?" the elder asked, stepping forward. Fong Qinghan nodded, her voice clear and devoid of emotion. "Yes, you may all remain here if you wish. I can depart alone." Luo Wei couldn't suppress a chuckle at Fong Qinghan's serious declaration. This survivor base existed solely because of her. It was her presence that maintained the most basic order, allowing ordinary individuals a glimmer of hope. Without her, at least a third of those present would have likely succumbed to despair. The moment she suggested leaving alone, the expressions of the crowd were nothing short of spectacular. Even as the established order had crumbled and all stood on equal footing, the majority remained ordinary individuals, a fact that was all but inevitable. After 2 months of hardship, many had been worn down, relinquishing unrealistic aspirations. They understood the harshness of the outside world better than anyone. With Fong Qinghan present, they could at least enjoy a warm meal. As long as they contributed their labor, she would ensure they did not starve. But if she were to leave, how would they survive? The elder's face contorted in anguish as he glanced at his pudgy grandson, who was almost as tall as he was, his expression a mixture of bitterness and desperation. "Are you truly willing to abandon so many of us?" And thus, the drama unfolds. Chapter 8. The wise man speaks. She gazed at the densely packed crowd before her, her voice cold and clear as she presented 2 choices. First, stay here, and I shall provide you with enough provisions to last a week, free of charge. Second, you may choose to follow me on an uncertain journey, fraught with peril. You might meet your demise along the way, or perhaps we shall discover a hidden paradise. Faced with moral coercion, Fang Qinghan remained unyielding. The choice is yours, she declared, but let me make it clear. Moral appeals hold no sway over me, for I have long since cast aside any desire for morality. Although the decision lay with the survivors, Fang Qinghan firmly commanded the discourse. After her remarks, she turned to leave, but paused abruptly, her tone turning frigid and unforgiving. Moreover, I am merely a woman. Do not mistake me for a savior or your provider. Taking you in was the most foolish decision I have made in the past 2 months. You are nothing but burdens to me. If you wish to follow, you had best obey. Should my mood turn foul, I would not hesitate to abandon you. At her words, the crowd, which had been on the verge of protest, fell silent. Impressive, Luo Wei thought to himself. Acknowledging her prowess, indeed, one does not become a principal at such a young age without possessing remarkable skills. After Fang Qinghan departed, a voice emanated from the loudspeaker in the cafeteria. Those wishing to join the exodus should prepare to do so. We will gather at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. For those opting to stay, supplies are available at the logistics office. The announcement sent a ripple of shock through the cafeteria as the reality of their migration set in. Countenances shifted, revealing uncertainty. To follow Fang Qinghan meant risking life and limb. To remain here might afford a few days of ease, but what lay beyond? When life and death hung in the balance. No one dared to make a hasty decision. Some, displaying cunning, decided to collect their supplies first and then reassess the situation. Just as these individuals congratulated themselves on their sagacity, the voice on the broadcast returned. Those who have collected supplies and chosen to remain may not join the migrating group. I urge everyone to monitor one another and report any violations. Rewards will be given for verified reports. The faces of those who had just gathered their provisions turned ashen. Luo Wei, the diligent student, I remember you. I in the room. Fang Qinghan regarded Luo Wei and Chu Fian, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teased. I never imagined Fian would choose you. Chu Fian's fair complexion flushed red, her gaze dropping shyly. Luo Wei scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. With limited education, he had gained his position through connections, earning the title of Teacher Luo among the students, though his abilities were truly modest. Once, while reading, he had inadvertently read aloud, mispronouncing a word and drawing attention, which had been quite awkward. He had not expected that incident, which had occurred over a year ago, would still linger in Fang Qinghan's memory. Indeed, she was the one who had caught him, the rare fish that slipped through the net of 9 years of compulsory education. Since Fian has chosen you, I trust her judgment. I only hope you do not disappoint her. Fang Qinghan's smile faded, her tone turning serious. If you dare to let her down, I assure you, I will not let you off easily. Rest assured, Principal Fang, Fian is my woman, and I will do everything in my power to protect her. Luo Wei replied earnestly. I hope so. Fang Qinghan nodded, her gaze landing on Chu Fian, who appeared as shy as a young girl, her limbs fidgeting awkwardly. You must miss Yaya after not seeing her for a night, right? I will go fetch her for you. With that, she departed, leaving behind a faint, refreshing fragrance in the air. Fian, are you quite close with Principal Fang? Luo Wei inquired, taking Chu Fian's delicate hand. Yes, Chu Fian nodded gently. Sister Qinghan is like a real sister to me. Over the years, she has cared for me immensely, both in work and in life these past few months. Without her, I shudder to think what challenges I would have faced while taking care of Yaya. Hearing you call Principal Fang's sister makes it seem like, Luo Wei began, but hesitated before finishing his thought. You seem more mature than her. However, Chu Fian was not one to miss the implication in his words. Raising her charming face, she looked at him with a teasing smile. What, do you think I look old? Heaven knows if I held such an opinion, I would be blind. With your looks, wherever you go, people can't help but exclaim, wow, what a beauty. Luo Wei quickly retorted, Humph, such flattery, yet it seems you've been bewitched, just yesterday. I thought of you as a paragon of virtue, Chu Fian scoffed lightly. How am I not a paragon of virtue? I have stated, a graceful lady is a good match for a gentleman. Besides, who doesn't appreciate beauty, unless one is hanging on a wall? Luo Wei grumbled, pulling Chu Fian closer, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. I heard Principal Fong has never had a boyfriend. Is that true? What? Chu Fian shot him a sharp look. UVE just secured one of the two goddesses of Deep Sea University and are already eyeing the other? What nonsense are you spouting? Luo Wei exclaimed, glancing around the room nervously, relieved to find it was just him and Chu Fian. If Fong Qinghan had overheard such talk, it would spell trouble. Though he had confidence in his abilities, he was not naive enough to think he could win over Fong Qinghan if he entertained thoughts of that nature. It would be arrogance rather than confidence. After all, he well understood the power of the extraordinary treasures Fong Qinghan possessed, two of them. In fact, I was merely curious. The rumors at school claim Principal Fong prefers women. And with your close relationship, I couldn't help but ask, Luo Wei explained. Observing Luo Wei's anxious demeanor, Chu Fian could not help but smile. Do you really believe such absurd rumors? Sister Qinghan and I are the same age. Though she is a month older than me, as the rumors suggest, she has indeed never had a boyfriend. But in terms of her preferences, I don't see any issues. The main thing is, she has a severe cleanliness obsession. Did you not notice that we maintain a distance of over 50 centimeters when we speak? It does seem that way, Luo Wei admitted, nodding. Is your curiosity satisfied now? Chu Fian asked with a playful smile. If so, shouldn't you release me? Why should I let go? Luo Wei responded, tightening his embrace. I am holding my woman, and I dare anyone to say otherwise. Besides, didn't someone just use Principal Fong to intimidate me? It seems only fair to settle that score. You should stop fooling around. It would be inappropriate if others saw us, Chu Fian protested. Do this, Luo Wei would not relent. But you are a paragon of virtue. You cannot go back on your word, Chu Fian playfully chided. Chapter 9. Father Chu Fian appeared considerably more mature compared to Fong Qinghan, yet at the age of 30, she embodied a beauty that was truly captivating. At the pinnacle of feminine allure, Fong Qinghan exuded an ethereal and noble grace, akin to a celestial being, captivating all who dared to gaze upon her. In contrast, Chu Fian possessed a softer, more inviting beauty. Her dignified visage and curvaceous form wielding a potent allure over the opposite sex. As Luo Wei beheld her enchanting eyes and enchanting demeanor, he could not help but smile in wonder. Stepping closer, at that moment, the previously closed door creaked open. Mama! A little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, burst into the room. The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, stared at each other in surprise. The room fell silent until Luo Wei quickly broke the tension, asking, Yaya, do you remember me? He stepped away from Chu Fian, who hurriedly descended from the table, her heart racing with apprehension. Although nothing inappropriate had transpired between her and Luo Wei, she feared any lingering impression might negatively affect her daughter's innocent heart. Yaya's gaze shifted from Chu Fian to Luo Wei, scrutinizing him closely before cheerfully exclaiming, Your brother Luo Wei? Yes, you have a remarkable memory. It has been over half a year since we last met, and I am surprised you still remember me, Luo Wei replied in astonishment. Just then, a sweet-looking young girl appeared behind Yaya, standing just over 5 feet tall, with bright eyes and a face full of youthful collagen. Her cheeks were adorably chubby, and her smile revealed 2 charming dimples, making her exceedingly endearing. Her long, silky hair was tied into a playful bun, enhancing her cute and lively appearance. Professor Chu, Principal Fong needs to attend to some matters, so I've brought Yaya to you, the girl said, her voice melodious. Luo Wei instantly recognized the girl. She was one of the 4 campus beauties of Deep Sea Academy, and now she served as Fong Qinghan's right-hand assistant, named Yao Xingtong. Luo Wei recognized her not just for her reputation at school, but also due to her uniquely awakened abilities. The awakening of extraordinary powers could be categorized into 4 main types. The first type was elemental, such as Luo Wei's fire and Chu Fian's water, which were the most prevalent among humanity. The second type pertained to physical enhancements, where certain body parts exhibited extraordinary traits. The number of these extraordinary individuals ranks just below that of elemental awakeners. The third category is notably rare and is referred to as the category of rules, abilities such as manipulation of time and space, and even the foresight of future events undoubtedly fall into this powerful category. The fourth category is classified as special. Yao Xingtong belongs to this special classification with her unique ability known as Beast Affinity. Through this power, she can peacefully coexist with the notoriously temperamental beasts, establishing contracts and exerting control over them. According to Luo Wei's knowledge, Yao Xingtong has tamed an immensely powerful minotaur beast. This creature not only possesses formidable combat capabilities, but also commands an army of over 1,000 robust and mighty subordinates. By controlling this bull, Yao Xingtong effectively wields a formidable army of beasts. One can only imagine the beauty of the scene if she were to be offended, commanding her minotaur and leading a throng of followers into battle. However, while beast tamers are undeniably powerful and possess certain inherent advantages over extraordinary individuals, their physical prowess pales in comparison to that of other ability users. Teacher Luo is also present. I shall not disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave now. Goodbye, Yaya. Upon finishing her words, Yao Xingtong did not allow Chu Fian the opportunity to retain her, turning on her heel and departing with an air of decisiveness reminiscent of Fang Qinghan. This girl, I had hoped to keep her here for a while longer. Chu Fian shook her head in response. Yaya watched as Yao Xingtong left, her bright, sparkling eyes once again fixating on Luo Wei. A hint of seriousness and contemplation unexpectedly graced her youthful cheeks. Luo Wei felt a twinge of unease under her gaze. Just as he was about to speak, the little girl interjected, "Brother Luo Wei. Do you want to be my daddy?" Chuckle, Luo Wei. Is this a question that a 5-year-old can ask? He was left speechless. Chu Fian was equally at a loss for words, cough, gazing into the earnest and scrutinizing eyes of the little girl. Luo Wei felt a shiver run down his spine. Realizing that evading the inquiry would not be an easy feat after a moment's thought, he answered directly, "Then can I be your daddy?" Upon hearing that Luo Wei was not resorting to the usual platitudes to placate her, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She nodded, her voice clear and innocent yet imbued with a serious and philosophical tone. "This is not solely my decision. You must seek my mother's opinion. After all, when it rains, a mother must remarry, and children cannot be controlled." Luo Wei exchanged a glance with Chu Fian, both feeling a sense of exasperation while also finding the situation amusing. Even Chu Fian began to doubt whether the girl standing before her was indeed her just 5-year-old daughter. "So, Professor Chu, would you be willing to let me be Yaya's father?" Luo Wei stepped closer to Chu Fian, gently grasping her delicate, fragile hand and giving her a subtle wink. Chu Fian's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced at Yaya, only to find the little girl's eyes brimming with anticipation. Chu Fian's heart skipped a beat, realizing that the little girl's desire for paternal love seemed to exceed her own imagination. "Yaya, how about we let Uncle Luo Wei be your daddy from now on?" Chu Fian tentatively proposed. "Really?" The little girl's face instantly lit up with joy, and she looked at Chu Fian, exclaiming, "Mommy, I have a daddy now. Right?" "Yes." Chu Fian's eyes glistened as she enveloped her daughter in a warm embrace, her voice choked with emotion. "Yes, our Yaya now has a daddy." Luo Wei watched the two embrace, feeling somewhat superfluous. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a timid yet affectionate voice broke through, "Daddy." Despite the absence of any biological connection, at that moment, Luo Wei could not conceal the excitement swelling within him as he gazed into the little girl's sparkling, yearning eyes. Overcome by emotion, he nodded and softly sighed. "Daddy, hug." The little girl extended her delicate arms toward Luo Wei, yearning for Hu Jai. In that instant, Luo Wei felt as though his heart might melt. He quickly gathered the little girl into his arms. "So high," the little girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder as she looked around in awe. "This is just the beginning. There are even higher heights to explore. Want to give it a try?" Luo Wei lovingly lifted her legs with one hand while playfully tousling her nose with the other. "Yes, I want to." The little girl's eyes sparkled as she nodded vigorously. Seeing her excitement, Luo Wei placed his hands under her arms and effortlessly lifted her above his head. "Wow, so high!" The little girl squealed in delight. Fearing he might scare her, Luo Wei quickly set her down again. Chapter 10. Up high, Daddy, I want more, the little girl's sweet voice chimed. Realizing she was not frightened, Luo Wei repeated the act, lifting her back up high. "Wow, so high!" she shouted again, her excitement palpable. Luo Wei drew back his arms. But before the little girl could speak, he hoisted her up once more, eliciting another round of delighted squeals. "Daddy, can you go even higher?" "Of course, but you must hold on tight." "Wow, so high. Can you go a bit higher?" "Daddy?" Luo Wei found himself completely entranced by the chorus of "Daddy" ringing in his ears. Chu Fian, observing her daughter's flushed face brimming with excitement, discreetly wiped away tears, realizing that this was precisely what Yaya had needed. "Yaya, Shall we let Daddy rest for a moment? Chu Fian interjected, interrupting the playful duo. Okay, Daddy, are you tired? I'll get you some water. The little girl obediently volunteered. After Luo Wei set her down, she turned and dashed back to a nearby room, soon returning with a bottle of mineral water, extending it toward Luo Wei with outstretched arms. Chu Fian. In that moment, she suddenly felt as if she had failed in her role as a mother. Daddy's not thirsty. Yaya can drink with Mommy. Luo Wei smiled and shook his head. I'm not thirsty either, Chu Fian added. Upon hearing this, the little girl promptly turned and headed back to the room, her cheerful voice echoing, then I'll save it for when Daddy gets thirsty. Luo Wei truly found the little girl to be a delightful little bundle of joy. Chu Fian mused, my little darling is letting the cold air in. Yaya, why don't you and Daddy play in the room while Mommy goes to work? Okay. Chu Fian adjusted her demeanor after the little girl reappeared. Previously, upon hearing that Mommy was going to work, the little girl would have shown signs of reluctance. However, this time she nodded earnestly, declaring, Mommy, don't worry about work. I'll take care of Daddy. Chu Fian. You're going to work? Luo Wei asked Chu Fian. Concern etched on his face. I have to leave tomorrow and have many things to attend to. Don't worry. I'm in logistics. It's not dangerous. Upon seeing Luo Wei's worried expression, Chu Fian felt a warm sensation fill her heart. Her earlier despondency dissipating significantly, she quickly adjusted her mindset, looking at Luo Wei and saying, I'm going to work now. Just keep an eye on Ya. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask her that I'm off. Luo Wei nodded, lifting Yaya into his arms. I'll see you to your workplace. I can't let you go alone. Chu Fian considered this and ultimately did not refuse. With Fang Qinghan choosing to leave, discontent among many had already arisen, and this was a particularly chaotic time for the base. Caution was warranted. Chu Fian's workplace was not far. Right turn upon exiting led to a workspace less than 50 meters away. Luo Wei watched as a vibrant, youthful student opened the door to the workspace, ushering Chu Fian inside before he returned to the room with Yaya. Yaya, there are 2 rooms here. Do you and Mommy live in both? Luo Wei inquired, glancing at the 2 adjacent rooms. Not quite. Mommy and I live in the inner room. The outer room belongs to Aunt Qinghan. The little girl's clear, melodious voice chimed in. Aunt Qinghan is really nice and pretty, but she doesn't allow anyone into her room. Daddy, remember this. Never approach Aunt Qinghan within 3 steps, or she will certainly get angry. When Aunt Qinghan gets angry, it's quite frightening. Seeing the fearful expression on the little girl's face, Luo Wei felt a pang of sympathy and quickly embraced her, reassuring, Yaya, don't worry. We want to go into Aunt Qinghan's room, and we'll keep our distance from her. Upon hearing this, the little girl appeared conflicted, but Aunt Qinghan brings me and Mommy lots of delicious treats. That's all right. From now on, with Daddy around, I'll also bring back plenty of delicious treats for you and Mommy. Luo Wei replied. The little girl pondered this for a moment before shaking her head resolutely. No, Aunt Qinghan is a good person, and Mommy said Aunt Qinghan doesn't have many friends. If we ignore her and keep our distance, it would be too sad for her. Luo Wei didn't anticipate the little girl's steadfast stance and couldn't help but chuckle, nodding in agreement. All right, I will listen to our Yaya. We want to keep our distance from Aunt Qinghan anymore. Yes, the little girl exclaimed joyfully, her face alight with happiness. Daddy, let us go home. I have lots of yummy snacks and fun things hidden in my room that I can share with you. At noon, someone brought food for the 2. Clearly, this was arranged by Chu Fian, who was preoccupied with her work. As the day progressed, the little girl inquired several times about when her mother would return, each time being comforted by Luo Wei. As night fell, and the clock approached 10. Luo Wei heard voices outside. Good night, Sister Qinghan Dunham. Tomorrow, I shall be departing, so do rest early. Afterward, as the door swung open and closed, a sliver of light appeared as another door was gently nudged ajar, and a figure slipped through the cracked eye in the modest room. A double bed occupied nearly half of the space. Rose sat at the edge of the bed, while the little girl lay on it, her small hands clutching Rose's larger ones, her cheeks flushed, and a sweet smile gracing her lips even in slumber. As Chu Fian entered, she was immediately met by Rose's gaze. Why aren't you asleep? Chu Fian whispered. I was waiting for you, Rose replied, gently releasing the delicate hand of the slumbering girl. He turned to Chu Fian and inquired, what kept you so busy until this late hour? I actually finished my tasks long ago, she admitted, but the little ones learned of my awakening abilities, and being water-based, they all clamored for a bath, which delayed me a bit. Chu Fian playfully stuck out her tongue. looking adorably innocent. Such a demeanor hardly resembled that of a 30-year-old woman with a 5-year-old daughter. She appeared more like an unworldly young girl, indeed. You have just awakened your powers, and your physique is in a phase of rapid growth. Utilizing your abilities will greatly benefit your development, Ro remarked, shifting to allow Qiu Fian to approach the bedside. Bathed in the warm light from the bedside lamp, Qiu Fian gazed down at her peacefully sleeping daughter, her heart swelling with affection as she instinctively tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss on her daughter's face. The scene radiated tenderness and tranquility, exuding a profound maternal love that was both pure and resplendent. Seeing this, Ro could not help but step closer, wrapping his arms around her supple waist from behind. Wait, Yaya is here. We mustn't wake her. Qiu Fian instinctively stiffened, a rosy hue creeping across her fair complexion as she quickly protested. You're so cold. Let me warm you, Ro offered. Having just returned from outside, Qiu Fian indeed felt chilled, and upon hearing Ro's words, she found solace as she leaned into his embrace. Ro's body felt like a furnace, radiating warmth that gradually enveloped Qiu Fian, comforting her both physically and emotionally. Have you bathed as well? Ro suddenly broke the silence. Yes, Qiu Fian murmured softly, resting her head against Ro's shoulder. No wonder you smell so delightful. Ro continued, encircling her waist. Let's move a little away from the bed. It's fine to keep our voices low. Before Qiu Fian could respond, Ro had already lifted her across to the opposite side of the bed, pressing her hands against the wall. Chapter 11. Snowmobile. The following morning, Ro awoke half an hour earlier than usual. He returned briefly to his residence, wrapping up all the food and water he had previously collected in a large oilcloth and taking it to the school cafeteria. It was still before 6, and the world outside lay shrouded in darkness, yet the vast playground was already bustling with shadows and the clamor of voices. The sounds of human conversation, the calls of livestock, and the rumble of heavy machinery created a cacophony. As Ro navigated through the crowd with his supplies, he spotted Qiu Fian standing with Yaya and Fang Qinghan. Aunt Qinghan, did you not sleep well last night? You have dark circles under your eyes. Yaya's sweet, childish voice chimed, voicing the question that Qiu Fian hesitated to ask. She had noticed Fang Qinghan's fatigued demeanor, her sharp, cold phoenix eyes encircled by faint shadows, starkly contrasting with her fair, delicate skin. Qiu Fian surmised the cause. Fang Qinghan might have been disturbed by her and Ro's presence the previous night. Yet she had refrained from asking. However, the innocence of a child brought the matter to light. Upon hearing Yaya's inquiry, a deep blush crept across Fang Qinghan's stunningly beautiful face as she shot Qiu Fian a glare, responding to the little girl. I was preoccupied with my thoughts last night and did not sleep well. Oh, I thought Aunt was like me, kept awake all night by that annoying cat's cries and the low growls of the tiger. Yaya exclaimed, yawning widely. Qiu Fian felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment, wishing she could sink into the ground. Fang Qinghan glanced at Ro emerging from the crowd, her expression one of irritation, leaving Ro puzzled, unable to fathom when he had offended her. What is the matter with Principal Fang? I felt as though she shot me a glare just now, Ro remarked as he approached Qiu Fian. Watching Fang Qinghan turn away in response, Qiu Fian shot him a reproachful look. Ro, what have I done to deserve this? Is everyone on edge this early in the morning? Just then, the cafeteria's loudspeaker crackled to life, announcing, I have good news for everyone. The Kyoto Research Institute has developed a new serum. While it won't enhance your abilities, it will prevent your skin from coming into contact with the snow outside, thus reducing the risk of viral infection. The announcement ignited a wave of excitement among the crowd. The viruses carried by snowflakes had long been a significant concern for humanity. Although infection was unlikely with minimal exposure, no one could guarantee that their clothing wouldn't suffer damage while venturing outside, especially during long migrations. Now, with this serum, the risk of infection from snowflakes could be entirely eliminated. One could even roll around naked in the snow without fear of contagion. Now, without further ado, those in need of the serum, please form an orderly line at the food distribution window. Each person is limited to 1 vial. The previously noisy atmosphere fell silent, replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps as the crowd surged toward the various food distribution points, quickly forming long lines. Although the scene was chaotic, it did not escalate into a full-blown riot. Everyone maintained a semblance of restraint. After 2 hours had passed since the distribution began, Ro held Yaya in his arms. watching as Chiu Fian returned with 3 vials of serum from the rear entrance, feeling a pang of envy. Such was the advantage of being backed by the state. Those ambitious individuals who fancied themselves kings would be left waiting indefinitely for such a serum. It could be said that the power of the state was formidable. Among the nearly 20,000 people, only a few hundred chose to remain, now standing aside with expressions of regret and longing. Gazing at the bustling crowd, lost in thoughts of their uncertain futures, of course, some individuals took risks, attempting to infiltrate the lines. But the collective strength of the masses was formidable, and they were mercilessly pulled out. Those who dared to cause a disturbance were met with severe consequences. In tumultuous times, harsh measures prevailed, and Fang Qinghan was not one to show leniency. Thousands of modified vehicles, their tires replaced with tracks and equipped with large wind turbines, formed small teams of 100 and larger groups of 1,000. The assembly of 20,000 people was ready to embark. Fang Qinghan assigned Rou to her personal guard, integrating him into the all-female unit. "Hello, Teacher Rou. Teacher Rou, I hope you will look after us on this journey. Teacher Rou, I haven't visited the library in 2 months, and you seem even more handsome now. Teacher Rou, will you be my boyfriend?" A gaggle of lively young girls surrounded Rou, treating him as an alien, each vying for his attention, with some boldly suggesting they wanted to bear his children. Rou, observing these college students who had thrown caution to the wind in the face of the apocalypse, could only smile and politely decline, indicating that he was already taken. When most of them expressed disbelief, he waved at Yaya in the distance. "Daddy." Yaya's face lit up with a radiant smile as she sweetly called out to him. The girls were momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to disbelief as they turned their gazes toward Chiu Fian, who was cradling Yaya in an instant. A swarm of girls surrounded her, exclaiming, "Teacher Chiu, Sister Fian." Rou, witnessing this scene, felt compelled to apologize to Chiu Fian. These girls were challenging to manage. Scolding and reprimanding them would be futile, so it was best to leave it to Chiu Fian, another woman, to handle. With that thought, Rou redirected his focus, immersing himself in the study of his newly acquired mode of transportation, the snowmobile. "This is quite simple to operate," a gentle voice chimed in. Rou looked up to see a young woman standing before him. She stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, clad in a leather trench coat, her figure curvaceous and statuesque. With fair skin and exquisite features, she appeared to be in her 20s, possessing breathtaking beauty and a demeanor reminiscent of Fang Qinghan. Rou recognized her as Avril, Fang Qinghan's other right-hand woman, who possessed spatial abilities said to enable her to create a vast space. In other words, she was akin to a mobile human warehouse. The snowmobile was comparable to a motorcycle, perhaps even easier to ride, as it eliminated concerns of tipping over. One simply needed to shift gears and twist the throttle. Avril's melodious voice conveyed the essential operations of the snowmobile in just a few sentences. "We are situated in the southern region, where snowmobiles are scarce. Did you craft this snowmobile in recent days?" Rou inquired. Of course. Upon hearing this, Avril could not help but beam with pride, exclaiming, "Teacher Luo, you mustn't underestimate the practical skills of us university students. We have access to advanced technology and are guided by experienced mentors. Given enough time, we could construct an aircraft carrier by hand." Luo Wei, upon hearing her words, could not help but give her a thumbs up. He held no doubt about Avril's statement, for in the past 2 months, these university students had created numerous miracles. The clothes he wore and the weapons he held were all crafted by them. Moreover, they had even transformed a bus into a tracked snow vehicle and built wind turbines, among other innovations. Luo Wei mounted a snowmobile, taking it for a couple of exhilarating laps. Indeed, Teacher Luo's practical skills were impressive. However, the snowmobile served not only as a means of transport but also fulfilled reconnaissance and support roles during operations, thus necessitating a partner. Chapter 12. The monsters. The world lay blanketed in white, a seamless expanse of snow and sky. The sun hung in the heavens, having lost its former brilliance and vitality, resembling a dim bulb emitting a faint white glow. A throng of people, dark as a serpent, slithered across the snow-laden ground. The roar of motorcycles and the crunch of tracks on snow echoed ominously as massive, muscular oxen pulled heavy iron contraptions, while others supported one another alongside the convoy, forming a long procession of migration. Within this snowy realm, snowmobiles frequently zipped by, aiding in reconnaissance and vigilance. Ahead, Luo Wei piloted a snowmobile, accompanied by Avril, flanked by 2 other snowmobiles arranged in a triangular formation. Paving the way for the larger group, as the snowmobiles roared past, skeletal hands, long and bony, occasionally emerged from the snow, waving in the AI or at such moments. The partner seated at the rear would issue warnings, leading to a swift turn of the snowmobile, returning along the same path, while the rear partner would thrust a long spear into the snow, extracting and dispatching the lurking enemy. As time elapsed, the synergy between Luo Wei and Avril grew increasingly harmonious. Simultaneously, Luo Wei felt as though his limbs were no longer his own, the blood in his body nearly frozen. Thankfully, this patrol's intensity would only need to persist for an hour before a new group would take over. Upon returning to the vehicle where Chu Fian rested, she immediately noticed his lips had turned purple from the cold. Without hesitation, she pulled him to sit on the bed shared with Yaya, enveloping him in her warmth with her body. Although Luo Wei's exterior was icy, his heart experienced an unprecedented warmth. The serendipitous convergence of their paths felt orchestrated by fate, and in that moment, he genuinely realized his affection for this woman. Most of the vehicle's space had been allocated for supplies, leaving only a cramped area for Chu Fian to rest. Yet even this modest space was a coveted sanctuary for many. In this intimate setting, Luo Wei raised his stiff arm and gently wrapped it around Chu Fian's waist. "Daddy, are you cold? Yaya can help warm your hands," the little girl exclaimed, sitting up on the bed. Her large, expressive eyes sparkling as she reached for Luo Wei's hands, bringing them to her face and softly breathing warmth upon them. Her earnest and focused demeanor made Luo Wei feel that all his efforts were worthwhile. "Why don't you lie down for a bit?" Chu Fian suggested. "Let's do it together," Luo Wei replied, shedding his frozen outerwear, and without further ado, he nestled into the cozy warmth of the blankets alongside Chu Fian. The two, one large and one small, lay closely together, quickly warming Luo Wei from the inside out. The convoy's progress was slow, covering only 50 to 60 kilometers a day, traveling by day and resting in turns at night. Thus, 3 days passed, and they finally departed from Deep Sea City. During this time, 5 individuals succumbed to the cold, perishing along the route. Additionally, over a dozen fell victim to attacks from wandering monsters, losing their lives. This meteorological anomaly was a catastrophe for humanity, but a revelry of evolution for the animals. The virus carried by the snowflakes was a lethal poison for humans, yet a catalyst for evolution among various creatures. Their physical prowess grew stronger by the day. Remarkably, both herbivores and carnivores found sustenance not in traditional food, but merely by licking the snowflakes, deriving the energy necessary for survival. As these animals continued to enhance their capabilities, they emerged as the greatest threat to human existence. Just 100 kilometers ahead lies a military base where we can regroup and acquire additional transportation. Everything will improve from there. On the morning of the 4th day, Fang Qinghan summoned all the team leaders to his side, rallying them with encouraging words, finally displaying a semblance of leadership. While some harbored dissatisfaction with Fang Qinghan's decisions, they could only stifle their grievances. Luo Wei drove a snowmobile alongside Avril, embarking on their routine patrol to eliminate potential threats for the convoy. Although the corpse demons were formidable foes, tough-skinned and immensely strong, they lacked intelligence, and with the prowess of Luo Wei and his companions, they could be dispatched swiftly if they dared to show themselves. After all, those who served as scouts were the elite among the superhumans. Luo Wei, a third-tier superhuman with the strength of 3,000 pounds, was on the cusp of advancing to the 4th tier. With his might, he could pierce through iron plates, let alone defeat a corpse demon. The other 5 women were not far behind in strength. The patrol proceeded smoothly. As time passed, and they approached the designated handover time. A sharp, urgent cry resonated from above. It was Yao Xintong's second contracted monster, the Wind Thunder Snow Eagle, issuing a warning. Not only did the Wind Thunder Snow Eagle possess the ability to fly, but it also boasted formidable combat capabilities. Its call indicated that the impending danger was significant enough to be sensed even by it. Arrowhead Patrol Team calling number 1. Arrowhead Patrol Team calling number 1. What has the Wind Thunder Snow Eagle spotted, and what is our next course of action? Avril inquired urgently into the intercom, pulling at her collar from behind Luo Wei, a herd of wild boars. "Block them. We must not allow them to charge the convoy. I will arrive in 2 minutes," came Fang Qinghan's calm voice through the intercom. "Understood," patrol team received. Avril concluded the communication and signaled to the other 2 vehicles on either side to hold their positions. Finally, there was an opportunity to stretch her limbs. She felt as though she would freeze otherwise. Luo Wei halted the snowmobile, leaping off to accept the spear Avril offered, shaking off the stiffness in his frozen limbs. Not to criticize you, but why does a logistics personnel like you come out here to share in this hardship? Luo Wei murmured to Avril. Every task requires someone to undertake it. I'm merely fulfilling my capabilities. Avril replied, Ha! If everyone possessed your level of resolve, humanity would have no reason to fear the challenges ahead. Luo Wei praised, giving her a thumbs up. Teacher Luo, if you keep complimenting me, I might just get embarrassed. Avril chuckled. Luo Wei, upon hearing this, ceased his light banter, his gaze sharpening as he focused ahead. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous sounds reverberated from the front, akin to an army of thousands galloping forward, causing the entire snowy landscape to tremble. Everyone, be cautious. It seems we are up against a formidable foe. Remember, do not engage in prolonged combat. Our mission is merely to delay these creatures and ensure our own safety, Luo Wei advised the 5 girls surrounding him. Rest assured, Teacher Luo. We are not facing monsters for the first time, one girl replied coolly, her voice exuding confidence, seemingly dismissive of Luo Wei's caution. Luo Wei recognized her as one of the 4 campus beauties. Second only to Feng Qinghan in skill, in other words, she had the right to be proud. Since Luo Wei had been appointed as the patrol team leader, she had been harboring a sense of competition, viewing the wild boars as an opportunity to prove herself, thus disregarding Luo Wei's words. Unbeknownst to Luo Wei, the snow trembled as several towering figures surged forth, their massive forms cloaked in swirling snow. Drawing ever closer in view, 7 or 8 colossal silhouettes towered above 2 meters, their tusks sharp as spears, rising and falling with their charge, delivering a powerful visual impact. Charge! The girl commanded, wielding a machete as she was the first to launch a countercharge against the wild boars. In the chaos of battle, one action set off a chain reaction among her comrades. Luo Wei's expression shifted slightly, and he shouted, Do not engage head-on. Be wary of the bristles on those wild boars. As he spoke, he too surged forward. Chapter 13. The indomitable body. The wild boar monsters possessed thick skin and strong muscles. Once their charge commenced, to confront them head-on was sheer folly, at this moment. Luo Wei could only hope that these girls were not blindly confident, but truly skilled. The 6 of them faced off against the 7 massive wild boars in a counter-charged in an instant. The distance between them closed. Luo Wei swiftly sidestepped, gliding to the side of a wild boar, avoiding a direct collision, and with a powerful swing of his spear, struck forcefully against one of the boar's front legs. Boom! A muffled thud resonated as the wild boar let out a pained cry, its front leg buckling as its hefty body tumbled over, crashing to the ground. Simultaneously, Luo Wei heard a far more anguished cry emanating from nearby. Turning her head, Luo Wei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Although Situ Qing appeared reckless, she had already devised a strategy in her mind when launching a countercharge against the wild boar. As the collision with the beast loomed imminent, she softened her knees and executed a swift slide. The gleaming blade in her hand shimmered with a brilliant golden light as it plunged into the soft underbelly of the wild boar. Leveraging the force of their mutual impact to deliver a fierce slash, with a resounding thud, a mass of foul-smelling entrails spilled from the boar's abdomen. The creature let out a heart-wrenching scream. Marking its final lament in this world, its towering body crashed to the ground, sliding forward for several meters, leaving a long trail of blood in its wake. After a couple of convulsive kicks, it fell utterly still. Well done, Situ, cheered the others, who, while evading the boar's charge, had managed to inflict some trivial annoyances upon it. Upon witnessing Situ Qing's triumph, they erupted in applause. Be careful, Luo Wei suddenly shouted. As the group successfully diverted the wild boar's attention during its charge, the remaining 6 beasts turned back, their eyes ablaze with fury upon discovering a fallen companion. Situ Qing stood defiantly, her expression tinged with pride. Unafraid of the approaching boars, she boldly initiated another countercharge. Having tasted success, her confidence soared, and she sought to replicate her earlier feat. However, these boars proved to be more cunning than she anticipated. As she slid towards them, one boar's massive head came crashing down towards the ground. Startled, Situ Qing reacted swiftly. Displaying remarkable prowess and battle experience, she maintained her composure as she faced the sharp tusks of the boar. With a powerful grip, she seized the frozen, hard-packed snow beneath her, using it to propel herself into a backflip, narrowly escaping a grievous fate. Yet, the wild boar's charge continued unabated. As she retreated, the boar's momentum intensified, and its head rose sharply, the elongated tusks resembling deadly spears that threatened to pierce her through. The peril was far greater than before. Just as Situ Ching regained her footing, she spotted the tusks aimed at her. Fear finally flickered across her face behind the protective goggles. Realizing retreat was futile, she leaped backward, positioning her blade horizontally against the boar's tusks to create distance. In that moment of chaos, Luo Wei, having dodged his own boar, caught sight of Situ Ching suspended in the air, and a pang of dread gripped him. He had once faced a wild boar and understood that their most terrifying aspect was not their tough hide or fierce tusks, but the long, bristly hair adorning their backs. Without hesitation, Luo Wei unleashed his innate ability. With a resounding boom, a towering figure, identical to him, materialized behind him. Simultaneously, he felt his strength surge, tripling in magnitude. He thrust his legs into the ground, sending snowflakes flying as he propelled himself forward, covering a distance of over 10 meters in an instant. Yet, he was still a moment too late. Countless fine bristles shed from the boar's neck, transforming into sharp steel spikes that hurtled towards Situ Ching. Suspended in midair, she found no leverage to escape and could only watch helplessly as the bristles, now resembling arrows, pierced her body one after another. With each puncture, her tall and slender form erupted in jets of crimson blood, as if punctured like a water balloon. In that instant, the pain faded from her consciousness, her mind blank as she gazed at Luo Wei, who had just smashed down a spear, obliterating half of the boar's skull. At that moment, realization dawned upon her, and her eyes filled with regret and yearning for this world. Why hadn't she heeded the warnings? Why had she insisted on proving herself? She lamented her choices. Avi, come look after Situ Ching. Luo Wei's thunderous voice echoed through the wilderness. At that moment, he resembled a war god, effortlessly hurling his spear that pierced through the charging wild boar aimed at Avi. Upon hearing this, Avi glanced at Luo Wei, who was rushing forward with his spear, and her body trembled slightly before she quickly averted her gaze and sprinted to Situ Ching's side. Luo Wei's indomitable physique was not merely a supernatural ability. It was a power bestowed upon him by the Emperor's ancient texts. In essence, he had possessed no innate abilities prior to his training with Chu Fian. Nevertheless, the enhancement granted by this indestructible body was undeniably authentic, allowing his strength to soar exponentially while also elevating his physical resilience to extraordinary levels. Thus far, he had encountered no being or creature capable of overcoming his indestructible form. Regrettably, this formidable ability could only be sustained for 10 seconds, aptly termed the 10 seconds of true manhood, and could only be invoked once a day. This limitation had initially deterred Luo Wei from utilizing his indestructible form. However, now, he had no time for such considerations. As he unleashed his power, he became a veritable harbinger of destruction, wielding a spear that weighed over 100 pounds with ease. Though the wild boar's hide was tough, it could not withstand the force of his might. With each thrust of his spear, wild boars fell, their spines shattered or skulls split open, succumbing to the cold winds in a matter of moments. One boar fell, then another. 5 seconds, 7 seconds. After 10 seconds, only one wild boar remained, pawing at the ground, exhaling heavy breaths of white vapor as it gazed fearfully at Luo Wei, its expression a portrait of terror and solitude. Luo Wei stood tall like a javelin, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the wild boar, exuding an aura of undeniable power. Alas, his rapidly rising chest betrayed his current state. Fortunately, the wild boar was not human and could not comprehend the concept of bluffing. With a broken spear barely measuring 2 meters in length, Luo Wei steadied himself, glaring intently at the wild boar, inwardly cursing the girls for their unreliability. Even at this critical moment, they failed to assist him in vanquishing the beast. Unbeknownst to him, the girls were mesmerized by his earlier display of valor, standing behind him, entranced, their eyes filled with admiration. Just then, a swift gust of wind sliced through the air. A bronze ancient sword soared past Luo Wei's shoulder, effortlessly cleaving the massive wild boar in half as if tearing paper. The sword then seemed to possess a homing instinct, swiftly returning along its original path. Witnessing this, Luo Wei sank to the ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead beneath his hood. "Are you all right?" Fang Qinghan's voice rang out. "Just a bit fatigued. I'll be fine after a short rest," Luo Wei replied weakly, turning to face her. Fang Qinghan nodded, moving closer to Situ Qing. Chapter 14. Yao Xingtong in the frigid temperatures of -40 to 50 degrees. The blood coursing through Situ Qing's veins had long since frozen. Her delicate face was as pale as parchment, her eyes devoid of life, clearly teetering on the brink of death. The other girls around her were equally distressed, their hands covering their faces as they struggled to suppress their impending tears. Yet, this only heightened the sense of sorrow. Fang Qinghan approached, and upon glancing down, she immediately recognized that there was no hope left. She looked up at the sky, where snowflakes drifted lazily, a few landing on her fair complexion. Icy and refreshing, clearing her mind momentarily. "Qingqing, is there anything you wish to say?" Fang Qinghan crouched down a little closer, her voice gentle. "If there's anything you wish to express or any unfulfilled desires, tell Teacher Fang, and I will find a way to help you achieve them." If hearing Fang Qinghan's words, a flicker of life returned to Situ Qing's vacant gaze, her focus sharpening as she looked over. "Teacher Fang, I'm sorry that I didn't heed your advice, and why arrogance and pride have led to my own demise." Situ Qing spoke, her final words imbued with regret. Fang Qinghan gently shook her head. "Teacher does not blame you that I know you are a courageous child, always striving to be the best and unwilling to take a back seat." A thunderous rumble interrupted her as a massive black bull charged forward. Without slowing down, Yao Xingtong leaped from its back. "Teacher Fang, who is injured?" "Wang Shiyu possesses a powerful healing ability. Perhaps she can help." Yao Xingtong's anxious voice rang out, her height just over 1.60 meters. Hearing this, Fang Qinghan, who was bidding farewell to Situ Qing, immediately stood up, her gaze fixed on the approaching Yao Xingtong. "Who is Wang Shiyu? Where is she?" Here. I am Wang Shiyu." Just as Fang Qinghan's words fell, a voice accompanied by two snowmobiles cutting through the storm approached rapidly. Each snowmobile carried two individuals, one man and three women. The man deftly maneuvered one of the snowmobiles to the front, performing a stylish drift that sent snow flying and splattering onto the onlookers. Fang Qinghan frowned slightly, observing the four approaching figures. "Who is Wang Shiyu? If you can heal Situ Qing, I will ensure that you can take whatever supplies you desire from our team." "Principal Fang, you've misunderstood. We are not here to rescue anyone for the sake of supplies," said the young man in a leather jacket, removing his hood and protective gear, shaking his head with a smile. As he spoke, his eyes roamed over the group of girls, unabashedly fixating on Fang Qinghan. "Are you Wang Shiyu?" Fang Qinghan spoke, her expression devoid of emotion as she regarded the young man. The youth, who had previously prided himself on his nonchalant demeanor, now faced the discontent of those around him. Even Fang Qinghan couldn't suppress a slight frown at his impudent gaze. Yet, the young man remained unfazed. "Good day, Principal Fang. That I am Xiao Cheng, with Qing meaning honesty. This is my girlfriend, Wang Shiyu. As he spoke, Xiao Cheng brazenly wrapped his arms around the waist of a nearby woman. Fang Qinghan chose to ignore his unruly antics, her discerning eyes settling directly on Wang Shiyu. Wang Shiyu appeared to be in her late 20s, with flowing long hair, a fair complexion, and exquisite features that rendered her strikingly beautiful, particularly with her gentle and serene aura. At that moment, being embraced by Xiao Cheng in public caused her delicate face to flush red, a mixture of shyness and subtle delight, adding an enchanting allure to her presence. "Can you save her?" Fang Qinghan gestured towards the increasingly cold body of Situ Qing, her gaze fixed on Wang Shiyu. Upon hearing this, Wang Shiyu's eyes instinctively flickered to Xiao Cheng, a questioning look emerging in her gaze. "Since everything hinges on Xiao Cheng, let us give it a try. If you can save her, do your utmost." Xiao Cheng replied with a grin, casually slapping Wang Shiyu on her pert derriere. The playful smack left her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shot him a shy glare. Seeing the mischievous look in Wang Shiyu's eyes, Xiao Cheng beamed with pride, then turned to embrace two other women who had approached, urging, "Hurry, that woman seems to be on the brink of collapse." Despite the dissatisfaction among the women regarding Xiao Cheng's unruly behavior, their good upbringing restrained them from voicing their displeasure. All eyes converged on Wang Shiyu, a blend of anticipation and anxiety palpable in the air, with some even holding their breath. Wang Shiyu knelt beside Situ Qing, extending a delicate, pale hand towards her. Her fingers, tender and smooth like young shoots, emanated a soft, milky glow as she gently placed her palm on Situ Qing's battered abdomen. The milky light seemed to seep into Situ Qing's body like the warm rays of the sun. A miraculous scene unfolded. Situ Qing, who had momentarily ceased to breathe, suddenly opened her eyes wide, taking a deep gasp, her chest heaving violently as her pallid complexion visibly regained its rosy hue in stark contrast. Wang Shiyu's face turned ashen. The use of my abilities will greatly deplete one's vitality. I can only provide a rudimentary restoration of her internal organs. For a complete recovery, she will need to recuperate gradually on her own. Wang Shiyu stated, her hand trembling as she withdrew it, attempting to rise but stumbling slightly, almost losing her balance. Fortunately, the crowd around her steadied her. Thank you. As long as she is alive, that's what matters. Fang Qinghan said, a look of relief breaking through her typically stoic demeanor. You joined our team when? She inquired, her tone lightening. We only joined 2 days ago. Principal Fang, you must be incredibly busy with your duties and may not have noticed us. Wang Shiyu replied, I see. Fang Qinghan nodded, realizing that her preoccupation with the relocation had caused her to overlook the newcomers. Although Situ Qing's condition had stabilized for the moment, her injuries were severe. And with the biting cold outside, they needed to return swiftly to avoid any life-threatening situations. We must hurry, AI Wei interjected. Indeed, Fang Qinghan agreed. Let us escort Situ back. Miss Wang, we shall discuss how to repay your life-saving kindness upon our return. Just as the group prepared to head back, Luo Wei interjected, May I interject? We still have another injured person here. Only then did the others remember Luo Wei's presence. Teacher Luo appears to be fine. Why not come with me? I can let you experience the speed and thrill of my little black beast. Yao Xingtong chimed in with a smile. Luo Wei looked at the adorable girl, who stood over 20 centimeters shorter than him, sensing an air of mischief about her. Just as he was about to decline, she seized him and tossed him onto the back of a massive black bull. The creature was colossal, standing over 3 meters tall, its muscles rippling beneath a thick, glossy coat. Luo Wei licked his lips, suddenly feeling an urge for beef. Just then, a fragrant breeze wafted as Yao Xingtong effortlessly leaped onto the bull's back. The black beast bolted forward as if commanded, galloping with wild abandon. Whoa! Luo Wei nearly lost his grip, quickly wrapping his arms around the girl's slim waist. Yao Xingtong squeaked, her cherubic face blooming with a bright blush. Chapter 15. Have you heard of the thief Chow? Yao Xingtong's cheeks were flushed, her body stiff with surprise. It was her first time being embraced by a male. Yu. Let go, she stammered, her voice quivering. Slow down, and I will naturally release you, Luo Wei replied. He found himself utterly drained, unable to resist the bull's unbridled gallop. Rogue, when we return, I will tell Teacher Chu that you bullied me, Yao Xingtong pouted, her thoughts shifting as she commanded the bull to slow its pace. Speak. Why are you suddenly messing with me? Luo Wei straightened his posture. Frowning, he mused that he and this girl were merely acquaintances, having barely exchanged a few proper words. What merit did he possess to warrant such attention from her? I am not messing with you. I merely wanted to return quickly so that someone could check your injuries. Yao Xingtong insisted, stubbornly denying any ill intent. If you won't tell me, then I shall guess, Luo Wei declared. I can assure you that our relationship barely extends beyond your borrowing books from me. There is no animosity between us, so the only reason for your targeting me must be related to Teacher Chu, right? Do you perhaps have feelings for her? Luo Wei boldly speculated, questioning her motives. Yao Xingtong shot him a glare. Get lost. My interests are perfectly normal. Thank you very much, she retorted. My cousin has been pursuing Teacher Chu for over 2 years, and I never expected you to swoop in unexpectedly. I simply found it amusing to tease you. There were no ulterior motives, she clarified, a sweet smile gracing her face. Luo teacher, please don't take offense, she added. Luo Wei, however, cautioned, in the future, refrain from playing such childish tricks with unfamiliar individuals. The times have changed. Had I taken offense, you might have found yourself in grave danger. His expression turned serious, his tone grave. Your actions were reckless, Atia's words. Yao Xingtong's expression shifted, a cold sweat breaking out as she comprehended the implications of his statement. The world was no longer what it once was. The absence of legal and moral boundaries had given rise to individuals who were ruthless and decisive. If her previous antics had been directed towards someone with paranoia, They might have seized the opportunity to eliminate her without a second thought. "Thank you, Teacher Luo," she said earnestly, her gaze fixed on his handsome face, her gratitude sincere. "It is only right for me to impart some wisdom on how to navigate the world. After all, you call me Teacher Luo." He waved off her thanks. Though Little Black had slowed its pace, it still far surpassed human speed. Fang Qinghan and the others, burdened with the injured, were left far behind. In less than 10 minutes, Little Black returned Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong to the convoy. Luo Wei leaped off the bull's back, rejecting Yao Xingtong's offer of assistance. "I am fine, merely fatigued from using my abilities. I have already recovered. You should attend to your own matters," he said, waving her off as he approached a vehicle and opened the door. "My apologies, Su Mucheng, I didn't realize you were here. Please continue your conversation. I will step outside for a moment." Upon seeing the three individuals in the cramped space, Luo Wei hesitated but quickly retreated. Just as he was about to close the door, Su Mucheng spoke up. "Hello, Teacher Luo. Teacher Chu and I have finished our discussion, so I won't disturb you any longer. I'll take my leave now." She spoke rapidly, lowering her head as she dashed past Luo Wei and exited the vehicle. Vanishing in the blink of an eye, Luo Wei's puzzled gaze shifted to Chu Fian, pointing in the direction Su Mucheng had gone. "What was that about?" She seemed quite shy. "Could it be that she has feelings for me? Did my sudden return embarrass her?" "Puffed. Such narcissism," Chu Fian chuckled, rolling her eyes. "Mucheng came to ask me a few questions." "What kind of questions?" Luo Wei inquired, curiosity piqued as he settled into the vehicle. The air conditioning provided a welcome reprieve from the chill outside, prompting him to remove his jacket and hang it by the door. He then gently embraced Chu Fian, inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. Feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility wash over him, Luo Wei, an orphan who had never known the meaning of home, was beginning to understand that the place where his loved ones resided was, in truth, home. "Stop it. Yaya is watching," Chu Fian whispered. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei turned to see a pair of sparkling eyes curiously observing him from the little cot. "Yaya, would you like Daddy to give you a hug?" he asked. "Yes," the little girl, upon hearing this, eagerly nodded her head, extending her chubby little hand while gazing at Luo Wei with anticipation. Luo Wei, noticing her excitement, wore a radiant smile, releasing Chu Fei Yin from his embrace. He bent down, cradling the little girl along with the blanket in his arms, gently nudging her head with his own, eliciting a melodious laugh from her. "Yaya, look, Mama also wishes for Papa to hold her. What should we do?" After playfully teasing the little girl for a while, Luo Wei's foxtail could no longer be concealed. Hearing this, Chu Fei Yan's lips curled into a subtle smile as she cast a flirtatious glance at him. "Then, I can share half of Papa with Mama," the little girl thoughtfully declared with remarkable generosity. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's face lit up with joy as he pulled Chu Fei Yan back into his embrace, then lowered his head to bestow a kiss on the cheeks of both the little girl and her mother. "Yaya is truly well behaved out away. What happened up ahead? You weren't hurt, were you?" Chu Fei Yan inquired. Tilting her head to look at Luo Wei. In truth, she had wanted to ask this the moment he returned, but seeing him in good spirits, playing with Yaya, she had held off until now. "It was merely a few wild boars, nothing of significance. We've already dealt with them," Luo Wei replied in a relaxed tone. "Papa is the strongest," the little girl chirped, her eyes filled with admiration as she wrapped her arms around his neck and placed a kiss on his cheek, prompting a hearty laugh from Luo Wei. "Yaya, don't be mischievous. Papa is already quite tired from his duties outside. Let him rest for a moment," Chu Fei Yan said. "I'm not tired at all." Luo Wei shook his head, resting his forehead against the little girl's. "Let me share a secret with you, Yaya. Papa is Superman and never gets tired on him. Papa is Superman. He is the strongest," the little girl believed wholeheartedly. Chu Fei Yin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but bite her lip, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her as she watched Luo Wei frolic with their daughter. "What's wrong? Why do your eyes suddenly look red? Did someone bully you?" Luo Wei soon noticed Chu Fei Yan's unusual demeanor, his expression darkening as he looked at the little girl in his arms. "Yaya, did someone bully you and Mama?" The little girl shook her head, pouting her lips, suddenly feeling as if her father had transformed into a different person, which was a bit frightening. No one bullied us," Chu Fei Yin quickly reassured, gently patting the little girl's back. I feel unworthy of you. I've been too selfish. I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Luo Wei was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, hastily soothing the little girl who was nearly brought to tears by her father's sudden change. Once her emotions stabilized, Luo Wei turned his attention back to Chu Feiyin, grinning mischievously. I wonder if Professor Chu has ever heard of Chao Zhe? Chu Feiyin, who frequently browsed the internet and occasionally read novels, was certainly familiar with the infamous name. Upon seeing Luo Wei's cheeky smile, her fair face instantly flushed, and she couldn't help but raise her little fist to playfully strike his chest. As her fist drew closer, its strength diminished, and she eventually transformed her punch into a gentle palm resting against his chest, easily captured by his large hand. I know you were teasing me. Leaning her head against Luo Wei's shoulder, her voice soft and melodious, she continued, but I'm truly happy. Thank you, Wei. Meeting you and being saved by you in the bar is the greatest fortune of my life. With that, she lifted her head and gently kissed Luo Wei's cheek while standing on her tiptoes. I want to do that too, Yaya chimed in, wrapping her arms around Luo Wei's neck and, not wanting to be outdone, planted a kiss on his cheek as well. It's he, just 2 years old. The little girl had little memory of the past, and since Chu Feiyin had divorced shortly after, she had genuinely come to see Luo Wei as her father in these few days. Ha! Luo Wei laughed heartily, offering a bow to both the young girl and her mother. The little girl was sensible, obedient, and adorable, qualities that Luo Wei genuinely cherished. Chu Feiyin, embracing Luo Wei around his waist, wore a dreamy smile as she said, I hope this world returns to normal soon. When that happens, if you prefer boys, I'll bear you a son. If you prefer girls, I'll bear you a daughter. Haha! If the world truly returns to normal, 1 child 1 tea suffice. We should have at least 7 or 8. Luo Wei exaggerated with a grin. As long as you desire, I will bear as many as you wish. Chu Feiyin gazed earnestly at Luo Wei, her expression serious. I'm just joking. Having Yaya is more than enough. I couldn't bear to have you suffer through so many hardships. But Yaya is not. Before she could finish, Luo Wei abruptly grabbed her from behind, quickly realizing that the little girl was no longer a mere toddler and could understand certain matters. Hence, she promptly fell silent, seizing his wayward hand and shifting the topic. Do you want to know what Mu Chang came to discuss with me just now? What? Luo Wei's curiosity was instantly piqued. Chu Feiyin bent down, retrieved some compressed biscuits and water from beneath the bed, helped Luo Wei open them, and held them to his lips for him to eat before continuing. Mu Chang still hasn't awakened her abilities. You must have heard about this, right? Luo Wei nodded. The 4 campus beauties of Deep Sea University were all prominent figures, 3 of whom had already awakened their powers. As one of the 4 beauties, Su Mu Ching's prolonged inability to awaken naturally stirred considerable gossip. Could it be? Luo Wei raised an eyebrow, gazing at Chu Feiyin, already suspecting Su Mu Cheng's purpose for visiting. Indeed, I suddenly awakened my abilities, and Mu Chang specifically came to seek guidance. Chu Feiyin confirmed with a nod. Hearing this, Luo Wei asked, Did you tell her? Chu Feiyin cautiously glanced at him, unable to discern his emotions, then bit her enticing red lips and replied honestly, I didn't reveal that you possess an extraordinary treasure. I merely informed her that after being with you, you helped me awaken. You're not entirely foolish, Luo Wei remarked, rubbing her head in satisfaction. I am a professor at Deep Sea University. Where do you see any foolishness? Chu Feiyin swatted Luo Wei's hand away from her head, puffing out her chest and lifting her chin, revealing her 2 shiny little tiger teeth, playfully declaring, You used to call me Sister Chu, and now? What is this? You're trying to ascend to the heavens, Sister Chu. If you keep this up, my temper will flare. Luo Wei's gaze was intense, fixated on her ample bosom. Were it not for the little girl in his arms, he would have lunged at her without hesitation. Sensing the change in his expression, Chu Feiyin's confidence waned, and she refrained from further provocation. Yaya watched from the side, and Luo Wei had to exert self-control. Wait a moment. What did you discuss with Su Mu Chang? How did I help you awaken? And why did she look at me strangely when she left? As his thoughts raced, Luo Wei realized something was amiss and, adhering to his usual straightforward nature, directly posed a series of questions to Chu Feiyin. Chu Feiyin stammered, her chin nearly shrinking into her ample bosom, her earlobes flushing crimson as she hesitated to respond. It's just that, you and I. Then I awaken my powers, Luo Wei interrupted. So, aside from the fact that I possess an extraordinary treasure, You essentially revealed everything else? He was speechless. Do you realize the consequences of saying such things? If this word gets out, all the women who Haven Tea awakened their abilities will be after me, and certainly, some men will want to give it a try as well. That one tea happened. Mu Chung is my student. She has been assisting me for the past few months, and I know her character well, which is why I told her. I also specifically advised her not to spread this matter. Chu Fei Yin hurriedly assured. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's brows furrowed deeper as he looked at her in confusion. Then what was your purpose in telling Su Mu Chung this? She could have chosen a better excuse. Why did she have to disclose such private matters? There was definitely something ulterior at play. I want to compensate you, Chu Fei Yin finally confessed, looking up at Luo Wei. Compensate me? Luo Wei was utterly bewildered. I feel unworthy of you, and I'm bringing a child along, so I thought. Chu Fei Yin spoke cautiously. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's muddled mind was suddenly illuminated by a flash of insight. Realizing Chu Fei Yan's intentions, she trying to help me build a harem? Under normal circumstances, he should be elated by this thought. However, why did he feel a tinge of discomfort? I consider you family. Yet you wish to push me away? Luo Wei reproached her. No, that is not it. Chu Fei Yin exclaimed in a panic. Papa, Mama, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all. The little girl blinked her sparkling eyes, alternating her gaze between Luo Wei and Chu Fei Yin, her face a portrait of confusion. Mama and I are discussing some matters meant for adults. Once Yaya grows a bit more, you'll understand. Luo Wei chuckled, gently ruffling the little girl's hair as he shifted the topic. Yaya, would you like to go out and play with Papa? Yes. The little girl's attention was instantly captured, her face lighting up with joy. Having been cooped up in this small vehicle all day, she naturally yearned for the outside world. However, she understood that Mama was afraid of the cold, which was why she had never asked to go outside. Now that she heard they could go out, how could she not be thrilled? Rowie smiled as he helped the little girl adjust her attire, wrapping her up snugly like a zongzi before finally departing from the carriage. Chu Fian observed the cheerful figures of the father and daughter, her heart filled with a bittersweet ache. Yet this only solidified her resolve. Rowie treated her with such kindness and regarded Yaya as if she were his own, prompting her to consider what she could do in return. Having perused Rowie's Huangdi Neijing, she noted, aside from the 18 blush-inducing inner cultivation techniques, there were also the 8 character prophecies, 3,000 beauties in the imperial harem, ascending to immortality. Clearly, she could not achieve this alone. Chapter 17. Situ Ching Chu Fian hurriedly pursued the departing vehicle, intent on persuading Rowie. Just then, a group appeared ahead of the convoy. Fang Qinghan and the others had finally returned, bringing with them the 7 wild boars, which they had towed back on snowmobiles. The stretcher carried by Avril and another girl caught Chu Fian's attention. Her expression shifted as she rushed over. Upon seeing Situ Ching's pallid face and weakened breath, she realized the grave danger hidden behind Rowie's seemingly casual remarks. Why didn't you tell me it was so perilous outside? Chu Fian's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at Rowie. Her voice tinged with emotion. But I'm fine, aren't I? Rowie replied with a nonchalant smile. Come back to the carriage with me, she insisted, pulling him back inside. She then took Yaya from his arms and tucked her into bed, swiftly drawing a curtain to shield the little girl's view. Yaya, be a good girl and stay here for a moment. Mommy will take you out to play soon, okay? The little girl obediently nodded. Not crying or fussing, her understanding nature tugging at Chu Fian's heart. She gently stroked her daughter's head, showering her with affection as she placed a kiss on her forehead before turning to leave the bunk. I really am fine. Rowie watched Chu Fian's worried demeanor and couldn't help but punch the air in exasperation. Chu Fian, however, ignored his words, taking matters into her own hands and forcibly removing his clothing. Only when she confirmed that he bore no injuries did she let out a small sigh of relief. You care so much for me, yet you push me towards other women. What on earth are you thinking? Woman? Rowie remarked, observing the relieved beauty professor before him. Women are inherently perceptive, able to discern unspoken sentiments, and in an instant, she grasped the reason for Rowie's earlier anger. So, you were upset because I didn't take you seriously. Chu Fian smiled, her lips curving. As she spoke, her hands busily adjusted Rowie's attire. Indeed, I have genuine feelings for you and Yaya, but what about you? Rowie grasped Chu Fian's hands. What do you take me for? Merely a tool to be used when convenient and discarded at will? Though Chu Fian, have experienced divorce and feel unworthy of you. I am not a frivolous woman. Since I have chosen you and you treat me and Yaya sincerely, I will wholeheartedly reciprocate. If circumstances allowed, I would wish to be with you always, but I cannot. For I still have Yaya. Chu Fian raised her delicate face, her enchanting eyes reflecting an unprecedented determination as she gazed at Rowie. You are an exceptionally good person. In this world, I doubt one could find anyone better than you. Unfortunately, I met you too late. She raised a hand to cover Rowie's mouth and continued. I never intended to push you towards others. Even the thought of sharing you with someone else brings me sadness. However, I cannot be selfish. You are cultivating the Huangdi Neijing, and if you wish to enhance your strength swiftly, this is the only way. The stronger you become, the better our lives will be, won't they? Rowie, what can I possibly say to you? Rowie removed her hand from his mouth, exasperated. Please, do not utter such phrases about being unworthy again. There are countless divorced individuals in this world, and those in second, third, or even fourth marriages live freely and happily. As for the Huangdi Neijing, I believe in taking things as they come. Otherwise, with my capabilities, without boasting, I could easily attract women. With that, Rowie lowered his head. I didn't force anything. It was Mu Cheng who sought me out. Chu Fian pushed Rowie away, glancing back at the curtain before saying, actually, having another woman around you could be beneficial. At least she could help look after Yaya, or at the very least, assist you in relieving some physical stress. The air conditioning in the carriage hummed loudly, drowning out their conversation, but they were not concerned about the little girl overhearing. An hour later, Rowie and Chu Fian, accompanied by Yaya, approached a train car where they entrusted Yaya to a girl for care before entering the compartment. This was a designated area for treating the injured, clean and orderly, with relatively ample space. Within the spacious compartment lay 6 hospital beds, and Situ Ching rested upon one of them. Professor Chu, Professor Rowie, you've arrived, Avril greeted them, rising to invite them to sit. Professor Rowie, Professor Chu, Situ Ching's weak voice followed suit. Do not move. Just rest properly, Chu Fian urged, stepping forward to gently press her hand on Situ Ching's shoulder. Don't mind us. We merely came to check on you. Situ Ching did not put on a brave front, obediently lying in bed, her eyes sincerely meeting Rowie's as she expressed, Thank you, Professor Rowie. Why thank me? The one who saved you was Wang Shiyu. Rowie waved his hand dismissively, not wishing to take undue credit. Had it not been for you, Professor Rowie, who disregarded previous grievances to rescue me and slay that wild boar, I would never have awaited Wang Shiyu's arrival. You are both my saviors, Situ Ching replied. Dio, you think I'm ugly? Rowie chuckled. Such a sudden shift in conversation left even someone as poised as Situ Ching momentarily speechless. There's a saying online. If a woman is saved by a handsome man, she might say, in gratitude, I shall offer myself in return, whereas if he is less than attractive, her response would differ in gratitude, I shall serve you in the next life. Rowie laughed. So, do you think I'm handsome? Situ Ching's pale visage flushed with 2 blooms of red as she momentarily struggled for an appropriate response. To declare him handsome might imply she wished to offer herself in return, while to assert he was not handsome felt disingenuous and ungrateful for his life-saving assistance. Ha, just joking, Rowie smiled gently, not wishing to put Situ Ching in a difficult position. Professor Rowie's handsomeness is widely acknowledged. Many students and even faculty privately refer to you as a male deity, Avril chimed in with a laugh. Chu Fian glanced at Rowie's striking features, unconsciously nodding in agreement. After all, her initial attraction to Rowie was not solely based on his character but also on his looks. Haha, it seems Professor Chu is also a fan of good looks, Avril teased, playfully tugging at Chu Fian's arm. I've always wanted to ask, if it's not too much trouble, when did you and Professor Rowie get together? Chu Fian's cheeks flushed crimson, feeling embarrassed to admit that she had willingly surrendered to Rowie to seek refuge under pressure. Rowie, noticing her discomfort, interjected, I started pursuing Professor Chu 3 years ago. Chapter 18. Su Muching. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian cast a grateful glance at Rowie, feeling that her sacrifices were worthwhile. Her gaze softened as she regarded Rowie. I never realized you, with your thick brows and big eyes, could tell a lie without batting an eyelash. Outside the carriage, Chu Fian wrapped her arms around Rowie's, admiring the chiseled profile of his face, and teasingly remarked, Indeed. How could this charming young man possibly deceive anyone? I shall return to inform Avril and Situ Ching of the truth. Rui slapped his forehead and halted in his tracks, preparing to turn back to the ambulance. Wait, I was wrong. I apologized. Chu Fian quickly grasped his ARM. Is an apology all it takes? Rui replied, his nose in the air. What do you want then? Chu Fian asked. The game we just played, let us do it 3 more times. Rui suggested. No, absolutely not. Chu Fian immediately rejected the idea. Fine. Then I will simply tell Situ Ching and Avril that one evening at dusk, a highly educated and respected beauty professor unexpectedly knocked on the door of this single man's home. Rui declared. Chu Fian clutched Rui's arm tightly, her crystalline teeth nibbling on her red lip as she bashfully replied. Once. I'll accompany you at most once, at least twice. Both understood that one feigned retreat was merely a ruse, while the other's refusal was just as false. It was all in good fun. Ultimately, Chu Fian, like a pouting child, reluctantly agreed to Rui's request for 2 rounds. Mommy, Daddy, do you not want me anymore? The crisp, clear voice rang out abruptly amid the swirling snow. Rui and Chu Fian halted, exchanging glances before recalling the presence of their daughter. For a moment, they both felt as if the child was somewhat extraneous, though this was merely a jest. Rui swiftly approached the little girl, crouching to brush the snow from her head before scooping her up in his arms. How could we ever abandon our little angel? You must be freezing. Come, I shall escort you home. With those words, he cradled the little girl in one arm and grasped Chu Fian's hand with the other, making his way towards his designated carriage. The delays caused by the wild boars had set the convoy back by over 3 hours. It was now noon. They decided to take a brief respite until everyone had finished their lunch before resuming their journey. The wind howled mercilessly, the snowflakes varying in size, while the temperature steadily plummeted. By the end of the day, 2 more souls succumbed to the biting cold, losing their lives. As dusk fell, the convoy came to a halt. A group of individuals gathered around the flickering campfires, numbly consuming their rationed food. Damn it! Why must I endure this suffering? One among them could no longer bear it, tossing aside his food and rising to bellow, Fong Ching Han, come out here. We were doing just fine in Deep Sea City. Why must we migrate? If you don't provide us with an explanation today, what do you intend to do? In a flurry of white fox fur, Fong Ching Han appeared, gliding into the crowd like an ethereal spirit, leaving no trace in the snow. Upon meeting her piercing, tranquil gaze, the man's fervor was doused like cold water, an inexplicable chill enveloping his heart, rendering him momentarily speechless. Following me is your own decision. I reiterate, I shall not force anyone to stay if they wish to leave. Fong Ching Han's eyes swept over the assembly, her voice turning icy as she continued, to be frank, if you all choose to depart, it would be a boon for me, so why do you cling to me like a limpet? With her words, a profound silence fell over the crowd. Observing this, Fong Ching Han softened her tone slightly, stating, in this bitter cold, it is inevitable that lives will be lost along the way. I understand the pressure you face. This time, I shall overlook it. Should there be a next time, do not blame Fong Ching Han for her lack of compassion. With that, her figure gracefully departed, quelling the unrest with mere words. Why did she not disclose to them that their migration aimed to discover a hidden paradise? The tale of looking for plums to quench thirst had been taught to us in elementary school. Offering them a glimmer of hope could motivate them further. As the president of a university, Fong Ching Han must surely grasp this principle, right? Luo Wei turned to Chu Fian, voicing his perplexity. Of course, King Han understands the story of looking for plums to quench thirst. However, that narrative is inapplicable to the present situation. Chu Fian regarded Luo Wei, patiently elucidating, today's individuals are not as naive as those of ancient times. They won't believe everything you say. Furthermore, our circumstances are far more brutal than those of that fable. No one can predict how long this journey will take, and if someone were to fan the flames of dissent, the consequences would be dire. But if she remains silent, how will these people perceive her? Luo Wei inquired. I know Ching Han well. She is indifferent to such matters, Chu Fian replied, shaking her head with a solemn expression. Luo Wei couldn't help but admire the woman. Despite bearing countless burdens, she appeared unfazed, as if she had prepared herself to confront anything. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resounded from the car door. Luo Wei and Chu Fian turned to see who was outside. Upon recognizing the visitor, Luo Wei's lips twitched slightly, while Chu Fian shot him a meaningful glance. Rising eagerly, she opened the door, exclaiming, "Mu Chung, what brings you here? Come inside. It's cold out, no. I want to go in. Teacher Luo, could you step outside for a moment? I need your assistance." Su Muching stood at the door, her gaze evasive, her voice filled with a pleading tone. Luo Wei understood well what Su Muching required of him and glanced at Chu Fian. Their eyes meeting in that moment, Chu Fian playfully winked at him and, using the dim light to her advantage, subtly gestured a thumbs up. Luo Wei's mouth twitched as he stood up, smiling at Su Muching. Before stepping outside as he brushed past Chu Fian, he couldn't resist giving her a firm pinch on her soft arm. Chu Fian's exquisite cheeks twitched, nearly eliciting a scream of pain, her glistening peach blossom eyes instantly misting over. Glaring reproachfully at Luo Wei. Despite her understanding nature, her generosity, and her wisdom, she felt unjustly treated by his sudden harshness. With a heart full of grievances, Chu Fian was left with nothing but the silhouette of his tall figure as he walked away. Bang! The door closed automatically, and Chu Fian gazed silently at the two retreating figures, her delicate teeth gently biting her alluring red lip, a glimmer of regret and concern in her eyes. She regretted it, regretted having given Luo Wei away to another. Simultaneously, she feared that Luo Wei might grow weary of her. Yet in this world, there were countless remedies, but none for regret. As Luo Wei and Su Muching walked further away, Chu Fian returned to her bed. Pressing closely to Yaya, yet she could not recapture the sensation of being held by Luo Wei. A feeling of loneliness gnawed at her heart like countless ants. Chu Fian had never felt so emotionally fragile. Realizing how much pain her own decisions had caused her. Have I truly fallen for him? She questioned herself. Otherwise, why does it hurt so much? Chapter 19. Willing to pay any price under the cold moonlight. The two figures tread softly upon the snow. Initially as strangers, their paths began to converge as they walked, their shadows intertwining. As they ventured further, the camp began to fade from view. After more than 10 minutes, Su Muching remained silent, prompting Luo Wei to remind her in this desolate wilderness, amidst the heavy snowfall. Straying too far from the camp could lead to disorientation in the darkness, a perilous situation. Hearing this, Su Muching paused momentarily, finally raising her head, which had been bowed low. Tall and slender, even cloaked in thick leather, her graceful figure was evident. Among the 4 campus beauties of Deep Sea University, each possessed impeccable looks and poise. Unlike the others, Su Muching hailed from an ordinary family. Ironically, what was perceived as a chance for the underprivileged to rise in this apocalyptic world brought her only endless dread and anxiety. Exceptional beauty might offer advantages in times of peace, but in the apocalypse, it became a curse. Fortunately, Fang Qinghan managed to maintain some semblance of order at Deep Sea University. However, it was impossible for her to tend to each individual constantly. Ultimately, one had to rely on oneself for protection. Yet, everyone she knew had awakened their special abilities, unlocking the genetic shackles within, gaining immense power, while she felt as though the heavens had forsaken her. In this frigid landscape, Su Muching dared not stray from the group at night, fearing that a hand might suddenly reach out from the darkness to drag her away to an unknown fate. This constant anxiety haunted her, causing many nights of waking from nightmares. Each day felt like a countdown to her demise, every moment stretching agonizingly long. She never knew when death might come knocking. There were countless times she considered surrendering to death, but ultimately, she lacked the courage to face it, knowing her parents had worked hard to raise her. Life was a gift from them. She could not simply give up. Perhaps she would awaken tomorrow. Amidst the flickering hope and despair, she drifted through countless days, feeling as though she was suffocating, teetering on the brink of madness. Just then, Chu Fian awakened. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she sought out Chu Fian to inquire. Initially harboring little expectation, yet unexpectedly receiving delightful news. Chu Fian's awakening had been orchestrated. Not a natural occurrence in that moment. It was as if she, lost in despair, suddenly glimpsed a ray of light. Teacher Luo? May I ask if Teacher Chu's awakening is due to you? Su Muching, her gloved hands tightly clutching her clothing, gazed at Luo Wei with eager, sparkling eyes, her longing palpable even through her goggles. Luo Wei understood the grim circumstances ordinary people faced in this icy apocalypse and the fervent desire they held for abilities. Yes, he replied. nodding gently under the weight of her hopeful gaze. Upon hearing this, Su Muching immediately grasped Luo Wei's arm tightly, exclaiming, "Teacher Luo, I implore you, please help me. I don't want to die. My parents are still waiting for me in the countryside." At that moment, Su Muching resembled a drowning person clutching desperately at the last straw, her frail form exerting such force that Luo Wei felt a twinge of pain. "Calm down," Luo Wei said, gently prying her hands away while adopting a serious tone. "Fian must have told you how she awakened. To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. You might think I am taking advantage of the situation, but I truly have no other method." "Teacher Luo?" Su Muching began, removing her mask and goggles, letting her long, lustrous black hair cascade down under the faint moonlight. Su Muching is truly enchanting. Her palm-sized visage is fair as jade, with exquisite features reminiscent of an angel fallen from the heavens. Exuding an aura of innocence from within, "Teacher Luo, am I beautiful?" she inquired. Upon finishing her question, a subtle blush graced her porcelain cheeks. "Beautiful indeed. How could our little fairy from Deep Sea Academy not be?" Luo Wei replied candidly, "Su Muching embodies a beauty that stirs memories of first love in any man fortunate enough to behold her. She is pure, untainted, untouched by the dust of the world. Teacher Luo, you are a man of virtue, yet if it means awakening my powers, I would gladly pay any price." Su Muching lightly bit her rosy lip, her determination evident as she reached for the buttons of her clothing. Luo Wei, understanding her intentions, swiftly raised his hand to stop her. This was not a matter of his integrity or virtue, but rather a reluctance to act impulsively. Given Su Muching's delicate constitution, losing the clothing made from monster hide would likely lead to her demise in no time. "Are you trying to get yourself killed by undressing here?" Luo Wei retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Su Muching, upon hearing this, suddenly remembered her own vulnerability, feeling both embarrassed and anxious, unsure of what to do. "Why are you in such a rush when I am not?" Luo Wei, exasperated, took her hand and urged, "Let us go. We'll find a solution back home." Previously, housing was a scarce commodity. Now, even in the apocalypse, it remains so. The outside world would freeze one to death, and there was no suitable place within the convoy. At that moment, the question of where to awaken Su Muching had become the most vexing dilemma. Throughout the journey, Su Muching kept her head down, allowing Luo Wei to lead her, her earlobes flushed under the faint moonlight, presenting a rather adorable sight. "Why are you back so soon?" Chu Fian, noticing the two returning in less than half an hour, displayed a hint of delight, swiftly followed by a look of confusion. Luo Wei's expression darkened at her words. "You're a professor, not a beast. Stop driving me crazy." Su Muching cast Chu Fian a strange look. After ushering them into the vehicle, Chu Fian was about to speak when suddenly, the radio in the carriage crackled to life. "Fian, come here. I need to discuss something with you." It was Fang Qinghan's voice. "Received. I'll be right there." By the way, should Luo Wei come along as well?" Chu Fian replied. The person on the other end hesitated briefly before responding. "Yes, bring him too." "All right." Upon hearing this, Chu Fian's face brightened with joy. Luo Wei, observing this, felt perplexed. Why was this woman so exuberant? Little did he realize that Chu Fian's elation stemmed from his return, allowing her to be by his side once more. At that moment, she truly acknowledged Luo Wei's significance in her life. Despite having spent only a few days together, she had unwittingly grown dependent on him. However, Chu Fian soon grappled with another concern. What about Yaya? The girl was still too young, and it was cold at night. Bringing her along might expose her to the chill. Both Luo Wei and Chu Fian shared this worry, and as if reading each other's minds, they simultaneously turned their gazes towards Su Muching. The poor girl, who had yet to awaken her powers, had instead been conscripted as an unpaid caretaker. Hee. It seems I possess foresight. Under the moonlight, Chu Fian tightly clutched Luo Wei's arm, tilting her head with a smug expression. Chapter 20. The seer Luo Wei wore an unusual expression. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, he sensed that this childlike beauty of a professor had grown more attached to him. Moreover, her joy often appeared inexplicable, leaving one bewildered. "What good news do you have? Share it with me so I may also rejoice," Luo Wei inquired with curiosity. "Nothing at all," Chu Fian answered, looking puzzled, yet her eyes sparkled with delight. "No good news, yet you smile so radiantly?" Luo Wei remarked. "Just consider it my joy in finding a good man, Chu Fian replied, her bright smile dazzling. Haha, since your words are so sweet all of a sudden. Let me see if you've smeared honey on your lips. Luo Wei, delighted, pretended to lean in to kiss her. Chu Fian, noticing this, quickly raised her hand to cover his mouth, her voice ringing clear. We are, after all, addressed as teachers. Though it is night, we are still outside. Even in the apocalypse, we should be mindful of our image. All right, Luo Wei conceded, though a hint of disappointment crossed his face. Chu Fian, noticing this, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, swiftly stood on her tiptoes and pecked Luo Wei's cheek before darting away. Luo Wei. So, it seems only the officials are allowed to set fires while the common folk must not even light a candle. Such double standards are truly infuriating. One should strongly condemn such hypocrisy, ideally catching her and giving her a good smack. Luo Wei, with long strides, chased after her. As they playfully bickered along the way, they soon arrived at the location Fong Qinghan had mentioned. A tent had been set up beside Fong Qinghan's vehicle, with a charcoal fire burning in the center, around which over 20 men and women were seated. Among them were Xiao Cheng and Wang Shiyu, whom Luo Wei had seen earlier, along with 2 other women. In addition, Avril, Yao Xintong, some leaders from Deep Sea University, and several heads of refugees from society had gathered here. The tent was somewhat cramped, yet despite the limited space, a clear area of over a meter remained around Fong Qinghan, making her stand out even more amidst the crowd. Luo Wei and Chu Fian entered the tent, and a myriad of curious, scrutinizing, envious, and jealous gazes fell upon them, especially upon Luo Wei as they noticed Chu Fian holding his hand. Professor Chu, come sit here, Yao Xintong beckoned. Rising to greet them, Chu Fian grasped Luo Wei's hand and maneuvered past several women until they reached Yao Xintong's side. Avril, seeing this, magically produced 2 folding stools from her space and offered them to the duo. Thank you. Chu Fian expressed her gratitude. Luo Wei, however, shook his head, insisting, I'm fine standing. Although the tent was not large, squeezing in a seated Luo Wei was certainly manageable. However, with so many girls around, he felt it inappropriate to sit. Nonetheless, his choice inadvertently garnered him favorable impressions from the nearby girls. Unlike certain individuals, Yao Xintong cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Cheng, who was awkwardly nestled among Wang Shiyu and her companions, his hands restless. In these tumultuous times, one would encounter all kinds of people. It was as if he had never seen a woman before. Beautiful lady, would you like to squeeze in here? I can make some room for you, Xiao Cheng suggested to Chu Fian, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Despite the current climate, which forced all women to dress heavily, Chu Fian possessed an aura that distinguished her from the rest. When she removed her hood, many male eyes inside the tent lit up. Even though the 3 women beside Xiao Cheng were not lacking in beauty or figure, they paled in comparison to Chu Fian. Xiao Cheng's gaze was fervent, unabashedly revealing his desires. To him, this was simply being genuine. A virtuous lady deserves a worthy partner. The natural inclination of humanity is to seek love. In this post-apocalyptic world, Xiao Cheng had completely let himself go. His ability was known as the Seer. With this power, he occasionally glimpsed into the future. Over these past 2 months, he had seized opportunities, acquired treasures, sought companions, and dealt with future enemies, truly indulging in the life of a protagonist. Recently, he had caught a glimpse of a significant opportunity awaiting him at Deep Sea University. Thus, he had brought his partner along to join the fray. Now, as he surveyed the rather rudimentary meeting space, he knew his chance was near. However, at that moment, he spotted Chu Fian and, simultaneously, glimpsed another vision of the future. One that involved her. In that vision, Chu Fian adorned a flowing red gown that accentuated her alluring figure, emanating a commanding presence akin to that of a queen, powerful and assertive. The combination of her softness and strength was utterly captivating. Xiao Cheng felt that having encountered such a woman, he could not let her slip away. Thank you, but I'm quite comfortable sitting here, Chu Fian politely declined Xiao Cheng's offer with a smile. Luo Wei turned to Xiao Cheng, whose face could only be described as passably handsome, and frowned slightly. His intuition alerted him to the fact that this ever-smiling youth harbored ulterior motives. With this thought in mind, he scrutinized Xiao Cheng's grin, feeling an overwhelming urge to slap that face to see if the smile would persist. Noticing Luo Wei's gaze, Xiao Cheng turned towards him, offering a suggestive smile. Luo Wei then shifted his attention to Wang Shiyu, saying, "Miss Wang, if you lack a seat, you're welcome to sit beside me." Wang Xiyu, nestled in Xiao Qing's embrace, quickly pressed down on his restive hands upon hearing Luo Wei's invitation, shaking her head with a blush. "Thank you, Teacher Luo, but no, I'm quite comfortable here." Just as she finished speaking, Wang Xiyu suddenly covered her mouth, letting out a soft cry of pain, evidently having been pinched too hard by Xiao Cheng. Just a dying person, why bother with him? Xiao Cheng, filled with dissatisfaction, bit Wang Xiyu's ear, incensed by her conversation with Luo Wei, and his hands grew increasingly audacious. In truth, he harbored a tinge of jealousy towards Luo Wei, who not only possessed a more imposing and handsome stature, but also had a woman of superior quality by his side. "Tong Tong, please make 30 copies of these documents," suddenly commanded Fang Qinghan. Having been engrossed in writing at a desk, Fang Qinghan finally lifted her head and handed her completed work to Yao Xingtong. "All right," Yao Xingtong replied promptly, accepting the documents with both hands before making her way through the crowd and exiting the tent. Once Yao Xingtong had departed, Fang Qinghan scanned the tent and her gaze ultimately fell upon Wang Xiyu, whose cheeks were flushed and whose eyes sparkled like spring water, causing her brow to furrow slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng, who had been acting brazenly, quickly withdrew his hands from Wang Xiyu's embrace, for this matter pertained to his own fortune. Wang Xiyu was his woman. There was no need to rush the amusement. "Miss Wang, you saved my life. I mentioned that I owe you a favor, and now you may express your wishes, as long as it lies within my capacity. I shall endeavor to fulfill them," Fang Qinghan stated. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiyu instinctively glanced back at Xiao Cheng. Ever since she had begun following him, she had developed a habit of yielding to his decisions. Whether significant or trivial, today, she had saved someone, and now it was the same. "Can I make any request?" Wang Xiyu inquired. Xiao Cheng smiled gently, patting her thigh to signal her to rise. She stood, and he followed suit, his gaze locking onto Fang Qinghan, eyes brimming with an aggressive intensity as he brazenly scrutinized her alluring and statuesque figure. Fang Qinghan's brow tightened, suppressing the urge to draw her sword. She turned to glance at Wang Xiyu, inhaled deeply, and managed to quell her disgust and anger. "Very well, as long as it remains within my capacity, I will do my utmost to accommodate your requests." Xiao Cheng grinned, his mouth stretching wide as he looked at Fang Qinghan and enunciated deliberately. "Then I want you." Clang. The moment Xiao Cheng's words fell, a sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed within the tent as a glimmering sword, cold as snow, illuminated the space with an icy radiance, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. Everyone present felt a shiver run down their spines, their skin prickling with goosebumps. Luo Wei swiftly pulled Chu Fian behind him, his expression one of shock as he gazed at Fang Qinghan, who was now slowly rising. What kind of power does this woman possess? Luo Wei had previously considered himself quite formidable, but in comparison to Fang Qinghan, he instantaneously understood the adage that goods are to be compared and people are to be measured. His previous perceptions were painfully shallow. "Just a jest, surely Principal Fang does not harbor a grudge." Xiao Cheng's voice cracked nervously as he realized a bronze sword's tip had pierced his brow, mere inches away from penetrating his skull. A collective gasp filled the air as everyone pondered whether they could evade such a lethal strike if it had been aimed at them. "Your jest is far from amusing. I do not wish for a repeat of this incident. Also, I find your current gaze quite appealing." Fang Qinghan's voice resonated once more, making the crowd aware of Xiao Cheng's trembling eyes. Filled with fear, sweat beading on his pale forehead, the brash demeanor he had displayed earlier was now a stark contrast to his current state. Such a gaze must not reappear. "Should I catch you looking at me in that manner again, I shall remove your eyes," she declared, her words ethereal and crisp yet devoid of any emotion, sending a chill through the onlookers. "Understood," Xiao Cheng stammered, swallowing hard and nodding fervently, his demeanor resembling that of a frightened quail. With a swift clang, the bronze sword, akin to a bolt of lightning, returned to Fang Qinghan, circling her twice before shrinking and vanishing into her forehead. "Is this the wondrous nature of a top-tier extraordinary artifact? It surely rivals the legendary treasures." The spectators couldn't help but reflect in awe. "Now, you may state your desires." Fang Qinghan resumed her seat, her gaze fixated on Xiao Cheng. This time, he fell silent, glancing at Fang Qinghan before quickly averting his eyes and contemplating. "I desire the complete version of the documents you just copied." He emphasized the last few words heavily, aware that Fang Qinghan's earlier offering was incomplete. Fang Qinghan, taken aback, scrutinized Xiao Cheng, suspecting he might be a reincarnated being. Yet, she dismissed the thought. The world was rife with inexplicable phenomena. Perhaps he had an innate ability, or someone around him possessed special powers, or perhaps he wielded some treasure. Asking him directly wouldn't guarantee honesty. So she opted not to expend her mental energy, stating, those documents were just compiled, and currently, only the basic version is available. You may have to wait for the complete version in the absence of provocation. Fang Qinghan was quite amenable, her demeanor friendly and devoid of arrogance. I can wait. I trust Principal Fang will uphold her promise, Xiao Cheng replied. Of course. Fang Qinghan nodded, affirming her commitment. Just then, Yao Xingtong returned with the printed documents. Fang Qinghan gestured for her to hand a copy to Xiao Cheng. Once Xiao Cheng received the papers, she promptly issued a dismissal, indicating that what followed would be a high-level meeting among the team leaders. And Xiao Cheng was not suited to remain. In truth, Fang Qinghan merely wished to avoid their presence. She had no desire to see any of them, be it Xiao Cheng or the three women accompanying him. Men were lewd and women lacked decorum. Yet, Fang Qinghan felt she lacked the standing to judge them. Perhaps those women were merely acting out of necessity, so she simply wished for them to leave her sight, preferring to avert her eyes from what she deemed unsightly. However, while she spoke without intent, others listened with intent. Principal Fang, since you have declared this a high-level meeting, should we not also request this individual to leave? A man in his 30s provocatively interjected, directing his gaze at Luo Wei. The man, fair-skinned and refined in appearance, donned gold-rimmed glasses and exuded the demeanor of a gentleman. Fang Qinghan, Luo Wei is Fian's husband. It was I who requested he accompany her for safety, Fang Qinghan clarified. Had anyone else heard such an explanation, they might have seized the opportunity to withdraw, for Fang Qinghan was reclusive and characterized by her unilateral decision-making. Receiving her explanation was already a considerable concession. Yet, the bespectacled man reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, his expression darkening as he pointed at Luo Wei. Since she has arrived safely, you may wait outside. This is a high-level meeting, and you lack the qualifications to participate. Luo Wei? Who is this? Luo Wei inquired, glancing at the man before leaning closer to Chu Fian, his tone affectionate. As he spoke, his peripheral vision caught the man's reaction to his affectionate display with Chu Fian, causing the man's expression to darken and his fists to clench instinctively, realization dawning upon him. Ah, a rival. His name is Wu Fei, a specially appointed professor at the academy. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian instinctively recoiled, feeling Luo Wei's warm breath tickle her ear, and whispered, "This person is quite bothersome. 4 years ago, when I first arrived at the school, he persistently pursued me. I've heard he has a violent streak and is a third-tier ability user. In the past 2 months, I've been most anxious about encountering him. Not only is he a scoundrel, but also a pervert," Luo Wei muttered, recalling that Chu Fian had still been married 4 years ago. A specially appointed professor at the academy, yet he persistently pursued a married woman? Coupled with a violent disposition, this was beyond mere character flaws. It was the mark of a true scoundrel and deviant Wu Fei. Is it? Before Luo Wei could voice his thoughts, Fang Qinghan interjected, her pale, porcelain-like face as cold as ice, her eyes devoid of emotion as they bore into Wu Fei. Wu Fei felt a jolt of fear, realizing the gravity of his actions. Fang Qinghan had long been known as a formidable force in the education sector. Someone no one dared to provoke. Since the celestial anomalies began, she had become even more ruthless, showing no mercy. In the past 2 months, the number of heads she had claimed surely numbered in the hundreds. She was a terrifying presence. However, Wu Fei was not an ordinary individual. He possessed a sturdy mental fortitude. Chapter 22. The saintly mother. The 20 or so individuals within the tent fell silent, not daring to breathe. Wu Fei swallowed hard, casting a furtive glance at those surrounding him before steeling himself. Principal Fang, I am Wu Fei, if memory serves. You are a specially appointed professor, correct? Fang Qinghan's voice followed immediately, her emotionless gaze fixed upon Wu Fei. So, you hold no formal position within our academy, do you? Wu Fei, feeling the weight of her words, adjusted his glasses, attempting to mask his embarrassment and anxiety. Yes, that's correct. Without a formal position, what qualifications do you have to attend our high-level meeting? Leave, Fang Qinghan stated coldly. Upon hearing Wu Fei's words, his facial muscles involuntarily twitched slightly. For the sake of his dignity, he could no longer afford to be afraid. Principal Fong, I am a specially appointed professor at the academy. Moreover, not all attendees at this conference are from the school. I am in charge of a team of over 200 individuals. Speaking of his 200 subordinates, Wu Fei's posture straightened a little. This is my domain, and I have the authority to decide who stays. No objections, I trust? Fong Qinghan interjected, surveying the room. As her gaze swept across the assembly, everyone averted their eyes, not daring to voice dissent. Is 200 a significant number? Noticing their reaction, Fong Qinghan's eyes returned to Wu Fei. If that's the case, why don't you return and bring your 200 along before we continue our discussion? As she spoke, a chilling aura emanated from her. Wu Fei felt the murderous intent radiating from Fong Qinghan, a chill creeping down his spine. He averted his gaze, opened his mouth to speak, but upon seeing the impatience flickering in Fong Qinghan's eyes, he wisely refrained from continuing. Leave this place. I have no desire to repeat myself. Fong Qinghan, observing Wu Fei's silence, was not inclined to let him off the hook. Wu Fei understood that Fong Qinghan was determined to use him to establish her authority. The situation was stronger than the individual. He could only huff in indignation, shooting a venomous glare at Luo Wei before departing. Principal Fong, I shall take my leave as well, Luo Wei spoke, hoping to slip away unnoticed. However, Fong Qinghan saw through his intentions immediately. You stay put, she commanded, fixing Luo Wei with a glare. Luo Wei, upon hearing this, could only offer an awkward smile, resignedly retracting his steps to stand obediently behind Chu Fian. Surveying the remaining individuals in the tent, those present that evening were primarily influential figures among the over 20,000 individuals in their ranks. Either they were exceptionally powerful or had numerous followers. Luo Wei preferred to remain in the background, thus had always lingered on the periphery. This time, he had inadvertently entered the upper echelons by associating with Chu Fian. However, these were mere superficialities, and Luo Wei cared little about them. In today's world, only strength held true value. Yao Xingtong and Avril each distributed a stack of photocopied documents to everyone present. This is the cultivation method I have compiled. If you're interested, feel free to take it back for study. Fong Qinghan's voice resonated, her tone nonchalant as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, upon receiving the documents, the eyes of the crowd instantly lit up. Thank you. Principal Fong, they all hastily expressed their gratitude. Whether sincere or feigned, their apologies felt genuine in that moment. After all, Fong Qinghan possessed two top-tier extraordinary treasures. Anything she offered was undoubtedly exceptional, and no need for thanks. I require you to pass these cultivation methods on to everyone. The overall strength of this group is far too weak. At this rate, the migration to ancient Chang'an will take an eternity. Fong Qinghan asserted. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. For those in power, having subordinates who were weak was advantageous for control. Yet, under Fong Qinghan's watchful gaze, they could only nod in agreement. If that is settled, you may all take your leave, Fong Qinghan stated, issuing a clear dismissal. As the assembly rose, a few remained behind. Speak. What is it you wish to discuss? Fong Qinghan inquired, fixing her gaze on the lingering individuals. Principal Fong, might it be possible for us to receive additional food supplies? Our group contains many elderly and children, and during the migration, it has become quite challenging to procure enough food through labor. One middle-aged man spoke up. Fong Qinghan glanced at him before shifting her gaze to the other two. And you? Do you also seek food? No, Principal Fong. I was wondering if we could be allocated one or two of the empty supply vehicles. The three-shift rotation is incredibly taxing, and many are struggling to endure, another responded. Indeed, two of our vehicles have broken down. Might you also provide us with a few? Echoed a third voice. With over 20,000 individuals migrating, the daily consumption of supplies was astronomical, and dozens of supply vehicles had indeed become available. However, distributing them in such a manner would undoubtedly lead to chaos. After all, humans are not troubled by scarcity but by inequality. I am aware of your circumstances. Return for now, and I will provide you with a response shortly, Fong Qinghan replied. At that moment, her brows furrowed slightly, the aura of the formidable leader dissipating. She no longer exuded her usual unilateral decisiveness. Luo Wei took note of this change. This woman was a classic case of a sharp tongue but a tender heart, embodying the greatest compassion in a world gone awry. Nonetheless, She was astute and possessed formidable strength. She adapted her demeanor to suit different individuals and was not easily manipulated. Following such a compassionate leader was quite reassuring. Fian, what do you think we should do about this matter? After the three reluctant to depart had exited, Fang Qinghan rubbed her temples, a hint of a headache surfacing. I believe we should distribute resources, but not too liberally. Otherwise, some may become insatiable, Chu Fian suggested. We can allocate based on need, allowing those in need to participate in tasks, such as duty shifts, enabling them to earn a vehicle, while others could gain larger living spaces, Avril proposed. That could work for the vehicles, but what about the food? Fang Qinghan asked, as soon as the question was posed. Everyone furrowed their brows. The distribution of food was indeed problematic. When they were still at the academy, labor points could be used to allocate food, yet now, amidst migration, there were far fewer job opportunities. But the number of those in need remained unchanged. Observing Fang Qinghan and the others wearing troubled expressions, Luo Wei wisely chose to remain unobtrusive. Among such highly educated and intelligent women, even they could not devise a solution. He neither possessed superior intellect nor any extraordinary insight and thus had no answers. Perhaps we should adopt a capitalist approach, Chu Fian suggested, proposing to lend food to those in need, with repayment expected through labor or other means at a more suitable location. As a finance professor, Chu Fian was well versed in such matters and quickly outlined a comprehensive proposal. However, there was an inherent risk. If these individuals encountered difficulties along the way, the resources they took would be essentially wasted. Nevertheless, Fang Qinghan and the others did not wish to exploit these people. Rather, they sought a reasonable means to distribute resources to those in need, helping them survive as best as possible. But if we proceed this way, Qinghan, you will surely face severe backlash from these individuals, Chu Fian remarked, her expression tinged with sympathy for Fang Qinghan. Let them curse. I have endured far worse behind my back, Fang Qinghan replied nonchalantly. Once the arrangements were settled, her demeanor relaxed significantly, and she turned to Luo Wei, who had been silently observing. Luo Wei, what is your current level of strength? I am at the initial stage of the 4th rank. I just broke through this morning after the battle, Luo Wei replied. He had nothing to hide regarding his strength, as it was evident. Upon utilizing my abilities this morning, I broke through the 3,000 gene barrier. Fang Qinghan nodded in acknowledgement. 3,000 gene is commendable, but do not grow complacent. There are several individuals in our team who have reached the 4th rank. Luo Wei nodded in understanding, adopting a humble demeanor. Soon, he could not contain his curiosity and asked, Principal Fang, may I inquire what your current rank is? Fang Qinghan regarded him thoughtfully, replying, my classification of strength levels differs from yours. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's expression turned serious. Adopting an attentive posture, Fang Qinghan, pleased with his demeanor, intended to offer guidance. I classify strength into levels: Jing, blood exchange, organ training, and unification. She explained. I currently possess strength equivalent to the 3rd level of blood exchange. What would that equate to in terms of awakened ranks? Chu Fian inquired. This question echoed in the minds of all present, though they hesitated to ask directly. That should not pose a problem. Fang Qinghan said, glancing at the curious faces surrounding her. At the Jing level, I possess over 10,000 gene of strength. You may calculate that according to awakened ranks. Isn't that the level of strength that only a 10th rank awakened individual could possess? Yao Xingtong exclaimed in astonishment. Can a single person truly wield 10,000 gene of strength? Yao Xingtong gazed enviously at those around her. Although her awakening ability was unique, she was fundamentally quite fragile. Now, witnessing these prospective giants, her envy was palpable. That seems about right. As far as I know, once an awakened individual reaches the 10th rank, they automatically transition into the blood exchange phase. At that point, each level gained adds 2,000 gene of strength. Most importantly, they can mobilize their entire vital energy, resulting in explosive growth in power, speed, and overall physical resilience. Luo Wei remarked, his attitude shifting as he absorbed this information. Are there many individuals who have reached the blood exchange stage? Avril inquired. Fang Qinghan possessed a radio station that enabled communication with the authorities, thereby acquiring numerous secrets unknown to others, which prompted Avril to pose her question. Though not abundant, it was significant in relation to the total population. Fang Qinghan spoke with a labored breath, asserting that those who obtained top-tier treasures typically possessed cultivation levels around the blood exchange realm. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian could not help but glance at Luo Wei. Luo Wei, too, had a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Despite possessing a treasure, he wondered why there was such a stark difference. Others had already reached the blood exchange realm, while he was still reveling in his minor breakthroughs in the muscle refinement realm. By the way, Principal Fong, how are treasures classified? And do you know how they actually come into being? Luo Wei inquired. Seizing the rare opportunity, he abandoned any pretense of politeness and asked whatever came to mind. Among those present, no one understood treasures better than Fong Qinghan. The classification of treasures is quite simple. Those that can be absorbed into the body are considered top-tier treasures, while those that cannot are deemed ordinary treasures. Fong Qinghan explained as for how treasures come into being, it is rather difficult to articulate. However, one thing is certain. The richer the cultural connotation of a treasure, the greater its potential to become a unique treasure, and consequently, its power increases. Yet, top-tier treasures cannot be forcibly sought after. Acquiring them relies solely on luck. After clarifying the rules of treasure creation, Fong Qinghan continued. Some individuals have even set their sights on our national treasure, the Simuwu Ding. Before he could finish his thought, Yao Xintong eagerly interrupted. Did he succeed? He perished, reduced to a cloud of blood mist on the spot. Fong Qinghan replied, shaking his head lightly, so dangerous. Everyone gasped in astonishment. That is precisely why I say top-tier treasures cannot be forcibly pursued. Aside from the Simuwu Ding, there have been numerous attempts to claim other national treasures of significant historical value. But most have ended in failure, Fong Qinghan remarked. The only two successful cases were not due to human choice, but rather the treasures choosing their bearers. The more powerful the treasure, the more sentient it becomes, capable of selecting its master. All right, I share this knowledge with you as a precaution, Fong Qinghan concluded, clapping her hands. Wei, you and Tong Tong should return to rest. I need to have a private conversation with Fian. Upon hearing this, the two women promptly stood to take their leave. Luo Wei, feeling the weight of Fong Qinghan's gaze upon him, awkwardly scratched his head and turned to Chu Fian, saying, You two carry on. I will wait outside. With that, he turned and exited the tent. The biting wind howled as the white snow reflected the soft glow of the moon, creating an ambience that was not overly dark. Luo Wei moved a little further from the tent and summoned a book into his hands with a gesture. It was his treasure, the Huangdi Neijing, if Fong Qinghan's words were to be believed. His Huangdi Neijing also qualified as a top-tier treasure. Yet, in terms of his own strength, well, it was better left unsaid. However, Luo Wei quickly regained his focus. Those who possessed top-tier treasures had likely begun their training long ago, whereas he had only practiced twice thus far. Moreover, while the Huangdi Neijing did not directly enhance his combat prowess like Fong Qinghan's bronze sword, it bestowed upon him an indestructible physique, akin to an extraordinary advantage. Such an ability was likely beyond what most top-tier treasures could offer. What then was there to complain about? His lack of strength could only be attributed to his failure to train diligently. With this thought in mind, he glanced back at the tent, yearning to rush in and urge Chu Fian to seize the moment and return to training. Then, he recalled Su Mucheng, hastily shaking his head to dispel the distracting thoughts. He retrieved the training methods given to him by Fong Qinghan. Although the Huangdi Neijing contained some methods for physical cultivation, who would refuse more good things? Luo Wei studied the training methods in his hands, memorizing the key points, gesturing with his hands, gradually becoming engrossed in the task. Fian, do you blame me? Inside the tent, Fong Qinghan regarded Chu Fian, who sat opposite her by the fire. Blame you for what? Chu Fian replied, her expression one of astonishment. We are friends, yet at the most critical moment, I let you seek support from someone else. I was utterly irresponsible. Have you ever held it against me? Fong Qinghan said. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, could not help but laugh and shake her head. I thought it was something serious. I am not an inexperienced little girl. Some things I can comprehend. Sister Qinghan, your care for me has been more than sufficient. This journey has been fraught with danger. When you asked me to find someone, it seemed like you were shirking responsibility, but in reality, it was an expression of care. After all, you are merely one person, without superhuman abilities, nor can you be in multiple places at once. Chu Fian looked at Fong Qinghan and continued, given the challenges we've faced, the burden on your shoulders is already heavy enough. If I were to rely on you for protection, not only would I become a liability, but I would also be trifling with my own life. Fong Qinghan, upon hearing this, could not help but reveal a knowing smile on her flawless countenance. Her beauty truly unmatched. Does he treat you well? Fang Qinghan asked, glancing with concern towards a certain direction outside the tent. She had initially suggested that Chu Fian find someone to accompany her on this journey and was worried about her friend's well-being. Fearing that if things went poorly, she would feel responsible. Seeing the worry on Fang Qinghan's face, Chu Fian gently shook her head, her stunning visage illuminated by the firelight, resembling a ripe persimmon, radiantly enticing. He treats me wonderfully. Good, Fang Qinghan nodded. If he bullies you again, tell me, and I shall take care of him. Bully me? Chu Fian replied in confusion. Awei has always treated me well. He has never bullied me. Who says he hasn't? On the night we migrated, you clearly said you didn't want to. The more Fang Qinghan spoke, the softer her voice became, yet she persisted in delivering her words. That fellow disregarded a woman's wishes. Isn't that bullying? Chapter 24. The reason upon hearing this, Chu Fian nearly exploded on the spot, awkwardly digging her fingers into the ground, wishing she could burrow into a 3-bedroom apartment. Fang Qinghan observed Chu Fian's head buried between her legs, feeling slightly embarrassed herself. After all, this was a matter of personal concern. Yet, it was because of her that Chu Fian sought out Luo Wei. She was genuinely worried about her dear friend facing any grievances. No, it's not what you think, Sister Qinghan. You don't understand. Awei treats me very well. You need not worry or feel guilty. Chu Fian raised her head, looking at Fang Qinghan, suppressing her own embarrassment as she explained. In fact, I owe you my thanks. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had the courage to meet such a wonderful man like Awei. Fang Qinghan scrutinized her friend with discerning eyes until she was convinced that Chu Fian was not lying. Allowing her to relax then, she hurriedly changed the subject. As the moon hung low over the willow trees, Chu Fian and Fang Qinghan finally emerged from the tent, walking one after the other. Sister Qinghan, I'm heading back first. You should rest early, Chu Fian said, glancing at Luo Wei, who was practicing his punches in the snow, before waving goodbye to Fang Qinghan. Upon hearing the commotion, Luo Wei realized that the two had concluded their conversation and immediately ceased his practice. Walking over to them, Principal Fang, we shall take our leave now. Until next time, he waved at Fang Qinghan. Yes, you were injured in battle this morning. Take a day off tomorrow to spend more time with Fian and Yaya. Fang Qinghan replied. Luo Wei was momentarily taken aback by her words, but quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously and saying, Thank you, Principal Fang. Just doing my duty. There's no need for formality, Fang Qinghan said. Turning to enter her designated vehicle, Awei, are you injured? Is it internal damage? Tell me where it hurts, came Chu Fian's worried voice from outside the vehicle. Silly, I'm not hurt, don't make a fuss. Principal Fang opened a back door for us. Can't you see that? Luo Wei's deliberately lowered voice came through. Fang Qinghan turned her head, her gaze passing through the car window, observing the two departing into the moonlight, a smile inadvertently spreading across her face. Beneath the cold moonlight, Chu Fian tightly clung to Luo Wei's arm, her soft and enchanting profile illuminated by the moonlight, radiating a blissful smile. When she looked at Luo Wei, her eyes seemed to sparkle. It was at that moment that Fang Qinghan fully believed Chu Fian's words. Luo Wei truly treated her well. Otherwise, she would never display such an expression. Suddenly, Fang Qinghan recalled her earlier conversation with Chu Fian. Her fair cheeks flushing, followed by a disdainful snort. I don't understand. Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. However, upon reflection, she realized she truly had never seen one. Principal Fang treats you exceptionally well. It might be comparable to that of real sisters, Luo Wei exclaimed after hearing Chu Fian's account. Of course. Sister Qinghan is like my own sister. If you dare to bully me, I'll tell my sister and have her deal with you, Chu Fian declared with pride. She recounted her conversation with Fang Qinghan to Luo Wei, omitting only the more embarrassing details. Bully you? When have I ever bullied you? Luo Wei exclaimed as he pulled Chu Fian into his embrace, feigning ferocity. You are bullying me right now, Chu Fian replied, her face instantly adopting a pitiful expression. Is this what you call bullying? Luo Wei internally scolded her for being a temptress, then chuckled darkly, saying, We are just getting started. When we return, I'll show you what real bullying is. With a decisive motion, he hoisted Chu Fian onto his shoulder and playfully gave her a pat. Remarking on the delightful sensation, Chu Fian exclaimed in surprise, quickly covering her mouth in fear of disturbing others, and lowered her voice to whisper, Aren't you afraid I might tell Sister Qinghan? Living under the peony. One may die, yet remain a dandy. I fear nothing, Luo Wei replied. Ah, Sister Qinghan, I was just playing around with Wei. Please don't be angry, Wei. Put me down quickly. Chu Fian suddenly struggled. Luo Wei, startled and believing her, promptly set her down and turned to look behind him, only to find the area empty. This woman? Luo Wei turned back, like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, lunging directly toward Chu Fian. In a fleeting moment, the chase led them back to their respective compartments. The night was frigid, yet both felt no chill. Instead, they sensed the distance between them had closed. Under the moonlight, the two figures embraced tightly, exchanging playful banter, their words dancing back and forth. After some time, the door to the car swung open. Su Muching, nearly asleep at the bedside, jolted awake, her body tensed like a coiled spring. She swiftly drew a dagger from her sleeve, her gaze warily fixed on the entrance. Luo Wei and Chu Fian exchanged a glance, recalling that besides Yaya, there was another person in the vehicle. Teacher Luo, Professor Chu, you're back, Su Muching exclaimed, her tense expression relaxing upon seeing them. Then I shall take my leave. Having spoken, she cast a fearful glance outside but resolutely stepped toward the door. It's unsafe for you to go out alone at this hour. Why not stay here tonight? Chu Fian suggested. Hearing this, Su Muching clearly hesitated, her gaze drifting towards Luo Wei. Since Professor Chu has spoken, then you should stay, Luo Wei declared. You three can squeeze onto the bed while I sit here until dawn. That won't do. Perhaps you two should go to the bed while I stay here, Su Muching hurriedly replied. All right, be good. You and Fian go to sleep on the bed, Luo Wei insisted. Su Muching, upon hearing this, dared not argue, and was soon pulled by Chu Fian to lie side by side on the small bed. Sleep soundly. Tomorrow, I'll have someone move the supplies from the back of my car. Then you can come over and we can live together, Chu Fian said. Ah. Su Muching was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chu Fian's intention. Noticing her naive expression, Chu Fian pulled up the blanket, covering their heads, and began to whisper conspiratorially beneath the covers. Luo Wei shook his head, fully aware of the subject of their hushed conversation. However, he was too preoccupied to intervene. After learning about the strength of the world's top powers from Fang Qinghan, a sense of urgency settled within him. Now, he had come to a realization in this frigid apocalypse, where resources were scarce and law had crumbled, nothing was more paramount than strength. Only with sufficient power could he protect Chu Fian and Yaya, ensuring their survival. Lacking strength, he feared he might not even be able to safeguard Chu Fian. Having grasped this, he no longer resisted Su Muching's presence. With this thought, he reached into his pocket and retrieved a plastic bag. Pouring out 7 thumb-sized orbs, under the moonlight, they shimmered with a mesmerizing brilliance. These were the crystalline cores generated within the brains of the monsters he had defeated. Human supernatural beings could absorb these crystals to rapidly enhance their powers and possibly gain abilities from the beasts. These 7 cores were spoils from the wild boars he had slain that morning, 6 by his hand and the last by Fang Qinghan. Earlier, Fang Qinghan had given all 7 cores to Chu Fian in exchange for the carcasses of the boars. It was neither a matter of who gained nor who lost. It was simply a transaction of mutual needs. Holding the crystals, he sat in the aisle, leaning against the supplies behind him, and slowly closed his eyes. At dawn, 6 o'clock, Luo Wei's internal clock rang true. Upon opening his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? He asked, observing Su Muching, who was almost straddling him with her legs spread wide. Her expression a mix of embarrassment and confusion. Su Muching realized her awkward position, her face flushing as she stammered. I just want to go to the bathroom. Luo Wei then noticed that his long legs occupied the entire aisle. For Su Muching to exit, she would have to climb over him. I'll accompany you. It's unsafe for you to go out alone, he said as he stood up. Su Muching stole a glance at him and gently nodded. Chapter 25. The human heart. The basic needs of eating and relieving oneself are merely human nature. There's no reason to feel shy about it. On the way back, Luo Wei observed the bashful girl and offered words of comfort. Su Muching's cheeks were flushed throughout the journey, her head bowed in silence. At his words, she felt even more embarrassed, softly responding with a hum. I can help you awaken your powers, but first, I have a question for you. Luo Wei swiftly redirected the conversation. What is it? Ask away, and I will answer honestly, Su Muching replied, lifting her head and setting aside her shyness. Don't be nervous. It's not a significant issue. Luo Wei waved his hand. To help you awaken your powers, it only takes one time that I want to know if you would still be willing to follow me after awakening. Or to be more direct, would you like to be my woman? Su Muching was taken aback by his question, thinking to herself, is this not a significant issue? After contemplating, she looked up at Luo Wei and replied, I'm just an ordinary person. If Teacher Luo doesn't he mind? I would be willing to follow you and be your woman. Luo Wei, gazing at Su Muching, reached out to gently pat her head, internally marveling at Chu Fian's prowess. Truly, she was adept at using her charm to influence others. He understood that Su Muching's willingness to follow him was entirely thanks to Chu Fian's influence. 3 of a kind beats a pair of kings. I have a royal flush. And no one wants it? I win, Luo Wei declared triumphantly, tossing his cards down as he observed the 2 girls opposite him, their faces plastered with sticky notes. He then turned to high-five Yaya, exclaiming, Yaya, it's your turn. Yaya, already eager, raised a note to her mouth and spat on it. Chu Fian, noticing this, felt her eyelids twitch, and just as she intended to dodge, Luo Wei caught her in a firm embrace. Yaya then swiftly slapped the note onto Chu Fian's face, when it was Su Muching's turn to face a penalty. She complied obediently, lifting her delicate face to allow Yaya to stick a note on her. And no more, you little traitor. You saw our cards and told your dad. How are we supposed to win? Chu Fian exclaimed, yanking the note off her face and glaring at the already exposed Yaya, fuming that's not fair. It was mostly because I had good cards. You and Muching were practically making eyes at each other. Even if I had a good hand, I wouldn't win against you too. How can I blame Yaya for that? Luo Wei countered. Exactly. Yaya nodded vigorously in agreement. Traitors, you too can play. We have work to do. Chu Fian shot a glare at Yaya before leading Su Muching away from the compartment. As the logistics officer, Chu Fian was responsible for coordinating the food supply for nearly 20,000 people. During mealtimes, she was at her busiest. Luo Wei cradled Yaya, watching Chu Fian command the logistics team as they unloaded supplies from various vehicles. Yaya, do you see how impressive Mommy is? He asked, admiring Chu Fian, who stood resolutely in the snowstorm, directing the workers with regal authority. Yes, Mommy is very impressive. When I grow up, I want to be just like her. The little girl replied with admiration. I also want to fight monsters and find more supplies to give Mommy and Daddy the best life. Luo Wei smiled warmly. Yaya, when you grow up, you will surely be as impressive as Mommy. Your parents will be waiting to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Once Chu Fian ensured that everyone had moved the food, she led a few individuals toward her vehicle. Taking matters into her own hands, she retrieved a significant amount of supplies from the car. This was her first time using her authority for personal gain. And to be honest, it felt somewhat guilty. However, thinking of Luo Wei, she suppressed her unease. Last night, Fang Qinghan's words not only struck a chord with Luo Wei but also instilled an unprecedented sense of crisis within Chu Fian. A soldier should be willing to die for their confidant. Luo Wei cherished her, cared for her, and respected her. Thus, she too should sacrifice for him and their family. Chu Fian didn't take everything from the vehicle, knowing that if she did, occupying the car alone would certainly invite criticism. Unlike Fang Qinghan, she lacked the audacity to disregard gossip, which was why she had refrained from touching her vehicle's supplies for so long. Even if living conditions were cramped, at least it provided a semblance of privacy. She did not wish to be crowded with others. After clearing a space for Su Muching to settle, Chu Fian finally paused. Away, take Muching back to tidy up. I'll take care of Yaya, Chu Fian instructed Otto, and make sure to bring this gun. Although firearms are not particularly effective against monsters and corpses, they wield far more intimidation against humans than blades. As he spoke, he retrieved a handgun from the vehicle and handed it to Ro. Ro nodded, transferring Yaya to Chu Fian before accepting the pistol she offered. He then led Su Muching toward the rear of the group. Along the way, shadows flitted about. Some were cooking, others warming themselves by the fire, while a few complained or uttered foul language, including curses directed at the elderly and children. Such a diverse array of humanity existed here. Fear not, Ro reassured, grasping Su Muching's gloved hand and offering her a reassuring smile. Simultaneously, he deliberately displayed the handgun at his waist. For humanity, the intimidating presence of firearms, symbols of stark truth, far surpassed that of gleaming blades. Those who cast lecherous glances at Su Muching, upon witnessing this blatant emblem of power, hastily retreated, none daring to approach. Ro guided Su Muching to her designated resting compartment, but refrained from entering. The compartment was a shared space, akin to a communal dormitory for women, and it operated on a rotating schedule for rest, as a man. Ro could not simply enter such a space. Shortly, Su Muching emerged, bearing a small bag. Her belongings were minimal, and within the current context, even fewer items were deemed useful. Thus, her backpack contained merely a few changes of undergarments. Muching, are you truly going to accompany this person? Have you surrendered? You must not bow to fate. You are one of the 4 campus beauties and a top student at Deep Sea Academy. How can you be so easily subdued by a man? A girl, not particularly round in appearance but decidedly square-faced, emerged and, upon seeing Ro, hurriedly urged Su Muching with kind words. Initially, Ro assumed this person was a friend of Su Muching's and nodded at her amicably. However, as he listened to her words, he couldn't help but frown. Though her intentions seemed good, she harbored ulterior motives. Her insistence that Su Muching must not yield to fate or be subdued by a man failed to consider the precarious situation Su Muching faced. Ro soon realized that in this world, many individuals existed who could not bear to see others thrive. This girl was likely one of them. Reflecting on once illustrious figures now reduced to lives akin to hers. Perhaps even worse, one could imagine the satisfaction derived from such a perspective. Who was this woman? Ro inquired of Su Muching, glancing at the square-faced girl. Su Muching couldn't help but chuckle at his question. Realizing her reaction was inappropriate, she quickly stifled her laughter and addressed the glowering girl. This is my roommate, Zhou Yuan. Oh, your classmate? Ro replied, feigning a smile. Why call her Zhou Yuan? Zhou Zheng would be much more fitting. It's pleasant to hear and easy to remember. As he spoke, Ro took Su Muching's hand and continued walking, not sparing Zhou Yuan another glance. Chapter 26. Jealousy distorts one's countenance. Hey, you, stop right there. Zhou Yuan's frustrated roar echoed, her palm pressing hard enough against the steel door to leave a distinct imprint. Ro paid no heed to her furious outburst. You heard me. I said stop. Are you deaf? Zhou Yuan seethed, her anger palpable. After 2 months of enduring indignities, this was the first time she had experienced such humiliation. In the past, she could tolerate mockery and scorn, but since her awakening, the once coveted beauties now catered to her every whim, and those who once looked down upon her now bowed in deference. Thus, she could no longer endure any slight. Who are you calling a bastard? Ro turned slowly, observing Zhou Yuan's exasperation with a smirk. Bastard? You. Zhou Yuan retorted, her mind racing yet her mouth failing to keep up. What do you mean by calling me a bastard? Ro grinned at her. Zhou Yuan's face turned a deep shade of anger, though jealousy simmered beneath. Su Muching is nothing but a waste. Why should she attract the attention of such an attractive man? Is it merely due to her beauty and figure? Jealousy indeed distorts one's countenance. She was losing her grip on sanity. Kid, do you even know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I couldn't crush you? Zhou Yuan threatened fiercely. Ro regarded her with astonishment, unsure if this square-shaped girl truly belonged to Deep Sea Academy. She doesn't even recognize me? He mused. This was not mere vanity. His striking appearance had drawn crowds since he became the library's administrator, significantly increasing its foot traffic, predominantly female. Those enamored with his looks were not fewer than any campus beauty's admirers. Had it not been for his professional ethics and fear of losing his position, he might have long since engaged in scholarly discussions with those lovely students. Please, don't say another word, Teacher Ro. Su Muching interjected, casting him a significant glance. Yuan is a level 3 ability user, extremely powerful. After revealing Zhou Yuan's capabilities, Su Muching continued, Yuan focused solely on her studies before, so she wouldn't recognize you. Teacher Ro. Yuan, this is our library's administrator, Teacher Ro, as well as Professor Chu's boyfriend. This situation is merely a misunderstanding. Professor Chu's vehicle had a bit of space, and since I am her assistant, she asked me to move in with her. Humph. Zhou Yuan scoffed coldly. Don't think that mentioning Professor Chu will intimidate me. I don't care what your reason for moving is. All I know is that a man named Ro insulted me. Zhou Yuan held no fear of Professor Chu, who was once revered as the deep sea goddess, a renowned professor known for her talent and beauty. Yet now, she was merely an ordinary person. While Zhou Yuan stood tall as a formidable level 3 ability user, now, I present you both with a choice. One of you can remain to serve me, fetching tea, warming my bed, and making my bed. Alternatively, both of you may stay. Zhou Yuan, no longer inclined to feign politeness, revealed her true nature. Her round, glimmering eyes betrayed an insatiable greed, fixating on Ro as though he were a delectable prize, the famous male deity of Deep Sea University. And she, having never had a boyfriend, was eager to claim him for herself. As her thoughts grew more intense, a hint of crimson crept onto her square face. Ro shivered involuntarily, reaching for his gun to shatter the disgusting visage before him. However, Su Muching, swift as lightning, grasped his hand to restrain him. Teacher Ro, Principal Fong has issued a strict order. During the migration, no one is to fire a weapon unless in a life-threatening situation. Disobedience may lead to expulsion from the group or, at worst, execution on the spot, Su Muching urged. Recalling the command, Ro acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Zombies were acutely sensitive to sound. Firing a weapon outdoors could attract hordes of the undead. While a single zombie posed little threat, a swarm could spell disaster. Chu Fian had only given him the gun to serve as a deterrent, emphasizing that it symbolized status and authority. Just brandishing it would compel others to reconsider their actions. You actually have a gun? Zhou Yuan gasped, startled by Ro's display. Though awakened individuals were powerful, they were not invulnerable to bullets, and the instinctual fear of firearms lingered deep within humanity's genetic memory. Ro, however, paid her no mind, collecting Su Muching's backpack, slinging it over his shoulder, and turning to leave. Ha! Su Muching, I truly misjudged you. I thought you were an aloof, proud, and principled individual. Yet, you are no different from other women. Ultimately reduced to selling your body for material gains, Zhou Yuan's taunts echoed behind them. Fuming, Ro could no longer contain himself. With a sharp exclamation, he spun around, striding to the door where he seized the smug girl by her collar. Yanking her out, he delivered 2 resounding slaps before she could even react, the speed of his actions far exceeding her newly acquired level 3 abilities. Zhou Yuan was left dazed, her previously square face visibly rounding from the blows. Is a level 3 awakener truly that strong? Ro scoffed, delivering another 2 slaps. He then surveyed the onlookers, their eyes averting his gaze as they pretended not to witness the spectacle. A loud scream erupted from Zhou Yuan. Her head buzzing, stars dancing before her eyes. As she regained her senses, she prepared to scream in fury, only to be flipped onto the snow, her mouth full of icy flakes as she fell. As the frigid snowflakes entered his mouth, Zhou Yuan suddenly shivered, his soul seemingly escaping in fright. He scrambled to his feet, disregarding Luo Wei, and crouched by another doorway, repeatedly spitting out saliva in a desperate frenzy. He even reached down his throat, ultimately retching up his bile while still wearing a face of sheer terror. The snowflakes concealed a deadly toxin for humanity. Although humans, now relying on potions, no longer feared direct skin contact with the snow. Attempting to satiate one's hunger with it, akin to a monster, was equally a death wish. Rest assured, as a third-tier awakened individual, consuming a few mouthfuls of snow won't be fatal. Don't ask how I know. Luo Wei glanced at Zhou Yuan and spoke in a measured tone, but his voice turned suddenly cold at the end, stating, out of consideration for your gender, I shall spare your life this time. Should I see you bully Su Muching again, I will stuff your grotesque mouth full of snowflakes, ensuring you eat to your heart's content. With that, he took Su Muching by the hand and turned to leave. Zhou Yuan watched the 2 retreating figures, his fear gradually morphing into hatred. Why? Why was Su Muching so fortunate? Despite having become a featherless phoenix, there were still those who regarded her as a treasure. She harbored such resentment. She despised the unfairness of fate. She loathed her parents for bestowing upon her such an unseemly appearance. She detested the peculiar glances from those around her. Yet, she had never contemplated that. In this instance of injustice, fate had allowed her to awaken her supernatural abilities early, and her parents, whom she so despised, had never regarded her with disdain. Instead, they had toiled tirelessly to raise her, never sparing any effort in providing for her needs. Moreover, the unusual gazes from those around her had never lacked kindness. Chapter 27. Idleness breeds idleness. Both Zhou Yuan and I hailed from rural backgrounds and had shared a reasonably good relationship in school. Zhou Yuan, once self-effacing and sensitive, navigated life with utmost caution, always appearing eager to please. However, after her awakening, she gradually transformed. Those who had bullied and mocked her in the past had not escaped her newfound cunning in these past 2 months. During this time, she had provided me with considerable assistance, shielding me from numerous troubles. Did she shield you from the advances of those boys who were somewhat formidable and overly attentive to you? Luo Wei remarked, unable to suppress a smirk at Su Muching's observation. This isn't care. She is merely fearful that you'll have it too good. I had previously failed to recognize her intentions, but her recent insults had jolted me into a true understanding of her character. Su Muching sighed. I never anticipated such a drastic change in someone within such a short span. Perhaps her true nature is inherently wicked. Human hearts are inscrutable. Do not waste your mental energy on someone unworthy, Luo Wei advised. Indeed. Su Muching nodded, gazing at Luo Wei with gratitude, feeling a bit bashful as she murmured, "Thank you, Brother Luo. Why the formality with me?" Luo Wei chuckled, however. "I do appreciate the title Brother Luo. Then I shall call you Brother Luo from now on," Su Muching declared in her mind, the image of Luo Wei, akin to a war god, fiercely confronting Zhou Yuan replayed, and she couldn't help but feel a deeper affection for him as she beheld his handsome countenance. "Brother Luo, I'm counting on you." Upon returning to Chu Fian's vehicle, Su Muching exclaimed, "Oh my, after just one outing, you're already calling him Brother Luo?" Chu Fian teased, her eyes glinting with mischief as she observed the evident closeness between the two. Teacher Chu, Su Muching, feeling shy, greeted her before snatching her backpack from Luo Wei and hurriedly making her way to the back of the car. "Jealous, are we?" Luo Wei remarked, glancing at Chu Fian. "I'm not," Chu Fian retorted, her expression slightly flustered. "Mama's lying. She is clearly jealous, and so am I. How sour." The adorable voice of a little girl chimed in, "Mama, lying is not something good children do. Only you talk so much." "I'll add vinegar to your dinner," Chu Fian replied, her face reddening, then glaring at the girl, gesturing as if to scold her. "Daddy, Mama is lying and wants to hit me. You must stop her." The little girl squealed, causing Luo Wei to chuckle as he grasped Chu Fian's hand, saying, "How could my darling Yaya be punished? Mama is merely playing with her. Is that true, Mama?" The little girl blinked her large, curious eyes at Chu Fian. "False," Chu Fian muttered, then opened the rice cooker, retrieving the steaming hot dishes. She called out to the back of the car, "Mu Cheng, come eat first. We'll tidy up later." "Okay." Su Muching, aware of the current conditions, understood that once the food was served, it would be troublesome if it cooled down. She promptly appeared before Luo Wei. Inside the vehicle, the air conditioning maintained a temperature of around 6 or 7 degrees. Although still a bit chilly, they no longer needed to wear thick beast pelts. Chu Fian donned a brown sweater paired with leather pants and boots, exuding a mature and capable aura, her voluptuous figure accentuated in a highly alluring manner. Su Muching, tall and slender, wore a white high-collared sweater and similarly fitted leather pants and boots. While her figure may not have been as voluptuous as Chu Fian's, she possessed an astonishing silhouette that radiated youthful vigor. With 2 stunning beauties accompanying him, Luo Wei found the meal particularly delightful. "Go help Mu Cheng tidy up her living quarters. Leave the rest to me." After the meal, Chu Fian sent Luo Wei and Su Muching to the back compartment. This compartment stretched about 12 to 13 meters in length and 5 meters wide. Such a vehicle would have been unthinkable in the past. Yet now, as long as it could be constructed, it could roam freely. Luo Wei and Su Muching navigated a narrow passage to the rear of the compartment, where a space of approximately 2 meters in diameter had been cleared. Luo Wei rolled up his sleeves and reorganized the supplies, expanding the space to 2 by 5 meters, roughly the same size as Chu Fian's living area. While Luo Wei busied himself, Su Muching was not idle. Although still an ordinary person with limited strength, she adeptly tidied up what she could. However, the cramped space inevitably led to their bodies brushing against each other. In such a confined area, with a lone man and woman, even a paragon of virtue like Luo Wei found himself slightly overwhelmed. Feeling parched, finally, the familiar scene from novels and films unfolded. As Su Muching busied herself, she inadvertently stepped on a bottle on the floor. Instinctively, she let out a startled yelp and, as if rehearsed, fell directly into Luo Wei's embrace. "What's wrong?" Before the virtuous gentleman could react, Chu Fian's timely voice interrupted, disrupting Luo Wei's moment. "Nothing, I just almost fell. It startled me." Su Muching quickly scrambled to her feet, glancing at Chu Fian as she approached from the passage. A hint of guilt in her demeanor. Glad to hear that I brought you a desk lamp, Chu Fian said. Thank you, Teacher Chu. Su Muching accepted the lamp. And no need to be so polite. We're all family now. Just call me Sister Chu from now on, Chu Fian replied warmly. Su Muching felt her cheeks heat up at this and recalled what Chu Fian had mentioned the previous night. Stealing a glance at Luo Wei, she softly called out, Sister Chu, acknowledging their newfound familial bond. Away. You take care of Yaya. I'll help Muching tidy up here, Chu Fian instructed. Luo Wei nodded. Having already moved the larger items, he knew Chu Fian, now an awakened individual, had sufficient strength to assist in moving the remaining supplies with ease. After spending a little time playing with Yaya in the front of the compartment, Chu Fian and Su Muching soon returned. At that moment, the lunch hour outside had officially ended, and the entire group prepared to set off again. In front of Luo Wei's vehicle, two massive, muscular beasts exhaled white mist from their nostrils as they galloped, pulling the vehicle with increasing speed and ease. Wow! These old bulls are incredibly useful. Though this scene was not new to him, Luo Wei couldn't help but exclaim in admiration each time. Simultaneously, he felt a pang of envy for Yao Xingtong's abilities. The primary function of supernatural powers lay in unlocking genetic locks. Most abilities lacked formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, Yao Xingtong's powers not only allowed her to control monsters in battle, but also proved immensely beneficial in various aspects of daily life. I wonder what abilities Mucheng will awaken? Chu Fian suddenly spoke, then looked at the two beside her, saying, Since we're idle, and your living space is tidied up, why don't you both awaken now? Upon hearing this, Luo Wei instinctively glanced at Su Mucheng. Chapter 28. For the sake of survival, robbery is easy to evade, but hidden malice is hard to guard against. Truly, the unseen seduction nearly strained my back. Su Mucheng's face turned crimson upon hearing Chu Fian's words, and she quickly lowered her head, wishing she could find a crevice to hide in. Ahem. Luo Wei cleared his throat and directed his gaze at Chu Fian, asking, Teacher Chu, what do you mean by idle time is still idle? Could you please explain? As he spoke, Ro extended his arm, encircling Chu Fian's waist and drawing her into his embrace. What are you doing? Yaya is still here, Chu Fian exclaimed, her expression flustered as she turned her head to look around. Yaya, what should we do if Mommy misbehaves? Upon hearing this, Ro turned to glance at the wide-eyed Yaya and playfully raised his eyebrows. Is Mommy misbehaving? Yaya cutely replied, When I misbehave, Mommy scares me by saying she will spank me. Maybe Daddy should scare Mommy a little. Ro couldn't help but chuckle at her words. I'm just joking with Yaya. How could Daddy, who loves Mommy so much, ever bring himself to scare her? With a smile, Ro ruffled the little girl's hair and added, Yaya and Sister Mucheng can play here while Mommy and I chat for a bit in the back. All right. Okay. But Daddy, you mustn't bully Mommy, or else Yaya won't talk to you today or tomorrow. The little girl warned earnestly. I promise I won't bully Mommy. I'll make her happy, Ro assured her. Chu Fian looked at her innocent daughter, feeling a mix of emotions as she realized this little cotton-padded jacket was torn but not completely so, leaving her feeling utterly helpless. Well, since we're just sitting here, let's go. Professor Chu, I have some academic questions I would like to discuss with you, she said, taking Ro's hand and, after a brief exchange with Su Mucheng, they strode toward the back of the carriage. This place is quite tidy, Ro commented as he sat down with Chu Fian, examining the makeshift bed created from wooden boxes, pressing his hand down in approval. It's broad daylight. Could you please not act recklessly? Chu Fian said, her pearly teeth biting her red lip as she anxiously watched Ro. Her expression timid. Fian, you wouldn't want us to perish on the road without clarity, would you? Ro responded seriously, looking intently at Chu Fian. Although she realized he was making excuses, her initial reluctance began to dissipate significantly. Seeing this, Ro quickly seized the opportunity, extending his arms to embrace Chu Fian's mature and graceful figure. In the snowy landscape, shadows flickered, forming a long line stretching into the distance, with occasional snowmobiles patrolling the sides of the queue. Despite knowing that the vehicle's glass was specially made to prevent outsiders from seeing inside, the brightness outside was overwhelming. Even though it's quite awkward, I must remind myself that this is for my training. To grow stronger and to survive, Chu Fian continually reassured herself, hypnotizing her thoughts. Sister Mucheng, did you hear any sounds? Yaya asked curiously, gazing at Su Mucheng. After listening intently, Su Mucheng replied uncertainly, It seems to be the sound of a cow breathing. But it sounds like it's coming from behind us, Yaya noted. That must be right, because there are cows behind us too, Sumu Chung declared confidently. The little girl nodded, believing her. After about 10 minutes, she added, Sister Mu Chung, do you feel the vehicle moving? Of course I feel it, Sumu Chung replied. Those two strong cows are pulling us forward, so the vehicle will naturally move. Yet, Yaya shook her head, saying, no, the vehicle seems to be swaying left and right, is it? Sumu Chung asked, sensing the movement more closely. A look of realization crossed her fair face as she explained. This must be caused by the uneven road. There's nothing to worry about, oh? Yaya replied, still somewhat doubtful. She then turned to look inside the carriage, murmuring, what are Daddy and Mommy doing? Why haven't they come back yet? Sister Mu Chung, do you think Daddy and Mommy secretly got out to play without taking us along? No, that can't be, Sumu Chung replied, suspecting she knew what they were up to, considering how beautiful Professor Chu was. Any woman would be captivated, let alone. But these thoughts were not something she could share with Yaya. How about we sneak over and take a peek to see if they're still back there? Yaya suggested. Clearly, Sumu Cheng's lack of confidence did not fool the little girl. Suddenly, a call from Chu Fian came from the back. Mommy's voice. Are she and Daddy still back there? Is Daddy bullying Mommy? No. I must protect Mommy. Daddy, you can't really hit Mommy. Upon hearing the voice, Yaya's large eyes instantly misted over, and tears like pearls rolled down her cheeks. As she spoke, she dashed toward the back of the carriage. Yaya, no, don't come over. Mommy and Daddy are just sorting things out. Something nearly fell on my foot and startled me, Chu Fian's anxious voice called out. Heh heh, Professor Chu, children who tell lies must be punished. Ro's mischievous laughter echoed. What do you want to do? Chu Fian replied weakly. Ro answered with actions instead of words. Chu Fian turned back, giving an indignant glare at Ro, who had suddenly shifted his position behind her. Unbeknownst to them, the hazy moon had replaced the sun as night fell. After an afternoon of training, Ro felt invigorated and energetic as he helped Chu Fian back to the front of the carriage. Mommy, how are you? Are you okay? Yaya asked, noticing Chu Fian's weak appearance, tears falling silently once more, her pitiful look breaking hearts. Yaya, dear, it's all Daddy's fault for making Mommy train and tiring her out. But I promise you, Mommy will feel better by tomorrow morning, Ro reassured her. However, the little girl, usually so attached to him, ignored him this time, her watery eyes fixed on Chu Fian with deep concern. Mommy is fine. Daddy is right. Mommy just needs to rest for a bit, Chu Fian quickly said, reaching out to stroke Yaya's head and holding her close, offering soothing words. Ro wanted to embrace Yaya too, but upon seeing Chu Fian gently shake her head at him, he could only retract his hand in disappointment. You and Mu Chang should go rest. I'll take care of Yaya, Chu Fian said. Chapter 29. Military base 2 hours later, Ro looked at Sumu Chung in his arms. Once you recover, can you feel if you have awakened? He asked. Upon hearing this, Sumu Cheng's fatigued eyes instantly brightened with excitement. She raised a small hand, and a soft, radiant light suddenly emanated from it. My ability is called Holy Light. It possesses strong healing capabilities and high temperatures that can be used for combat, Sumu Chung exclaimed with delight. After awakening an ability, the awakened can sense many things that others cannot. Ro observed. With such strong healing abilities, why not give it a try on yourself and see if it alleviates your discomfort? Sumu Chung, feeling a blush creep across her face, turned her palm over and gently placed it over her wound. The soothing light flowed into the swollen injury like a calming stream. Sumu Chung shivered momentarily, the control over her ability breaking for an instant. Then, she felt her wounds completely healed, no longer experiencing any discomfort. As if she were still the innocent and carefree girl she once was. Thank you, Brother Ro. I'm finally not useless anymore, she exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down her face. The next morning, Ro stepped out of the warm carriage under the watchful gaze of Chu Fian and Sumu Chung. The cold wind hit him. How I missed the warmth of home. Those 24 years were truly wasted, he lamented, though he was grateful he hadn't acted recklessly in those years. Otherwise, Chu Fian might not have sought him out. It's said that every action has its predetermined consequences. Ro set forth, feeling a significant increase in strength, over 800 pounds compared to yesterday. The exhaustion from the previous day had not affected his state. Rather, it had invigorated him like a freshly fueled Hummer, full of energy and vitality. How is your recovery, Teacher Ro? He encountered his teammate, Avril, on the road. The girl remained as beautiful and gentle as ever, with a hint of confidence. Well, I was never really injured. I just had a breakthrough in my training, and Principal Fong gave me an excuse to adapt, Ro replied. Avril nodded in understanding, not pursuing the topic further. Soon, the other members returned to their positions, except for Situ Qing, who was still recovering from her injuries. The 6 of them leaped over Fong Qinghan's lead vehicle and continued forward, soon meeting the night patrol team. After the exchange, Ro mounted the snowmobile, and Avril confidently took her place behind him, one hand resting on his waist while the other wielded a long gun, ready for the day's work. As they ventured further from the city, the number of zombies in the snow diminished, making their tasks relatively lighter, though they remained vigilant. Fortunately, those assigned as vanguards were all skilled, with experience and combat abilities unmatched by others. An hour passed quietly. During that time, they only eliminated 2 zombies before returning to their respective posts. Upon returning to the carriage, Ro barely had time to eat the breakfast that had just been prepared. He immediately pulled Chu Fian to the back of the carriage to begin their training. Chu Fian found Ro's urgency both amusing and infuriating. Initially worried that something serious had occurred, she soon realized it was simply for this matter. 2 hours later, Ro felt a gnawing hunger, as if his stomach were pressed against his back, leaving him utterly listless, as though he had been drained of vitality. Damn, something's off. What happened to the energy I cultivated? Ro was bewildered. What's wrong? Chu Fian observed his expression with a puzzled look. Upon hearing her, Ro could only grimace and recount the unfortunate situation where he had derived no benefits. Chu Fian was taken aback. Then, after a moment's introspection, her expression shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. Her power continued to surge rapidly. Aside from feeling a bit lethargic and unable to exert much strength, her mental state was remarkably vibrant. I see. It must be that I can draw energy from you, while you can no longer draw energy from me, Chu Fian deduced. Isn't that obvious? Ro rolled his eyes in response. Are you suggesting that your cultivation technique can only be used on one person at a time? Chu Fian pondered, then abruptly shook her head, dismissing her own conjecture. They had both cultivated 3 times. Could it be a matter of timing? Professor Chu continued her analysis, stating, during our first and second cultivation sessions, we were unfamiliar with that technique. Furthermore, we were both hesitant, and it was our first time. Forget it. Let's not dwell on it. In any case, let us try cultivating again in a few days. If you're still dissatisfied, you can attempt to cultivate with Su Muching, Chu Fian concluded. Ro, having largely accepted Chu Fian's hypothesis, called for Su Muching with a mindset of it's worth a try. However, even after the trial, it proved fruitless. Ro felt drained all day, devoid of the morning's vigor. After eating and taking a nap, he managed to regain a modicum of energy in the afternoon. At dusk, the team led by Fong Qinghan finally arrived at their destination. It was a naval base that had now devolved into a refugee camp under the relentless assault of extreme cold storms. With regular troops stationed there, the influx of ordinary people had surged, totaling over 200,000. Principal Fong, right? I am Liao Changming, the commander of this naval base. A tracked military vehicle approached and halted at the forefront of the group. A general descended from the vehicle and addressed Fong Qinghan. Principal Fong, you've brought such a large number of people, and I've received orders from above to facilitate your passage. However, as you can see, I have fewer than 30,000 soldiers under my command. Yet there are over 200,000 residents here. Upon hearing this, Fong Qinghan furrowed her brow, surveying the vast base, where every site was filled with human figures, more crowded than the communal dormitories in their team. Realizing that Liao Changming was not lying, she understood that whether he was truthful or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that the supplies she needed were likely unattainable. Commander Liao, I will forego food and clothing. Please assist us in preparing some vehicles, Fong Qinghan said politely. This? Liao Changming appeared troubled. What are you telling me that such a large base cannot spare a few vehicles for us? Fong Qinghan countered. No, we have vehicles, but they are all old military trucks, most of which are now inoperable due to the current conditions, Liao Changming explained. Can't they be repaired? Where are your vehicle designers? Your mechanics? Fong Qinghan pressed. The designers were infected by the virus a month ago, and the mechanics have been working overtime to modify vehicles based on the blueprints sent from above. With so many of us at this point, Liao Changming appeared increasingly troubled. Then provide us with materials and tools. We will modify the vehicles ourselves. Surely that is feasible? Fong Qinghan proposed. Naturally, that is not a problem, Liao Changming replied. though a hint of unease flickered across his face. In today's world, resources are as crucial as strength. Whether it's food, clothing, or transportation, these are indispensable for the development of any faction. As an ambitious individual, Liao Changming would prefer not to share if he could help it. However, Fang Qinghan's formidable background compelled him to take her seriously, even in this harsh world. Fian, inform those idlers that work has arrived. All students and professors from the mechanical engineering department must report to the factory. Within 3 days, I expect at least 500 snow vehicles to be assembled. Fang Qinghan commanded, we will remain here for 3 days. During this time, aside from the logistics personnel, all ability users must venture into the nearby cities to scavenge for food. The journey ahead will be increasingly arduous. We will no longer have resupplies and cannot rely on anyone else for assistance. Everything must depend on ourselves. However, we will face not only the bitter cold but also the threats of corpses, monsters, and countless other dangers that, of course, you may choose to stay here, provided there are sufficient resources to accommodate you. All right, everyone, return to rest. We depart promptly at dawn tomorrow. Wei. The moonlight was hazy as Chu Fian lay against Ro's chest, her expression filled with concern, though not fear. It's all right, I survived alone in Deep Sea City, and I am here now. Ro, in sage mode, reassured her. That was in the past. Now, you are not alone. You have me? Yaya, and Mu Chung Chu Fian traced circles on his chest with her delicate finger, her voice soft. I truly wish to accompany you, but I am aware of my capabilities. I would only be a burden. Rest assured, nothing will happen to me, I promise. For you, Yaya, and Mu Chung, I will return safely, Ro vowed. Upon saying this, he felt as though he were casting a protective spell, and couldn't he help but chuckle at the thought. He pulled Chu Fian closer and closed his eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, Ro embraced Su Mucheng, whose face was filled with worry, and kissed her deeply in front of Chu Fian. Be good and stay at home. The first 18 forms of the Huangdi Neijing can adjust bodily functions and enhance physical strength. Each of you can practice alone. Additionally, the cultivation method provided by Principal Fang is equally unique. These 2 methods can be used in conjunction, so practice diligently at home, Ro advised, bidding farewell to the blushing, shy, and anxious Su Mucheng. I will be fine. Once you all have the ability to protect yourselves, I'll take you out next time. After saying this, he hugged Chu Fian again, glanced at the still sleeping Yaya, and resolutely turned away from the warmth of the vehicle, plunging into the biting cold of the snowy world. One team headed left while the other went right. During the search for supplies, infighting among the group was strictly forbidden. Anyone caught would be dealt with mercilessly. Fang Qinghan, donned in a white fox fur coat, stood tall atop a vehicle, her flowing black hair reminiscent of a proud plum blossom in the snow, exuding unparalleled grace. With a single command, the team of over 2,000 split into 2. You may not have known each other before, and there may be some grudges among you, but now you are part of the same team. You are all family, and I hope you can support each other out there. At the very least, do not hinder one another. I wish for everyone to survive. Fang Qinghan's voice rang out amidst the wind and snow. The primary mission is to gather supplies. We are not saviors, but neither are we cold-blooded executioners. If we encounter those we can save, we should lend assistance as best we can. If not, do not force it. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth. I will await your safe return. As Fang Qinghan's words faded, the engines roared to life across the snow-covered ground, black smoke billowing as vehicles thundered forth into the distance. Each member had a quota to fulfill, with everyone expected to gather at least 1,000 pounds of food. For those with families, it was 100 pounds per family member. For instance, Ro, Chu Fian, and Yaya being his family, meant he needed to collect 1,200 pounds. If one had no family, the requirement remained 1,000 pounds. As the saying goes, with greater power comes greater responsibility. The key was that anyone wishing to remain part of the group must contribute. The ordinary worked hard, while the strong ventured forth to secure food and ensure the safety of the group, enjoying a relatively comfortable living environment, a privilege of the powerful. Mr. Ro, why don't we form a team? Avril and Yao Xintong approached. Ro, taken aback by their request, replied, I know I am quite amiable and possess a handsome visage that appeals to all ages. But please, ladies, do tell me directly, why do you wish to team up with me? Hee, Mr. Ro, let's not beat around the bush, Yao Xintong said with a playful smile as she casually linked her arm with Ro's. The first reason is your strength. The second is our faith in Teacher Chu's judgment. Any man chosen by Teacher Chu must be exceptional, huh? Ro chuckled, unsure whether to be amused or skeptical. Though he said nothing outwardly, he harbored doubts about Chu Fian's judgment. If her eye for men were truly so discerning, how could she have ended up divorced? Since you trust me so much, you must follow my lead during this operation, Ro declared. Bringing them along was not a problem. Avril possessed spatial abilities, enabling her to create a vast space for storing items, an invaluable asset for gathering supplies. Yao Xingtong possesses an extraordinary affinity for mythical beasts, enabling her to forge contracts and exert control over these creatures. Despite her own lackluster combat abilities, the monsters she commands serve as invaluable allies, whether in battle or reconnaissance. With such formidable companions, Luo Wei naturally welcomes their presence, provided they remain obedient. Should they entertain too many independent thoughts, he would prefer to act alone. This is certainly acceptable. But it is imperative that Teacher Luo does not abandon us in times of danger. Avril's enchanting visage broke into a gentle smile as she spoke with poise. I, too, promise to be dutiful and compliant. Yao Xingtong declared, raising her right hand and holding up 3 fingers, her cherubic face imbued with seriousness. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei glanced back at his arm, ensnared amidst the towering mountains, and remarked with a wry smile. Then, Yao Xingtong, perhaps you should loosen your grip. Realizing her overzealousness, Yao Xingtong's face flushed with embarrassment as she hastily relinquished her hold on Luo Wei's arm. Yet, she soon felt a twinge of indignation. After all, she was one of the 4 renowned beauties of their institution. Although her height paled in comparison to the other 3, her uniqueness in certain aspects, particularly her delicate features coupled with her extraordinary prowess, often rendered boys utterly captivated, leaving them utterly disoriented. Yet, with Luo Wei, she frequently found herself at a disadvantage, suffering various indignities and facing his apparent disdain. Who could endure such treatment? Certainly not her sister. Chapter 31. Zhao Qingfeng. The world lay blanketed in snow, frozen and desolate in this bleak landscape. The only means of obtaining sustenance was to venture into other cities in search of the remnants of supplies left by previous inhabitants. However, such urban areas inevitably harbored survivors. In this era, the most perilous threats were not merely the relentless undead, but also one's own kind. The individuals with formidable abilities posed a danger that even the undead could scarcely rival. In their desperate quest for food, humanity would resort to any means necessary. This was precisely why Avril and Yao Xingtong sought to team up with Luo Wei. They could trust no one else. Once the alliance was secured, Avril retrieved a snowcat vehicle from her storage space, and the trio swiftly boarded. Almost immediately, the vehicle emitted a plume of black smoke from its rear, its tracked wheels sending up a flurry of snowflakes as they sped away into the distance. The city we are heading to has a population of approximately 3 million, with over a dozen large supermarkets. Entering from our current direction, this supermarket is the closest, Luo Wei stated, consulting a tablet in his hand to pull up a previously downloaded map. After a swift review, he confirmed the location and shared it with Yao Xingtong and the driving Avril, both of whom expressed no objections. The advantage of the snowcat vehicle lay in its simplicity and portability. However, this same simplicity meant that riding in it felt little different from being on a snowmobile. The only distinction was that the snowcat could accommodate more supplies and passengers. It seems that someone has already chosen this route. Avril remarked suddenly, as the saying goes, the passage of a goose leaves traces, and the passage of wind leaves marks, especially when humans traverse the snow, their footprints remain. Observing the tire tracks left by others, Luo Wei nodded with a smile and said, let us follow them. Rest assured. While raiding others may be exhilarating, it is undeniably unethical. After all, I have spent 3 years at a prestigious institution, so I possess a modicum of decorum. Luo Wei explained, noticing the peculiar glances from the 2 stunning women beside him. We understand. We haven't voiced any objections, Yao Xingtong pouted. Ha ha. In response, Luo Wei could only chuckle. The 3 vehicles suggested a coordinated effort by a group of individuals, and their strength was commendable. Otherwise, they would not dare venture so far, Avril observed. Nodding in agreement, Luo Wei noted the 3 conspicuous modified snow vehicles parked at the entrance of the supermarket as they approached. Who are they? As Avril's vehicle drew near, 3 figures leaped down from the snow vehicles. Each person was bundled from head to toe, brandishing AK-47s, their bullets chambered and bayonets gleaming ominously, ready for immediate combat. Deep Sea Academy, Avril declared, opening the car door and introducing herself. Despite being similarly clad like a bundled bear, her melodious voice remained enchanting, effortlessly lowering the guard of the three individuals before her. This supermarket has already been claimed by us. You should seek elsewhere, one of them replied, his tone somewhat softened. Upon hearing this, Avril began to respond, but suddenly, the sharp crack of gunfire erupted from within the supermarket. Bang, bang! The faces of the group shifted uneasily. Something has gone awry. The three individuals disregarded Avril, swiftly maneuvering through the shattered windows and into the supermarket. Do not pursue, Luo Wei instructed as he exited the vehicle. Firmly grasping Avril's shoulder, the girl halted, intending to follow them inside, her eyes filled with confusion behind her goggles as she turned back to Luo Wei. The situation inside is unclear. We cannot recklessly enter. Whether we can offer assistance is uncertain. Should we provoke unnecessary misunderstandings, it could lead to trouble, Luo Wei cautioned. Avril, ever astute, quickly grasped his reasoning. She realized that they were not allies with those individuals, and entering hastily might easily provoke suspicion. At that moment, Yao Xingtong also exited the vehicle, wrapping her arms around herself and stamping her feet in an attempt to warm up. Her frail constitution rendered her particularly vulnerable to the cold. The gunfire soon fell silent, yet the individuals inside remained absent for an extended period. Luo Wei and the others refrained from entering directly. After a 10-minute wait, silhouettes appeared at the broken window. They are coming, Luo Wei alerted the two. Avril and Yao Xingtong straightened their postures, their expressions serious. Are you from Deep Sea Academy? The occupants inside hesitated before cautiously inquiring from the window. Yes, Avril replied, raising her hand to remove her hood, revealing her exquisitely beautiful and elegant visage as she unveiled her goggles and mask. So it is Avril, the junior. One of the figures exclaimed, promptly removing his protective gear to reveal a handsome young face. Lower your weapons, Avril's junior. You are now Principal Fong's right hand. There is no need for caution, the youth instructed his companions. Upon hearing this, the group visibly relaxed. Ah, it is Zhao Qingfeng. Avril recognized the identity of the individuals inside. Her demeanor easing as she directly inquired, Senior, what transpired inside? We just heard gunfire. Has anyone been injured? At this, Zhao Qingfeng's expression darkened slightly, his voice tinged with indignation as he replied, Junior, you may not be aware, but this supermarket was occupied by some social miscreants. We had a minor conflict, and someone accidentally discharged a weapon. Fortunately, no one was injured. Zhao Qingfeng, that name sounds familiar, though I cannot recall where I have heard it. It appears you are quite familiar with him and trust him implicitly, Luo Wei remarked, glancing curiously at the now relaxed Yao Xingtong. Zhao Qingfeng is a legendary figure at the academy, president of the student council. Distinguished in both looks and talent, with an impressive background, he amassed a fortune exceeding 100 million even before graduating from university, making him the idol of countless young women. How could you not know him? Yao Xingtong gazed at Luo Wei with an incredulous expression. An idol? In this day and age, who isn't an idol? Luo Wei scoffed dismissively. With so many young and beautiful girls at Deep Sea University, why would I pay attention to a man? I must be quite ill to do so. Haha, all men are just big pigs, Yao Xingtong mumbled, then added, this senior is rarely on campus, so we are not particularly close. However, there is a degree of trust, as we all hail from the same academy, and he happened to be on campus when the catastrophe struck. We have collaborated numerous times since. Luo Wei nodded in understanding. Though his wariness remained undiminished in this world, it is always prudent to exercise caution. Chapter 32. Crossfire. After Zhao Qingfeng provided a brief overview, Luo Wei and his companions gained a clearer understanding of the situation within the supermarket. It was inconceivable that such a large establishment would be devoid of people. In fact, it was teeming with survivors and ample supplies. Once both groups recognized one another, Zhao Qingfeng led the way as they re-entered the supermarket. The supermarket spanned 5 floors, with the lowest level already buried under a thick layer of snow, providing excellent insulation for the survivors who resided on the first floor. Luo Wei trailed at the back of the group, entering the large supermarket through a broken window on the second floor. What should have been a neatly organized shopping area could now only be described with a single word: chaos. Shelves lay toppled, plastic bags fluttered in the wind, and shards of broken glass littered the floor, creating a scene of disarray and desolation. According to the miscreants, there were over 300 of them, more than 100 of whom were awakened individuals, while the majority were young, attractive women. These awakened individuals were divided into 10 teams, with 2 teams dispatched daily to hunt monsters for crystal cores and to search for survivors, targeting primarily the young and beautiful. The leader of this group, the most powerful among them, was a third-tier ability user who had coincidentally taken a team out today. Otherwise, controlling the situation would have proven far more challenging. Zhao Qingfeng explained as they walked. Initially, both Avril and Yao Xingtong found no significance in his words. However, upon entering the first floor and witnessing the plight of the surviving women, they finally grasped the gravity of Zhao Qingfeng's statements. Nearly 200 women, who in times of peace would be vibrant with youth, adorned in their finery, capable of inciting fervor with a mere flirtatious glance, now stood before them in a state of utter disarray. In a world where a single social media post could attract the attention of affluent admirers, these women now shivered in a frigid room, barely clothed, huddled together like a pack of forlorn pups. Damn it, bring them clothes. Avril, typically gentle and kind, could no longer contain her fury. They had faced battles and brushed with death, yet this was their first visceral confrontation with the abyss of despair. Ultimately, they had been shielded too well by Fang Qinghan. Did you not hear? Fetch the clothes. A man beside Zhao Qingfeng, witnessing Avril's outburst, reacted by slapping a nearby miscreant. The unfortunate soul, towering yet hapless, was sent sprawling. Bloodied and bruised, I will say this once more. Bring them clothing, Avril declared, brandishing a fully loaded AK-47. Its dark muzzle trained on the crowd kneeling outside, and in the face of such undeniable truth, none dared to ignore her. The moment the gunfire erupted, a handful of individuals darted away from the scene in panic, while others were halted in their tracks by a bullet from Zhao Qingfeng. You lot, follow them, do not let those scoundrels escape. Zhao Qingfeng instructed his comrades. They nodded, armed and ready, ascending to the second floor in pursuit. I shall join you, Luo Wei said, patting Avril on the shoulder. You too, be cautious below. After offering his warning, he turned and followed the others upstairs. On the second floor, the clothing was already gathered in one location. Luo Wei and Zhao Qingfeng's armed subordinates herded the captured individuals like prisoners, compelling them to carry heaps of clothing downwards. Just as they approached the stairway, a group of assailants appeared through the shattered window. Taken by surprise, the two factions confronted one another. Damn it, they're raiding us. The leader of the opposing group bellowed, swiftly loading his shotgun and firing indiscriminately at the gathered individuals. Luo Wei, though primarily focused on his immediate surroundings, was momentarily stunned by the sudden emergence of a third party. Fortunately, his reflexes were quick, and lacking a weapon, he was not the primary target. He dove behind a pillar just in time. A deafening gunshot rang out, followed by screams of terror and agony. The shotgun's wide spread meant that, while it injured one of Luo Wei's comrades, it also incapacitated several of their own. Damn it, those bastards have guns. Zhao Qingfeng's teammates, seasoned in combat, quickly responded, unleashing a barrage of bullets and returned. As a prestigious institution, Deep Sea University may lack in some areas, but it was never short of talent. In response to the crisis, they had manufactured thousands of AKs overnight, their firepower dwarfing that of the enemy. With gunfire erupting, several adversaries were caught off guard and fell, while others scattered in disarray. Seizing the moment, Luo Wei dragged his wounded comrade back to safety. Fortunately, the distance of over 20 meters rendered the shotgun's impact limited, and due to the enhanced physical capabilities of the awakened, his comrade merely suffered a leg wound, devoid of life-threatening danger. Stay low, Luo Wei urged, taking the AK from his comrade and expertly chambering a round. Excitement gleaming in his eyes, boys often succumbed easily to such temptations. Though the apocalypse had necessitated the production of many firearms, access was still restricted. Having previously lingered on the periphery of Deep Sea Academy's core circle, Luo Wei had been deprived of such weapons. His previous encounter with a small pistol had been his first taste of real firearms, but he had yet to fire one. This chance was too precious to pass up. Just then, a head emerged from the broken window, and without hesitation, Luo Wei pulled the trigger. The bright orange bullet, trailing smoke, struck true, obliterating that head. A few stray bullets flew skyward. Frowning at the sight, Luo Wei recalibrated his aim and fired again. This time with greater precision, in the face of overwhelming might, the notion of recoil became trivial. As for controlling the weapon, that was merely a minor concern. What is happening? Zhao Qingfeng's voice rang out as he and his teammates charged up from the first floor. It seems those bastards have returned, armed and have injured Lei. We have them suppressed, one shouted, eyes fixed intently on the window. Did you ascertain how many guns they possess? Zhao Qingfeng inquired. No, the man began, but was interrupted by Luo Wei .1 shotgun, 395 style rifles, and an unknown sidearm. Though Luo Wei's earlier response had been slightly delayed, he had observed the enemy's armament configuration. Are you certain? Zhao Qingfeng asked. Turning to Luo Wei. Given Luo Wei was not one of his team, Zhao Qingfeng was understandably cautious. Acknowledging this, Luo Wei nodded earnestly. I'm certain. Zhao Qingfeng, still skeptical, shifted his gaze to Avril and Yao Xingtong. Upon seeing their subtle nods, he gritted his teeth and shouted, Prepare grenades! Let us eliminate these scoundrels. With that, he hurled a water jug out the window. The sound of the jug hitting the ground sent the outside assailants scrambling in panic. Charge! Seeing this, Zhao Qingfeng waved his hand, brandishing his AK as he led the charge towards the window, his weapon blazing with fire. The other team members swiftly followed suit, and soon, a cacophony of gunfire erupted as they mowed down fleeing figures. In mere moments, over a dozen individuals surged through the broken window, turning their weapons toward the concrete wall. Wait, don't shoot. I surrender. The bespectacled man, cornered behind the wall, swallowed hard, raising his shotgun high while shoving aside the woman he had used as a shield. Stumbling, she fell to the ground. Avril instinctively moved to help, but was halted by Luo Wei's firm grip on her arm. Confused, she turned to him, her expression questioning. Luo Wei gazed into her innocent, naive eyes, shaking his head with a wry smile. Fang Qinghan had indeed sheltered these girls too well, leaving them blissfully unaware of the grim reality. Zhao Qingfeng, however, couldn't help but regard Luo Wei with newfound respect. Showing no mercy to the distressed woman, Zhao Qingfeng stepped on her back, demanding, Who are you? And what is your connection to your captors? I was just captured by him. I have no ties to him. The woman cried in pain. Is she telling the truth? Zhao Qingfeng shifted his aim toward the bespectacled man. Yes, I just caught her this morning. She is not involved with me, the man stammered, a nervous smile plastered across his face. Zhao Qingfeng nodded, and the man breathed a sigh of relief, only to be met with a sudden flash of gunfire. The deafening report echoed as he glanced down in disbelief at the blood gushing from his thigh. Raising his hands in shock, it was as if he were asking, Why would you shoot me after I've been so cooperative? That bullet was meant for my brother, Zhao Qingfeng stated, firing again. Anyone who harms my comrade shall pay in kind. Damn it, that hurts. The second shot elicited a heart-wrenching scream from the bespectacled man. Shut up. If you don't stop yelling, the next shot will silence you for good. Zhao Qingfeng warned, pressing the dark muzzle against the man's forehead. Upon the utterance of those words, the man in sunglasses immediately sealed his lips, yet could not suppress the sobs that escaped from his throat. Observing this, Zhao Qingfeng nodded in satisfaction before bending down to yank the woman sprawled in the snow upright. Bring that scoundrel along as well. Let those inside identify him and ascertain whether they have spoken falsehoods. As these words left his mouth, the previously compliant woman in Zhao Qingfeng's grasp suddenly stiffened. Without a moment's hesitation, she slipped a dagger from her sleeve and lunged directly for Zhao Qingfeng's neck. The unexpected turn of events left Avril and Yao Xingtong in a state of shock, even more so when they witnessed Zhao Qingfeng's reaction. He appeared unaffected, allowing the dagger to pierce his neck without flinching. Under the watchful gazes of Avril, Yao Xingtong, and others, a glint of metal flashed across Zhao Qingfeng's neck. The sound of a light clang echoed, revealing that the dagger had not breached his skin in the slightest. So, the act is over. Zhao Qingfeng sneered coldly, seizing the woman's wrist that wielded the dagger. Much to her astonishment, at his words, the woman shuddered, and her once shocked expression transformed into one of pitiable vulnerability. Gazing at Zhao Qingfeng as if surrounded by pink bubbles, her demeanor exuding a profound sense of helplessness. Should a nostalgic ballad play at that moment, it would be utterly perfect. Zhao Qingfeng, caught off guard, loosened his grip, prompting the woman to rejoice momentarily before she swung the dagger again, intending to take Zhao Qingfeng hostage for her escape. Alas, Before she could make her move, a powerful kick sent her crashing against the ice-encased glass wall, followed by a thud as she crumpled to the ground. Zhao Qingfeng, regaining his composure, looked at the woman lying motionless, akin to a repulsive insect, and swiftly approached, delivering a kick that sent her head soaring. Meanwhile, her body remained in the snow, oozing crimson like tomato juice. Goodness, such ruthlessness! Luo Wei shivered, startled by this individual's mercilessness. Thank you for your timely intervention, Teacher Luo, Zhao Qingfeng said earnestly as he approached Luo Wei. It was evident that Luo Wei was the one who had just kicked the woman away. That woman's ability seemed to be one of seduction. Don't blame me for ruining your plans? Luo Wei replied with a chuckle, waving his hand dismissively. Not at all, Teacher Luo. How could I possibly blame you? Were it not for your timely rescue, my life would have been in peril today. Zhao Qingfeng asserted. Such a grave statement. With your strength, even if captured, it would not be difficult to escape, Luo Wei remarked. For reasons unknown, Zhao Qingfeng's gaze unsettled him. Perhaps it was merely his own perception. Regardless, Luo Wei preferred not to engage further with this dangerous individual. Indeed, it is not the right moment for idle chatter, Zhao Qingfeng noted, sensing Luo Wei's reluctance, and swiftly shifted the topic. Let us first address the matter at hand. We can discuss everything else later. Zhao Qingfeng led his companions, dragging the barely conscious man in glasses, back into the supermarket. Luo Wei lagged behind, while Avril trailed closely, a look of fear etched on her face. As for Yao Xintong, she appeared thoroughly frightened by Zhao Qingfeng's earlier brutality, her small hands gripping Luo Wei's arm tightly. Thank you, Teacher Luo, Avril softly spoke. Had you not intervened, I might have been the one interacting with that girl. By the way, Teacher Luo, how did you discern that the woman was suspicious? Upon hearing this, even the frightened Yao Xintong perked up, intrigued. Be observant, Luo Wei replied. Just look at the woman's appearance. Does she possess any value that would warrant the glasses-wearing man abducting her? Among all the women inside, which of them does not possess a more appealing visage than her freckled face? Yet, that woman remained in the company of the glasses-wearing man, which raises questions. Chapter 34. The Deepest Affection of the Deep Sea. Indeed, Teacher Luo is astutely observant. He immediately noticed that woman's unsightly freckled face. Yao Xintong remarked. Luo Wei. He could not discern whether she was mocking him or praising him. Have you noticed that Zhao Qingfeng seems somewhat off? Luo Wei pondered, glancing at the two beside him and changing the subject. Off? The pair momentarily paused before shaking their heads in unison. No, Avril regarded Luo Wei with a frown. Teacher, did you notice something? I observed that you seem to be on guard against them. Is Zhao Qingfeng problematic? No, forget it. Better safe than sorry. Let us proceed and see how they intend to handle those inside. Luo Wei shook his head. Concluding that line of conversation, the three ultimately entered the supermarket. Zhao Qingfeng and his group re-entered the first floor with their injured comrade. Luo Wei and the others followed suit. Teacher Luo, how shall we deal with these scoundrels? And what about the women? Zhao Qingfeng inquired, frowning as he grouped the victims and aggressors separately. You found these individuals. How you handle them is entirely up to you, Luo Wei replied, showing no intention of getting involved. Teacher, there are too many perpetrators here. If it were just one or two, I could manage it myself. But with over 100 present, and so many victims, many of whom are ordinary people, I genuinely cannot decide. Hence, I seek your opinion, Zhao Qingfeng said earnestly, his clear eyes fixed on Luo Wei. Luo Wei contemplated for a moment, then suggested, why not just kill them all? The trio, including Zhao Qingfeng, Avril, and Yao Xintong, stared in disbelief at Luo Wei, their expressions reflecting utter astonishment. Teacher, that is over 300 individuals. You mean to say, kill them all? Avril questioned, her voice laced with uncertainty. I merely suggested it. Otherwise, those scoundrels would remain a menace once released. What do you think? Am I a butcher? Luo Wei lightly tapped Avril's forehead. She instinctively recoiled, sticking out her tongue as she rubbed her brow. Her fair complexion, concealed beneath a scarf, flushed red. She had never engaged in such intimate gestures with a male before. She glanced up, secretly admiring Luo Wei, thinking him as handsome as the readers on the other side of the screen. Moreover, he appeared only around 24 or 25 years old. Luo Wei remained oblivious to Avril's inner thoughts and turned to Zhao Qingfeng. Chuckling, I merely spoke off the cuff. How you choose to handle it is entirely your decision. Do not take my words to heart. No, No, no. Zhao Qingfeng quickly shook his head, asserting, "Teacher is right. These miscreants cannot be spared. They have forsaken the very essence of humanity. Releasing them would only bring further harm to the innocent." Luo Wei. He gazed at Zhao Qingfeng, who appeared resolutely earnest, with a sense of exasperation. Was it necessary to be so impassioned? It was merely a matter of killing, something experienced killers understood to be devoid of sentiment. "No, please don't kill me. I was wrong. I will change. Do not weep. Stand tall. After 18 years, we must strive to be better individuals. I am still young. I am a minor. Please grant me a chance. Let me go. Come now, don't be ridiculous. Your stature exceeds mine, and your beard is more intimidating than mine. A minor, you say? I have elders above and children below." Various voices clamored, interspersed with sporadic gunfire. Each shot echoed as another troublemaker fell. "Damn it. If we are to die, we might as well fight back." A shout erupted amid the crowd, leading over 100 individuals to revolt. Sadly, faced with a dozen semi-automatic AKs, even the awakened could only succumb to the equalizing force of the guns, becoming mere specters of resentment. The first floor of the supermarket devolved into hellish chaos. The stench of blood overwhelming, bodies strewn about. Yet, no one felt fear. Even Avril and Yao Xintong merely frowned. Compared to the heinous acts committed by these individuals, such a death felt almost merciful. Over the past few months, countless lives had been ruined by them. The over 100 survivors here were but a fraction of the total. These were merely the fortunate few. Those who had perished under their torment far surpassed this number. "Teacher Luo, what shall we do with the survivors?" Zhao Qingfeng approached Luo Wei, eager for his input. "I am not your father." Luo Wei mentally cursed, realizing he had merely spoken offhandedly, unaware that Zhao Qingfeng would take his words so seriously, leading to the execution of all those individuals. "Damn it! The wicked are all left to me now. This fellow is asking for my counsel. Who knows what this scoundrel is truly after? Perhaps you could take the women back and care for them. In this world, it would be a good deed to provide them with a home. Perhaps even take them into your harem as a way to shelter these unfortunate souls," Luo Wei suggested earnestly. Cough, cough. Zhao Qingfeng nearly choked on his own saliva upon hearing Luo Wei's nonsensical proposal. After a few coughs, he managed to respond, "Teacher, you jest. Though the world has changed, I consider myself a person of principles. And besides, I already have someone I care for. With that, he cast a somewhat bashful glance at Avril and Yao Xintong. "Luo Wei, what? Do you fancy those two? Is this truly your bottom line?" Luo Wei scoffed with disdain. "No." Just as Zhao Qingfeng was about to speak, Avril interjected, clarifying, "No, Mr. Luo has misunderstood. Senior Zhao Qingfeng's affections are directed towards Principal Fong. This matter is well known throughout the entire academy. So, am I not regarded as a person then?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wei pouted, muttering his dissatisfaction. I didn't mean it that way. Senior Zhao Qingfeng confessed to Principal Fong shortly after entering the academy, and this incident stirred quite a commotion, as far as I know. Mr. Luo joined Deep Sea Academy 3 years ago, while Senior Zhao Qingfeng is already in his 4th year. It has been a year since he confessed to Principal Fong, so it is entirely reasonable that Mr. Luo has not heard of it, Avril hurriedly explained. Hearing this, Luo Wei could not help but scrutinize the young man before him. Standing just over 6 feet tall, with an upright posture and a well-proportioned physique, his fair complexion was quite appealing, though he exuded a somewhat effeminate aura. Impressive. To dare confess to Principal Fong and still stand here alive. I must say you are quite the hero. I admire you. Luo Wei regarded Zhao Qingfeng with an expression of admiration, then abruptly shifted his tone to one filled with curiosity. "So, what was the outcome? Did Principal Fong agree after your confession?" She only replied with one word. Zhao Qingfeng said. "Was it yes?" Luo Wei gazed at Zhao Qingfeng, who was deliberately teasing him, and felt his curiosity ignited. "No, it was go away." Yao Xintong chuckled. "Luo Wei, such a response indeed aligns with that woman's character and temperament." Zhao Qingfeng, upon hearing this, did not take offense but rather spoke with a wistful expression. "After being rejected, I sought opportunities to confess to her several more times. Ultimately, she might have found me bothersome and insisted that I must not appear before her again. Otherwise, she would directly expel me from the academy. Although I cannot let go of her, as long as I remain in the academy, there will always be a sliver of hope, and I can still observe her from afar. Thus, for these past few years, I have refrained from showing myself before her." Zhao Qingfeng's face was filled with melancholy, his eyes brimming with sorrow, reminiscent of the most passionate soul of the deep sea. "Despite her coldness towards me, having scarcely exchanged a few words, my heart has remained steadfastly devoted to her all these years. How sentimental, how pretentious. It's utterly insincere," Luo Wei thought, unimpressed by the display of emotion. Chapter 35. The yin-yang person Zhao Qingfeng's eyes were clouded with melancholy, his visage exuding profound affection, as if every inch of him were inscribed with a story. Yet, the traces of performance were somewhat heavy. A man's sixth sense led Luo Wei to feel that this fellow was merely putting on an act. Unable to articulate why, it felt as though an unseen voice urged him to distance himself from this individual. Trusting his instincts, Luo Wei looked at Zhao Qingfeng, who wore the guise of the most devoted heart of the deep sea, gently patted his shoulder, said nothing, and turned away towards the warehouse where supplies were stored. "Mr. Luo, why don't we reserve some supplies for those survivors? Among them are quite a few awakened individuals. We could also impart our cultivation methods to them, which would be a benevolent act," Zhao Qingfeng suggested as he chased after Luo Wei. "These matters are yours to decide. This supermarket was discovered by you first, so feel free to take charge without needing to consult me on everything," Luo Wei replied. "Moreover, I am not much older than you. In many respects, my experience may even be inferior to yours, Mr. Luo. There's no need for such modesty. I believe that someone valued by Professor Chu must undoubtedly possess exceptional qualities," Zhao Qingfeng countered. "Think as you wish," Luo Wei replied nonchalantly, adopting a demeanor that kept others at arm's length. However, Zhao Qingfeng was quite the extrovert. Throughout the ensuing journey, he clung to Luo Wei like a stubborn adhesive, incessantly prattling with questions. Initially, Luo Wei offered perfunctory responses, but eventually fell silent. Upon reaching the warehouse and gazing at the mountain of rice, flour, and oil before him, Zhao Qingfeng finally recognized the need to cease his chatter. The vegetable section had mostly rotted away, leaving only potatoes, pumpkins, and garlic. Vegetables with a longer shelf life. Still in stock, however, compared to the towering piles of rice, flour, and oil, these vegetables were mere scraps. With so many supplies, even if they are left for those survivors, they may not be able to safeguard them. "We could take half," Zhao Qingfeng remarked, looking at Avril with clear eyes, speaking with utmost politeness. "Avril, may I inquire if you possess spatial abilities?" Upon hearing this, Avril did not conceal the truth and nodded directly. Her spatial abilities had long been revealed, and there was no need for further secrecy. "In that case, might I ask if your spatial capability can accommodate these supplies?" Zhao Qingfeng continued. Luo Wei frowned, observing Zhao Qingfeng interacting with Avril in a seemingly normal and courteous manner, embodying the demeanor of a gentleman. Yet, when faced with him, suddenly, a shiver ran down his spine, and he discreetly stepped back. Then, he vigorously rubbed his thigh where he had just patted Zhao Qingfeng's shoulder, as if there were something filthy on his hand. At that moment, his expression mirrored that of someone who had just swallowed a fly. "Mr. Luo, are you unwell?" Yao Xingtong inquired. "I am fine. Just feeling a bit nauseated from the scent of blood." Luo Wei waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was all right, then turned to Avril, saying, "If it cannot be accommodated, we can find another location." Upon contemplating a certain possibility, he wished to leave this place without delay. "Damn it. Just the thought of Zhao Qingfeng's gaze makes me feel an incessant itch all over, as if a gun were pressed against my back, ready to fire at any moment. This sensation is unbearable." Yet, he could not simply eliminate Zhao Qingfeng based on a mere suspicion. Upon hearing Avril's words, she glanced at Zhao Qingfeng and said, "Senior, could you please step aside for a moment?" Zhao Qingfeng was taken aback at first, but then, with great courtesy, apologized and cast one last glance at Luo Wei before turning to leave the warehouse. "Should I also step aside?" Luo Wei inquired. "That won't be necessary," Avril replied. "After all, you are someone chosen by Principal Fong. We naturally trust you." "Luo Wei, what does it mean to be someone chosen by Principal Fong?" Luo Wei felt a sense of confusion, yet before he could inquire further, he saw Avril detach a pure, translucent jade pendant from her neck. "Others might assume my spatial abilities are vast, but they fail to consider my actual strength. Even with spatial abilities, how much can I truly carry?" Avril smiled and shook her head, then waved the jade pendant in her hand, stating, This is a treasure bestowed upon me by Principal Fong. Containing a space of 10,000 cubic units, it can easily accommodate all of this. As she spoke, she gently waved the jade pendant towards the small mountain of supplies. The towering heaps of rice, flour, and oil seemed to transform into glimmers of light, swiftly drawn into the jade pendant. In the blink of an eye, over half of the supplies had disappeared. Perhaps I've taken too much, Avril said, feeling a bit embarrassed, though she had no intention of returning the items. With only 100 or so survivors remaining, the supplies left would suffice for them to sustain themselves for quite some time. If, during the period when the supplies were depleted, they could not devise effective means of survival, even if all supplies were left for them, it would only lead to a slow demise. Conversely, if the supplies were somewhat scarce, it might prompt them to sense the impending crisis, thus igniting their survival instincts. Junior. After the three left the warehouse, Zhao Qingfeng looked at Avril with curiosity. I have taken away the majority of the supplies. Avril nodded in acknowledgement, then stated, I packed 300 bags of rice and flour as staples, 160 bags of other grains, and quite a few seasonings like oil, salt, and vinegar. Senior Zhao Qingfeng. How would you like to divide these? How about we split it evenly? Zhao Qingfeng suggested, a hint of embarrassment on his face. If we do that, wouldn't we be taking advantage? Avril shook her head in response. Junior, such words are unwarranted. Zhao Qingfeng glanced at Luo Wei, then declared with righteous fervor, Junior, think about it. Were it not for your spatial abilities, how much could we have carried away? Furthermore, Mr. Luo has saved my life. No matter how we calculate it, we are the ones who benefit. If it weren't for my other teammates, as the captain, I must be responsible for them. I should have taken nothing from these supplies. Receiving even half is already shameless. Very well. Upon hearing this, Avril felt it was inappropriate to continue arguing. In that case, I will leave the concluding arrangements to you. Senior, we have matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave. Once we return to the camp, if you require supplies, feel free to come find me. I will also prepare a detailed inventory for you. All right. Zhao Qingfeng paused for a moment, feeling somewhat reluctant, and replied, then turned to Luo Wei, saying, Mr. Luo, you seem unwell. Are you feeling all right? Perhaps you should wait and take our vehicle back. We have air conditioning. Before Zhao Qingfeng could finish his sentence, Luo Wei had already taken hold of Avril and Yao Xingtong, turning to leave. So cool. Zhao Qingfeng watched as Luo Wei, one hand holding each of the academy's two beauties, strode away, lost in admiration. Qingfeng, they've walked quite a distance. Why are you still staring? A voice chimed in, laced with a hint of reproach. As the sound faded, a slender youth, approximately 1.7 meters tall, twisted his waist and made his appearance, leaning his body against Zhao Qingfeng. Chapter 36. Rumble. The engine roared as Luo Wei had already pulled Avril and Yao Xintong onto the snowcat. Teacher Luo, why are you in such a hurry? Avril inquired, puzzled. Luo Wei, I'm not in a rush at all. Not in the slightest. Let's go. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wei shifted the topic. I just overheard you mention that it was Teacher Fong who asked you to follow me. What is the story behind that? Well, we ventured out to gather supplies, and Teacher Fong was a bit uneasy, so she suggested we team up with someone. However, there aren't many strong female warriors in our group, and most have already formed teams, which is why Teacher Fong recommended you to us, Yao Xintong explained. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei felt a strange sensation in his heart. According to Chu Fian, she had approached him because Fang Qinghan expressed concerns about the dangers of the migration route and worried she wouldn't manage alone, hence suggesting she find someone to accompany her. In essence, Fang Qinghan was a benefactor to Luo Wei. Now, she was back with this arrangement. If she were present, he might have impulsively embraced her and planted a fervent kiss on her. She truly treated him exceptionally well, and of course, these thoughts remained confined to his mind. The vehicle roared to life, sending a flurry of snowflakes swirling as it rapidly navigated through the desolate, ice-laden metropolis. The trio chose not to return to the camp, but continued to scavenge for supplies within the city. As Avril aptly put it, one must possess a sense of purpose. Otherwise, one might as well be a salted fish. Thus, Avril set herself a modest goal, to fill her jade pendant's space. Luo Wei had come to understand the temperament of this girl. Avril was a quintessential blend of softness and strength. Her exterior was gentle and elegant, always exuding a friendly demeanor, yet internally, she was a formidable iron lady, a quintessential strong woman, generous to others but strict with herself. Luo Wei had realized this when she insisted on participating in the patrol tasks. So when he heard she wished to continue searching for supplies, he wisely refrained from voicing any objections. I wonder if Zhao Qingfeng and his group have managed to handle the aftermath of those survivors. Yao Xintong shivered in the cold, curling up to shift her focus. Don't bring that guy up, Luo Wei snapped, feeling irked. Initially, he felt a pang of sympathy for the girl, but now he wondered how her chatter hadn't frozen her lips shut in this frigid weather. What's wrong, Teacher Luo? I saw you chatting quite amiably with Zhao Qingfeng earlier. He seemed to respect you. Why do you get so agitated when he mentioned? Avril, who was driving, turned back in surprise. Luo Wei inhaled deeply, struggling to respond. Haven't you noticed? Noticed what? Yao Xintong blinked her big eyes, filled with curiosity. Luo Wei fought the urge to kick the girl out of the vehicle. If you don't mind. Come closer. It might be warmer. Luo Wei unfastened his windbreaker and suggested to Yao Xintong, of course, I don't mind. I thought our teacher Luo was a bit of a blockhead, unaware of how to cherish a lady. Yao Xintong eagerly exclaimed, instantly brightening up, showing no sign of embarrassment as she opened her arms and leaped into Luo Wei's embrace. Luo Wei stiffened, not out of discomfort but rather due to the biting cold. Yao Xintong, bundled up thickly, resembling a small brown bear, offered no softness. Instead, waves of cold radiated from her, making Luo Wei feel as though he was clutching a block of ice in the midst of winter. So warm, Yao Xintong, in stark contrast to Luo Wei's sensations, seemed to feel as though she had embraced a furnace, unable to suppress a contented sigh from deep within. She nestled under Luo Wei's windbreaker, wrapping her arms around his waist, burying her head into his chest. Luo Wei's lips twitched as he gazed at the girl in his arms, completely oblivious to her surroundings. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. By the way, Teacher Luo, you mentioned we hadn't noticed anything. Yao Xintong lifted her head, her curiosity piqued. Luo Wei, holding back the impulse to push her away and let her freeze, replied, Aren't you in tune with your beast? Let your contracted creature, that eagle, fly over and take a look. Perhaps you'll discover the answer yourself. Some matters were simply too embarrassing for him to articulate. Just the thought made him feel nauseous, let alone verbally convey it to another. Moreover, he lacked indisputable evidence. Return to see whom? Yao Xintong queried, her expression one of innocent confusion. Are you suggesting we check on Zhao Qingfeng and the others? This time, Luo Wei chose silence, his gaze sweeping over the snow-covered buildings lining the road. Noticing this, Yao Xintong pouted. Then, snuggling deeper into Luo Wei's embrace, she sought a more comfortable position, closing her eyes as she mentally connected with her eagle, instructing it to return to the supermarket they had just visited. Wei arrived. Minutes later, Avril slowed the vehicle, bringing it to a steady halt in front of another large supermarket. Crack, crack! The sound of breaking ice echoed as gaunt hands clawed their way out of the snow. Clearly, many had perished at the entrance of this supermarket. Now, these former dead were stirred awake, emerging from the snow. Suddenly, Yao Xintong let out a startled scream. Why are you shouting? They're just corpses. It's not like you've never seen them before. Avril retorted, startled by Yao Xintong's sudden outburst, turning back with a hint of annoyance. Then, retrieving a long knife and a rifle from her storage space, she handed the rifle to Luo Wei. With a swift motion, she pushed the car door open and leaped out, charging toward the throng of corpses. Don't let go. How long do you plan to hold on? Luo Wei looked down at the koala in his arms. Upon hearing this, Yao Xintong quickly released her hold on Luo Wei, her cherubic face flushed, appearing exceedingly adorable. It was uncertain whether her blush stemmed from embarrassment due to Luo Wei's comment, or for another reason entirely. Luo Wei paid no mind to the girl's thoughts. After she released him, he jumped out of the vehicle, weapon in hand, plunging into the throng of corpses. Once out of Luo Wei's warm embrace, Yao Xintong involuntarily sneezed before also leaping from the vehicle, somehow producing a short knife from seemingly nowhere, hastily following Luo Wei. These corpses had been hiding in the snow, leading a reclusive existence. Yet due to the viruses harbored within the snow, their strength had been steadily increasing. Compared to ordinary humans, these corpses possessed terrifying physical prowess and strength. However, when compared to the elite awakened among humans, they fell short. Luo Wei safeguarded Yao Xintong, and alongside Avril, The three of them managed to eliminate the corpses in under 5 minutes. To vanquish a corpse, there were two methods. One could either shatter the skull, destroying the brain tissue, or sever the spine. As a fourth-tier awakened being, Luo Wei wielded over 3,000 pounds of force with a single arm, and with a rifle weighing over 100 pounds. He could effortlessly break the corpses apart. Unfortunately, the energy contained within the cores of these corpses was both scarce and time-consuming to absorb, and Luo Wei was disinclined to waste time searching for them. The trio circled the supermarket and finally located the entrance. Chapter 37. A punch 2 months' worth of biting winds and snow had buried the roads of the city, with thick frost clinging to the outer walls of the buildings. Thus, without a proper entrance, gaining access to the supermarket proved quite the challenge. Fortunately, life persisted within this supermarket. With the first floor buried in snow, they accessed the second floor, breaking a window to serve as their entrance. The only opening in the entire supermarket that wasn't covered in ice and snow was this shattered window. As Luo Wei, Yao Xintong, and Avril stepped into the supermarket, they were immediately confronted by a group of people. "Who are you? What brings you to my territory?" A man with thick brows and large eyes stepped forward, flanked by a group. Searching for food, Luo Wei responded straightforwardly, concise and to the point. "Haha, brother, the world has changed. If you want food, you can have it." But the leading man grinned, exuding a menacing aura. "You must either be stronger than me or offer something that piques my interest. If I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll trade you some food. Otherwise, I suggest you return from whence you came. You're somewhat interesting," Luo Wei remarked, nodding with a smile. "For a trade, I have knives and guns, by the way." "Avril, hand me the AK." Without hesitation, Avril produced an AK, as if performing a magic trick, and handed it directly to Luo Wei. Click! Luo Wei pulled the trigger, chambering around. He observed the man's pupils constricting in cautious wariness and couldn't help but smile slightly. "It seems you're quite interested in this, however, I want to be trading it with you. After all, if I hand it over, you might just turn it against me, leaving me utterly bewildered. How about this? Let us in to take a look. There are only 3 of us, and with 2 women, in such a large supermarket, we want to be able to take much." The leading man cast a glance at Ro Wei, particularly at the firearm he held, pondering momentarily before shaking his head and addressing Ai Wei'er and Yao Xintong. "Once you enter, do not entertain any thoughts of leaving. If you seek supplies, you may wait. I shall send someone inside to fetch them for you. As for women, who would dare underestimate a lady thriving in such dire circumstances? Alas, this isn't right. Aren't there countless foolish characters in novels, allowing the protagonist to deceive them at will? This fellow, brawny and robust, should not be endowed with any cerebral prowess, should he? How could he possibly possess wit?" Ro Wei mused silently, questioning whether his approach had been misguided. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as a gun's bolt was pulled back. "Why waste words with them? Those who obstruct our path shall be dealt with ruthlessly," Yao Xintong coldly admonished, brandishing a submachine gun with an aura of lethal intent directed at the group before her. Ro Wei scrutinized the girl closely, realizing that appearances could indeed be deceptive. When Yao Xintong displayed her fierce demeanor, she was undeniably formidable. The opposing group instinctively took a step back, even their leader momentarily stiffening. "Damn it! I've encountered a fool," the leader cursed inwardly, forcing himself to maintain composure and suppress his instinct to evade the gun's muzzle. He assessed Yao Xintong, barely exceeding 1.60 meters, gripping her weapon while exuding an aura that seemed to tower at 2.20 meters. In a blink, his mind transformed in a fit of panic. This individual possessed a unique ability that altered her physical form, allowing her to unleash greater strength under equal circumstances, with her physical resilience surpassing that of elemental manipulators. It was evident she was prepared for a desperate fight. Moreover, her appearance was profoundly misleading. Though her face was concealed, she resembled a mere middle school student, her current actions akin to an impetuous youth caught in a fervor. The leader feared the sudden arrival of a bullet. If he were to perish in such a manner, the humiliation would be unbearable. After manifesting his ability, his gaze fell upon Ro Wei, fully aware of who truly held sway among the 3. "Brother, are we truly prepared to fight to the death?" The man spoke with a facade of bravado. "Rest assured, the fish may perish, but the net shall remain intact," Ro Wei replied, his words causing the man's countenance to darken dramatically. Just as the man contemplated whether to strike first, Ro Wei raised his hand, gently pressing down Yao Xingtong's submachine gun. We have come in search of supplies, not to take lives. Shaking his head at Yao Xingtong, he turned his gaze toward the leader. Did you not present two options? It seems the exchange of supplies is no longer feasible. Thus, I must opt for the first. Upon finishing his statement, Ro Wei flashed a grin at the man. In an instant, he stomped down with great force, shattering the hardened floor beneath him, and propelled himself forward like a lightning bolt, delivering a straightforward punch to the man before him. The leader's expression shifted. He hadn't anticipated Ro Wei's speed. In a frantic attempt, he raised his arms to brace for impact, relying on his body to withstand the blow. With a resounding crash, Ro Wei unleashed his full might. Over 3,500 pounds of force exploding forth, equivalent to an overwhelming weight of over 10,000 pounds. Although the man's altered form was renowned for its strength, he was sent hurtling backward like a cannonball upon absorbing the blow. He was flung over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, only to skid back another 7 or 8 meters before finally coming to a halt. The onlookers stood in stunned silence. Their invincible leader had been felled by a single punch. They exchanged bewildered glances before erupting in a chorus of shouts. Charge! Let us avenge our leader! The atmosphere became charged with fury. The group transformed, their faces flushed with rage as they glared at Ro Wei and his companions as if they were the murderers of their kin. Yao Xingtong instinctively raised her submachine gun once more, while Ai Wei retrieved an AK, loading the weapon and aiming its dark muzzle at the adversaries. Everyone, cease this madness. Just as the crowd was poised to rush forward recklessly, a thunderous voice erupted from behind them. They turned to find their leader, not dead, but struggling to rise from the ground. Are you all right, boss? A quick-witted subordinate rushed forward to support him, concern etched on his face. I'm still breathing, the man replied, casting a sharp glance at his subordinates before fixing his gaze back on Ro Wei. You have proven your strength. You may enter. However, I advise you not to overstep your boundaries. Or even if I lose my life, I will exact a bloody toll. Do not attempt to intimidate me with threats. As I said before, the fish may die, but the net will not break. Ro Wei declared confidently, dismissing the man's warning entirely. With a firearm in hand, he felt no fear, bolstered further by his secret weapon, the indestructible body. Should this group truly resort to violence, he could swiftly dismantle them all. With that, he strode forward boldly. The group that had previously blocked their path instinctively parted, allowing him passage. Ai Wei and Yao Xingtong hurried to follow boss. Are we truly allowing them to enter? One subordinate whispered to the leader. The leader glanced at the subordinate, irritation flickering in his eyes. If you don't want them to enter, perhaps you should stand in their way, with a deep sense of foreboding. He flexed his arms, which were only now regaining sensation. Regret washed over him. He had been too complacent. Had he been more vigilant, he wouldn't have been so easily taken down by a single punch. Boss, our families are still inside. Will it truly be safe to let them in? Another subordinate interjected. What can I do? The man lamented. We cannot match their strength, and they possess firearms. I do not wish to permit them entry. But what can we use to confront them? For now, we must take a gamble. He concluded, we can only hope they possess some semblance of decency and will not harbor ill intentions toward our loved ones. He surveyed the faces of his comrades. Nevertheless, we must prepare for the worst. We cannot leave our fates entirely in their hands. Whoever dares threaten my wife, I will tear a piece from their flesh. Even if it costs me my life. Indeed, who dares lay a hand on my daughter, I will ensure they regret it. Me too. If anyone dares to harm my sister, I will fight to the death. The leader noted the fervor of his comrades, their resolve igniting with determination. Satisfied, he nodded. Let us follow them and see what they intend. With that, he took the lead, pursuing Ro Wei. His name was Yang Rongguang, a former bouncer at a nightclub, known for his boisterous and righteous nature. Thus, following the apocalypse, he quickly rallied a group and seized control of the supermarket. The individuals he gathered were primarily family men. Ensuring loyalty and preventing treachery, their families were currently within the supermarket. Yang Rongguang's decision to allow Ro Wei entry was not merely a gamble. Despite his imposing size and bovine head, he was no fool. Surviving 2 months into the apocalypse required a sharp mind. are Wei's evident strength and possession of firearms, yet refraining from immediate aggression, indicated he was likely not a malevolent individual. Furthermore, he was accompanied by a woman and a girl, suggesting that a person who brought their family into such perilous circumstances was far less likely to be a villain. Considering all this, coupled with his instincts, he had decided to permit Wei and his companions into the supermarket. Little did he know, Wei's restraint stemmed from finding Yang Rongguang's words amusing and his inherently carefree nature. Devoid of grand aspirations in the pre-apocalyptic world, Wei simply wished to live a carefree life, and if he encountered a kindred spirit to share it with, that would be ideal. If not, it mattered little. His gratitude toward Chu Fei Yin stemmed from her gift of 3 years of untroubled existence. As the storm approached and the apocalypse unfolded, Wei's character remained largely unchanged. He still yearned for a life unmarred by worry. Whether one deemed him complacent or lacking ambition, this was his enduring approach to life. Life is fleeting, merely a few decades. As long as there were enough resources to live comfortably, good food and shelter sufficed. However, with Chu Fei Yin's entrance into his life, he found new purpose, to grow stronger and share a fulfilling life with her and her daughter. Now, Sumu Cheng had also joined their ranks. Upon witnessing the scene within the supermarket, where families, elderly, women, and children, thrived, Wei could hardly believe his eyes. The intimidating figure outside had seemed like a gang leader, and Wei had assumed their refusal of entry stemmed from fear of losing supplies or exposing their own misdeeds. Yet, it appeared that was far from the truth. The people here were living quite well. Who are you? And what about Rongguang? An elderly man with graying hair, upon noticing the sudden appearance of uninvited guests, hastily pulled a few small children behind him, his face betraying a look of wariness as he scrutinized the trio of Wei. Uncle, it's fine. These are my friends. They are in need of food and have come to borrow some. Yang Rongguang exclaimed, rushing to support Wei's pretense. However, the seasoned elder, having lived for many years, was not easily deceived. Although he remained silent, his vigilant eyes remained fixed on Wei and his companions, filled with suspicion and caution. Don't you need supplies? I can take you there. Feel free to take as much as you wish, Yang Rongguang declared with a grand gesture. After all, the supplies were not his to begin with. He considered this a generous act on someone else's behalf. Moreover, it was worth noting that there were only 3 of them, and even if they were extraordinarily strong, each person could only carry so much. Yet, upon hearing his words, Wei merely smiled. Are you certain we can take as much as we want? He asked, glancing at Wei before turning back to Yang Rongguang. For some reason, an ominous premonition began to creep into Yang Rongguang's mind. However, having already spoken, he was not one to retract his words. Besides, the upper hand was firmly in the hands of the others, leaving him with no grounds to backtrack. Indeed, I, Yang Rongguang, am a man of my word. You may take whatever you need, he insisted, steeling himself. Hearing this, Wei's smile broadened. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wei and remarked, Brother Yang is a good man in that case. We shall take just half. Very well, Wei nodded in agreement. Yang Rongguang's heart sank as he overheard their conversation, realizing that the world had changed. Many things could no longer be judged by common sense. What if they truly had the means to take away half of his supplies? Yet, it was too late to turn back. He could only watch helplessly, hoping Wei was merely boasting. After leading Wei and his companions through the warehouse, Yang Rongguang's face turned ashen, as if he had lost his soul. He felt like crying and wished he could slap himself for his foolishness. The thought of his vanished supplies ignited an impulse to bang his head against the wall. How foolish! Why did he have to boast so much? Fortunately, Wei was kind-hearted. She did not take away as much as Wei had suggested, leaving him with a substantial portion instead. The warehouse was filled with abundant supplies, sufficient for over 100 people, allowing them to sustain themselves for a considerable time. Would you like to join us? Wei suddenly invited Yang Rongguang as they were about to leave the supermarket. Initially, she had thought of him as a ruthless gang leader, but after witnessing his interactions in the supermarket, she realized her perception was grossly mistaken. He held considerable influence among his peers. Join you? You mean to say you want us to become part of your group? Yang Rongguang frowned, perplexed. Wei remained silent, raising her hand to remove her hood and snow gear, revealing a face that seemed meticulously sculpted by the heavens. She nodded gently and continued, while your environment is pleasant and you have your protection, What about the future? If the snow does not melt and temperatures do not return to normal, resources will inevitably dwindle. How will you survive then? Do you have a solution? Yang Rongguang inquired. A-Wire, however, did not respond. Merely gazing at him, awaiting his answer, if he chose to join them, she would gladly share everything. Otherwise, revealing any information would be futile. Her primary concern was for the children and the elderly, wishing to provide them with a chance at survival. If Yang Rongguang declined, she would not press the issue. Yang Rongguang's attention shifted to Luo Wei, who, upon meeting his gaze, shrugged and stepped aside. A-Wire held a significant position in the group, surpassing Chu Fian in both status and strength. She had the authority to invite anyone she wished, and Luo Wei would not interfere. Chapter 39. The feelings of being liked by a man. Yang Rongguang's eyes flickered as he beheld A-Wire's stunning visage. A face so striking that it could disarm anyone's defenses. An ordinary person might have found themselves unwittingly dropping all reservations and agreeing to follow her. Yet, Yang Rongguang was not one to succumb so easily. As the leader of the group, he possessed foresight and had long anticipated that this calamity could persist for an extended period. However, he had yet to devise a solution. Now, gazing at the extraordinarily beautiful girl before him, she seemed to possess insights into matters beyond his reach. Following her could indeed present a viable option. Nevertheless, with the survival of over 100 individuals at stake, he found it difficult to commit to a decision. Take your time to think it over. We will rest at the Southeast military base for 3 days. If you decide to join us, you can come to the base and mention my name. I'm A-Wire. She offered, sensing Yang Rongguang's dilemma and choosing not to pressure him. With that, she turned to leave but suddenly remembered something. Lifting her hand, a stack of papers appeared in her grasp. These are methods compiled by Principal Fong Qinghan for strength training. Regular practice can effectively enhance one's physical abilities. Since we have taken your supplies, let this serve as a token of compensation, she stated, handing him the papers before turning away without hesitation. Avoid going west of the city. Yang Rongguang warned as the engine roared to life, his voice barely audible amid the rumble. Avoid going west of the city? Yao Xingtong, upon entering the vehicle, immediately nestled into Luo Wei's embrace, whispering, I wonder what lies to the west? Sister, must you be so curious? Luo Wei sighed, gazing at the girl who had instinctively nestled against him. Curiosity killed the cat, you know? Ahem, Teacher Luo. I also want to see what's to the west, A-Wire interjected with a light cough. But don't worry, Teacher Luo. We'll approach quietly. I have a drone in my space, and we can observe from a distance without taking any risks. Upon hearing A-Wire's words, Luo Wei nodded, his expression remaining neutral. Curiosity is not inherently dangerous. Ignorance, however, is perilous, and what is even more dangerous than ignorance is recklessness. Fortunately, A-Wire's curiosity was tempered with strategy and caution. By the way, Tong Tong, what did you see before we entered the supermarket? Why did you suddenly react so strongly? A-Wire inquired as she turned the steering wheel towards the west. Luo Wei also felt a spark of curiosity. Well, I saw Zhao Qingfeng kiss that injured guy named Lei. Yao Xingtong's face paled at her own admission. Ha ha! I thought it was something serious, A-Wire chuckled. Perhaps they were just whispering sweet nothings. Your eagle-eye view might have misled you. I haven't finished speaking. Yao Xingtong hastily continued. Initially, I thought I was mistaken, but then Zhao Qingfeng went around kissing each team member, as if he feared they would get jealous. She added, and it wasn't the western cheek kissing. It was on the lips. A-Wire, Luo Wei, if I'm not mistaken, weren't all of Zhao Qingfeng's team members male? A-Wire asked hesitantly. You are not mistaken, Yao Xingtong affirmed. Hiss, A-Wire gasped, then turned to Luo Wei in the rearview mirror. Teacher Luo, did you sense something was amiss? Is that why you avoided getting too close to Zhao Qingfeng? Luo Wei nodded without speaking. Wow, I never noticed before. I thought Zhao Qingfeng was a person of integrity, treating us no differently than other girls. Now I realize he might have. Wait, Teacher Luo, does he have feelings for you? Yao Xingtong exclaimed, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she nestled closer to Luo Wei. Not wearing a scarf or goggles, her expressive face was fully visible to him, the moment she uttered those words. The car jolted slightly, and A-Wire's shoulders began to tremble with suppressed laughter. Such a beautiful face, yet why does it have to speak so much? It's one thing to have a mouth, but why so many words? Luo Wei remarked, pinching Yao Xingtong's chubby cheeks, her face morphing into a comical expression. Oh, Teacher Luo. Yao Xingtong mumbled, her words slurred. A wire finally burst into laughter, unable to contain herself any longer. If you want to laugh, just go ahead. Why hold it in so painfully? Lo Wei scoffed. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, A wire laughed so hard that her eyes disappeared behind her smile. Lo Wei, I was merely speaking casually, and yet you truly found it amusing. Luo Wei felt a sense of irritation as he looked down at Yao Xingtong, whose face was still pinched. Perhaps feeling discomfort, she shook her head and attempted to escape his grip, only to turn and playfully bite his hand. Startled, Luo Wei instinctively withdrew his hand, then swatted her securely wrapped behind with a light smack. Ouch! Teacher Luo! A startled cry escaped from Yao Xingtong, though she felt no pain, and the sensation was rather vague. It was primarily the shock of Luo Wei's actions that left her astounded. After all, he hadn't exerted much force, and her thick clothing cushioned the impact. Luo Wei's expression was somewhat awkward. By all that is sacred, he had merely swatted her casually. How could a gentleman like him ever take advantage of a girl without cause? Teacher Luo, I never expected you to be this kind of person, Yao Xingtong remarked. Her large eyes glistening with unshed tears, portraying a picture of innocence, as if she had suffered a great injustice. If I were to say that slap was merely a misunderstanding, you would believe me. Wouldn't you? Luo Wei suggested. Believe? Only if you can describe to me what it feels like to be loved by a man. Otherwise, I shall inform Professor Chu about how you bullied me, Yao Xingtong replied. A glint of cunning in her eyes. Ha! As the campus belle of Deep Sea University, have you never been loved by a man? Why ask me that? Luo Wei retorted with irritation. It was clear to him that the girl was not truly angry. Otherwise, she would not be nestled so closely in his embrace, clinging tightly to him. Of course, he also regretted not having slapped her harder. I have indeed been loved by many men, some even to the point of obsession. However, aside from feeling annoyed, I hardly felt anything else, Yao Xingtong stated, her gaze fixed intently on Luo Wei, curiosity evident on her face. But what about you, Teacher Luo? What do you feel? Disgust, Luo Wei replied flatly. That's rather dismissive, Yao Xingtong protested from within his embrace. Be more specific. What makes you feel disgusted? Are you ever going to stop? Luo Wei fumed. Imagine if a girl were to constantly obsess over you from behind. How would that feel? If she obsesses, then so be it. What feelings could that evoke? Yao Xingtong responded, bewildered. Pfft. Consider it this way. What if, every night during your nightmares, you dreamt of someone pursuing you with a cold spear, intent on stabbing you? How would that feel? Luo Wei explained. Yao Xingtong was taken aback, finally grasping the gravity of the situation. Chapter 40. With great power comes great responsibility. The vehicle fell into a tranquil silence. Yao Xingtong seemed to sense the fear, ceasing her playful antics. The vehicle cut through the snowstorm, traversing a world blanketed in ice and snow. Luo Wei vigilantly surveyed the surroundings, noticing that although the city appeared lifeless, numerous survivors were indeed present. These individuals merely hid within their homes, retreating at the slightest disturbance, which created the illusion that the entire city was devoid of life. As the vehicle continued westward, Luo Wei observed an increasing number of signs of human activity amid the wreckage of shops. It seemed as though every store and residence had been ravaged. This must be the place, Luo Wei declared, instructing Avril to pull the vehicle over. After disembarking, he pointed to a nearby window, saying, We'll enter through here and then use the drone to search. All right, Avril and Yao Xingtong nodded in unison. Expressing no doubt regarding his words, Avril stored the vehicle in her space, and the trio entered the building through the shattered window. After locating the stairs, they swiftly ascended to the rooftop. Avril produced 3 drones, handing one each to Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong. We'll each take a different direction. This model can cover a radius of 20 kilometers. If we search together, we should quickly locate the items Yang Rongwang specifically warned us about. Operating the drone proved to be straightforward. Even Luo Wei, who had never handled one before, adapted quickly. The drone soared into the sky, racing towards the distance. The drones Avril had prepared were of high quality, emitting minimal noise during flight, which was further masked by the howling wind and snow. After a minute or two, Luo Wei gazed at the footage relayed by the drone and let out a sigh. Better to be a peaceful dog than a person in turbulent times. In this chaotic world, human lives were as expendable as grass. Under the drone's surveillance, within a mere 5 minutes, Luo Wei witnessed no less than 3 brutal encounters. The 2 women beside him were equally transfixed by the monitor, their expressions darkening with a blend of anger and undeniable fear. This was the true apocalypse. Humanity would fight to the death over a single pack of instant noodles or a loaf of bread. Willing to forsake their dignity for a sip of water, ugh, Yao Xingtong suddenly retched. Luo Wei turned to look, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. On Yao Xingtong's monitor, the drone's camera focused on a window emitting smoke. Despite being encased in thick ice, the high-tech camera maintained its clarity, revealing scenes of cannibalism within. Found it, but strangely, why are there only women? Avril's voice broke through. Luo Wei turned to see a high-end villa district appear on Avril's monitor. Most of the villas were abandoned, yet one stood out amidst the desolation. Inside, figures danced and sang, each adorned with smiles, exuding an air of merriment as if untouched by the harsh external world. As Luo Wei glanced over, Avril began adjusting the drone's camera. Upon directing it towards the 3rd floor of the villa, Avril gasped, nearly dropping the controller. The girl's face flushed crimson, her body trembling slightly. Uncertain of what she had seen, Luo Wei quickly took the communicator from her hands. Upon viewing the footage, his eyes widened in disbelief as he involuntarily smacked his lips. Not particularly attractive, but quite daring. He murmured, observing the scene of women, each varying in shape and beauty, all above a certain standard. Teacher Luo, please stop watching. Avril snapped back to reality and noticed Luo Wei engrossed in the spectacle. Her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She shot him an admonishing glare before hastily retracting her hand. A hint of regret flickered in Luo Wei's eyes, followed by amusement at Avril's reaction. It was no wonder she had screamed. Any decent woman would likely lose her composure upon witnessing such a scene, especially a young lady like Avril. Are you satisfied with your curiosity? If so, shouldn't we leave? Luo Wei suggested. Leave? Yao Xingtong asked, her expression puzzled as she regarded him. What do you intend to do if we don't? Luo Wei replied, exasperated by the naive girl before him. I in this world. No one can truly save another. Everyone is fighting to survive. We are not saviors, merely survivors. Offering assistance within our means is one thing, but forcibly altering someone else's fate is meddling. It's a thankless task and could very well cost us our own lives. Teacher Luo makes a valid point, Avril acknowledged, taking a deep breath. If we cannot rescue others from peril, let us refrain from interfering in their lives. Yao Xingtong nodded, her understanding still somewhat tentative. Should we return to the military base? Or continue the search for supplies? Luo Wei glanced at the sky, realizing they had unwittingly drifted towards afternoon since leaving the military base that morning. Let us search for some supplies, he decided. Our group has over 20,000 members, relying solely on the supplies found by just over 2,000 awakened individuals won't last long. Do you think you and Fang Qinghan can sustain the entire group? Luo Wei frowned out. Of course, no single person can manage that, which is why we must unite our efforts to overcome this crisis. Avril gazed at Luo Wei, a smile she could not conceal lighting up her eyes. With you, our principal, Tongtong Situ, and Professor Chu, if each of us contributes, I believe we can easily navigate through this challenge. Don't include me in that. I'm not as noble as you. I simply wish to live in peace. Luo Wei scoffed. With great power comes great responsibility. Some things you cannot escape, whether you wish to or not. Moreover, think about it. As social beings, if humanity were to dwindle to just you, Professor Chu, and Yaya, what significance would your existence hold? What significance? At least our survival would be meaningful, and frankly, the thought of such a scenario is rather exhilarating, Luo Wei countered. Noticing that Avril was about to speak again, he quickly redirected the conversation. Enough of this idle chatter. If we're searching for supplies, let us get on with it and return swiftly before we freeze. At his words, Avril and Yao Xingtong exchanged glances, both unable to suppress their smiles. If Teacher Luo is truly unwilling, you may return first, Yao Xingtong ventured tentatively. If Fang Qinghan instructed you to find me for a team-up and I return alone, do you think Fang Qinghan would let me off the hook? Luo Wei shot Yao Xingtong a disdainful look. Hee. Teacher Luo is right. If something happens to us, Professor Fang would certainly hold you accountable. Yao Xingtong replied, her mischievous side surfacing as she approached, wrapping her arms around Luo Wei's. So it seems we are all in this together. Teacher Luo, let us set off. With that, she dashed to the back of the vehicle, playfully pushing him inside. Rowie shook his head in resignation, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have teamed up with them when he set out today. If he had ventured alone, he would have already returned to the warmth of his home, embraced by his wife and children. Chapter 41. Encountering a stalemate in the time that followed, Rowie and his companions scoured several supermarkets. But it seemed their good fortune had run dry. The interiors of these stores were left in disarray, with all usable supplies having been stripped away by others. As dusk approached, hunger gnawed at their insides. Rowie turned to Avril, jesting, "Are you still keen on achieving your little goal?" To his surprise, his words sparked the girl's competitive spirit. "Humph," Avril scoffed defiantly. "I refuse to believe that in such a vast city. I cannot find enough supplies to fill my space." It's her words. Rowie fell momentarily silent, regretting his impulsive remark. "All right, enough of that. I'm cold and hungry after a day like this. If we don't eat something soon, I fear I won't last much longer," Yao Xingtong said weakly. "Let's find somewhere to eat," Avril suggested. Rowie had no objections, and Yao Xingtong was so delighted she nearly leaped in joy in this apocalyptic world. Vacant houses were commonplace. The trio found a densely populated neighborhood and entered a building that bore signs of human habitation. They climbed the stairs until they discovered an apartment with a dusty doorknob, and they broke in without hesitation. The spacious abode, over 100 square meters, was adorned with a wedding photo of a young couple. The man, tall and handsome, wore a radiant smile, gazing at his wife with unparalleled tenderness, while the woman appeared delicate and content, nestled against him, radiating happiness. A heartwarming scene, yet, as they beheld the dust-covered photograph in the living room, each felt a stir of emotion, especially the two girls. Avril's eyes glistened with deep sorrow. Despite knowing the couple might be in grave danger, she silently wished them well, hoping for their safety. At that moment, Yao Xingtong seemed to forget her hunger, her gaze filled with melancholy as she regarded the picture. If not for this blizzard, they would surely be living happily, right? Rowie could only sigh, reflecting on the capriciousness of fate. In the face of disaster, all are equal, be it kings or commoners, tycoons or beggars, beauty or ugliness, health or illness. In this global catastrophe, no one is spared. With a heavy sigh, Rowie stepped into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. It appeared the homeowner was not much of a cook, as the fridge was completely empty. "Rowie, don't bother. When we were coming upstairs, I noticed many doors had signs of forced entry. This place has surely been ransacked," Avril remarked. After saying this, she grabbed a towel and wiped the coffee table in the living room, then retrieved various food items from her space, laying them out on the table. Seeing this, Rowie's eyes brightened. He had nearly forgotten he was accompanied by a mobile pantry. There were hot pot ingredients, an alcohol stove, and an array of fresh produce. Is this the apocalypse? If life in the apocalypse is like this, then I must say, long live the apocalypse. I quite enjoy it, Rowie exclaimed as he rubbed his hands together and began to assist. Every ingredient Avril produced was exquisite. The beef was premium Wagyu, while the vegetables appeared freshly plucked from the garden, vibrant and enticing. Additionally, there were luxurious items like lobsters and king crabs. Is this how you live normally? Rowie inquired. Occasionally, Avril replied with a shy smile. Rowie, having been self-sufficient since childhood, was far more capable than the two young ladies before him. Soon, a pot of fragrant and spicy hot pot was ready. Steam wafted into the air as the three gathered around to indulge, each savoring their meal with immense satisfaction. The delicate, fair faces of the two girls flushed with color, their enticing lips gleaming under the spicy stimulation. Just as they were relishing their feast, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the door. Rowie's expression changed slightly, and although the two girls were a beat slow to react, they all paused their movements simultaneously. The aroma is coming from here. My awakened ability may lack combat prowess, but my sense of smell is exceptionally acute, allowing me to detect scents that others cannot, a voice called from outside. Immediately after, a malicious voice rang out, "Open up, we are here to bring warmth to the community." At that moment, even a fool would realize that no one was offering warmth in this neighborhood. Rowie exchanged glances with the two girls, then rose to the door, opening it with a decisive click. The individuals outside had not anticipated that the occupants would actually open the door. After calling out, they prepared to force their way in, only for the door to swing open unexpectedly, causing one of them to stumble and perform an unintentional split. His face turned pale in shock. After a few seconds, he let out a howl, clutching his groin and sitting on the ground, wailing in pain. Rowie glanced at the fool before him, then shifted his gaze to the three figures at the doorway. They were bundled up tightly, making it difficult to discern their ages, though their builds suggested they were all male. "Here to bring warmth?" Rowie asked flatly. "Would you care to come in for a bite?" The three outside looked at Rowie with uncertainty. One individual suddenly tugged at the clothing of the man in the middle, silently urging him to glance at the interior. Following the direction of his companion's gaze, the man's eyes widened with undisguised greed behind his goggles. "Indeed, we are here to bring warmth, but I see you are not the owners of this apartment. Come, let us go with us for an investigation." He spoke without hesitation, weaving a tale without batting an eye. "How about you come inside instead?" Avril interjected, brandishing an AK-47, its dark muzzle aimed squarely at the doorway. "What a bold beauty. I like that." The man in the middle chuckled, then smoothly produced a handgun, aiming it at the trio inside. His movements were swift, nearly surpassing the average person's reflexes. However, Avril and Yaoxing Tong were no ordinary individuals. As third-tier awakened ones, their reactions were lightning fast. Just as the man drew his weapon, the guns of Avril and Yaoxing Tong fired simultaneously. Bang bang. The two bullets struck the man's palm almost in unison. In an instant, flesh and bone shattered, blood sprang forth, and the gun fell to the ground before he could even brandish it. The man screamed in agony, clutching his mangled wrist, his eyes wide with terror as he looked at Avril and Yaoxing Tong. Only then did he realize he had bitten off more than he could chew. In retrospect, he understood that in this world, without some capability, how could one hope to feast on meat, especially with two such beautiful women? "Please, don't kill me," he pleaded, his voice trembling as he gazed at the approaching women. "Give me a reason not to," Avril replied, pressing the cold muzzle of her gun against his forehead, her stunning visage devoid of warmth, her tone flat and emotionless. Over the past few months, although Fang Qinghan had protected them well, shielding them from much of the true darkness, each of them had participated in their fair share of battles. As Fang Qinghan's right hand, Avril's hands were stained with blood. Long ago. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust at that moment. Avril's heart was as cold and unyielding as her gun. Chapter 42. Yi Tian. What manner of teacher produces what kind of student? Fang Qinghan had trained his pupils with utmost diligence, ensuring none were lacking in skill. Avril, with her gentle exterior reminiscent of a beauty from an ancient painting, was, in truth, a formidable woman. In terms of mental fortitude and methods, she resembled Fang Qinghan closely. Faced with the icy muzzle of the gun, beads of sweat began to trickle down the man's temples. I have supplies. I can trade them for my life," he stammered, a spark of desperation igniting within him. "Ha! Do you really think we would lack for your meager supplies?" Avril retorted, advancing the gun, poised to pull the trigger. "Please, you can't kill me. Otherwise, our leader won't spare you," the man shouted in a panic. "Your leader?" Avril's brows furrowed as she shifted her gaze to the man's companions, who were now paralyzed with fear, too frightened to even think of retaliating or fleeing. The marksmanship of Avril and Yaoxing Tong had shattered their courage. Before Avril's penetrating gaze, the three trembled, nearly collapsing to their knees. In the 2 months since the apocalypse began, while some had descended into depravity and cruelty, many others were simply trying to survive. Forced to align themselves with nefarious individuals, these three were no different. They followed their leader, engaging in petty thievery, but when faced with real danger, they lacked the backbone to engage in true combat. Our leader is called Yi Tian. He lives in the neighboring community and is a fourth-tier awakened one with extraordinary power. Moreover, he possesses the ability of foresight. He is extremely lecherous, having deceived the owner of this house into turning against her husband, willingly becoming his woman. Among the three individuals, one was the first to succumb, and upon opening his mouth, he spilled everything he knew like a cascade of beans, pleading, "I know nothing more. Please, spare me. I have committed no heinous acts. At most, I have merely run errands. Please, let me go." As he spoke, his knees buckled, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, weeping and begging. "We had no choice. If we do not heed his words or assist him, he will withhold our sustenance. The other two, witnessing this spectacle, followed suit, kneeling and bowing their heads fervently. "Do we have any ropes?" Ro Wei inquired, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Ai Wei-er. "We need something sturdy." Ai Wei-er nodded in acknowledgement and produced a rope, thick as a thumb, stating, "This is crafted from the tendons of monsters, combined with special materials capable of withstanding a pull of 50 tons. Ro Wei nodded, taking the rope and tossing it before the first kneeling man, commanding, "If you wish to avoid death, follow my instructions and bind the two others together." He then warned Ai Wei-er and Yao Xingtong, "Should you dare to resist, I will execute you on the spot." "Understood." The two women immediately replied in unison. "How dare you betray the boss?" The man with a severed hand lamented, observing the cowardice of his subordinates. His demeanor deteriorating. "If you've all spoken your piece, what more is there for me to say?" Yet, just as his words trailed off, the crack of a gunshot rang out. Thereafter, darkness enveloped him as he awaited the opportunity to tread the path of a hero once more. 18 years hence, blood splattered, drenching several individuals. The three subordinates squeezed their legs together, nearly scared to the point of losing control. Their boss was a peak-level second-tier awakened, and with his exceptional speed and marksmanship, he was a formidable adversary. Typically, he was the one to intimidate others, and in their minds, the only one capable of challenging him was their boss. Yet today, they encountered someone who not only matched but surpassed him. Stripping away their leader's very right to exist, fear gripped the three, yet they felt an overwhelming sense of relief for not having resisted or fled. "Those who recognize the times are wise," Ro Wei remarked, casting a disapproving glare at Ai Wei-er as he spoke. This fellow had fired a gun without a word of warning, leaving him splattered with blood. Ai Wei-er, sensing his displeasure, sheepishly stuck out her tongue, her expression endearing, betraying none of her previous resolve in taking a life. "Tell us about that fellow named Yi Tian," Ro Wei said, inspecting the knots before personally binding the last man and tossing all three into a room. He beckoned Yao Xingtong and Ai Wei-er to take their seats again, inquiring as he ate, "Aside from being a fourth-tier awakened himself, does Yi Tian have any other formidable allies?" "Indeed, the women surrounding him are quite capable," one of the bound men interjected, swallowing hard as he glanced at the trio by the hot pot. "However, their strength is certainly inferior to Yi Tian's. Aside from those women, he also has numerous subordinates, but the strongest among them is roughly comparable to our boss, the one who was just killed at O. Yi Tian has many followers. How many are there?" Ro Wei pressed. "Indeed, there are quite a few, approximately over 300, mostly awakened. With so many following him, he must possess substantial resources," Ai Wei-er remarked, taking a bite of vegetables before voicing her most pressing concern. "He likely has a lot. All the resources we gathered were handed over to him, and our daily sustenance is distributed by him." Upon hearing this, the three exchanged glances. Ro Wei set down his chopsticks, rising to throw the three bound individuals into a nearby room. "What? Are you contemplating taking on Yi Tian?" Ro Wei resumed his seat, dipping a slice of beef into the pot, then glanced at Ai Wei-er, reminding her, "But do not forget, his subordinates number over 300, and Yi Tian himself is a fourth-tier awakened." "Teacher Ro." Ai Wei-er's eyes sparkled as she earnestly fixed her gaze upon him, playfully grasping his arm like Yao Xingtong often did. "But you are also a fourth-tier awakened, aren't you? And your powers are incredibly formidable. I have witnessed it myself. Do not mimic Yao Xingtong. I am as hard-hearted as stone. Flattery will not work on me," Ro Wei retorted, extricating his arm from her grasp. "What of it? If Wei-er learns from me, what harm is there?" Yao Xingtong interjected, her cheeks stuffed like a hamster, her words muffled. "Teacher Ro, I know you are a person of great integrity, and you certainly do not wish for me and Tong Tong to come to harm." Ai Wei-er, undeterred by his rejection, gazed at him with pleading eyes. "You heard what kind of person Yi Tian is. He is nothing short of a nefarious villain. Can you bear to see us fall into his clutches? Since you are already aware of what he is, why provoke him further?" Ro Wei countered. "Did I provoke him? He was the one who came after us. His subordinates bullied us. Should we simply slink away like cowards?" Ai Wei-er retorted. "Exactly," Yao Xingtong chimed in. Ro Wei found himself at a loss against the relentless arguments of the women. "Very well, you win," he conceded. Hee hee, Teacher Rowe is the best, truly deserving of the title of our Ocean Academy's idol. Ai Wei Er and Yao Xingtong celebrated, not forgetting to praise him. Chapter 43. The protagonist's strengths and weaknesses. Rowe Wei shook his head. Although he had agreed to accompany the two women on this venture, he remained vigilant. He began to analyze. First and foremost, the man's name is Yi Tian. Those familiar with novels understand the significance of that surname, and Tian in his name elevates it further. He is undoubtedly a classic protagonist archetype. The two women, listening to Rowe Wei's analysis, could hardly conceal their amusement, clearly dismissing his insights. However, when Rowe Wei brought forth the three captives for further interrogation, their expressions gradually grew solemn. Firstly, he is an orphan. Secondly, he was recently dumped by his girlfriend just before the apocalypse. His life seems to be a series of fortunate events, swiftly rising to power, seizing resources, hunting monsters, discovering treasures, recruiting followers, and humiliating his ex-girlfriend. It's as though he is living a charmed life, always a step ahead of others. Coupled with his entourage of stunning women, each a goddess previously unattainable, is this not the essence of a protagonist? Perhaps even a reincarnated protagonist archetype. Teacher Rowe, Yao Xingtong suddenly focused her gaze on him, speaking earnestly. I do not mean to pry into your past, but I recall you are also an orphan, correct? So what of it? Rowe Wei replied, perplexed by her question. Cough, cough. If we consider Yi Tian as a protagonist, I believe you also fit that mold. Teacher Rowe, Yao Xingtong stated, adopting a sagacious demeanor. Look, while Yi Tian possesses means and strength, expending great effort to rise, he is merely a fourth-tier awakened. Our Teacher Rowe, although subtle and unassuming, is not inferior to him. Ai Wei Er, seated nearby, nodded earnestly. Furthermore, if we are to discuss beauty, I do not believe Yi Tian's companions can compare to our Professor Chu in terms of quality. Rowe Wei? Ai Wei Er regarded him seriously, declaring, Tong Tong is right. Teacher Rowe, if we were all characters in the same narrative, I would believe you would undoubtedly be the protagonist. Enough of this nonsense. Rowe Wei exclaimed, bemused by their antics. He believed firmly in the notion that human determination could triumph over fate, that each individual was the architect of their own existence, and that everyone is the protagonist of their own life. Therefore, he never subscribed to the idea of a singular protagonist or the notion that the world revolved around any one individual. Do not be timid, Teacher Rowe. We believe in you. I truly believe that even protagonists have their strengths and weaknesses, and you are the strongest among them. Tonight, we shall confront him and eliminate that Yi Tian, teaching him the true meaning of what it is to be a protagonist, Yao Xingtong urged. Fanning the flames of chaos. What if he truly is a reincarnated individual? He might already be aware of our plans for tonight, putting us at risk of falling into his trap, Rowe Wei cautioned. Haha, Teacher Rowe, do you genuinely believe in reincarnated persons? Ai Wei laughed. In my view, he likely possesses some foresight ability instead. Teacher Rowe, you might not be aware, but we have such a person among us. Oh? Who? Rowe Wei inquired with curiosity. Xiao Qing, Ai Wei revealed, adding, while these are merely my conjectures, they are likely on point. Xiao Qing possesses a gift that allows him to see into the future, albeit one he cannot control and only triggers at random. Rowe Wei. Teacher Rowe, I have witnessed your powers. If we speak of explosive strength, aside from Principal Fong, yours is undoubtedly the mightiest combat ability I have encountered. Ai Wei stated, I believe that in the face of overwhelming power, all schemes and intrigues are rendered powerless. Should Yi Tian truly be aware of our plans tonight, we have gleaned enough about him. It is akin to playing cards with everyone revealing their hands. What remains is a contest of raw strength. You hold such confidence in my abilities? Rowe Wei asked. Absolutely, before Avril could utter a word. Yao Xingtong eagerly interjected, Teacher Luo, you might not be aware, but you are the crush of our dear Wei from her early days at Deep Sea University. Xingtong, what on earth are you talking about? Avril exclaimed, her delicate face turning a vivid shade of red as she hastily attempted to cover Yao Xingtong's mouth. Unfortunately, Yao Xingtong was not only quick with her words but also agile in her movements. With her petite stature of just 1.6 meters, she ducked under Avril's grasp and darted behind Luo Wei, peeking out from his back while playfully sticking her tongue out at Avril, saying, Am I wrong? Are you really going to claim that there are no pictures of Teacher Luo in your phone? Avril was momentarily rendered speechless. her gaze inadvertently meeting Luo Wei's inquisitive and probing eyes. Her already bashful complexion deepened to a hue that spread down to her neck. Observing this, Luo Wei's expression morphed into one of bemusement. He was well aware that many harbored secret affections for him at Deep Sea University. Yet he never imagined that the esteemed campus beauty herself had once admired him from afar. He couldn't deny the satisfaction that stirred within him at this revelation. Luo, Teacher Luo, please don't misunderstand. Back when I first arrived at the school, I was still quite immature in my thoughts. I happened to see you jogging on the playground one morning and took a picture, Avril stammered. Her cheeks aflame. Just one picture? I recall there being quite a few. Yao Xingtong chimed in, dismantling Avril's defense. Boom. Avril's already crimson face ignited further, resembling the fiery glow of a sunset, as if she might spontaneously combust from embarrassment. All right, enough of this frivolity, Luo Wei interjected, pulling the two apart. Let us not dwell on the past. We need to focus on our next steps. When dealing with an individual possessing prophetic abilities, all our preparations may very well fall under their control. We must proceed with utmost caution, leaving no room for complacency. Luo Wei felt that if he remained silent any longer, Avril might awkwardly leap from the building in embarrassment. Yao Xingtong, recognizing the gravity of the situation, refrained from further teasing Avril. The nearly explosive tension within Avril began to ease as she cast a grateful glance at Luo Wei. Indeed, during her initial days at the school, she had been youthful and naive, sharing the same immature infatuation with him as many other young girls. However, that was all in the past. Over the course of 3 years, she had matured significantly, casting aside those juvenile thoughts. Yet, she had not anticipated the betrayal of a close friend that left her reeling. Reflecting on it now, she realized she had been somewhat overdramatic. After all, everyone has their youthful follies. Teacher Luo is actually quite wonderful, handsome, capable, and astute. Weier, have you truly moved on from him? Yao Xingtong inquired softly as Luo Wei entered the room. Shut up. How dare you bring this up? Avril retorted, seizing Yao Xingtong's ear and scolding. It's been ages since then. Why bring it up now and create unnecessary awkwardness? Ouch, that hurts, my ear. Yao Xingtong squealed, promising never to speak of it again. However, the moment Avril released her grip, she promptly forgot her promise. Previously, she had only judged by appearances, but after spending time with him, she found Teacher Luo to be genuinely admirable. Unfortunately, Weier, he is already taken. Even if you still hold feelings for him, you can only harbor them silently. Avril feigned a strike. Chapter 44. Such logic having prepared herself, Yao Xingtong was not easily caught by Avril. While the two girls were playfully bickering, Luo Wei emerged from the room with 3 captives. Share everything you know. Should you dare to conceal even a fragment, the fate of the corpse outside will be your own, Luo Wei threatened. Then boldly seated himself on the sofa, listening intently as the 3 shared their accounts. Through their explanations, the figure of Yi Tian began to take shape. Before the apocalypse, Yi Tian was merely a delivery man clad in yellow, lacking both education and connections, utterly alone at the very bottom of society. Perhaps due to his status, his body had early exposure to the toxins within the snowflakes, yet by some stroke of luck, he had survived and inadvertently awakened his extraordinary abilities. What followed was his meteoric rise, akin to a cheat code in a game. Moreover, the women surrounding him were all extraordinary in their own right. Notably, the mistress of this house possessed uncommon abilities, capable of slowing others' movements, akin to a curse. Another woman could become invisible, appearing and disappearing at will, making her nearly impossible to guard against. As for the abilities of the others, these 3 were uncertain. Why Yi Tian typically resided in a spacious flat with his women, avoiding contact with them, let alone allowing his women to interact with other men. Luo Wei exchanged glances with Yao Xingtong and Avril, each recognizing the gravity reflected in one another's eyes. He rose and unceremoniously tossed the bound trio back into the room. The information they provided was scant. Even Yi Tian's abilities were merely conjecture. Are you certain you want to take this risk? Luo Wei asked, his expression serious. If this fails, should we seek out Principal Fong? Principal Fong must guard the camp and cannot leave lightly. Avril shook her head, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, how about we use a drone to scout the situation first? Very well. The target is directly across, not far at all. We can launch a drone from here. Luo Wei agreed. All right, Avril nodded. With a clear objective in mind, and to avoid detection, she took out a single drone and personally operated it, sending it soaring into the storm. The drone, battling the wind and snow, soared like a hawk through the skies. Wei Xiao, what's wrong? In the luxuriously furnished flat, a young man in his 20s lounged on an expensive sofa, his brow furrowed in concern. A tall, slender woman clad in a silk robe approached from behind, her exquisite features leaning against him. Have you encountered something troubling? You can share it with me. As she spoke, her smooth, delicate hand began to caress his robust chest. The man leaned back, enjoying the moment, before suddenly pulling her from the sofa in response to her teasing. I'm bothered, so stop provoking me, he grumbled. This man was Yi Tian. For reasons unknown, he felt an unusual sense of unease today, akin to a thorn in his back, as if something ominous were about to transpire. Despite having thrived in the aftermath of the apocalypse, thanks to the advantages of reincarnation, this was the first time he had experienced such a feeling. Coincidentally, it coincided with the very day of his rebirth, and since then, he had altered the storylines he was familiar with, rendering his memories obsolete. Damn it! System, where's my system? Wasn't it said that a system is standard for reincarnators? Yi Tian's expression darkened with frustration as he cursed fate for being unjust, having granted him rebirth without a system, forcing him to rely solely on himself. Was this some kind of joke? Unaware of Yi Tian's inner turmoil, the woman, noting his gloomy demeanor, took it upon herself to showcase her talents, having been a versatile broadcaster before the apocalypse. How wonderful! Yi Tian exclaimed, temporarily setting aside his troubles. He was engrossed in enjoyment, oblivious to the small black, several hundred meters away. Pa! Avril spat softly, her cheeks flushed as she thrust the monitoring device into Luo Wei's hands. Luo Wei, puzzled by the sudden outburst of the usually graceful girl, glanced down at the device in confusion, raising an eyebrow. The man appeared unremarkable, lacking any special traits, while the woman demonstrated skills that could rival those of Professor Chu. Men are all pigs, Avril muttered under her breath. Noticing Luo Wei's focused gaze on the screen, stop talking nonsense. I'm merely observing Yi Tian to see if he is aware of our presence. If not, why don't you take a turn? Luo Wei replied. His ears sharp, he then offered the monitoring device to Avril. I don't want to. You can keep watching, Avril retorted, her face as red as a ripe persimmon, quickly stepping back and avoiding the device entirely. What's the matter with you two? It's just monitoring someone. If you can't handle it, let me do it, Yao Xingtong chimed in, reaching for the device. However, Luo Wei had no intention of relinquishing it. Behave yourself? He admonished, retracting his arm. Forget it, let Teacher Luo handle the surveillance alone. We can take a break for now, Avril suggested, pulling Yao Xingtong back to their seats. It's so cold. Within 3 minutes of the two girls sitting together, Yao Xingtong began to complain, her eyes mischievously sizing up Luo Wei. Maintain proper boundaries. Ladies should exercise decorum, Luo Wei remarked, fully aware of Yao Xingtong's intentions. It seemed she had grown accustomed to using him as a source of warmth. If she had worn less, he might have felt tempted, but he remained resolute. However, the attire of this girl is excessively thick, making her already petite figure appear round and plump, akin to a ball. Holding her in my embrace, it is not merely the sensation of a youthful softness that I feel. Beyond the faint fragrance of her hair tips, I can scarcely detect any warmth. Teacher Luo? Once a teacher, forever a father. Can you truly be so cold-hearted as to watch your two daughters endure hardship and suffer from the cold? Yao Xingtong lamented. The audacity of her words exceeded even Norway's expectations. To avoid the chill, she shamelessly invoked even our adoptive father. Upon hearing this, Avril instinctively shifted her body, wishing to distance herself, appearing embarrassed to be associated with her, muttering that if one were to acknowledge a godfather, they should do so alone and not involve her. Yet, Yao Xingtong disregarded this, boldly pulling Luo Wei onto the sofa, then proceeded to unfasten his clothing, burrowing into his embrace, her icy form pressed firmly against him as she wrapped her arms around his waist. Luo Wei's lips twitched, defeated by this girl's brazen demeanor. He simply retrieved a fur blanket from his backpack and draped it over both of them. Wow, Weier, this is so comfortable and warm. Are you really not coming in? Yao Xingtong peeked out from Luo Wei's chest, her gaze innocent, her tone persuasive as she stated that Teacher Luo was our mentor, and as his students, It was naturally his responsibility and obligation to take care of us when we were outside. Luo Wei, her reasoning was so compelling that I found myself at a loss for words. Chapter 45. Heartthrob Tong Tong is right. After all, you do call me teacher. Moreover, when out in the world, we should not be overly concerned with trifles. Come now. Luo Wei's gaze turned towards Avril. Compared to the boldness of the girl in his arms, it was evident that Luo Wei held a greater emotional interest in Avril. Upon hearing Luo Wei's words, Avril froze in place, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lip, wishing to refuse, yet words failed to escape her lips. Ultimately, she could not turn down Luo Wei's kindness. Her fair, exquisite face flushed slightly as she uncovered the blanket draped over Luo Wei and settled beside him. Come a little closer. You're sitting so far away, with such a large gap between us. If you feel cold, it affects us both, Luo Wei remarked. Besides, we have shared a motorcycle during missions. I never saw you hesitate then. Exactly. I don't understand the fuss over shyness. You should learn from me. A pure heart will prevent any malignancy, Yao Xingtong added. Their banter only made Avril feel even more self-conscious. Finally, with a firm resolve, she lifted Luo Wei's arm and nestled beneath it. From an outside perspective, it appeared as though Luo Wei was cradling her. Luo Wei was taken aback by the girl's sudden boldness, yet he gave it little thought. Of course, the thickness of their clothing left little room for imagination. Luo Wei's attention returned to the monitor, his body unconsciously radiating waves of warmth. Avril leaned against him, feeling his body heat, and involuntarily displayed a sense of comfort. Indeed, it was far better than enduring the cold alone. Meanwhile, she stole a glance at Luo Wei, then followed his gaze to the monitor. Having studied biology, she quickly deduced the reason for Luo Wei's intense warmth. However, after a fleeting glance, she swiftly averted her eyes, her heart racing like a startled fawn, as if it might leap from her throat at any moment. The scene on the monitor was undeniably explosive. And Luo Wei dared not look again after just a couple of glances. So far, there appeared to be no abnormalities. That fellow should be unaware of our presence, if that is the case. We shall schedule our action for 2 o'clock tonight, Luo Wei suggested, shifting the focus. Moreover, regarding Yi Tian and those around him, what stance should we adopt? Should we kill or capture alive? Upon hearing this, Yao Xingtong, who had just tucked her head under the blanket, popped up again, contemplating before stating, leave the strategizing to you two. Since we have determined the time for action, I shall take a short rest to gather my strength. With that, she withdrew her head like a turtle once more. Luo Wei and Avril exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of helplessness. From the confessions of the 3 captives, it was evident that Yi Tian was ruthless. Perhaps having repressed his aggression for too long, his actions were now exceedingly brutal, quick to kill at the slightest provocation. I believe we should prioritize eliminating this threat, leaving him no opportunity to retaliate. Avril pondered. As for the women around him, at this, she could not help but cast another glance at the monitor beside Luo Wei, unintentionally scoffing and muttering a curse. I believe, if possible, it would be best not to kill those women. Luo Wei shook his head in response. Once we choose to take action, avoiding collateral damage is impossible. Sympathy for those women is acceptable, but when it comes to acting, we must be resolute. Do you have grenades in your space? If not, while we still have time, use the resources in your space to construct a few basic ones. We can simply throw them in during the operation, and everything will be resolved. I have grenades. But I find it hard to act, Avril replied. If you cannot bring yourself to do it, then hand the grenades over to me, Luo Wei said. Perhaps we should consider abandoning this operation. Abandon? Avril hesitated at his words, then firmly shook her head, declaring, a leader's character is reflected in their subordinates. Yi Tian is clearly no good person. If we have encountered him, even if it is just to avenge our women, I must find a way to eliminate this scourge to prevent him from harming others. Since you have made up your mind, then pass me the grenades. Otherwise, I cannot risk our lives, Luo Wei asserted. Throughout history, there have been punishments that implicate entire families. Whether these women are willing participants or unwilling victims, they have still enjoyed the benefits Yi Tian provided them. Should we accidentally harm them, it would simply be unfortunate for them. Very well, Avril, seeing the seriousness etched on Luo Wei's face, recognized his resolute determination and understood that if she did not agree, he would certainly oppose the operation. Simultaneously, Avril was acutely aware that the most prudent approach would be to launch a concentrated assault, directly eliminating the enemy's active forces and extinguishing any threats at their inception. She nodded in agreement with Luo Wei's course of action. The decision she could not bring herself to make was taken out of her hands by this wicked man, Luo Wei. "Teacher Luo, thank you," Avril murmured softly, nestled in Luo Wei's embrace, her voice barely audible to herself. She furtively lifted her gaze, studying Luo Wei's finely sculpted jawline, and softly remarked, "Teacher Luo, do you know? The first time I saw you was 3 years ago when you were jogging on the playground. At that moment, you appeared more radiant than the morning sun to me, full of vitality and strikingly handsome." Oh. Luo Wei lowered his head, meeting Avril's eyes, astonished by her sudden mention of this awkward topic. Since she brought it up, he decided not to shy away, playfully responding, "So, you mean to say I'm not handsome now?" "No, Teacher Luo, you are still as handsome as before," Avril quickly assured him. "I knew it. After the passage of time and immersion in the ocean of knowledge, I ought to be even more handsome, not less so than in the past." Luo Wei nodded earnestly, gazing at Avril with a self-satisfied grin. "So, you truly liked me back then." Upon hearing this, Avril's cheeks flushed slightly, her gaze flickering, feeling a bit shy. However, this time she did not shy away. Instead, she bashfully nodded, confessing, "Yes, I thought you were the most handsome man in the world back then." "Oh, then why did you stop liking me later?" Luo Wei inquired curiously. "I like to think I behaved quite properly at school. I can't imagine doing anything to provoke sudden dislike. It wasn't that I suddenly stopped liking you." Avril reflected, shaking her head gently, seriousness etched on her face. "With the demands of my studies, coupled with my gradually maturing mindset and my family circumstances, I slowly lost the impulsiveness I felt when I first saw you." Luo Wei nodded, neither disappointed nor foolishly pressing for whether she still had the girl's eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, with clear pupils and a stark contrast between black and white. Her long lashes were thick and curled, resembling two delicate fans. However, at that moment, her gaze made Ro feel somewhat unsettled. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Ro inquired. Avril's expression was complex, filled with sadness, relief, and a heart-wrenching melancholy. "No, it's nothing," she stammered, suddenly snapping back to reality, her gaze darting away in a flustered manner. Ro understood that it was best not to speculate on a girl's thoughts, so he chose not to dwell on it. Yet, Avril's fleeting glances lingered in his mind, impossible to ignore. What could possibly be troubling her? "Could it be that you still have feelings for me?" Ro pondered, and despite knowing it was inappropriate, he found himself voicing the question. "I don't say such things," Avril replied in a flurry, but the blush on her cheeks betrayed her. Her heart raced uncontrollably, as if her hidden feelings had been exposed. Would Teacher Ro discover my affections for him? How would he perceive me afterward? Would he think of me as an unrestrained woman? Observing Avril's flustered demeanor, Ro felt a sudden clarity, accompanied by an uncontrollable stir of emotion within him. He was, after all, a normal man. How could he possibly lack a hint of vanity? It was merely that his self-control was somewhat stronger. "Let us take a break and gather our strength. We'll act later," Ro suggested, patting Avril's shoulder to ease her embarrassment. Ro's thoughtfulness once again prompted Avril to lift her gaze, only to inadvertently meet Ro's eyes. She quickly averted her gaze, giving a soft hum. Her tall, slender form shifting slightly to find a comfortable spot in Ro's embrace, and she gradually closed her eyes. Yet, the frantic beating of her heart and the flush on her face refused to dissipate. An air of ambiguity quietly permeated the tranquil space. Ro took a deep breath, glancing at the monitor in the distance, his lips curling slightly in a smirk as he inwardly cursed. Simultaneously, he felt a wave of envy and resentment. Damn it! Others were cradling beautiful women in their arms, enjoying the warmth of a spacious flat, free to do as they pleased, living in utter bliss. Although he too held a beauty in his embrace. Well, never mind. After all, he was a man of virtue. With a gentle sigh, Ro took command of the drone, guiding it away from the flat where Yi Tian resided, beginning to patrol the surroundings, assessing the terrain to establish a comprehensive action route. Avril stole a glance at Ro, captivated by the earnestness on his face as he maneuvered the drone, and found herself lost in thought once more. In her youth, her infatuation with Ro stemmed largely from his looks and demeanor. Yet, as the saying goes, while beautiful exteriors are commonplace, a captivating soul is rare. With a bit of life experience, she began to value a person's inner qualities more. Having encountered many handsome men, she had managed to calmly set aside her youthful infatuation. It was only through recent interactions during their duties and today's outing that she gained a clearer understanding of the man she once secretly adored. He possessed not only an exceptional appearance but also a noble spirit. Since the apocalypse, Avril had met numerous individuals, ruthless tyrants, those who treated women as mere possessions, and those who took pleasure in bullying others. The vast majority regarded women as objects, devoid of any semblance of respect. Yet Ro remained steadfastly courteous to everyone, a quality that was truly precious. Ro felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Aware that the girl in his arms was again sneaking glances at him, he deliberately shifted his position, and sure enough, she startled and quickly closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. Ro took a deep breath. Striving to control his impulses, he understood that Avril would never share her affections with another. Unlike Su Muching, Avril was a woman of means, ideas, strength, and independence. Even if he were to charm her with sweet words and deceive her physically, he knew he could never win her heart. Moreover, rather than resorting to underhanded tactics, Ro preferred to let things unfold naturally, especially with the bright light resting in his arms. It was hardly conducive for him to act upon his desires. Steadying his thoughts, Ro redirected his attention to the footage captured by the drone. Towering buildings loomed in orderly succession, encircling the structure where Yi Tian resided, placing it in a position of absolute safety. The residents of these outer buildings served as his natural guardians. It would be no easy feat to infiltrate. Dio, you have a large drone capable of transporting us directly from above? Ro inquired. Instinctively, Avril replied, yes. Then, her fair profile flushed slightly, and she feigned composure as she added, actually, we need the drone. Tongtong's eagle can take us there. Is that eagle truly so remarkable? I must see it up close someday. Ro remarked, that depends on Tongtong's willingness, Avril replied. After exchanging a few words, Avril's anxious heart gradually relaxed. Ro nodded and continued discussing some other details with her. As they conversed, Avril suddenly fell silent. Ro looked down and discovered that she had unwittingly dozed off. He shook his head, skillfully controlling the drone while weaving between the buildings. Unbeknownst secrets were captured by the drone's camera. The saying there are no good people in the apocalypse was vividly illustrated through the footage. Regardless of gender, everyone was scheming for survival, resorting to deception and underhanded tactics. Ro observed a woman, appearing as pure as a white lotus, feigning vulnerability to lure a man into her room under the guise of a trade. Then, from her wardrobe, 6 or 7 burly men sprang forth, overwhelming the man and dismembering him. What shocked Ro even more was another woman, a mother with a child. Both the adult and child displayed pallid faces, indicative of malnutrition, as if they could collapse with a mere gust of wind. Yet, their attire clearly suggested they had once lived in comfort before the apocalypse. The woman and her child sought help, and after some haggling, the man kindly took them in, eagerly providing comfort and support to the woman. However, once her hunger was satiated, the woman turned on him, brutally dismembering the exhausted man. The ferocity of her actions, aimed directly at vulnerable points, was both skilled and frenzied, sending chills down Ro's spine and nearly leaving him with a psychological scar. Besides these cases of the weak overcoming the strong, there were also those who preyed on the weak. The darkness became a veil for evil, with many powerful individuals devolving into beasts, invading homes, abusing women, harming men, and seizing resources for survival. Utilizing advanced technology, Ro viewed humanity's depravity from a godlike perspective. Had he not possessed the extraordinary abilities bestowed by the Emperor's inner canon, successfully unlocking the shackles of his genes and entering the ranks of the evolved? Not to mention having Feng Qinghan as a formidable ally, Ro could scarcely imagine surviving to this day. The darkness surrounding these people was truly terrifying. Chapter 47. A dog-eat-dog world. Ro felt as though he were watching a grand play of deceit and treachery. Once polished and courteous individuals had transformed into ferocious beasts in the shadows. Moral decay, the collapse of etiquette, and the absence of law laid bare the true natures of these individuals, who engaged in heart-stopping battles for survival in the dark. Ro watched in horror, even questioning whether he could have survived this long had he not been born at Deep Sea University, given his character. Time ticked away, and before long, it was well past midnight. Ro noted the time was right and was about to awaken Avril and Yao Xintong when, suddenly, several indistinct shadows appeared in the drone's surveillance feed. Under the moonless night, the earth was shrouded in a hazy gloom, with a dozen figures, clad tightly, moving stealthily through the thick snow toward the flat where Yi Tian resided. Tong Tong, Wei Er, wake up, Ro called to the two sleeping women. Teacher Ro, why am I in your embrace? Yao Xintong emerged from Ro's arms, rubbing her eyes in confusion and mumbling incoherently. Ro's handsome face darkened. Hey, Teacher Ro, don't be angry. I was just joking, Yao Xintong said with a playful grin. How does it feel, holding two beautiful women like Wei Er and me? It must be quite nice, right? But tell me, did you do anything bad to us while we were asleep? Two beauties? Where are they? Ro scanned his surroundings, puzzled. Why do I only see one beauty? Wei Er. I get it. You mean Wei Er is so stunning that she alone is worth two? Yao Xintong's expression immediately soured at his comment. Her lips pouting high. Tong Tong, stop teasing. Teacher Ro is not that kind of person, Avril interjected. Unlike Yao Xintong, she did not possess such a bold heart. Even in sleep, she maintained her necessary vigilance, which only deepened her trust in Ro's character. Oh, I didn't say anything, did I? Why are you so worked up, Wei Er? Surely, after I fell asleep, you too. As Yao Xintong's words grew increasingly absurd, Luo Wei quickly interjected, enough with the nonsense, there's a situation. Come and see for yourselves. With that, he positioned the monitor before the two women. Upon closer inspection, their expressions instantly turned grave. These individuals do not appear to have honorable intentions. Shall we seize the opportunity for our own gain? Yao Xintong suggested that at last, you have uttered a useful remark, Luo Wei acknowledged with a nod. Let us tidy up and head over to observe. Refrain from acting hastily. We must ascertain the capabilities of these two factions. If they can cause mutual destruction, that would be ideal. If not, we shall exploit the situation to our advantage. After finishing his statement, the three swiftly cleared any traces of their presence and hurriedly exited the room. As they made their way, Luo Wei furrowed his brow, sensing that he had forgotten something. However, upon glancing at the two women beside him, whose eyes were filled with the seriousness of impending battle, he chose to remain silent, wishing to spare them any unnecessary psychological burden. Eye in the dark of night, a majestic hawk, wings spanning 3 meters, soared past the snow-covered rooftop. A shadow landed, executing a nimble roll in the thick snow, and then swiftly approached the stairwell entrance, a flicker of surprise gleaming in its eyes. The iron door leading to the stairwell of the building had long been compromised, providing Luo Wei and his companions with a perfect opportunity for stealthy entry. Indeed, the individual who had ascended to the rooftop was Luo Wei himself. Unbeknownst to him, after a fierce battle, Yi Tian lay exhausted amidst a heap of delicate limbs, recuperating his strength. When Yao Xintong's hawk flung Avril onto the rooftop, Yi Tian, who had been in slumber, suddenly opened his eyes wide. His gaze was piercing as he stared at the ceiling, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. In a wonder, I felt restless tonight. It seems I have a little mouse to deal with, Yi Tian mused inwardly, then closed his eyes once more, deciding to draw out the intruders. In his perception, 3 individuals had stealthily entered the stairwell, but soon, due to distance, he lost track of them. Moments later, a dull thud resonated from his door. To his astonishment, the specially reinforced door was kicked open. A flicker of confusion crossed Yi Tian's mind. The door should not have been so fragile. Yet, the intruders wasted no time, swiftly pouring into the bedroom. Yi Tian intended to spring into action and surprise them, only to discover, with a sudden movement, that his limbs were firmly restrained. Master, it's rather late. Where do you think you're off to now? A sweet, delicate voice chimed in the darkness. Yi Tian's heart raced with cold sweat at the sound. At that moment, even if he were dim-witted, he would realize that a traitor was close by. Otherwise, the heavily fortified door could not have been so easily breached. This evening's ambush was evidently premeditated. Understanding this, he calmed himself. I have treated you well these past 2 months. Why betray me? Yi Tian glared at the 2 women who had previously displayed unwavering loyalty, their eyes now brimming with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. He despised betrayal above all else. With a sudden clap, bright lights illuminated the room as a group burst in from outside. So it's you? Lu Zichao. Do you truly believe your petty minions can pose a threat to me? Yi Tian remarked disdainfully upon recognizing the foremost figure at the door. A chorus of screams erupted as the slumbering women were startled awake by the unforeseen commotion. Bang! Lu Zichao, frowning, raised his hand and fired a shot. Yi Tian, held captive by the two women, could neither intervene nor had the inclination to do so. The warm, crimson blood splattered across the bed. Whoever makes another sound will be next, Lu Zichao declared coldly. His voice low yet instilling fear in the women, who huddled together in silence. What benefits has Lu Zichao bestowed upon you? You chose to betray me, and now the situation is in your hands. Do you still refuse to speak? Yi Tian licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing mockingly at the two women beside him. Their unease grew as they witnessed Yi Tian's calm demeanor amidst the chaos. One of them scoffed, "Why would we betray you? You, a lecherous scoundrel, think you're someone of importance. You keep us like dogs and expect our loyalty? Have you forgotten how you forced us into this? You think a few meals will erase our memories of your actions? We have long sought your demise, but alas, the opportunity never arose." "Enough," Lu Zichao interjected, cutting off the woman's tirade. He raised his gun, aiming at Yi Tian, ready to end his life. Just then, Yi Tian erupted in fury. With a slight shake of his arms, the two women grasping him were effortlessly flung aside like willow catkins. Crashing against the wall with a pained scream, blood spilling from their mouths as they lay incapacitated on the ground. Chapter 48. The move. Seeing this, a fierce glint flickered in Lu Zichao's eyes. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of bullets, emptying the magazine directly at Yi Tian. Like a phantom, Yi Tian performed a swift maneuver just as Lu Zichao fired, deftly evading every bullet. However, his companions were not as agile. In an instant, several women were struck, collapsing onto the bed, wailing in agony. "Fools! Have you forgotten my teachings?" Yi Tian roared angrily, feeling no sympathy for the injured women, only frustration at their incompetence. "Activate your powers and eliminate him," Lu Zichao bellowed, discarding his empty gun. He transformed into a beastly figure, his hands morphing into lethal claws, dense brown fur erupting from his back, tearing through his clothing as he charged at Yi Tian. His subordinates, emboldened, unleashed their own abilities, either transforming into ferocious beasts or brandishing weapons as they surged towards Yi Tian. Boom! Clash! The sounds of combat echoed violently throughout the night, blending screams and shouts as chaos reigned. After an indeterminate amount of time, the cacophony of battle gradually ceased, plunging the room back into darkness. Cough. Yi Tian, you are not a level 4 ability user, but a level 5. Lu Zichao's voice, tinged with pain and rage, broke the silence. Now you realize? It's too late. Yi Tian's cold voice resonated, followed by the audible snap of bones fracturing, and then Lu Zichao's presence faded entirely. With a snap, the lights flickered back to life, revealing Lu Zichao's head grotesquely twisted at an unnatural angle. "I provided for you. You could have lived as my loyal companions. Why betray me?" Yi Tian crouched before one of the women, lifting her chin with curiosity. "Spit." The woman responded defiantly, hurling saliva onto his face, her eyes filled with hatred. Yi Tian nonchalantly wiped the spit away, then with a swift motion, sent the woman flying. "Why betray me? You know I despise betrayal above all. What have I done to deserve this?" Yi Tian's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on the other woman, his expression both cruel and frenzied. The woman instinctively trembled, then managed a bitter smile. "We are human, not your dogs. We seek respect and a chance to live like normal people. What wrong have we committed? You are merely a beast in human guise, providing us with scraps to satisfy your own desires. You wield flowery words to manipulate us, displaying your might to erode our will. But who is truly foolish? I was once the president of a multi-million-dollar company. You are but a trashy individual, yet you expect me to be your dog? How absurd." Yi Tian scoffed in disdain. "So what? I provide you with food and treat you like royalty. Should I erect a shrine in your honor? It's merely the survival of the fittest. You are strong, you possess resources, hence you have the right. I accept that. But you claim to be decisive in your actions? Come now, grant me a swift end." The woman's eyes held a mocking glint, her tone apathetic. "Do you believe it's possible to die swiftly?" Yi retorted with a cold smile. He then glanced at the other women cowering on the bed, a look of disgust crossing his face as he waved his hand. Take her away. Upon hearing this, the women hastily grabbed scattered garments to cover themselves, dragging the two out of the bedroom. Are you all right? A voice whispered in Yi ear. He stumbled slightly, nearly falling, but was caught by a suddenly materializing an elegantly dressed figure, like a mirage, emerged from the void. Concern etched across her face as she regarded Yi. I've exhausted my abilities and am a bit fatigued, but it's nothing serious, Yi replied, waving his hand dismissively. I've warned you several times to take it easy during your escapades. Clearly, you never listen. After this lesson, I wonder if you'll remember. The woman, upon hearing his words, let out a sigh of relief, yet couldn't help but express a hint of reproach. Hee, Sister Hui, I realize my mistake and will certainly amend my ways in the future. Upon hearing this, Yi instantly adopted a playful grin. One can only hope, she replied with a sigh, urging him to hastily don his clothing, lamenting the impropriety of his current state. With a resigned expression, she understood that Yi scarcely took her words to heart. Suddenly, she became aware of his complete lack of attire, causing her cheeks to flush as she turned away. However, before she could utter another word, her pupils dilated in shock as a figure lunged at her with great ferocity. Just as she was about to cry out, a sharp pain pierced her neck and darkness enveloped her senses. Who? Yi bellowed in fury, his reflexes remarkably swift. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a powerful iron fist crashing towards his chest. As the fist approached, he felt a sharp sting against his skin and instantly realized that this blow was insurmountable. In this perilous moment, his latent abilities surged forth, and a brilliant metallic sheen emanated from his chest. Boom! The fist, as large as a sandbag, struck down with such force that Yi chest visibly caved in by 2 inches, nearly shattering his indomitable metallic physique. His body, standing at 1.75 meters, was propelled backwards like a cannonball, crashing into the wall and embedding himself within it, leaving a human-shaped indentation. Who are you? Blood trickled from Yi lips as he struggled to speak. However, the assailant offered no reply. A large hand reached out, grasping Yi cheek and yanking him from the wall. With a swift kick, his legs were broken, and a violent twist of the arms left them shattered. In an instant, his limbs lay severed, and Yi could not suppress his agonizing screams, his gaze filled with terror as he looked upon the looming figure before him. Speak. Where are your supplies? As the man's shadow faded, he willingly relinquished his abilities, the entire ordeal taking less than 5 seconds. A face of striking perfection emerged as he crouched down to observe Yi, who lay on the ground like a defeated dog. His expression frigid. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Yi terrified eyes. If you spare me, I will provide you with the supplies. Otherwise, if I perish, you shall gain not a single grain of rice nor a drop of water. He declared defiantly. Hee. It appears you still do not comprehend the reality of your situation. The man chuckled coldly, drawing a curved knife from his waist and menacingly brandishing it near Yi. With a swift motion, he aimed for Yi 5th digit, bringing the blade down with lethal intent. Yi, gripped by fear, instinctively clamped his legs together, nearly losing control. Yet, the knife, akin to a hoe, embedded itself deeply into the concrete floor between his legs. Mere inches from his vital parts, he could feel the coldness of the blade, a chilling sensation coursing through him, rendering his face as pale as a ghost. My apologies. I may have exerted a tad too much force. I shall be more cautious next time, the man said with a grin, though his words sent shivers down one's spine. Just as he prepared to extract the knife for another strike, Yi, nearly paralyzed by fear, urgently called for him to halt. What? Are you now willing to divulge the location of your supplies? The man inquired. I will tell you, but could you first reveal your identity? What have I done to offend you? Yi replied. Hee. It seems you remain oblivious to the harsh reality. In that case, I regret to inform you that this is the end. With that, the man raised his knife once more. But a voice suddenly echoed from outside. Teacher Luo, we have captured the woman, but she has no knowledge of where Yi has hidden the supplies. As the words faded, 2 figures, one tall and one short, entered the room, dragging in an unconscious woman. Chapter 49. The measurements undoubtedly, the shadow that had just entered was Luo Wei. Although merely a level 4 ability user with a strength of just over 3,000 pounds. When he activated his powers, his strength surged beyond 10,000 pounds. The duration of his indomitable form was brief, and the aftereffects were considerable, yet the boost it provided was astounding in that fleeting moment of unleashing his abilities. His strength, speed, and physical endurance reached an astonishing level. With just a single punch, he had severely injured Yi Tian, a level 5 ability user, and decisively rendered him powerless by breaking his limbs. Their initial intention had been to eliminate this dangerous individual. However, while Yi Tian was preoccupied with dealing with Lu Zihao and his group, Luo Wei and his companions searched the adjacent floors, yet found no trace of any supplies. Luo Wei promptly altered their strategy. Dividing their forces, he instructed Avril and Yao Xingtong to confront the most enigmatic woman by Yi Tian's side while he personally dealt with Yi Tian. Yet, to Luo Wei's astonishment, the woman who could become invisible suddenly revealed herself. It was as if he had stumbled upon a rare treasure. Seizing the opportunity, he wasted no time in incapacitating her. Everything unfolded far too smoothly now, with Avril and Yao Xingtong having captured the most elusive woman. Luo Wei let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Yi Tian found himself engulfed in despair. The loyal subordinates he had painstakingly nurtured since the apocalypse had been utterly vanquished at this moment. Leaving his face ashen, devoid of any hope, with a swift motion, the sharp blade cleaved through the air, and Yi Tian's head rolled away, his eyes wide with defiance. With the last vestiges of his life, he forcefully barked, "To hell with you, reincarnator. This is merely a fleeting dream before death." In that final moment, clarity washed over him. What rebirth was there? It was merely a fate crafted by human hands. Regrettably, he had failed to cherish it, viewing this rebirth solely as an opportunity for vengeance and ascendance, willing to trample upon others to reach the pinnacle. The arrival of Luo Wei and his companions was akin to the antivirus software within a system. Tasked with eradicating this malignant tumor, his demise was not in vain. Teacher Luo has thus eliminated him, yet we have yet to locate the supplies, Yao Xingtong remarked. The supplies can be sought after at leisure. Keeping him alive is bound to bring about future calamities. You've seen the films, right? The villain often perishes due to excessive chatter. This is a sentiment I hope you all keep in mind. Luo Wei stated, wiping the blood from his blade. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of white light shot forth from Yi Tian's lifeless body, hurtling straight towards Avril's forehead. Luo Wei was taken aback. Swiftly swinging his curved blade, attempting to intercept the beam, yet he could only watch helplessly as it entered Avril's head. Avril! Both Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong exclaimed in alarm, rushing to her side. They saw Avril's once bright eyes now dilated, standing there in a daze, unresponsive to their calls. A sense of foreboding gripped Luo Wei, while Yao Xingtong's face turned as pale as a ghost, her voice trembling with concern. Just as their hearts sank, fearing the worst for Avril, her body suddenly trembled slightly. Moments later, her pupils refocused, revealing an unmistakable glimmer of joy. Teacher Luo, Tong Tong, don't worry, I'm fine. Let us leave this place, Avril declared, grabbing both of them and leading them back to the rooftop. Avril, what on earth is happening? Why are you so cheerful all of a sudden? We still haven't found the supplies, Yao Xingtong said, puzzled as she looked at Avril. Hee. Who said we haven't found the supplies? Avril beamed, waving her hand as a mountain of resources materialized before them on the rooftop. This? Both Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong were momentarily stunned. At the same time, Luo Wei's gaze towards Avril grew peculiar, tinged with suspicion and caution. What is your name? Luo Wei asked. Avril paused, perplexed. My name is Avril. How old are you? Where are you from? Who are your family members? Luo Wei continued. Avril frowned slightly, looking bewildered, yet she answered sincerely. I am 21, from Xishan province. I have parents, grandparents, and an older brother. What's going on, Teacher Luo? Why are you asking me these questions? She added, still confused. Tong Tong. Did she speak the truth? Luo Wei ignored Avril and turned to Yao Xingtong. Avril has indeed shared her family situation with me, and it aligns, Yao Xingtong remarked, gazing at Avril thoughtfully before nodding. Avril, what is your boyfriend's name? Tong Tong. Are you looking for a fight? Don't you know whether I have a boyfriend or not? Avril shot Yao Xingtong a disgruntled glare. Don't play games with me. We suspect you have been possessed, so whatever we ask, You must answer. If there's even a hint of discrepancy in your response. Well? Yao Xingtong's face bore a sinister smile as she regarded Avril. Avril? The girl turned to Luo Wei, only to find him wearing a serious expression, which left her feeling both amused and exasperated. You all insane? Fine, go ahead and ask. What is your exact height? Yao Xingtong inquired. 176 centimeters, Avril replied without hesitation. Yao Xingtong nodded and continued. What is the number of our dormitory? 502. What did we eat during our first meal together? Sweet and sour chicken wings, pig trotter rice. You had 2 servings. What is my height? 159 centimeters, and your measurements, that can actually be stated, Luo Wei interjected. Not allowed. Yao Xingtong's cheeks flushed as she retorted. You answer only what I ask. I didn't ask for you to speak. Avril nodded in agreement. Our favorite celebrity is which one? King of Heaven from the Hong Kong island. What was the reason for your first truancy? I had relatives visiting. What was the title of the first movie we watched together? Who is the person we despise the most at Deep Sea Academy? Which teacher at the academy possesses the most striking features? Avril's gaze is particularly gratifying to Ro. Although no words were spoken, a myriad of sentiments were conveyed. Yao Xingtong inquired, and Avril responded. The likelihood of Avril being possessed has been virtually eliminated. However, Yao Xingtong has become quite engrossed in the game. Akin to a game of truth or dare, where she can pose endless questions. Yet, as the questioning proceeded, the tone began to shift. When was the first time you received a confession from a boy? I've forgotten, primarily because I've been admired since childhood, and the number of confessions has been overwhelmingly high. Who could possibly remember such details? What size shoes do you wear? Shoulder width. With so many admirers throughout your life. Have you ever had someone you liked? What are your measurements? Tong Tong, are you looking for a fight? Avril could no longer tolerate her antics. With a long stride, she dashed over, reaching out to tug at her ear. Yao Xingtong, seemingly having anticipated this, quickly turned and fled. Ro observed the 2 women frolicking in the snow and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Chapter 50. Harvest in the frigid depths of -30 or 40 degrees. Amid an icy apocalypse, everyone struggles for survival. Witnessing a scene filled with laughter and joy is indeed a rarity. Ro felt a surge of delight. The fatigue from utilizing his indestructible form significantly alleviated. Naturally, the reason he wasn't as drained as before was that he had curtailed the activation of his indestructible form before the 10-second mark, conserving some of his strength. After the 2 had played for a while, Ro finally called a halt. Wire, gather the supplies. I will handle those women downstairs. With that, Ro turned to descend the stairs. Yet, just as he lifted his foot, someone grasped his arm. Teacher Ro, perhaps it would be better to let it go. It's not easy for everyone to be alive. Avril gently shook her head while holding onto Ro's arm. Ro frowned slightly, expressing concern that failing to eliminate the root cause could lead to endless troubles, as there might be individuals among them who are utterly devoted to Yi Tian. Rest assured, Teacher Ro, we are dressed so warmly, and we won't reveal our faces during the scuffle, even if someone wishes to retaliate against us later. They won't recognize us, Avril quickly assured him. Ro contemplated this and nodded, then looked at Avril before glancing at Yao Xingtong, who was still over 10 meters away, his eyes revealing a profound astonishment. Having just been with Yao Xingtong, how did Avril suddenly appear by his side and seize his wrist? Avril, perceptive and keenly observant, immediately discerned Ro's confusion. Without offering an explanation, she released her hands, swayed her body lightly. And in an instant, Ro perceived a flash of white light. When he focused again, Avril had reappeared beside Yao Xingtong. What is this? Both Yao Xingtong and Ro looked at Avril, bewildered. Hee. It's this? Avril beamed at their expressions. Not keeping them in suspense, a soft glow illuminated her forehead as a pure white lotus pendant slowly emerged from her brow. This is an extraordinary treasure. Ro and Yao Xingtong exchanged glances, both expressing deep astonishment. They quickly recalled the white light that had entered Avril's brow moments ago. Indeed, it seems you both have figured it out, Avril confirmed. It was that white light. Does that mean? Wire, you now possess a top-tier extraordinary treasure? Yao Xingtong queried. Upon hearing this, Ro involuntarily raised an eyebrow. According to the information he had received from Feng Qinghan, anything that could be absorbed into one's body was indeed a top-tier extraordinary treasure. Thus, Avril must now possess one. Teacher Ro, I owe you my gratitude for this treasure, Avril said, her eyes sparkling behind her goggles as she gazed at Ro. If you hadn't killed Yi Tian, I would never have acquired this treasure. Principal Fong had mentioned that top-tier extraordinary treasures could only be encountered by chance and not sought after. The fact that you have gained the recognition of this treasure is indeed your fortune. Ro shook his head, not claiming credit, but rather expressed curiosity. What is so remarkable about this top-tier extraordinary treasure? And what was that ability you just used? If it's inconvenient to share, that is also fine. There's nothing inconvenient about it, Avril replied. The treasure I received is called the 36-petal lotus platform. Its most basic ability is storage, and perhaps due to my spatial abilities, I immediately comprehended the capacity for short-distance teleportation after acquiring it. I wonder how Yi Tian came by this treasure. Evidently, he could only establish a preliminary bond with it, merely mastering the storage aspect. Otherwise, if he had possessed teleportation abilities, it would have been challenging for us to kill him. Upon hearing this, Ro felt a chill run down his spine. If Yi Tian truly had mastered teleportation, he could have worn them down. Fortunately, there were no IFs. Yi Tian was dead, and the treasure had chosen a more suitable master in Avril. Teacher Ro, this treasure was meant for you, Avril remarked. However, it is now deeply bonded to my soul. Unless I die, it cannot be re-recognized by another. All right, top-tier extraordinary treasures cannot be sought after. If this treasure truly belonged to me, it wouldn't he have recognized you as its master? Ro waved his hand, smiling at Avril. Everyone has their own opportunities. Please refrain from saying you owe me anything, lest it affect my resolve and give rise to greed. Hee. I believe Teacher Ro would not, Avril giggled in response, affectionately wrapping her arms around Ro's arm. Then I won't mention anything that could disturb your resolve. Although Yi Tian is dead, he left behind many valuable items. As she spoke, a gleam appeared on her right hand, and a bronze spear manifested. Just then, Avril stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. Ro, quick on his feet, caught the spear, helping Avril steady herself. His expression shifted slightly. The spear was far heavier than its bronze composition suggested. Ro estimated that it weighed at least 5,000 to 6,000 pounds. This was clearly abnormal. After a moment's thought, Ro bit his fingertip. Using the simplest method to bond with the bronze spear, as his blood touched the spear, it was instantly absorbed. The once exceedingly heavy spear transformed into a perfectly manageable weight in his hands. As if it had been custom-made for him, an extraordinary treasure. Ro's eyes lit up as he attempted to absorb the spear into his body, but it remained immovable, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Ro realized that although the bronze spear was indeed extraordinary, it did not belong to the top tier. The spear seemed to sense his thoughts, suddenly emitting a buzzing sound as it broke free from their grasp. Soaring into the air while producing a series of resonant sounds, seemingly expressing its displeasure. Immediately, a surge of controlling knowledge flooded into Ro's mind. He quickly grasped some information about the spear. It was indeed not a top-tier extraordinary treasure, but it possessed the ability to adjust its size and weight at will, much like the legendary Rui Jingu Bang, capable of extending or shortening, growing larger or smaller, with a maximum weight of 100,000 to 80,000 pounds, a maximum length of 100,000 to 80,000 miles, and a maximum diameter of 100,000 to 80,000 meters. Of course, these figures were merely theoretical. Ro himself could not achieve such feats. All right, I was wrong to underestimate you, Ro said, as if soothing a child. The bronze spear, seemingly understanding his words, flew back into his hand. Ro gently stroked the spear, his earlier doubts completely replaced by joy. The spear was already his favored weapon, and now it possessed such a spirited nature. He felt certain that this weapon would significantly enhance his combat prowess. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to manipulate the bronze spear, making it dance gracefully in the air. Avril watched in astonishment as Ro controlled the spear, its form shifting in size, and her heart swelled with happiness for him, while two of them were elated. One remained less than pleased. Of course, that person was Yao Xingtong. Stop pouting. There are a few more weapons here. I wonder if any are extraordinary treasures. Come over and see if there is something you fancy, Avril said, smiling at Yao Xingtong's demeanor. This. Yao Xingtong finally composed her expression, bouncing over. Then, she pushed Ro aside, her face adorably earnest. You already have that spear. Now it's my turn to choose. After spending time together, Ro had grown accustomed to Yao Xingtong's occasional childlike behavior, so he simply smiled and watched her select. Avril produced several weapons this time. Swords, spears, halberds, axes, and hooks, with the most notable being a fire axe, clearly not an extraordinary treasure. To qualify as an extraordinary treasure, one must possess a certain historical significance, and most of the items Avril presented were modern creations. Yao Xingtong sifted through the selection and ultimately picked a beautifully crafted ancient bow. It appeared to be an ordinary cowhorn bow, plain and unadorned, yet upon gripping it, Yao Xingtong immediately sensed its uniqueness. The comfort of its grip was unparalleled, and she felt an almost instinctive connection to it, as if it resonated with her very bloodline. Almost instinctively, she bit her tongue, applying her blood to the bow. Then, Chapter 51. Yi was a good man. Why Yi has passed away, yet his spirit endures eternally. The three paid silent tribute to him for 3 seconds, and no other reason, but because Yi was a good man. Luo Wei, Avril, and Yao Xingtong expressed heartfelt gratitude for his generosity. Not only did he leave behind countless survival supplies, but he also bequeathed 3 extraordinary treasures to them. Yao Xingtong, astute and clever, successfully established her bond with the bow and, while her finger wound had yet to heal, she promptly smeared her blood over each weapon. Luo Wei watched in astonishment. Initially, he felt remorse for his slow reaction but soon transformed that into merciless ridicule. Such rare treasures are hard to come by, even in this ancient land with a history spanning 5,000 years. To acquire 3 in one go was indeed a stroke of luck. They genuinely owed Yi their gratitude. Yao Xingtong, however, desired even more, which was purely wishful thinking. In the face of Luo Wei's unrelenting mockery, Yao Xingtong felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Ultimately, she fiercely leaped into his embrace, once again treating him as a source of warmth. Successfully killing Yi this time was sheer luck, and they must not take such risks again. In the darkened bedroom, Luo Wei's voice resonated with gravity. Understood, Teacher Luo, Avril replied softly. Despite Yi demise, upon reflection, the 3 realized how perilous their undertaking had been. Had Yi not exhausted considerable stamina that night? Had Lu Zihao not appeared unexpectedly to lead the charge? Had Yi not failed to grasp the true secrets of the top-tier treasures? Had the confined space in the room not prevented Yi from utilizing his extraordinary weapon? And had Luo Wei not resorted to an unprincipled ambush, any one of these factors could have spelled disaster for their mission. Fortunately, fortune favored them this time, yet luck is unpredictable. The 3, being astute individuals, understood the substantial role luck played in their success, serving as a reminder to exercise greater caution in future endeavors. Teacher Luo, both Weier and I will remember this. It was thanks to you this time. And we will certainly be more cautious in the future, Yao Xingtong stated earnestly. Although this fellow could be quite childish at times, he never acted frivolously when it came to serious matters. Luo Wei nodded in satisfaction, and the 3 huddled together, seeking warmth as they drifted into slumber. The following afternoon, a sleek vehicle sped towards the military base. Finally, they could return. Sitting in the back seat, Luo Wei gazed at the scenery rushing past, unable to suppress his feelings of nostalgia. At the same time, he silently vowed never to team up with these 2 girls again. Had he been alone, he would have returned long ago to study the imperial inner canon with Chu Fian, rather than enduring this ordeal. The mere thought of Chu Fian made Luo Wei's heart warm, stirring an indescribable longing within him, as he yearned to take flight and return to her side. Teacher Luo, what are you thinking about? The koala in his arms, undeterred by the external chill, eagerly left the warmth of his embrace. Looking at him with a shy expression, ahem. I was thinking about my girl, he replied. If it weren't for you 2 insisting on searching for some miscellaneous items, I would have been back at the base by now. Luo Wei said. Yao Xingtong, had she been a 13 or 14-year-old girl, she might have believed him. She might even have thought Luo Wei concealed a dagger. However, at 21, she had attended several biology classes. While she lacked experience, she understood enough. Stealing a glance at Luo Wei's waist, she swiftly navigated from the back seat to the front passenger seat, her heart racing uncontrollably. Initially believing her thick clothing made her resemble a ball, compounded with her youthful looks akin to a middle school student, she thought a principled gentleman like Luo Wei would have no interest in her. Yet, it seemed that her allure was not so easily concealed by mere layers of clothing. Sigh. It appeared that all men were the same. Even teacher Luo was no exception, inevitably captivated by her charm. A hint of bashfulness and a dash of pride graced Yao Xingtong's youthful face as she couldn't help but indulge in self-admiration. Luo Wei remained oblivious to her thoughts. Otherwise, he would have scolded her for her shamelessness. The vehicle zoomed swiftly across the snowy terrain. Just as they neared the base, they encountered another modified snow vehicle. However, in terms of performance and aesthetics, it paled in comparison to the one Avril was driving. Avril. As the two vehicles were about to pass each other, a familiar voice called out from the opposing vehicle, laced with a hint of surprise. Suddenly, the driver slammed on the brakes, skidding across the snow for quite a distance. Avril noticed the other vehicle coming to a halt in her rearview mirror, and she similarly reduced her speed until they finally stopped. Avril, is that you? It's Yang Rongguang. Three figures leaped from the car, running toward Luo Wei and the others while calling out. In a wonder, the voice sounded familiar. It was him. Avril and Luo Wei exchanged glances before both jumped from their vehicle, nodding in acknowledgement. It's me. What brings you here? Yang Rongguang removed his hood and protective gear, flashing a smile at Avril. Did you not invite us to join your team yesterday? I thought I'd come by to check. How did that go? Avril inquired. Yang Rongguang's decision to join was not of great consequence to her. Yesterday's impulse had stemmed from seeing the elderly and children. Haha, I would like to accompany you. Yang Rongguang scratched his buzz cut sheepishly, but we have many elderly and children among us, so it might be inconvenient along the way. I hope you can assist us. Of course, Avril nodded. Are you all preparing to return to gather supplies? Upon hearing Avril's words, Luo Wei instinctively sensed something amiss. However, before he could speak, seeing Yang Rongguang nod, Avril said, Since we've met, let me help you gather some supplies. That would be wonderful, Yang Rongguang exclaimed with delight. He had witnessed Avril's capabilities. With her assistance, not a single grain of rice or drop of water would be left behind. In today's world, every morsel of food could be a lifesaver, and water was no different. He had intended to seek Avril's help before deciding to leave, but she had not been at the military base. For this reason, Yang Rongguang had been troubled for quite some time, only to unexpectedly encounter her now. Teacher Luo, why don't you and Xingtong head back first? I'll accompany Mr. Yang on this trip, Avril suggested. Realizing Luo Wei and Yao Xingtong were still present, forget it. Let's all go together. Luo Wei shook his head. Having accompanied her this far, he wasn't concerned about wasting a little more time. Despite feeling freezing, Yao Xingtong was loyal and would never allow Avril to face danger alone. Seeing both agree to accompany her, Avril felt a mix of gratitude and guilt. All right, let us get in the car. This time, I'll drive, Luo Wei declared. The vehicles roared to life, braving the wind and snow as they sped toward the city once more. Everything proceeded smoothly. When Luo Wei and the others returned to the base with over 100 people, it was already deep into the night. Yet, the entire base remained brightly lit, as if it were day. Under the illumination, shadows danced, and life thrived. Chapter 52. Return to the base. Within the vast base, the lights shone as bright as day. Shadows flitted about, and bustle was incessant. The sounds of assembling vehicles, the cries of children, and the chatter of people intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry of life. Mr. Yang, your vehicle is quite rudimentary. You should hand it over to the staff over there. They can reinforce and modify it for you. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure for long, Avril suggested to Yang Rongguang. Sure, but please don't keep calling me Mr. Yang. It sounds odd, I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me Old Yang, he replied. Yang Rongguang was wise enough not to be arrogant, recognizing the absurdity of a stunning beauty calling him Big Brother Yang, instead opting for the more humble title of Old Yang. All right, then I'll call you Old Yang from now on. Avril nodded and led him to a professor responsible for vehicle modifications, arranging everything accordingly. After attending to Yang Rongguang's matters, she realized Luo Wei had long since vanished. Standing there, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. Without needing to guess, she knew where Luo Wei had gone, and her heart was filled with a myriad of emotions, making it difficult to articulate how she felt. Although they would still see each other during duties, the prospect of sharing solitary moments as they had in recent days, even huddling together for warmth at night, seemed a distant dream. Wei Er, what are you thinking about? You not, Yao Xingtong began teasingly, but before she could finish, Avril swiftly covered her mouth. Don't say anything foolish. If Professor Chu hears about this, what will I become? Avril whispered urgently. Oh dear. I was going to ask if you were thinking about Principal Fong. Where did your mind wander off to? Yao Xingtong wriggled free from her grasp, her eyes wide with innocent curiosity. Avril. Her fair face turned crimson, but fortunately, her protective gear concealed her embarrassment from anyone but Yao Xingtong. Where, isn't this a bit of a self-revelation? Yao Xingtong suppressed her laughter. Teasingly, Avril and her roommate had shared the same dormitory for 3 years, making it all too apparent that this individual was undoubtedly acting with intent. Suddenly overwhelmed with embarrassment, she reached out to tug at her ear. Meanwhile, Ro had returned to his car. Sister Mu Chung, why hasn't Dad returned yet after such a long time? The girl's clear voice resonated within the cabin. Her tone was filled with deep affection and longing, melting Ro's heart as he stood at the door. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Chung turned her head to glance outside, her eyes betraying a hint of nostalgia and concern. Yet, when she faced the little girl, her expression blossomed into a radiant smile. Does Yaya miss Daddy? The little girl nodded vigorously. Yaya has learned to write Daddy's name. I want to tell him as soon as he comes back. Is my little princess that amazing? Ro's voice rang out, just as he opened the car door, revealing his tall figure, weathered yet striking, standing at the entrance. He held his goggles and scarf in hand. His handsome face adorned with a gentle smile directed at the two inside the vehicle. Yay, Daddy is back. The little girl was momentarily stunned, then leaped into Ro's arms like a sprightly rabbit. Springing from the car, Ro quickly caught her, enveloping her in his embrace as they stepped back into the vehicle. Daddy, Sister Mu Chung has been teaching me to write over the past few days. And I've already learned to write your name. The little girl nestled against Ro, her face brimming with pride. That's so impressive. Ro feigned surprise before adding, then I must see if you can truly write it or if it's just a facade. Of course it's real, the little girl exclaimed, promptly jumping down from Ro's embrace. She grabbed some paper and a pen from the side, leaning over the small table typically used for meals. Diligently putting pen to paper, seizing the moment, Ro reached out to grasp Su Mu Cheng's delicate hand. She shivered slightly, rosy hue creeping onto her fair, exquisite face as she quickly lowered her gaze. Despite having been together with Ro for some time now, she was merely a 21-year-old girl, and their relationship lacked any formal acknowledgement. Thus, she found it difficult to stand as confidently as Chu Fian. Unbothered by the whispers of the world, I'm sorry to make you worry. Ro gently wrapped his arm around Su Mu Cheng's willow-like waist, drawing her soft form into his embrace. His voice tender. Upon hearing this, Su Mu Cheng lifted her head, her enchanting eyes glistening with unshed tears. She looked at Ro, summoning her courage to confess, I'm so scared that you might leave and never come back. Before she could finish, Ro instinctively quelled her fears in his own manner. Rest assured, your man possesses formidable strength. It's nearly impossible for anyone to keep me here. Ro gazed at Su Mu Cheng with confidence and a touch of arrogance. Su Mu Cheng was momentarily captivated by his self-assured demeanor. Daddy, I'm done. Look, the little girl's voice chimed in. At her words, Su Mu Cheng hurriedly broke free from Ro's embrace. Ro squatted down to ruffle the little girl's hair. Then, under her expectant gaze, reached for the paper she offered. Not bad, not bad. Your writing is straight and true, reminiscent of my own prowess from years past, Ro said, stifling a smile as he nodded seriously. Daddy, you mustn't say bad words, the little girl interjected, her small face stern as she placed her hands on her hips. Mama said that saying bad words makes you a bad child. Ro, charmed by the little girl's adorableness, couldn't help but chuckle, lifting her into his arms. I meant that lousy is not only a personal name but also a renowned figure. That's not a bad word. Really? The little girl asked. Of course. If you don't believe me, ask Sister Mu Cheng. Ro playfully tapped Su Mu Cheng's rear. A lingering blush remained on Su Mu Cheng's face as she looked into the little girl's eager eyes and gently nodded. Laozi's real name is Li Er, a great philosopher and educator. The Tao Te Ching is his work. Is Laozi that impressive? The little girl exclaimed. Ro, Su Mu Cheng started. Laozi is indeed remarkable, Ro exclaimed. Daddy, who is more impressive, you or Laozi? The little girl asked innocently. Pfft. Su Mu Cheng couldn't help but chuckled. Of course, Laozi is more impressive, Ro replied. The little girl nodded before adding, although Laozi is amazing. He is an ancient figure. I believe you will surely surpass him, Daddy. Ro's lips twitched, regretting his earlier words. Hearing the little girl refer to lousy repeatedly left him feeling somewhat wounded. Fortunately, Sumu Chung, unable to bear it any longer, intervened in their conversation. Yaya, it's getting late. Should we let Daddy go pick up Mama? Sumu Chung suggested. Yaya wants to go pick up Mama too. Can Daddy take Yaya with him? The little girl asked, her big eyes sparkling with hope as she looked at Ro. It's quite late now, and it's too cold outside, Ro said, shaking his head. Seeing the disappointment etched on the little girl's face, he added with a smile, Yaya and Sister Mu Chung should stay home and wait for Daddy to bring Mama back. Tomorrow, I'll take you both out to play. Okay. Really? Daddy, doesn't he have to work tomorrow? The little girl's previous dejection transformed into joy and anticipation. Ro nodded with a smile. Yay. Chapter 53. The killing intent of Fong Qinghan. Once Ro had comforted the little girl, he cast a grateful glance at Sumu Chung. Then, under her watchful eyes, he turned and walked away. After he had gone a distance, he couldn't help but glance back at the cabin, letting out a faint sigh. Although Sumu Chung came from humble beginnings, she had always maintained her integrity, striving tirelessly through her own efforts. Had it not been for the sudden snowstorm, her future would surely have been bright. Yet now, she found herself in a position of submission, one that was not easily acknowledged. Ro couldn't help but think of Yi Tian's women. Though Yi Tian had gained those women's bodies and found temporary pleasure through his own strength, he ultimately faced betrayal. And what about himself? Would Sumu Chung also? Ro quickly shook his head, banishing such thoughts from his mind. Regardless of others, he only needed to be true to himself and remain steadfast in his principles. With that in mind, Ro set forth towards the direction Sumu Chung had indicated. In the distance, he spotted a vehicle surrounded by a throng of people. Most of them were returning supernatural beings. Bustling in and out, some submitting supplies while others were exchanging items, creating a lively and busy scene. Ro navigated through the crowd and approached the vehicle, finally catching sight of the figure diligently working inside. She wore no protective gear, yet, amid the frigid night air, a thin sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead from her exertion. Aren't you off yet, Professor Chu? Ro approached, tapping the side of the vehicle before him. Smiling. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian stiffened slightly, abruptly looking up to see Ro's unexpected arrival, her eyes sparkling with delight. During Ro's absence, she felt as though she had been hollowed out, with only her busy work providing a semblance of fulfillment, preventing her from spiraling into chaotic thoughts. She had long surpassed her quitting time, and upon seeing Ro, she immediately completed her handover with her colleagues, then hurriedly descended from the vehicle, charging into Ro's embrace. Wah? You're finally back. I was terrified during your absence. Do you know that? Chu Fian sobbed. Didn't I return? Ro chuckled, holding her soft waist tightly, glancing around at the curious and envious gazes surrounding them. Leaning closer, he whispered in Chu Fian's ear, Sister Fian, you're a renowned university professor. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be so publicly affectionate? Chu Fian looked up and, indeed, noticed the many inquisitive eyes fixated on her, causing her beautiful face to flush crimson. Professor Chu, aren't you going to introduce us to this handsome gentleman? Someone teased. At this, Chu Fian regained her composure. She and Ro were not bound by marriage, standing tall and proud in their open romance, so what was there to be embarrassed about? This is my boyfriend, Ro. Allow me to introduce him to you all. Chu Fian held Ro's hand, exhibiting a protective demeanor. In the future, when you're out on missions, I hope you can look out for one another. But if any of you dare to trip him up, I'll find out, and just know that a woman's heart can be quite vengeful. Retaliation can be swift and unforgiving. Professor Chu, you are being too harsh. We're all on the same team. We must look out for each other when we're out in the field, someone replied. Exactly, exactly. A chorus of agreement followed. The group nodded in unison, knowing well not to offend a logistics officer. All right, everyone seems busy. We'll take our leave for now. See you all tomorrow. Chu Fian smiled brightly, nodding to those around her, then encircled Ro's arm with her own as they walked back. Her demeanor suggested that she feared he might vanish if she loosened her grip for even a moment. Ro, noticing her attachment, chuckled softly as he playfully pinched her delicate nose. I'm back safe and sound. I am not going anywhere, so why act like this? Don't you like it? Chu Fian blinked her large, expressive eyes, her sparkling peach blossom gaze filled with unspeakable affection and joy. yet exuding a hint of vulnerability. Simultaneously, her slightly pouting, rosy lips conveyed a sense of playfulness and charm. She is a chameleon of charm, a peerless beauty. Luo Wei swallowed hard, expressing his admiration, stating he would appreciate it even more if her attire were a tad more revealing. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian's cheeks flushed crimson. However, she did not loosen her grip but instead tightened her embrace around his arm. Possessing abundant allure, even clad in a thick leather jacket, her astonishing curves were unmistakably visible. As she exerted pressure, Luo Wei's arm irresistibly sank into her embrace. Glancing around, Luo Wei realized they were positioned between two vehicles, which emboldened him, prompting him to pull Chu Fian into his embrace. Under her evident surprise, he lowered his head and captured her lips. In a mere 2 seconds, Chu Fian transitioned from startled to compliant. The brief separation only intensified their passion, and they were utterly lost in each other. Unbeknownst to them, a figure clad in white, perched atop a nearby car, was observing the scene in astonishment. Fang Qinghan, seeking a leisurely stroll, had intended to patrol the area to prevent any unforeseen incidents. To her surprise, she stumbled upon Luo Wei and Chu Fian. Initially inclined to greet them, her hand was raised, but to her astonishment, the pair were engaged in an impassioned exchange of kisses right before her eyes. Fang Qinghan had no doubt that, had the weather been more agreeable, they would have taken their rendezvous further, transforming the outdoors into their intimate sanctuary. Frozen in disbelief, she watched the unfolding drama, momentarily unsure whether to intervene or remain silent. Once the couple parted, Fang Qinghan snapped back to reality, quickly retreating from sight. Luo Wei released Chu Fian and cast his gaze towards the car roof, furrowing his brow in confusion. "What's wrong?" Chu Fian inquired, breathless. "I must have misinterpreted something," Luo Wei replied. Shaking his head, not elaborating further, he bent down, and amidst Chu Fian's startled exclamations, scooped her up and strode towards his vehicle with great urgency. As if pursued by wolves, however, Chu Fian was acutely aware that the true predator was the man holding her, a ravenous wolf eager to indulge in a feast. Chu Fian wondered, was she truly oblivious to the implications of their actions? After their departure, a soft murmur emerged from the shadows. A pair of long, elegant legs stepped forth from the darkness, clad in pristine white fox fur, a silver soft leather jacket, and white knee-high boots. Blending seamlessly with the endless expanse of snow, exuding purity. The strikingly beautiful face turned towards the direction Luo Wei and Chu Fian had taken, shaking her head, her earlier intent to patrol suddenly feeling dull. With legs as solid as pillars, she retraced her steps to her residence, inevitably passing by the vehicle occupied by Chu Fian and Luo Wei. Instinctively, she glanced towards the car, where the glass was specially made, making it difficult to see inside during the day. However, at night, a closer proximity revealed the scene within. The curtains swayed, and through a gap, Fang Qinghan instantly recognized the girl pressing against the window as Su Muching. With Luo Wei standing behind her. In that moment, a surge of murderous intent filled Fang Qinghan's heart. Chapter 54. Misunderstanding. Fang Qinghan's face was as cold as frost as she stepped forward to Chu Fian's car door. Forcefully flinging it open with a resounding click, the loud noise startled both Chu Fian and Ye. "Sister Qinghan, what brings you here at this late hour?" Chu Fian inquired, observing the icy expression on Fang Qinghan's face. Puzzled, Fang Qinghan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Chu Fian, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. If Chu Fian was present, surely she must be aware of the events unfolding behind the car. Was it possible that Luo Wei had coerced her? Suppressing her anger, Fang Qinghan was about to pose her questions when Luo Wei emerged from behind the vehicle. A quick glance revealed that his clothing was disheveled, with buttons undone and his belt unfastened. Igniting her fury anew, clang! The sound of a sword echoed. "No!" Chu Fian exclaimed, her body suddenly surging with formidable strength as she raced to Luo Wei's side, arms outstretched to shield him. Luo Wei was taken aback. Upon seeing Fang Qinghan, he had assumed she was there to confront Chu Fian and never anticipated her would strike at him without mercy. It was evident that she aimed to take his life. But he was too slow to react. Fortunately, Chu Fian was swift enough. Luo Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, brandishing his bronze spear, positioning himself protectively behind Chu Fian, his gaze fixed coldly on Fang Qinghan, prepared for a life-or-death struggle. Even knowing he was outmatched, he was determined to make her pay a price. Sister Qinghan, why are you suddenly attacking Luo Wei? Chu Fian stood before him, her arms wide. Struggling to swallow her fear, her eyes shifting from the sword poised dangerously close to her brow to Fang Qinghan, her voice laced with confusion. You ask me? I wish to inquire what you are doing here. Bring Su Muching out. Fang Qinghan's face remained icy as she commanded. Chu Fian was momentarily taken aback, but then a light of understanding flickered in her mind, as if she had grasped something significant. Sister Qinghan, do you think there has been a misunderstanding? Chu Fian responded. Just then, a disheveled Su Muching stumbled out from behind the car. Principal Fang, what brings you here? She asked, her gaze evasive. Do not be afraid. Tell me, was anyone coercing you? Fang Qinghan inquired. The others inside the car were momentarily stunned, confused by her ambiguous words. Sister Qinghan, perhaps you should come inside. It's cold out here, and Yaya might catch a cold. Chu Fian suggested. Yaya had been utterly frightened by the scene before her, hiding under the blankets with wide, pitiful eyes, glancing from one person to another, her lips quivering as if on the verge of tears. Evoking sympathy, upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan's gaze softened slightly as she looked at the frightened child. Iya, do not fear. I am merely speaking with your mother, she assured gently, then turned her cold gaze back to the adults in the car. You all, get out with that. She stepped aside as her voice faded. The bronze sword dissolved into a stream of light and vanished into her body. Luo Wei, Chu Fian, and Su Muching exchanged glances, reluctantly exiting the vehicle to stand beside Fang Qinghan. Principal Fang, I am unaware of what transgression I have committed to provoke such wrath. Why would you seek my life over a mere disagreement? Luo Wei stepped forward, grasping his bronze spear, looking at Fang Qinghan. What is the first rule of my team? Fang Qinghan replied coldly. The first rule is to never bully women, Luo Wei answered. Good, then you can die now, Fang Qinghan stated, her bronze sword reappearing as she prepared to strike. Chu Fian, seeing this, rushed forward, arms outstretched, pleading, Sister Qinghan, do you think there has been a misunderstanding? A misunderstanding? What I witnessed cannot be mistaken. Fang Qinghan's stunning face was as frigid as ancient ice, coldly fixing her gaze on Chu Fian. Step aside. What did you see? Speak clearly, so I may die knowing the truth, Luo Wei interjected. All right. Fang Qinghan, believing Luo Wei to be evasive, could not contain her anger and exclaimed thrice, her breath quickening, her chest rising and falling dramatically, a faint blush appearing on her exquisite cheeks. Muching, tell me, did he bully you in the back of the car? Do not be afraid. Speak boldly, and I shall advocate for you. Fang Qinghan's eyes were fixed on Su Muching. Some words were too shameful for her to voice, so she turned to the person involved. Su Muching was taken aback, realizing that she was the source of this turmoil. Her face flushed instantly at the thought that Fang Qinghan had likely witnessed the earlier events. Overwhelmed by embarrassment and dismay, she wished to disappear, unable to find her voice. Sister Qinghan, you have misunderstood, Chu Fian interjected, suddenly understanding the reason for Fang Qinghan's fury. Misunderstood? It seems you are aware of what those two were doing behind the car. Speak. I am curious to know your role in this. Fang Qinghan's tone had shifted, her gaze towards Chu Fian growing increasingly hostile. Sister Qinghan, you? Chu Fian felt a chill run down her spine under Fang Qinghan's scrutinizing gaze. Awakening to the gravity of the situation, Fang Qinghan was known for her clarity of judgment and her disdain for injustice. If this matter were not explained properly, it might jeopardize their friendship. Chu Fian glanced at Su Muching, took a deep breath, and confessed, I not only know about Wei and Muching, but I also played matchmaker for them. Then, what about you and him? Fang Qinghan's brows knitted in confusion as she looked at Chu Fian. Fang Qinghan, despite her intelligence, found herself perplexed, struggling to comprehend the intricate dynamics among the three. Wei and I are genuinely in love, Chu Fian asserted. As for Wei and Muching, I was the one who brought them together. I can assure you, our relationship is mutually consensual, with no element of coercion involved. As Chu Fian's words fell, a blushing Su Muching finally regained her composure. She looked at the menacing Fang Qinghan and quickly added, Principal Fang, you have misunderstood. No one has coerced me. I am with Brother Luo of my own free will. Fang Qinghan's breath caught in her throat. Upon witnessing the scene, Luo Wei's face, which was originally set in a stern expression, involuntarily broke into a smile. He stepped forward, one arm encircling Su Muqing's slender waist while the other embraced Chu Fian, casting a provocative glance at Fang Qinghan. "Principal Fang," he remarked, "must you meddle in matters that are mutually desired?" Fang Qinghan's face momentarily flashed with irritation, yet causing trouble was not in her nature. Her gaze fell upon Chu Fian, her voice softening as she inquired, "Though I have never been in a romantic relationship, I am certain that no woman willingly shares the man she cherishes with another. Tell me, has he coerced you in any way?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fian turned her gaze toward Luo Wei. If this matter were not clarified, Fang Qinghan would not let it rest. Yet, to clarify it would require revealing Luo Wei's secret. Luo Wei nodded, understanding her intent. However, Fang Qinghan was someone to be trusted, for she was the embodiment of virtue in this apocalyptic world. If even her character were untrustworthy, then truly, no one could be relied upon. Chapter 55. Fang Qinghan's secret. A glimmer of light flashed in Luo Wei's hand, revealing the Huangdi Neijing, which he handed to Chu Fian. Then, casting a glance at Fang Qinghan, he took Su Muqing and turned back to the vehicle. Fang Qinghan observed everything closely, and the moment Luo Wei produced the Huangdi Neijing, her eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated that Luo Wei possessed such a remarkable treasure, and in that instant, she felt a twinge of regret for her earlier impulsiveness. It was entirely possible that she had misjudged the situation. Nevertheless, she was eager to hear Chu Fian's explanation. "Qinghan Jia, before I explain, please take a look at this treasure of a Wei," Chu Fian said. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan hesitated. She had access to far more information than others and was well aware that artifacts of this nature typically contained a complete lineage. Could she truly comprehend such a text? "I trust you, Qinghan Jia. Just take a look," Chu Fian urged, as she could surmise Fang Qinghan's concerns. Reluctantly, Fang Qinghan accepted the book. The 4 characters Huangdi Neijing immediately caught her eye. And according to her knowledge, it should be a medical text. However, upon opening it, she was greeted with a series of simple yet bizarre illustrations. Fang Qinghan quickly realized that these illustrations were beyond her grasp. But when she turned to page 18, her hand trembled, nearly causing her to hurl the book at Chu Fian. "I am the president of a university, dedicated to educating others, and you show me this?" Fang Qinghan glared at Chu Fian, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. "Qinghan Jia, this is no ordinary book. It is a profound method of cultivation, embodying the principles of yin and yang." Chu Fian replied, her expression unwavering, encouraging Fang Qinghan to continue. Seeing Chu Fian's earnest demeanor, Fang Qinghan, out of trust for her friend, suppressed her discomfort and continued to peruse the text. As her delicate fingers turned the pages, she unwittingly became engrossed, beginning to correlate it with her own cultivation methods, drawing validations. Fang Qinghan possessed 2 treasures. While the world had only seen the ancient sword, few knew that by chance, she had also acquired a diagram of the 8 trigrams. This diagram not only contained intricate formations but also encompassed the path of yin and yang. The cultivation method she had recently pieced together had originated from this very source. Now, as she examined the Huangdi Neijing, her understanding of the yin and yang deepened, offering her clearer insights into her future cultivation. With a sigh of relief, Fang Qinghan closed the book, exhaling a long breath. Upon raising her gaze, she found Chu Fian regarding her with an odd expression. Fang Qinghan's ethereal beauty suddenly flushed crimson, captivating even Chu Fian, who was equally a woman. "Ahem." Fang Qinghan cleared her throat, stating, "Speak. I wish to hear your explanation. Have you finished reading?" Chu Fian inquired. "Yes," Fang Qinghan replied softly, her face burning with embarrassment as she wished she could sink into the ground. To have become so absorbed in such a book in front of others was a level of awkwardness she had never experienced before. Wei is truly a remarkable person. By the time I sought him out, he had already acquired this method of cultivation, Chu Fian began, unabashedly praising Luo Wei. "The world has changed, morals have decayed, and the law has crumbled. Yet Wei has not resorted to bullying others with his strength. Instead, he steadfastly upholds his principles. I consider myself fortunate to be his first woman," Chu Fian continued, her face glowing with happiness as she recounted. "I distinctly remember when I first approached him, he wouldn't even let me enter in that moment. I knew I had not misjudged him. The cultivation of the Huangdi Neijing requires assistance for the harmonization of yin and yang. After training with him, I awakened my latent abilities, thus unlocking my genetic potential. Muching heard of my sudden awakening and came to inquire about it. Qing Hanjia, you are aware of my circumstances. Yaya is still young and requires constant care. So it would be impossible for me to cultivate in her presence, so you revealed to Muching that it was because of Luo Wei that you awakened. Fang Qinghan interjected, understanding the implications without needing further explanation. In this chaotic world, no one could resist the allure of power. Xu Muching, a solitary girl without support, faced daily fears in this tumultuous apocalypse. Naturally, upon hearing that someone could assist her in awakening her powers, she would leap at the opportunity. Qing Hanjia, do you now look down upon me, thinking me despicable for plotting against my own student as a teacher? Chu Fian gazed at Fang Qinghan with a pained smile. Not at all. Fang Qinghan shook her head, her clear eyes meeting Chu Fian's. I do not scorn you. I feel for you and lament your predicament. Qing Hanjia. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian could not contain herself and threw herself into Fang Qinghan's embrace. Holding her tightly, Fang Qinghan's body stiffened. It had been over 20 years since anyone had touched her. Fortunately, at that critical moment, she resisted the urge to push her away. Hesitantly, she raised her hand, awkwardly patting Chu Fian's head, slowly exhaling the tension in her chest as she spoke. Ah, were it not for this upheaval of the heavens, with your beauty and intellect, you should be living a life akin to that of a princess. Yet now, you must rely on others and contend with other women. That's not true. Qing Hanjia. Chu Fian interjected, raising her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Fang Qinghan. Wei dotes on me. He has never allowed me to suffer any grievances. Since Muching arrived, he has not only remained devoted to me but has become even more attuned to my feelings. He, Fang Qinghan, unsure of what to make of it, replied, I cannot judge the dynamics of your relationship from an outsider's perspective. As long as you are happy, that is what matters. She continued, her expression turning serious. However, I reiterate, if he dares to mistreat you, you must let me know. I will stand up for you. Qing Hanjia, you are truly kind, but Chu Fian's expression turned sorrowful. But what? Fang Qinghan inquired. But I wish you were a man. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly marry you without hesitation, Chu Fian said. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan shook her head earnestly. If I were a man, I would never marry you. Why not? Is it because I am not pretty enough? Chu Fian asked hurriedly. Not at all, Fang Qinghan replied seriously. You are simply too heavy. You are nearly suffocating me. Realizing the intimacy of their position, Chu Fian blushed. Qing Hanjia, I apologize. I momentarily forgot about your aversion to closeness. She quickly released her hold. I shall share with you a secret that no one else knows. Fang Qinghan leaned closer, whispering softly into Chu Fian's ear, in truth, I do not have any aversion to cleanliness. It is merely a fade to justify avoiding unnecessary contact. I have simply grown accustomed to maintaining this pretense over the years. Chu Fian's expression turned incredulous as she gazed at Fang Qinghan. Murmuring, Qing Hanjia, I had no idea you were such a person. You have deceived us all. Chapter 56. Human Relations. Chu Fian took the initiative to entwine her arm with Fang Qinghan's. In that moment, the two resembled true confidants. However, if anyone familiar with them were to witness this scene, they would likely be taken aback. After all, everyone knew of Fang Qinghan's severe aversion to proximity. No one, regardless of gender, could approach her within 3 feet. Yet, who could have imagined that her aversion was merely an act, one she had maintained flawlessly for over 2 decades, fooling everyone with her impeccable performance? As Chu Fian clutched Fang Qinghan's arm, she looked up at the hazy moon in the sky, her rosy lips moving animatedly as she chatted incessantly. Fang Qinghan, possessing a cool demeanor and a penchant for few words, usually left the conversation to Chu Fian. Chu Fian reminisced about the moments since their acquaintance, eventually broaching the topic of the cataclysm and, uncontrollably, mentioning Luo Wei. To say something rather controversial, I must admit I am somewhat grateful for this calamity. Without it, I would never have ended up with Wei. Chu Fian's youthful face radiated a charming innocence as she spoke. Dio, you truly feel no sorrow whatsoever. Even though he was accompanied by another woman, and may soon have others, Fang Qinghan remarked. She simply could not comprehend why a beautiful professor, who had always maintained her integrity and been influenced by modern knowledge and thought, had suddenly transformed into this state. Not only was she infatuated, but her intellect seemed to regress to ancient times, so readily accepting the notion of her beloved having multiple wives and concubines. Fang Qinghan found this utterly astonishing. Akin to the fantasy some university students indulge in regarding harem novels. Sister Qinghan, I know that to you. I must appear as a fool right now, but that is only because you have yet to encounter someone who truly stirs your heart. Chu Fian turned to Fang Qinghan and said, when you meet the one who genuinely captivates you, you will realize that everything you sacrifice for them is worthwhile. Fang Qinghan was at a loss for words. Feeling as though this woman was hopelessly ensnared, utterly brainwashed. Aren't you concerned about what might happen if he grows tired of you? Fang Qinghan inquired, I have faith in a way, and I also believe in myself. Besides, the worth of the sea goddess is quite substantial, isn't it? Chu Fian replied confidently. As if recalling something, she suddenly grew anxious and asked, Sister Qinghan, am I really that fat? Chu Fian had just remembered Fang Qinghan's earlier remark. If she were a man, she wouldn't marry herself because she was too heavy. Well, yes, a bit. Fang Qinghan nodded, scrutinizing her carefully. This place is too spacious, and your hips are rather wide. Chu Fian couldn't help but chuckle as Fang Qinghan seriously pointed at her chest, then glanced down, unable to see her toes. When she heard about her wide hips, she burst into laughter. In truth, Fang Qinghan was a woman who could never fully understand men. Her figure was what one would call voluptuous, a standard hourglass shape that had always captivated Luo Wei. Suddenly, Chu Fian looked up at Fang Qinghan's chest and, without thinking, reached out to pinch it. Ouch, Chu Fian gasped, unable to suppress a sharp intake of breath. Sister Qinghan, while you call me fat, you are hardly better. Fang Qinghan's cheeks flushed crimson, revealing the reason behind her years of maintaining a facade of cleanliness. Those who have been beautiful since childhood often face the annoyance of relatives wanting to pinch their cheeks, give hugs, and so on. To avoid these encounters, she had deliberately distanced herself from others, but tonight, that faade had completely crumbled. Ahem. Sister Qinghan, I think I should head back. Chu Fian realized her actions had gone too far and quickly withdrew her hand, preparing to leave. Wait, Fang Qinghan called out, causing Chu Fian to pause in her tracks. I was rash earlier. Please apologize to Luo Wei for me. I owe him a favor, and in the future, if it does not violate my principles, I would be willing to risk my life to help him, Fang Qinghan stated. Sister Qinghan, it isn't that serious, Chu Fian replied, looking at her. Your anger surely has something to do with me. I will explain it to Wei. I nearly killed him. He must be feeling quite uncomfortable. Please convey my words to him. I hope it brings him some solace, Fang Qinghan insisted. All right then, Sister Qinghan, it's cold outside. You should return and rest early. Chu Fian nodded and made her way back to her yard. As she opened the door, she saw Luo Wei and Su Muching playing with Yaya. The little girl had completely forgotten the fright she had just experienced, her face now radiating uncontainable joy. Her rosy cheeks were utterly adorable. Yay, Mommy is back. Yaya extended her chubby hands towards Chu Fian, seeking a hug. Chu Fian took her into her arms, glanced at Luo Wei and Su Muching, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing due to the little one in her embrace. Time passed by the hour, and 2 hours later, the exhausted little girl finally fell into a deep sleep. Muching, I'm sorry, Chu Fian said, looking at Su Muching, her expression filled with regret. It's my fault that you find yourself in such an awkward position. No, Sister Fian, it was entirely my choice. Brother Luo asked for my consent before helping me awaken. I chose to follow him. I am grateful for your acceptance of me, and do not blame you for intruding between you two, Su Muching replied, displaying neither ingratitude nor foolishness. After studying the Huangdi Neijing, she had already grasped Chu Fian's intentions. Though there were some calculations involved, they paled in comparison to what she had gained. Ultimately, this world was too perilous. Having awakened her abilities after breaking the genetic shackles, Su Muching felt more acutely aware of her own insignificance. Without the protection of a strong ally, given her beauty, she would eventually become a target. It was Chu Fian who had mediated for her, allowing Luo Wei to accept her, awakening her powers and providing her with shelter. Therefore, she felt nothing but gratitude toward Chu Fian. Family doesn't speak of family matters. Let us not make it so formal, Luo Wei said, wrapping his arms around both their waists. In truth, he was the most frustrated among them. He had come perilously close to being eliminated by Fang Qinghan. Had it not been for his insufficient strength, he would never have been so accommodating, swallowing his pride while maintaining an air of nonchalance. Indeed, Sister Fian, did you not say we are family? Let bygones be bygones. United as a family, we must survive this catastrophe together. Su Muching declared. Yes, thank you, Muching. Chu Fian responded appreciatively, taking Su Muching's hands in hers. Sister Fian, you're back at it again, aren't you? Su Muching said with a slight smile, gazing at Chu Fian with a hint of annoyance. Ah, it is my fault. I promise to never bring up the past again, Chu Fian hastily assured her. Upon saying this, she turned to Luo Wei and stated, Sister Qinghan wanted me to convey her apologies. Ha. Luo Wei chuckled lightly, waving his hand dismissively, no need for apologies. She is the leader of our team, and maintaining order is her duty. Chu Fian was no fool, and given her time spent with Luo Wei, she was not entirely ignorant of his character. It was evident that he harbored some resentment. However, thinking it over, anyone would feel aggrieved after coming close to death. Sister Qinghan mentioned she owes you a favor. In the future, if you need anything, she is willing to risk her life to assist you, as long as it does not violate her principles. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei feigned surprise, smiling as he said, That's excellent. With Fang Qinghan's words, I essentially have a get-out-of-jail-free card. I can roam freely within this team. After speaking, he did not wish to dwell on the matter any longer. He glanced outside and said, It's getting late. We should rest early. Chapter 57. Broadcast. Luo Wei viewed Fang Qinghan's so-called favor as no different from an employer's empty promises to employees. He glanced at the sky, dismissing Fang Qinghan's assurances entirely. It's late. Let's get some rest, Luo Wei suggested. Then I shall return to sleep, Su Muching announced, preparing to leave. However, Luo Wei was reluctant to let her go. Ultimately, the three of them nestled together on the dimly lit bed. Su Muching's innocent face was flushed, her heart racing like a startled deer. Though she had long since accepted her identity, the thought of the three of them still made her feel unbearably shy. Thankfully, after Fang Qinghan's disruption, Luo Wei had lost all interest. Away, please don't hold it against Sister Qinghan, Chu Fian broke the silence. I won't blame her. I'll overlook it for your sake, Luo Wei replied. Really? Chu Fian asked, her eyes sparkling with delight that, of course, more real than gold, he assured her. Then smile for me, Chu Fian urged. Chu Fian propped herself up, resting on his chest, her eyes filled with anticipation. Hee, Luo Wei grinned, revealing a bright smile. That smile looks forced. It's clear it's not sincere, Chu Fian remarked. Enough of that. I've been through a lot these past 2 days, witnessing too much darkness. How could I possibly smile? Luo Wei replied. Then let me find a way to make you happy, Chu Fian insisted that it's late. You should really sleep, Luo Wei said, lacking enthusiasm. No. Chu Fian pouted playfully, making it impossible for anyone to resist. We agreed that if you are happy, you would forget the unpleasantness of tonight, right? Chu Fian pressed on. All right, my greatest virtue is my forgetfulness. Once I am happy, I tend to quickly forget any grievances. Luo Wei replied. Brother Luo, I think I should sleep in the back, Su Muching suggested. Don't. Professor Chu is here. You should learn from her, Luo Wei retorted. Chu Fian shot him an annoyed look, but to resolve the tension between her best friend and her man, she was willing to endure a bit of discomfort. A sleepless night ensued. However, the following day, Luo Wei felt invigorated, waking early to leave the warmth of the car and practice his martial arts in front of the vehicle. Soon, others began to rise, undeterred by the cold, joining him in training. They practiced the techniques Fang Qinghan had provided. Although not perfectly synchronized, the sight of so many people training together was still quite grand. After about half an hour, the car door behind Luo Wei opened, and Chu Fian and Su Muching emerged one after the other. Upon seeing Luo Wei, they exchanged glances, and Su Muching quickly hid behind Chu Fian. After last night, the bond between the two young women had undoubtedly deepened. Come, demonstrate your martial arts. Let me witness the progress you've made over the past few days, and I shall offer you some guidance, said Luo Wei as he stood, fists withdrawn. Upon hearing that their recent training would be evaluated, the two women cast aside their other thoughts and hurriedly found their positions, taking a deep breath to slowly execute a set of martial arts movements. Lift your hips a little higher, Luo Wei instructed Chu Fian. Tuck in your waist, draw in your abdomen, and raise your chest and chin, he directed Su Muching. The two women suspected that Luo Wei was being intentionally difficult. Yet they lacked the evidence to confront him. As the sun gradually rose, it radiated a vibrant brilliance, dispelling the previous haze. Attention, citizens! Attention, citizens! Suddenly, a deep voice resounded from the military base. I bring you good news. Our space station has transformed into a technological marvel amidst this cosmic upheaval. This announcement left everyone momentarily bewildered, instinctively gazing skyward. The space station had become a treasure of extraordinary significance. According to reports from the personnel aboard, the internal space of our space station has expanded significantly. It not only facilitates improved scientific research and cultivation, but also serves as our planet's eyes and ears, relaying information from beyond Earth. Please remember this critical message. The era of blizzards is drawing to a close. However, our planet has deviated from its orbit and is hurtling toward the sun. Soon, we may face an even more harrowing challenge. What specific trials await us ahead remains uncertain. If possible, I urge everyone to stockpile water resources and unite in solidarity to weather this crisis. Additionally, if you are able, consider migrating inland. As the broadcast concluded, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. What did it mean for the planet to deviate from its orbit? Why was this happening? No one had clear answers. Yet, the impending transition from extreme cold to searing heat instilled a sense of dread in everyone. What is happening? How could our planet go off course? Su Muching murmured, her face pale with fear. Do not be afraid. We have endured the extreme cold. Mere high temperatures are nothing to fear. Do not forget your sister Fian's extraordinary powers, Luo Wei comforted as he gently patted Su Muching's head. In the face of heat, we possess a natural advantage over others. Hearing his words, Su Muching was reminded of Chu Fian's abilities. While her power had been of little use against the extreme cold, it would prove invaluable against the heat. Compared to others, they indeed held an advantage, which eased Su Muching's anxious heart. Why did the broadcast suggest that everyone migrate inland? Is there something more to this? Someone pointed out, indeed, the government would not issue such advice without reason. Are we not currently moving inland? Do you think Principal Fong knows something? It was rumored that Principal Fong had direct communication with the upper echelons of the government. Perhaps she indeed held secrets unknown to them. Let us go and inquire what she might be concealing from us. Someone incited the crowd. However, those who had survived the frigid conditions were not easily swayed. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed, for no one had been persuaded. Everyone had their own secrets, and regardless of what Fong Qinghan might be hiding, it was clear to all that she genuinely wished for their survival. Understanding this was sufficient. The rest was of little concern. Meanwhile, Fong Qinghan sat atop a vehicle, squinting at the sun encircled in golden rays, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. With her capabilities, she could easily return to the heart of the Central Plains and even seize a celestial paradise ahead of time. Yet, Chapter 58, a brief respite. Daddy, your snowman looks so ugly. Watch out for the snowball. Daddy, haha, Sister Muching, run. Daddy's chasing after us. Mommy, be careful. Oh no. Mommy is so clumsy. She couldn't dodge that. After breakfast, Luo Wei took Chu Fian, Su Muching, and the little girl Yaya to an open area. They built snowmen and engaged in a snowball fight. Although the snowflakes harbored a deadly virus, after consuming a special antidote, as long as they did not foolishly eat the snow like those beasts, the risk of infection was minimal. The four of them lay on the snowy ground, exhaling puffs of vapor, their faces brimming with joy. The three girls' cheeks were rosy against the white backdrop, appearing utterly adorable. Once their recreational activities concluded, Chu Fian had to return to work, while Luo Wei and Su Muching reluctantly took Yaya back to the vehicle. Be good, Yaya. It's too cold outside, don't catch a cold. I promise to bring you out to play another day, Luo Wei reassured her with a smile. Really? Yaya's initial reluctance was instantly replaced with excitement upon hearing this. Of course, Luo Wei nodded. Then let's make a pinky promise, the little girl exclaimed. All right, pinky swear. 100 years without changing. Seeing Yaya's spirits lifted, Su Muching took out her handwritten notes to teach Yaya how to read and write. After watching for a while, Luo Wei quietly stepped out of the vehicle. Where are you off to, Teacher Luo? A voice suddenly called out. Luo Wei turned to see a man whose features were obscured by thick winter attire, making it difficult to recognize anyone unfamiliar. It's me, Zhao Qingfeng. Teacher Luo, where are you heading? Said the man, removing his scarf and goggles to reveal a fair, sunny face with a hint of delicate handsomeness. And where are you going? Luo Wei asked. Oh, I'm looking for my junior sister Wei. Zhao Qingfeng replied. How fortuitous, Luo Wei said with a slight smile. We're not on the same path. Her vehicle is ahead, while I need to head toward the rear of the convoy. Zhao Qingfeng's expression turned awkward. Teacher Luo, about the last time you saved my life enough. Zhao Qingfeng, I am a straightforward person and prefer directness. I dislike beating around the bush, Luo Wei interjected firmly. Let me be clear. Do not appear before me again. I do not wish to be a troublemaker. Zhao Qingfeng's face shifted through various emotions before settling on a forced smile. Teacher Luo, is there some misunderstanding? I merely wanted to invite you to a meal as a token of gratitude. Skip the meal. Regardless of whether there's a misunderstanding, remember what I just said. Farewell. With that, Luo Wei turned on his heel and walked away, fearing that lingering any longer might cause him to lose his breakfast. Zhao Qingfeng stood rooted, watching Luo Wei's retreating figure, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. I didn't reveal any flaws. How did he know? He muttered to himself. The resentment in his gaze gradually morphed into confusion, then into a deep excitement, resembling that of a perverse individual. The more mysterious you are, the more resistant you become, the more exhilarated I feel. Luo Wei quickened his pace, nearly running to Chu Fian's workplace. Teacher Chu, look, a fellow female teacher who worked alongside Chu Fian noticed Luo Wei and lightly nudged Chu Fian with her elbow. Teasing, Teacher Chu's charm is truly remarkable. It's only been a short time since you started working, and Teacher Luo is already eager to pick you up. Hearing this, Chu Fian looked up to see Luo Wei. A hint of sweetness sparkling in her eyes, her fair, jade-like face breaking into an unreserved smile. What brings you here? Chu Fian asked as she rose. Dio, I need a reason. As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. Teacher Luo is still young and full of vigor. After completing his tasks, he surely longs to be with you. A slightly older female teacher jested. Lu Jie, Chu Fian exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully scolded the older teacher. Haha, you've been working overtime these past few days. Take the day off today. Let someone else take over your duties, the teacher suggested with a grin. Chu Fian seemed tempted by the idea but ultimately shook her head. Today is the last day for collecting supplies. There's a lot to do, and we need all hands on deck. Away, it's too cold outside. If you have nothing to do, you should head back. I'll return once I finish my shift. She told Luo Wei, I'm not cold. You carry on with your work, I'm just here to see you. Luo Wei replied, shaking his head. He was not lying. He truly came to admire the beauty and refresh his eyes. Very well, if you're truly bored, you could help weigh the collected supplies, Chu Fian said. That sounds simple enough, Luo Wei replied with a smile. Chu Fian and several female teachers sat inside the vehicle, responsible for recording, while others outside sorted, packaged, and weighed the supplies. However, most logistics personnel had not unlocked their genetic locks, making it difficult for them to surpass their physical limits. Tasks that seemed simple to those with abilities became quite challenging for ordinary people. The supplies brought back by the ability users required cranes or levers to assist in weighing. Once Luo Wei arrived, everything became remarkably simpler. He could effortlessly lift hundreds of pounds with a single hand. While those outside felt a sense of relief, those inside, tasked with documentation, became increasingly busy. Teacher Luo is in excellent health, a female teacher remarked. Wei is an ability user. It's quite normal for him to possess such strength, especially with the genetic restraints in his body having been lifted, Chu Fian said with a smile as she glanced at Luo Wei. With such immense power, Teacher Chu, can you handle it at night? The women, being all teachers, spoke freely without reservation. What a thing to say. Have you forgotten? Teacher Chu is also an ability user. Teacher Chu, how did you awaken your powers? Do share your secrets with us? The conversation among the three women became lively, and with 5 or 6 women together, the topics multiplied. Chu Fian found herself both flustered and speechless amidst their whimsical chatter. Upon hearing inquiries about her power awakening, her gaze involuntarily drifted to Luo Wei. Her ability to awaken powers, break genetic restraints, and surpass human limits was entirely due to him. Teacher Chu, was it Teacher Luo who helped you awaken? How did it happen? Even women, no matter how erudite, couldn't escape the allure of gossip, and at that moment, they became quite curious. Hee, Teacher Chu, with that glimmer in your eyes, you didn't awaken during some mischievous escapade. Did you? One female teacher teased. Chu Fian, such a clever one. A delightful blush adorned her cheeks as she hardly had the chance to respond. The topic was tugged back and forth among the women, shifting from one subject to another, both risque and innocent. The scene hardly resembled that of university professors. Eventually, the end of the workday arrived. Amidst the laughter of her colleagues, Chu Fian seized Luo Wei's arm and fled as if escaping. "Away? Do you think the weather will really heat up?" she asked, clutching his arm as they walked. "It should. Indeed. Just a couple of days ago, there were still snowflakes falling, but today, the weather shows signs of clearing. Perhaps it won't be long before the temperature rises and the ice and snow melt." Luo Wei replied, "Is the melting of ice and snow a good thing or a bad thing?" Chu Fian pondered, feeling perplexed. Who can say what the future holds? Luo Wei shook his head. "It's been over 2 months of doom and gloom. Today is a rare chance to relax, so let's not dwell on it." Chapter 59. Unexpected Encounters. Chu Fian nodded gently, though her expression remained troubled. While the bitter cold was indeed terrifying, people had adjusted to such conditions over the past 2 months. If the climate merely warmed, it would be bearable. However, the fear lay in a sudden shift to scorching heat, which could lead to untold casualties. After all, once the weather warmed, the accumulated snow would melt, causing rivers and lakes to swell, potentially leaving humanity facing a dire water shortage. And that was just one concern. With the loss of snow's barrier, hidden beasts, corpses buried beneath the snow, and even humanity itself would likely become increasingly aggressive. Observing Chu Fian's worried demeanor, Luo Wei couldn't help but chuckle to lighten the mood. "I actually look forward to the temperature rising." Chu Fian turned to him, puzzled. Did Luo Wei not realize that warming would make survival even more difficult for everyone? Hee. If it truly heats up, you won't have to bundle up so tightly every day. Luo Wei grinned mischievously. "I can't fathom what thoughts are occupying your mind," Chu Fian replied, taken aback by his attitude. Yet, at this moment, she raised her hand playfully to strike him. Luo Wei laughed heartily and dashed ahead, prompting her to chase after him. After lunch, Chu Fian returned to her work while Luo Wei stayed behind. After Yaya's nap, he embraced Su Mucheng, and they exchanged whispers, nurturing their bond and savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Finally, the next day, the team departed from the military base. As usual, Luo Wei led the patrol in the morning, assisting the main group in clearing obstacles ahead. However, this time, Situ Qing had returned to the team. Her injuries had been severe, and normally, she wouldn't have been able to get out of bed for at least a month. Yet this world was anything but normal. The physical prowess of ability users far exceeded that of ordinary people, and with Wang Shiyu's assistance in healing, Situ Qing's swift recovery was also attributed to Su Mucheng's efforts. The holy light ability that Su Mucheng had awakened had proven highly effective in treating Situ Qing over the past few days. The patrol missions were not without challenges, occasionally encountering roaming beasts or zombie disturbances. Fortunately, the group was cautious and powerful, and they navigated without major incident. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Through diligent practice during these days, Luo Wei, along with Chu Fian and Su Mucheng, had discerned some patterns in cultivating the Emperor's internal cannon. This technique, primarily practiced by Luo Wei, could be continuously cultivated, while Chu Fian and Su Mucheng would serve as support, practicing every 3 days for optimal results. Forcing cultivation would yield adverse effects, as Luo Wei would merely become the nourishment for their growth. But of course, it was not impossible to force cultivation as long as the two women didn't channel their techniques. However, this would mean they were essentially supporting Luo Wei. Naturally, he would not entertain such an arrangement. Over the course of 10 days, through repeated practice, Luo Wei's cultivation had once again broken through to the 5th tier, granting him over 4,000 pounds of strength, with the 6th tier now within reach. The greater his strength, the more benefits his companions would reap, showcasing the remarkable advantages of the Emperor's internal cannon. Reasonable cultivation without excessive greed could yield substantial enhancement. Thus, the progress made by ordinary individuals like Chu Fian and Su Mucheng during these 10 days could only be described as astonishing. In just a short span, Su Mucheng had reached the 3rd tier, while Chu Fian was not far from the 4th tier. "Teacher Luo, see you tomorrow." As the days passed, temperatures continued to rise, and the snow melted. With the sun rising, its warm rays enveloped them, creating a delightful atmosphere. After completing their patrol, Luo Wei bid farewell to Avril and the others before heading back. "Brother Luo is back. Hurry and eat." Upon seeing Luo Wei, Su Mucheng quickly rose, taking his protective gear and jacket to the side, inviting him to sit. After days of travel, Resources had rapidly depleted, and Chu Fian's vehicle was visibly emptying. With more space available, Yaya found ample room to play, allowing everyone to gather around for meals. Noticing Yaya was absent, Luo Wei reached out to embrace Su Muching, smiling as he asked, "What delicious dishes did you prepare today?" Sister Fian steamed buns, made porridge, and cooked some braised pork, while I made chicken legs with potatoes. Su Muching replied. Luo Wei, pleased, leaned forward to hug Chu Fian as well. All right, our great lord has worked hard outside. Come and taste our cooking. If it doesn't suit your palate, don't hold it against us. Chu Fian joked, playfully pushing him away. Luo Wei settled comfortably at the table, watching the two women bustle about, a contented expression gracing his face. At this moment, he felt that life was truly fulfilling. If only it could remain this way forever. Alas, the world was in such disarray. Of course, if the world were not in such dire straits, he would not be able to relish this tranquility. As the steaming dishes were brought to the table, Luo Wei turned and called into the vehicle. Yaya, it's time for dinner. Has Daddy come back? The little girl dashed out from the compartment, arms wide open for a big hug upon seeing Luo Wei. What were you doing in there so intently that you didn't even notice Dad was back? Luo Wei asked. Daddy, look, this is a painting I drew. The little girl beamed, pulling out a piece of paper from her pocket. Luo Wei leaned in closer, noticing four indistinguishable stick figures, colorfully splashed with hues, and a bright yellow halo resembling the sun above their heads. Luo Wei's lips twitched, but he nonetheless feigned admiration, saying, Yaya, your drawing is wonderful. Of course, I'm going to be a great artist in the future, Yaya declared proudly. Nearby, Chu Fian and Su Muching stifled their laughter. Both well aware that the little girl lacked any artistic talent, but they couldn't bear to dampen her enthusiasm. Yaya, come eat. After dinner, you can show your dad your masterpiece, Chu Fian encouraged with a smile. The little girl obediently climbed down from Luo Wei's embrace. The four gathered around the table, quickly devouring the food laid out before them. Chu Fian, having often cooked for Yaya, had honed her skills, while Su Muching, from an ordinary family, couldn't whip up overly sophisticated dishes, but her chicken and potatoes were exceptionally well made. The steamed buns were sweet and fluffy, the chicken tender, the potatoes fragrant, and the braised pork was a feast for the senses. A bite of bun, a bite of meat, followed by a sip of porridge. It was truly a luxurious experience. In these trying times, simply having enough to eat was a challenge, and even ability users seldom had the means to enjoy such a lavish breakfast. After the meal, Luo Wei intended to play with Yaya when an unexpected visitor appeared. Chapter 60. Fang Qinghan's abilities. Fang Qinghan made a sudden appearance. Luo Wei's expression instantly turned cold. The treasured bronze spear appeared in his grasp, his eyes resembling an eternal icy pool as he fixed a chilling gaze upon Fang Qinghan. Should she make any sudden movements, Luo Wei would not hesitate to strike. Even knowing the odds were against him, he would ensure she bore the consequences. Sister Qinghan, what brings you here? Chu Fian quickly stood, patting Luo Wei's hand reassuringly. I came to find Luo Wei. I have something to discuss, Fang Qinghan replied to Chu Fian. Instantly, she turned to look at Ro, her unparalleled beauty marred only by a fleeting hint of embarrassment. I was in the wrong last time. I acted without understanding the full context and resorted to aggression. I apologize, Fang Qinghan said, slightly bowing as she stood outside the car door. Ro squinted, replying, an apology is one thing, but Fian has already expressed her regrets on your behalf. You mentioned seeking me out. Is there something you require? In this world, strength dictated reason. Were it not for this woman's formidable power, Ro was certain he would have swiftly taught her the reason behind the blossoming of flowers. Given the current situation, making any further threats would only lead to self-degradation, a clear sign of one's own limitations. You come to me, Fang Qinghan stated. She did not explicitly reveal her intentions for seeking Ro. Fian, may I borrow your away for a while? Rest assured, it will be beneficial for him. She gestured towards Chu Fian before striding away into the distance. Ro furrowed his brow and then turned to Chu Fian and Su Muching. I need to see what she is up to. Be careful, Chu Fian advised. Her caution for Ro stemmed not from distrust of Fang Qinghan, but rather an instinctual response. Ro nodded, donned his outerwear, equipped his goggles and other protective gear, and stepped out of the vehicle. The sun shone brightly, and the snow melted slowly. The warm breeze tousled Fang Qinghan's dark tresses and fox fur coat as she stood atop a snowbank. her gaze fixed on the horizon. Ro approached from behind, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, casting a sidelong glance. He could not help but admit that this woman's beauty could fulfill the fantasies of any admirer. She seemed like a celestial being descended from another dimension, entirely out of place in this world. Standing at a height of 180 centimeters, with a flawless visage, a lithe and athletic form, and perfectly proportioned curves, she embodied an ideal of beauty that seemed crafted from the very lexicon of elegance itself. Speak your mind. What brings you to me? Ro inhaled deeply, hardening his tone. Fang Qinghan turned to face him, her commanding phoenix eyes sparkling with intrigue. Though not fear, I won't bite. Who is afraid? Ro retorted defiantly. Hee. Fang Qinghan chuckled lightly, her gaze drifting back to the distance. She then pointed. 60 kilometers that way lies an opportunity. I propose we resolve our misunderstandings. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ro inquired. You'll find out when we get there. But let me be clear. The contents within are mine, and you shall not take them, Fang Qinghan replied. Ro? Take? I would like to, but that requires the necessary strength, Ro asserted, acknowledging that self-awareness is crucial in the face of impending doom. Many aspired to greatness, yet only a few had succeeded in the 2 months since the apocalypse began. Most had turned to dust, while others had lost their ambitions. Without a match between aspiration and capability, one could only bring ruin upon oneself. Ro nodded. If there truly existed an opportunity to enhance his strength, the misunderstandings with Fang Qinghan would pale in significance. Seeing Ro agree, she gestured lightly, and a snow cat appeared. Ro's pupils contracted. Could this woman possess yet another spatial treasure? Upon reflection, it seemed plausible that the spatial artifact used by Avril, which she had given, could also belong to her. It was indeed remarkable luck. While others struggled to obtain a single treasure, she effortlessly gifted them away. If there were a protagonist in this world, Ro believed it would be Fang Qinghan. Get in, she said, taking the driver's seat and glancing back at Ro. He nodded and settled into the back seat. Regardless of their past grievances or misunderstandings, Fang Qinghan's character was beyond reproach. If she truly wished him harm, she would not have gone to such lengths. How do you know about the opportunity 60 to 70 miles away? Ro inquired, inhaling the fragrant air carried by the wind while studying Fang Qinghan's translucent earlobes. Intuition, she answered. Ro, you're not jesting, are you? He replied, skeptical. Do you know how I acquired my bronze ancient sword? Fang Qinghan countered. How would I know? Ro admitted, perplexed. There were numerous theories regarding how she obtained that sword. Yet Fang Qinghan had never confirmed any of them, leaving Ro in the dark. Then guess what my ability is, she said with a smile. Though she appeared aloof and unapproachable, her true nature was quite amiable. When not angered, she was easy to converse with. What am I to guess? Do you have a bird for me to guess with? Ro retorted, exasperated. He did not consider himself particularly clever and generally preferred to avoid mental exertion, especially when it came to deciphering others' secrets. Despite his internal frustrations, he could not articulate his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he ventured, could it be that your ability is related to your intuition? Indeed, Fang Qinghan confirmed, my ability lacks any combat prowess, yet it heightens my senses to an extraordinary degree, even allowing me to discern fortune from misfortune. Before the celestial anomalies occurred, my intuition was already remarkably sharp. During a meeting at the Deep Sea City Museum, the moment I laid eyes on the bronze ancient sword, I felt a premonition that it was of great importance to me. Hence, I sought out the museum's curator and borrowed this treasured artifact. Shortly before the heavy snowfall began. Why would you share this with me if you fear I might divulge it to others? Ro asked. Would you? Fang Qinghan turned to gaze at him, her strikingly clear pupils reflecting the surrounding scenery and Ro's face. Ro's heart raced uncontrollably, and he quickly turned away, exclaiming, Rumor has it that Principal Fang is aloof and reserved. Why are you sharing these matters with me today? My intuition tells me that if I do not sever our entanglements, I will face ongoing troubles, Fang Qinghan replied. Very well. Ro could only accept Fang Qinghan's seemingly implausible explanation and shifted the topic to so. The opportunity ahead is also based on your intuition? You haven't seen it with your own eyes? Correct, she nodded. But I can sense that what lies within that opportunity is quite significant to me. Oh. Ro regarded Fang Qinghan, inquiring, are you resolving our grievances for your own sake? Or do you wish for me to assist you in obtaining the treasure? As for the specifics of that opportunity, I am yet unclear. I must see it for myself to truly understand. Do you not think of the treasures within as yours? If the opportunity falls short, I will ensure you are compensated for your efforts, so you won't return empty-handed, Fang Qinghan assured with sincerity. The vehicle sped across the snowy terrain, navigating the rugged landscape with ease. Within half an hour, an unusual peak emerged before them. Chapter 61. The dual energies of Yin and Yang. A mountain standing 50 to 60 meters tall, half cloaked in snow and half in magma, presented a peculiar sight. Without Fang Qinghan needing to elaborate, Ro understood that the opportunity she spoke of was likely situated atop this very hill. An age-old adage states that rare treasures are often guarded by formidable beasts. He wondered if this mountain harbored any terrifying creatures. You are quite cautious, Fang Qinghan remarked with a slight smile as she brandished her bronze ancient sword and executed a swift motion. Releasing a visible blade of light, with a soft thud, a small, crimson snake that blended seamlessly with the volcano was cleaved in two. Subsequently, Fang Qinghan wielded her sword once more, sending another blade of light towards the snowy mountain. Another soft thud echoed, as fresh blood splattered, revealing the two unfortunate snakes that had met their demise. Good heavens! Had I come here alone? Ro thought, his heart racing. With a flick of her arm, Fang Qinghan transformed the severed snakes into a stream of light, storing them in her spatial pouch. Ro opened his mouth, contemplating robbery. Were he not at a disadvantage? In this post-apocalyptic world, treasures capable of storage were exceedingly coveted. Let us proceed. After dispatching the two unknown snakes, Fang Qinghan took the lead towards the small mountain before them. A rare glimmer of anticipation and excitement shone in her clear eyes. The closer they approached the hill, the more certain she felt regarding her intuition. The potential within this place was of utmost significance to her, perhaps even capable of altering the course of her life. Ro followed closely behind. Fang Qinghan was not the only one. Ro was also a fifth-tier ability user. And aside from the exceptionally gifted individuals wielding supreme treasures, he was among the forefront of evolutionaries. Their ascent up the mountain was swift. The 50 to 60-meter peak was soon reached, and they stood atop the snow-covered side in no time. Looking down, they discovered a circular hole at the very center of the summit. The hole was situated over 10 meters above the peak, revealing a seemingly bottomless pool beneath. Within the pool, two distinct liquids lay side by side, one a deep crimson, the other a serene azure, with bubbles occasionally surfacing on the tranquil surface. What drew the eye most were the two lotus flowers rooted within these dual-colored liquids. One was blue, as clear as the sky, while the other was red, vibrant as a sunset. Is that what you seek? Those two lotus flowers? Ro asked, glancing at Fang Qinghan. He harbored doubts about whether the liquids in the pool were safe to touch, or if he would emerge alive after doing so. Not only the flowers, I want the lotus roots as well, Fang Qinghan replied without lifting her gaze. Are you suggesting you intend to go down there? Luo Wei stated. It is not I. Fang Qinghan raised her head and looked at Luo Wei, saying, it is us. This place, situated at the boundary between the north and south, coincidentally experiences both cold and heat, resulting in a significant accumulation of Yin and Yang energy. As men belong to the Yang and women to the Yin. Should either of us descend alone, the delicate balance of Yin and Yang in this locale would be disrupted, leading to certain death. However, if we descend together, there would be no issue. Luo Wei, is this your intuition? Luo Wei questioned skeptically. Of course, it is not entirely so. Upon finishing her words, Fang Qinghan lifted her right hand, and a disc resembling gold, yet neither gold nor jade, nor wood, slowly emerged in her palm. This is my second top-tier treasure. When I acquired it, I came into contact with the energies of Yin and Yang, thus gaining some understanding of them. Fang Qinghan gazed at Luo Wei and asked, what do you think? Do you have any further questions? Yes, what benefit do I gain from accompanying you? Luo Wei inquired. The energies of Yin and Yang are themselves a form of creation. Refining your bones and blood with them will result in a remarkable enhancement of your strength, allowing you to at least break through to the blood refinement realm. Is that not a sufficient benefit? Fang Qinghan replied. Hearing this, Luo Wei's eyes brightened, and although he had already made up his mind, a hint of hesitation lingered on his face. Once we emerge, I shall gift you another spatial treasure. Does that sound agreeable? Fang Qinghan suggested, at this moment, confronted with the greatest opportunity of his life. Her calm demeanor had long since dissipated. Noticing Luo Wei's delay in agreement, she presumed he found the benefits insufficient, prompting her to increase the stakes. Unbeknownst to her, Luo Wei was merely concerned about the accuracy of her intuition. And upon hearing her words, he no longer worried about the inherent dangers. Very well, how do we descend? Luo Wei nodded. This is simple. Fang Qinghan took a step forward, grasping Luo Wei's arm. Under Luo Wei's bewildered gaze, she pulled him gently yet firmly, and together they leaped into the abyss before them. Wait, do you not have a cleanliness obsession? Luo Wei pondered internally, unable to voice his thoughts in time. A sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped them. And shortly thereafter, they plunged into the pool formed by the energies of yin and yang with a resounding splash. As their garments came into contact with the energies, they were instantaneously disintegrated. Luo Wei's mind momentarily blanked. The influx of yang energy coursed through him, and he was immediately beset by excruciating pain, as if his body were being crushed inch by a searing iron. Purging the impurities accumulated within him. It hurts. Luo Wei couldn't help but cry out. From the mountaintop, the energies of yin and yang appeared tranquil like a still pool, but upon immersion, he realized it was gaseous, not hindering his ability to see or breathe. The alternating agony made Luo Wei wish to bash his head against a wall, seeking a crevice to escape this torment. Suddenly, a delicate arm, as translucent as jade, fell into his grasp. That moment, Luo Wei felt as if he had clutched the last straw while drowning, and he pulled with all his might. Fang Qinghan let out a muffled groan as her body collided heavily into his embrace. Luo Wei also emitted a grunt. In stark contrast to his own warmth, Fang Qinghan's body was icy cold. Instinctively, he tightened his hold around her. Having attained the blood refinement realm and having previously encountered the energies of yin and yang, Fang Qinghan did not lose consciousness as she fell into the energies. Her clothing eroded, and she felt a wave of embarrassment. Just as she was at a loss, Luo Wei pulled her into his arms. His body radiated an intoxicating masculine energy, and being held by him ignited a peculiar sensation within Fang Qinghan, almost leading her to surrender. Suddenly, panic gripped her heart. Looking at Luo Wei again, she realized his expression was already clouded with confusion. Clearly affected by the energies. Luo Wei, wake up, Fang Qinghan called out, attempting to rouse his consciousness, but instead, Luo Wei's face rapidly loomed closer in her vision. His fervent lips pressed against hers, silencing her words. Fang Qinghan was taken aback. How could this happen? Under the influence of the energies, a momentary daze clouded her gaze, only to be swiftly replaced by clarity. Without further thought, she leaned her forehead towards Luo Wei's, their foreheads touching in an intimate connection. Almost immediately, a black and white light emanated from her forehead, gradually expanding to form a Taiji Bagua diagram. Utilizing her top-tier treasure, Fang Qinghan's soul delved into the chaotic recesses of Luo Wei's mind. Luo Wei involuntarily shivered, experiencing a sensation both surreal and dreamlike. His body, undergoing a transformation under the refinement of the yin and yang energies, felt as if it was being reborn, undergoing a perfect metamorphosis from within. Time seemed to lose meaning as he drifted in this state, and when he finally regained his senses, he found Fang Qinghan close enough to touch, as if he had just awakened from a beautiful dream. I am awake. At that moment, Fang Qinghan also opened her eyes, gazing at the dazed Luo Wei. With a cool voice, she remarked, "You still have not released me." "Oh?" Luo Wei exclaimed, quickly loosening his grip. Chapter 62. The ring. Fang Qinghan observed the expression on Luo Wei's face. And in an instant, she comprehended the significance of the ring. A flush of crimson blossomed on her exquisite visage. She had brought Luo Wei here with the intention of severing karmic ties. Her intuition guiding her to believe it was the right course of action. Upon witnessing the wondrous pool of yin and yang energies, her conviction only deepened. It was indeed the right decision to bring Luo Wei along. Had she attempted to pluck the two lotus flowers alone, it would have been a formidable challenge. Yet, who could have anticipated that entering the yin and yang energies would influence one's consciousness? This phenomenon was something she had never encountered during her previous interactions with the energies. Recalling the dreamlike experience they had just shared, Fang Qinghan felt a mix of anger and frustration. However, this place was her choice, and it was she who had leaped in with Luo Wei. She was not one to create unnecessary trouble. Moreover, nothing untoward had occurred between them. At most, it was merely a melding of spirits. Fang Qinghan reassured herself, then turned to Luo Wei, feigning ferocity as she declared, "Turn around. If you dare to look again, I shall pluck out your eyes." Her words, rather than deterring him, only fueled Luo Wei's curiosity. With unabashed boldness, he cast a blatant gaze her way, his eyes practically sparkling. Beauty lies in the bone, not merely the skin, he mused, and Fang Qinghan, in both form and essence, embodied perfection devoid of flaw. Her physique was exquisitely proportioned, not an ounce too much or too little, as if she were the most exquisite creation of heaven. Fang Qinghan could not help but notice Luo Wei's furtive glances. And just as she was about to express her displeasure, she found him obediently turning away. Resigned, she clenched her teeth, accepting this minor defeat. Taking a deep breath, Luo Wei ignored the commotion behind him and focused intently on his own sensations. He could distinctly feel the flow of his vital energy, with a mere thought granting him strength surpassing 10,000 pounds. Simultaneously, he sensed the awakening of a new ability. "You go first." Just as Luo Wei intended to test his newly awakened power, Fang Qinghan's voice suddenly broke through from behind him. "Ladies first." Initially, Luo Wei intended to exhibit chivalry, but then he felt a sharp kick to his backside. "I told you to go first, so go already." "Why all the chatter?" Fang Qinghan exclaimed with irritation. Luo Wei, taken aback, could not fathom why she was suddenly so incensed. But as realization struck, he understood. Neither of them was clad in clothing. Consider yourself fortunate. "Today you shall witness my athletic prowess," Luo Wei declared, apprehensive of another kick. With that, he sprang into action, launching himself from the energies of yin and yang. His form was as agile as a monkey, and he seized a rock within the cavern, peering down into the pool below, which revealed nothing but hues of red and blue. Unbeknownst to Fang Qinghan, witnessing Luo Wei's actions instinctively prompted her to shield herself. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Do you truly think I would hesitate to pluck out your eyes?" Upon hearing this, Luo Wei could only scoff, before resuming his ascent, effortlessly scaling the smooth, vertical walls of the cave. Once outside the cave, he raised his right hand, and a swirl of earthy yellow light materialized in his palm, exuding an aura of grandeur and weight. Earth-type ability. Luo Wei murmured to himself, before enveloping himself in the energy, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. As he swung his arms, he felt his strength increase by over 30%. Having confirmed the awakening of his Earth-type ability, he then attempted to unleash his fire ability. Previously, he could only conjure a small flame, but now, through experimentation, he could manifest a fire serpent that shot forth over 10 zhang from his palm. "Ha! This is even more powerful than a flamethrower," Luo Wei exclaimed, exhilarated. One hand commanded the flames for offense, while the other wielded the power of earth for defense. With such a balanced offense and defense, if he could continue to awaken more abilities in the future, invincibility would be within reach. Luo Wei's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Just then, a noise erupted from behind him. He swiftly turned, his expression shifting to one of disappointment. Fang Qinghan had emerged, yet she was already clothed. How she had managed to do so remained a mystery. "You scoundrel! As a teacher, you should maintain some decorum, even in the apocalypse," Fang Qinghan exclaimed, her face flushing as she turned sideways. Luo Wei glanced down, suddenly recalling that his own clothing had been disintegrated by the yin and yang energies. Feeling a tad embarrassed, he looked at Fang Qinghan and awkwardly inquired, "May I borrow a piece of clothing?" Fang Qinghan suddenly realized that not everyone possessed a spatial treasure. Reluctantly, she tossed a piece of clothing to Luo Wei. He caught the garment and haphazardly wrapped it around his waist. Ignoring him, Fang Qinghan began to descend the mountain, only to have her arm seized by Luo Wei. Frowning, she turned to face him, her gaze cold as she regarded his hand gripping her arm, remaining silent. Luo Wei quickly released her, only to realize that he was no longer the person he once was. Thus, one should not be overly timid. Prolonged timidity could lead to a loss of one's inherent courage. After all, it was he who had urged her to leap from the precipice moments ago. Upon hearing this, Fang Qinghan felt a faint blush creep across her face, though she maintained her composure. "What is it?" she asked, her tone icy. "Hee. Have you forgotten what you promised me?" Luo Wei said, somewhat sheepishly rubbing his hands together, his eyes darting over Fang Qinghan's figure. That moment, she was dressed in a crisp white shirt and black trousers. Her attire simple yet immaculate. Despite being clad in clothing, she felt an inexplicable chill coursing through her body, and her mind involuntarily recalled the moment when Luo Wei had held her in his embrace, prompting her to take a few hurried steps back. "What did I promise you?" she retorted. "I'll remind you. The reason you are still alive today is that I vowed to Fian not to harm you. However, that does not mean you can act recklessly," Fang Qinghan replied sternly. Luo Wei observed the fleeting panic on her face and was momentarily taken aback. He then beckoned her with a hand. A resounding clang echoed through the air as Fang Qinghan's bronze sword detached from her, landing in his grasp. "You may not stand a chance against me now," he said with a smile, secretly appraising the sword he held. The bronze sword stretched 3 feet and 3 inches, its 8-sided blade adorned with intricate carvings of flora, fauna, and celestial bodies. It was as if the sword itself narrated the history of humanity, evoking a profound sense of time. Fang Qinghan stood in shock. Her most potent treasure was now under his control, and she sensed an unsettling feeling of subjugation. Attempting to summon the sword back, it trembled slightly. Eventually, it returned to her, yet she could feel its lingering attachment to Luo Wei. He felt an inexplicable sense of loss as the sword slipped from his hand. "You mentioned that upon my emergence, I would receive a treasure from your spatial storage. Have you forgotten?" Luo Wei said, taking a deep breath and looking directly at Fang Qinghan. Only then did she recall her promise made before entering the Yinyang Xiantan. She possessed 3 items of spatial treasures. 1, a pendant already gifted to Aver, and another, a family heirloom, a jade bracelet left by her mother, which she could never part with. Fang Qinghan regarded Luo Wei, raising her left hand to gaze at the ring on her finger. She felt it somewhat odd to gift a ring, however. Going back on her word was not in her nature. After a brief hesitation, she raised her right hand, channeling her vitality, gently wiping away her imprint from the ring. With a flick of her wrist, the ring enlarged and floated into Luo Wei's hands. "Can a ring be given away so casually?" Luo Wei inquired, his expression bemused as he held the ring. Fang Qinghan's face turned slightly pale. "The ring cannot be given away at whim. Return it to me," she demanded. It was illogical to reclaim a gift. With that, Luo Wei promptly claimed ownership of the ring, which shrank to a suitable size and adorned his left ring finger. "You?" Fang Qinghan gritted her teeth. Chapter 63. Surge of Power. Fang Qinghan quickly averted her gaze, suppressing the strange emotions and the urge to snatch the ring back. With a single step, she advanced to the foot of the mountain. With a wave of her hand, the cat-like vehicle she had summoned earlier appeared. She climbed aboard and, with a powerful press of the accelerator, sped off towards the direction of their group, ignoring Luo Wei entirely. "Hey, wait for me!" Luo Wei's voice echoed behind her. Fang Qinghan feigned ignorance to his pleas, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. She pressed down hard on the gas pedal, as if wishing to drive it into the fuel tank itself. "Why are you running so fast? I want to eat you," Luo Wei called out as he caught up, leaping onto the speeding vehicle. Fang Qinghan glanced back at him, biting her lip. "This opportunity has significantly increased your strength and confidence, which I can understand. However, I do not wish for this to lead to your demise in the future. Remember, the opportunities you have gained, I possess as well, and likely even more. This world is vast. Not merely a neighborhood, a city, or a province. In this current world, treasures abound, and opportunities are countless. In comparison, we are but a fraction of it. Do you understand my meaning?" Luo Wei nodded earnestly, taking her words to heart. He understood the importance of respecting the powerful. Yet, after enduring oppression for over 2 months and nearly being defeated by Fang Qinghan, he was eager to reclaim his dignity now that he had acquired unprecedented strength. "Just know this. I do not care how many women surround you, but Fian is a good woman. If you dare to betray her, I will not let you off easily," Fang Qinghan warned, affirming her stance. "And you?" Luo Wei asked, his gaze fixed intently on her. "What about me?" Fang Qinghan responded, puzzled. Turning, she met the intensity of Luo Wei's gaze. "I do not wish to betray you. What should I do?" he said. "Luo Wei?" Fang Qinghan inhaled deeply, looking at him with sincerity. "What we share is merely a misunderstanding. I hope you can recognize this. Nothing has occurred between us, and I do not wish for this to affect your relationship with Fian." "A misunderstanding?" The connection of souls is more profound than mere physical contact. The feelings that penetrate the depths of the soul are unforgettable, Luo Wei replied, unaware of the emotional fervor in his own voice. Fang Qinghan, however, chose to disregard his words as the vehicle sped onward. After about 10 minutes, they halted on a small hill. All right, you can get out now, Fang Qinghan announced. What do you mean? Luo Wei asked. Puzzled. Let us talk when you can defeat me, she replied. With that, Luo Wei found himself propelled uncontrollably from the vehicle. Damn, this woman's strength remains as unfathomable as ever. But you cannot escape my grasp. He muttered to himself. Fine, once my power truly surpasses yours, I will carry you home. The communication of souls, pure and beautiful, lingered in Luo Wei's memory. Fang Qinghan remained silent, driving away. Luo Wei watched her depart before dashing toward the distant convoy. The miraculous opportunity at the Yinyang Xiantan was something he would not forget to share with those closest to him. With his newfound strength, he could move so swiftly that others would barely catch a glimpse of his shadow. In an instant, he rejoined the advancing group. Silently slipping into the vehicle where Chu Fian was seated, Luo Wei made his entrance. Who? The sound of the door opening drew Chu Fian's attention. With surprise and confusion in her eyes, she gasped, Away. What happened to you? Where's your clothing, Brother Wei? What happened to you? Su Muching exclaimed, rushing from the back compartment upon hearing the commotion, her expression mirroring Chu Fian's astonishment. It's a long story, Mu Cheng. Please help me prepare a few sets of clothing. Fian, gather some outfits as well. I will take you to a special place, Luo Wei instructed. Without further questions, Su Muching turned to assist him. Though Chu Fian was filled with questions, she recognized that now was not the time for inquiry. Luo Wei swiftly donned the clothes Su Muching had brought, then waved his hand to store Chu Fian's garments within his spatial ring. Chu Fian's gaze fell upon the ring on Luo Wei's left hand, one she recognized well. Fang Qinghan had worn it before the apocalypse. Why had it come into Luo Wei's possession, Mu Cheng? Keep an eye on Yaya. If anything happens while we are away, take her to Principal Fang immediately. Fian and I will return shortly. Once I'm back, I will take you with me, Luo Wei instructed. Understood, Brother Wei, Sister Fian. Please be careful on the road, Su Muching replied, Mem. Luo Wei nodded, then, without delay, he took Chu Fian by the hand and exited the moving vehicle. Where are we going? How will we get there? Chu Fian asked. Over there. Climb onto my back and I will carry you, Luo Wei replied. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian readily climbed onto Luo Wei's broad back. He began to sprint across the snowy terrain. Away, slow down. Luo Wei's speed was akin to that of a high-speed train. Even though Chu Fian was a third-tier ability user, she found it difficult to breathe. Reluctantly, Luo Wei slowed his pace but still managed to cover a distance that would normally take over half an hour in less than 20 minutes. Reaching the base of the Yinyang Xiantan once more, Away, how did your strength suddenly become so formidable? Chu Fian asked, her feet touching the ground as she grasped Luo Wei's arm, bewildered. Fang Qinghan led me to a fortuitous encounter atop this mountain. Soon, your strength will undergo a transformation as well, Luo Wei replied. Are you suggesting that I might also attain that opportunity? Chu Fian inquired, astonished. Indeed, Luo Wei replied with a gentle nod, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he continued. However, to seize this opportunity, you must endure unspeakable torment. If it's merely pain, I fear it not, Chu Fian declared, her demeanor resolute, resembling a valiant warrior prepared to face death. Observing her determination, Luo Wei could not help but smile as he affectionately ruffled her hair. His tone softening, it's really not that grave. With me by your side, your life will not be in jeopardy. As they spoke, the two had already ascended to the mountain peak, hand in hand. Locking eyes, they stepped forward and leaped into the circular opening. With a splash, Chu Fian let out a cry of pain. Despite Luo Wei's warnings and her anticipation of the impending suffering, the reality of the experience proved overwhelming, prompting her to emit a shriek. It hurts. It hurts terribly. It felt as though her bones were being scraped and her flesh gouged, each cell seemingly shattering under the relentless assault. Her soul was battered by a chilling tempest, akin to being scrubbed with a steel brush. The agony was indescribable and stark contrast. Luo Wei remained unaffected by the dual energies. Upon witnessing Chu Fian's distress, he swiftly enveloped her in his embrace. An hour later, two figures emerged from the cave, one after the other. Away, you mentioned that Sister Qinghan brought you here. Does that mean you and Sister Qinghan have also ventured inside? Chu Fian asked curiously. Standing behind Luo Wei. Yes, Luo Wei nodded, quickly adding, but rest assured, neither Principal Fong nor I haven't said anything. Chu Fian interjected. You're so agitated for no reason. I just thought your ring looked familiar, which prompted my question. This? Luo Wei raised his left hand, glancing at the ring that had long since found its place on his middle finger. We had a slight misunderstanding last time. This is her way of compensating me. Oh, Chu Fian responded noncommittally. Your strength must have reached the blood refining stage by now, right? Luo Wei shifted the topic. Yes, Chu Fian nodded vigorously, excitement lighting up her face. Let us see who can run faster. All right, whoosh, if you dare to cheat, just wait until I catch you. Chapter 64. The opportunity level 10 of the supernatural abilities, also known as the whole strength stage, is a stage where one relies on their body to exert overall power. After reaching the blood refining stage, one can look back and realize how elementary that previous realm truly was. The blood refining stage focuses on refining one's vital essence. With robust vitality propelling one's strength, one can effortlessly unleash destruction at 6 or 7 times the usual capacity. As vitality deepens, both strength and physique undergo further transformation, becoming even more formidable. Luo Wei estimated that his current strength was at least 14,000 pounds. And when utilizing the power of his vitality, striking with 800,000 pounds of force was merely a matter of course. He felt like a walking monster, akin to a nuclear weapon. An exaggeration? Indeed. Furthermore, his supernatural abilities seemed to have evolved, becoming even more potent in contrast. While Chu Fian's strength was slightly inferior to his, her transformation was equally profound compared to her former self. Luo Wei swiftly returned to the car with Chu Fian, intending to take Su Muching for another soak in the Yinyang Xian pool. However, upon opening the car door, he was taken aback. Why are all 3 of you here? He asked, staring at the 3 unexpected guests inside the vehicle. The 3 occupants were none other than the other 3 of the 4 campus beauties from the Deep Sea Academy. The gathering of the 4 beauties was a spectacle that, in times of peace, would likely cause traffic chaos. Mr. Luo has returned. The 3 in the car turned to face Luo Wei as soon as they heard the door open, their eyes brightening. Hello, Avril greeted politely. Indeed, with all 4 beauties gathered today, it seems like something is afoot, Luo Wei remarked as he and Chu Fian entered the car. Upon seeing Avril, Yao Xintong, and Situ Qing together, Luo Wei had his suspicions, though he hesitated to confirm them. Ahem, Mr. Luo, we have a favor to ask, Situ Qing said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Let me handle this, Yao Xintong interjected, stepping forward with a bold demeanor. All right, you have the floor, Luo Wei nodded earnestly. I am not being bold. My face is just very tender, okay? Yao Xintong retorted, puffing out her cheeks in indignation. I don't believe you. Unless you let me squeeze it to see if it's truly tender. Luo Wei teased. In a way, men and women should keep their distance. How can a teacher act like that? Yao Xintong quickly shook her head, clearly disapproving of anyone touching her face. Enough already, let me speak. Avril interjected, suppressing a laugh. Principal Fong informed us of an opportunity, but to attain it, we need the assistance of a male. Principal Fong advised us to find a trustworthy male with whom we share a certain rapport. After much deliberation, it seems you are our only option. Luo Wei mused inwardly, as expected. The Yinyang Xian pool, such a vast opportunity, could not have been concealed from him by Fong Qinghan, given her disposition. However, the dual energies were limited, and with the treasures within being harvested, the energies were perpetually depleting. This urgency was precisely why Luo Wei had hastily brought Chu Fian to the Yinyang Xian pool. He initially intended to take Su Muching along as well, but it appeared that was no longer feasible. What sort of opportunity requires male assistance? Chu Fian asked, her curiosity piqued. Principal Fong mentioned it involves the Yinyang energies. To use them to cleanse the body, a male must help stabilize the yang energy. Otherwise, if one enters alone, the imbalance of energies would be fatal. Yao Xintong explained that Chu Fian was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Luo Wei beside her. Even she, in her naivety, now comprehended the nature of the opportunity the 3 women had referenced. However, having just experienced the cleansing by the yin-yang energies, Chu Fian understood that a man's role was not merely to help suppress the yang energy. The man's primary purpose was to assist the women in calming the yin-yang energies within them to achieve balance. Otherwise, any entrant would struggle to survive. Teacher Chu, let us go together. After all, those who witnessed the opportunity should share in it, Yao Xintong said, grasping Chu Fian's hand and shaking it playfully. Clearly, they remained oblivious to the true intent behind Fang Qinghan's suggestion of seeking a male with a mutual fondness. Additionally, Fang Qinghan would likely never have anticipated that all three would converge upon the same individual. Luo Wei was speechless. Just as he was about to speak, Chu Fian subtly nudged him with her elbow. Let Mr. Luo accompany you, she said, her expression innocent as she looked at the three girls. I am not going. I can't leave Yaya here alone. With that, she turned to Luo Wei, saying away, please take care of them. She also discreetly winked at him. Luo Wei, at that moment, he realized that Chu Fian was quite mischievous. Yet he found himself drawn to her. What was happening? All right, Luo Wei nodded lightly, understanding that since Teacher Chu was concerned for Yaya, they would go ahead. They could switch places later when they returned, as the opportunity would remain. Good. The sooner you go, the sooner you'll be back, Chu Fian encouraged. Since Teacher Chu has spoken, Mr. Luo, let us go. Yao Xintong exclaimed as she dashed to Luo Wei's side, grabbing his arm and pulling him out of the car. Be careful on your way, Chu Fian called out to Su Muching with a smile. Rest assured, Teacher Chu. We'll take good care of Mr. Luo. He'll have everything he needs, and not a single hair will be harmed. Yao Xintong giggled. Chu Fian merely smiled, standing by the car door, watching the four girls enveloping Luo Wei, laughing and chattering as they climbed into a vehicle and drove away. Are you certain you want me to accompany you? At the edge of the Yinyang Xian pool, Luo Wei looked at the four girls, particularly focusing on the three excluding Su Mucheng. Perhaps you should seek someone else, Mr. Luo. We, the four campus beauties of the Deep Sea Academy, are here to keep you company. You really ought to appreciate this, Yao Xintong declared with her hands on her hips, exuding a proud demeanor. Very well, but I hope you'll still feel the same once we emerge. Luo Wei replied, exasperated. After his soul had undergone a dual cultivation with Fang Qinghan and he awakened his Earth-type superpower, Luo Wei felt an instinctual urge that as long as he had enough women around him, he could continue to awaken further abilities. Thus, he naturally desired more women. However, employing such deceptive means felt contrary to his principles. At that moment, he was filled with conflict, wanting yet not wanting, essentially, wanting to have his cake and eat it too. Luo Wei even found himself somewhat disdainful of his own desires. Initially, he intended to confess, but upon seeing Yao Xintong's obstinate expression, he felt compelled to swallow his words. Step back, let me demonstrate first. Yao Xintong commanded, signaling for the other three girls to move back. Her petite frame radiated an intimidating presence, resembling a leader, and no amount of persuasion could sway her. Avril, Situ Qing, and Su Muching could only comply and retreated to the hillside. Ah, I hope you don't regret this later, Luo Wei sighed, shaking his head at her stubbornness. Enough chatter. Let us go, Yao Xintong exclaimed, gripping Luo Wei's arm and pulling him toward the cave entrance as they jumped inside together. With a resounding splash, as the two bodies vanished beneath the intertwining energies of yin and yang, their garments dissipated into nothingness in an instant. Yao Xintong involuntarily emitted a piercing scream, her consciousness momentarily swayed by the forces at play. Her petite form entwining itself around Luo Wei like an octopus. The masculine aura emanating from Luo Wei felt to her like a warm ember in the frigid winter, exuding an irresistible allure. Chapter 65. The awakening of extraordinary powers as they submerged in the pool formed by the yin and yang energies. Yao Xintong's rationality was swiftly overtaken, compelling her to heed her body's instincts and seek greater comfort. Luo Wei, lacking the supreme treasure of the Bagua Tai Chi diagram to extricate his soul, could only maintain his inner peace, neither initiating nor resisting this unexpected turn of events. Time flowed by, and after more than an hour, Yao Xintong's clarity returned. Did you already know what would happen once we entered? She glared at Luo Wei with a fierce intensity. Yes, Luo Wei nodded honestly, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Yao Xintong scrutinized him, wanting to interrogate why he hadn't revealed this sooner. However, recalling that he had advised them to seek others before their entrance, her accusations faltered. This must not be disclosed to anyone else? Yao Xintong asserted. Does that include Avril and the others? Luo Wei inquired. Absolutely not, Yao Xintong replied firmly. Then they must also enter with me? Luo Wei countered. Wouldn't that merely benefit you? Yao Xingtong retorted. Don't tell me you didn't want that. Deep Sea Academy's 4 renowned beauties. Any ordinary person would be overjoyed to have even one. Yet you have the chance to claim all 4. Indeed, you are fortunate. I want you to swear that what transpires between us today will remain a secret. Gazing at Yao Xingtong's serious demeanor, Luo Wei felt a pang of guilt and could only raise his hand to vow never to disclose this matter to anyone. With his assurance, Yao Xingtong's tense expression softened at last, and Luo Wei even detected a hint of mischief in her smile. A sudden flash of insight struck Luo Wei as he observed the petite yet spirited Yao Xingtong beside him, and he speculated with a mix of disbelief and intrigue. You wouldn't want others to endure what you have experienced, would you? I would never. You're talking nonsense. You are wronging me, Yao Xingtong exclaimed, her face reddening with indignation, much like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. After a moment, she threatened, don't forget your vow. You promised me not to tell anyone. If you dare to speak of this, I'll curse you to become a eunuch. Wow, this girl has a fierce heart. Luo Wei was left speechless. Just as he contemplated reprimanding her, Yao Xingtong startled and swiftly leaped out of the yin and yang energies, dexterously climbing up the cave. Surely she must have been a monkey in her past life. How else could she be so agile? Luo Wei muttered, following her lead and quickly donning his clothing. Lacking a storage space, Yao Xingtong had no spare garments. As Luo Wei descended the mountainside, he spotted her adorable face flushed crimson, dressed in the clothes Avril had lent her, hiding behind the other 3 girls, appearing utterly mortified. Did you all see that? Yao Xingtong is the example. Do you still want me to accompany you inside? Luo Wei remarked. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, their cheeks tinged with a faint blush as they recalled the sight of Yao Xingtong descending the mountain in disarray. Finding someone else would yield the same outcome. It would just waste time, as the saying goes. One task does not require 2 masters. We hope Teacher Luo can assist us, Situ Qing suggested after some thought. Avril nodded in agreement, her resolve strengthening as she declared, Teacher Luo, I will accompany you this time. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei glanced at Yao Xingtong, only to meet her threatening gaze. Understanding the unspoken warning, he chose to remain silent. This time, Yao Xingtong, Situ Qing, and Su Muching stayed at the mountainside while Luo Wei and Avril dove into the yin and yang pool again, the previous scene unfolding once more. And Luo Wei inevitably ruined another piece of clothing. He maintained his stance of neither initiating nor resisting, silently channeling the Emperor's internal classic, with the inexhaustible yin and yang energies replenishing him. Luo Wei felt no concern that his actions would adversely affect Avril. Regrettably, even until Avril regained her senses, Luo Wei had not awakened a 3rd extraordinary ability. Could it be that I misjudged the situation? He pondered indifferently, aware that he was not as perceptive as Fang Qinghan. Avril, are you all right? Luo Wei inquired, watching as Avril leaned against him, silently weeping. I am fine, Avril replied hastily, retracting her arms and wiping away her tears. Teacher Luo, I ask that you help keep this matter confidential. Please do not let others know. Understood, Luo Wei nodded, observing the girl feigning strength. If you agree, I will take responsibility for you. No need, Avril responded without hesitation, shaking her head. This is merely a misunderstanding of Principal Fang's intentions. What has transpired between us is simply a misinterpretation. After today, I hope Teacher Luo can forget this incident. All right, I respect your wishes. Luo Wei acquiesced. Avril appeared momentarily taken aback, her fair cheeks flushing, before she hastily leaped out of the yin and yang pool as Luo Wei emerged. Barely having time to dress, Situ Qing approached him. Her cheeks flushed, avoiding his gaze, she spoke in a crisp tone, Teacher Luo, don't bother. You'll only end up wasting another outfit. With that, she grasped Luo Wei's hand and leapt down without hesitation. Predictably, as the Emperor's internal classic flowed through him, his powers surged, and at last, his 3rd extraordinary ability awakened. This newfound power was of the metal attribute, enhancing the sharpness and durability of weapons, and allowing him to metallize parts of his body in critical situations. The invulnerability Zhao Qingfeng exhibited, and Yi Tian's ability to withstand a punch from Luo Wei, both stemmed from this very attribute. Tio think I truly awakened another ability. Luo Wei was elated, momentarily forgetting the principles he had set for himself, and impulsively planted a passionate kiss on the still recovering Situ Qing. Teacher Luo, you Situ Qing, flustered and embarrassed by the unexpected turn of events, gazed at him in bewilderment. "Qingqing, may I call you that?" Luo Wei asked, the awkwardness on his face vanishing as he gently lifted Situ Qing's delicate face, gazing into her slightly trembling eyes. "Will you be mine? I shall treat you well." Situ Qing's heart fluttered, her pulse racing like a drum, her mind momentarily clouded. Is teacher Luo confessing to me? Having lost her father at a young age, her character had been shaped by her mother to be exceptionally strong, yet deep within, she yearned for protection. The display of strength Luo Wei had shown during her moment of peril had left a profound impression on her. Now, faced with his near confession, she found herself momentarily lost. Believing she had acquiesced, Luo Wei took the initiative for the first time. Chapter 66. The Beauty of the School Flower in a World Filled with Foolishness. Luo Wei often felt his own shortcomings led to a sense of inferiority, believing himself to be out of sync with those around him. Perhaps it was time for him to change. Abandoning personal integrity to indulge in a life of mischief might not be such a bad choice. As he boldly confessed to Situ Qing, he immediately realized that, despite his moral failings, the thrill was undeniably exhilarating. As the saying goes, it is easy to learn bad ways but difficult to return to the good. The line between virtue and vice often hinges on a mere thought. "Teacher Luo, are Mu Cheng and the others waiting outside?" After nearly an hour, Situ Qing finally regained some clarity and softly interrupted Luo Wei. Nodding, he released her. Once granted autonomy, Situ Qing dared not meet his gaze and fled swiftly. Luo Wei, observing her retreat, could only scratch his nose in bemusement. Despite her seemingly aloof demeanor, akin to an insurmountable iceberg, he had come to realize that this was merely a faade, a protective layer. Upon genuine contact, one could perceive her as a pure girl pretending to be distant, her heart soft and delicate. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Wei refocused his attention. The immediate priority was to bring Su Muching in for the cleansing ritual and seize the opportunity before them. "Why are you all taking so long?" As Luo Wei emerged from the cave, Yao Xingtong's voice rang out with a hint of accusation. Situ Qing, her head buried in her chest, was too embarrassed to speak. Wishing for a hole to hide in. "Given the energy we've expended, the yin and yang energies are now limited. Hence the extended duration of the cleansing," Luo Wei replied, his demeanor calm. "Is that so?" Yao Xingtong frowned, skepticism evident in her eyes as she clearly doubted his explanation. Feigning ignorance, Luo Wei turned to Su Muching. "It's your turn now." At his words, Su Muching's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Although she had been with Luo Wei for some time now, this matter was still unknown to outsiders. Now, observing Yao Xingtong, Avril, and Situ Qing, the three of them entered with grace but emerged in disarray. The mere thought of facing a similar fate filled her with embarrassment, her face burning as if set aflame. "The dual energies of yin and yang have already been tainted by us, dissipating and consuming at every moment. If you do not hasten, this opportunity may slip through your fingers," warned Luo Wei gently to Su Muching. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Su Muching hesitated no longer and stepped forward to join Luo Wei. Avril watched as Su Muching and Luo Wei entered the yin-yang Xiantan. Her lips parted slightly, yearning to dissuade them. However, recalling how Situ Qing had leaped in after Luo Wei without her intervention, she found herself unable to voice her concerns. Ultimately, she turned and seized Yao Xingtong by the ear. "Ouch! What are you doing? It hurts, let go!" Yao Xingtong cried out in distress. "What am I doing?" Avril glared fiercely at Yao Xingtong. "I want to strangle you, you conniving trickster. You knew precisely what would transpire after entering the yin-yang Xiantan. Why did you not inform us? Enough. I understand your anger, but please, hear me out first." Yao Xingtong realized the truth could no longer be concealed and, in a fit of recklessness, declared, "With such a grand opportunity before us, do you truly believe that if I disclosed what would happen in the yin-yang Xiantan, you would be able to resist the temptation to enter? Besides, it's hardly a big deal. Just consider it a mere bite from a dog. What is so terrible about that?" "Heh, I hope your heart is as untroubled as your words suggest," Avril retorted sharply, shooting a fierce glare at Yao Xingtong before retracting her hand. The die had been cast. Even if she were to berate the foolishness of her companions, it would alter nothing. One could only blame their misfortune in choosing the wrong company. Moreover, Yao Xingtong had a point. Had she known what awaited in the Yin-Yang Xiantan, could she truly have resisted entering? You too as well, Situ Qing remarked, her confusion evident after overhearing their conversation. At that moment, she understood that to remedy the imbalance of yin and yang, they would need to rely on Luo Wei. Wouldn't that mean they were all? Avril turned back, her cheeks flushed, interrupting Situ Qing. Isn't it all the fault of this troublemaker? What do you mean, my fault? I'm merely facilitating your journey, Yao Xingtong argued. Had I revealed the truth, you would have been consumed with indecision and hesitation. I did this for your benefit. Besides, she added, we're all good sisters. You wouldn't want to see me suffer alone. Now, isn't it better that we all partake in the joy together? Be quiet. Speak another word, and I shall tear your mouth to shreds, Avril seethed, clutching her chest in pain. It was true that she harbored feelings for Luo Wei, but she had never contemplated intruding upon his romantic life. Nor had she imagined such an affair would unfold under such chaotic circumstances. The most precious aspects of her life had vanished, and she found herself unclear about the very sensations that accompanied such a loss. Under the influence of the dual forces of yin and yang, she was entirely devoid of awareness. Within the cave, after Su Muching emitted a cry of despair, she too swiftly lost consciousness, whereas Luo Wei remained alert. The four renowned beauties of Deep Sea Academy, Yao Xingtong, lively and charming; Avril, mature and capable; Situ Qing, aloof and proud; and Su Muching, pure and sincere. Each possessed their unique allure. None could have predicted that one day they would be collectively immersed in chaos. Should their admirers learn of this, they would likely be driven to despair. 2 hours later, Luo Wei and Su Muching exited the cave one after the other. The difference lay in the fact that Su Muching had already donned her clothing inside the cave. Upon their departure, they beheld 7 figures halfway up the mountain. In addition to Avril and the others, 3 more women and a man had appeared. Luo Wei immediately recognized the man as Xiao Cheng, accompanied by his 3 women. This fellow had quite the keen nose, Luo Wei mused, recalling Xiao Cheng's abilities, understanding that he too had come for the Yin-Yang Xiantan. However, given the depletion of yin and yang energies due to the indulgence of so many, it was uncertain whether their bodies could fully transform. Thus he felt no regret. Now that they have emerged, can we ascend? Xiaoqing asked, his expression stern as he regarded the 3 women before him. Had he not already confirmed that he could not win? He would have acted more aggressively now. Seeing Luo Wei and Su Muching appear, he could no longer contain himself. Upon hearing this, Avril and the others turned to look, and upon confirming that Luo Wei and Su Muching had indeed emerged, the 3 women stepped aside. Muching, let's go back, Yao Xingtong called to Su Muching with a wave of her hand. Go ahead. You returned first? I will follow shortly. Luo Wei nodded at Su Muching. Hearing this, Su Muching made her way over to Yao Xingtong and the others. Chapter 67. Laying traps. The 4 renowned beauties, each a paragon of grace, would normally have drawn Xiao Cheng's interest for a chat to foster relationships and perhaps add them to his harem. Yet, at this moment, he had no inclination for such pursuits. The reason was simple. In this world, nothing held greater significance than strength. After encountering Chu Fian, Xiao Cheng had activated his innate abilities once more, catching glimpses of fragments of her enhanced power. Based on what he had witnessed, he quickly determined the location and hurried over. However, upon reaching the mountainside, he was intercepted by Avril and the others. While he had contemplated using force, the slight display of Yao Xingtong's strength extinguished that thought, compelling him to endure his growing impatience for over an hour. Now, seeing the path clear, he immediately seized Wang Shiyu and rushed toward the summit. Gazing at the Yin-Yang Xiantan below, his eyes burned with intensity and his breath quickened. How did you come to know of the opportunity here? Luo Wei inquired. Each passing second delayed Xiaoqing's entry meant a further dissipating of the yin and yang energies. Luo Wei had no qualms about engaging him in conversation. Just luck, Xiaoqing replied without looking up, preparing to leap down. But Luo Wei continued, what about these 2 ladies? What will happen to them? Is it safe for them to be left here in the wilderness? Xiaoqing's movements halted abruptly as he turned to regard the 2 women. Xiaoqing, we are fine. You 2 should go ahead. One of the women quickly reassured him upon meeting his gaze. The other nodded in agreement, displaying a sense of grace. Brother Luo, we bear no enmity. If I have offended in the past, I hope you will not hold it against me. Xiaoqing addressed Luo Wei sincerely. Given our shared circumstances, I hope Brother Luo will look after my 2 friends. I would be immensely grateful, and no worries, Luo Wei nodded. Since I have nothing else to do, you can rest easy that I will ensure their safety. Xiao Cheng's face darkened at those words. What do you mean, I can rest easy? That sounds rather unsettling. However, the pressing matter of seizing the opportunity took precedence over all else. Thank you, Brother Luo, Xiao Cheng replied, plastering on a smile. After exchanging pleasantries with Luo Wei, he turned to the other two women, shared a glance, nodded, and prepared to jump with Wang Shiyu when Luo Wei interrupted once more. Wait! Luo Wei's voice successfully halted their movements once again. Brother Luo, is there something else? Xiao Qing asked. I have been into the Yin Yang Xinhan before. There are certain intricacies I wish to share. Should you be willing to listen? Luo Wei said. Xiao Qing's expression shifted, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied, I would appreciate any guidance. It's not so much guidance as it is sharing some experiences. Luo Wei waved his hand. To attain the treasures within, a male-female pair is essential. Only when one man and one woman enter together can they seize the opportunity. Moreover, once inside, they will endure inhuman trials. And should their willpower falter, they may not survive. Are you two capable of handling that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's gaze fell upon Wang Shiyu. I can manage. She nodded, unyielding in her resolve. Good courage. Admirable spirit, Luo Wei commended, giving Wang Shiyu a thumbs up. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Luo. We shall proceed, Xiao Qing stated, pulling Wang Shiyu along. Hold on. Luo Wei interjected again. Xiao Qing paused, his brow furrowing, finally sensing something amiss. Brother Luo, why do you keep stopping us? What is your intention? Xiao Qing asked, his tone icy. Luo Wei, perceiving the misunderstanding, shook his head lightly. Brother Xiao, you misinterpret my intentions. I merely wish to advise that if you enter, it would be wise to bring extra clothing. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing fixed his gaze on Luo Wei, noting his earnest expression that bore no hint of deception. Finally, he managed to utter two words through gritted teeth. Thank you. Having said that, wary of delays causing unforeseen complications, he grasped Wang Shiyu and leaped into the cave. Luo Wei observed with a chuckle, shaking his head, before directing his attention to the two women nearby. Both appeared to be in their 20s, exceptionally attractive. Upon meeting Luo Wei's gaze, they instinctively retreated a couple of steps, their faces betraying a hint of wariness. May I inquire your names? Luo Wei asked. Li Jining, Zhao Zihan, they replied. How long have you known Xiao Cheng? Luo Wei continued. Why do you ask? Li Jining shot back, her tone somewhat frosty. I'm merely curious, just passing the time with idle chatter. Rui chuckled, nonchalantly dismissing her attitude. We encountered each other shortly after the apocalypse. Zhao Zihan tugged at Li Jining's arm, subtly reminding her to temper her tone, while simultaneously addressing Rui's inquiry. What did Xiao Qing do before? It is quite astonishing that the three of you hold him in such high regard. Rui curiously pressed. He was merely a freelancer. Zhao Zihan replied tactfully. Oh? Rui exclaimed, feigning surprise, a hint of embarrassment creeping in as he remarked. I find Xiao Cheng rather unremarkable in appearance. Yet, it baffles me how he has captured the hearts of three stunning women. What extraordinary qualities does he possess? Are you particularly interested in our affairs? Li Jining retorted with a scornful frown. Clearly, this woman was accustomed to her aloof demeanor, and the apocalypse had not dulled her sharp edges. Upon hearing this, Rui lightly stomped his foot, producing a sharp crack as the hard black rock beneath him fractured into a myriad of fine cracks, spreading ominously towards the two women. Both women swayed, relying on each other for support to avoid falling, and when they glanced at Rui, their faces were etched with terror, particularly Li Jining, who appeared profoundly shaken. Before you act all high and mighty towards me, I suggest you recognize your own position and refrain from adopting such a superior stance, Rui stated. Li Jining began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Zhao Zihan, who preemptively said, It is our fault. We shouldn't have been rude to you. We apologize. As she spoke, she pulled Li Jining alongside her, prompting the other to lower her proud head as well. Forget it. Rui waved his hand dismissively and shifted the topic. I merely feel that it is unjust for you two in terms of beauty and figure. You both are no less than Wang Shiyu. Yet it is evident that in Xiao Cheng's heart, your standing pales in comparison to hers. What makes you say that? Even Zhao Zihan, known for her good temper, found it hard to endure Rui's words and shot him an irritated glance. Because I have witnessed Xiao Cheng being affectionate with Wang Shiyu multiple times, Rather than with either of you two, Rui replied, observing the two. Moreover, regarding this opportunity, do you truly believe there's any share left for you two? Don't be foolish. Xiao Cheng and Wang Shiyu have already exhausted it. Impossible, Zihan, don't listen to him. This person harbors ill intentions and is attempting to sow discord, Li Jianing interjected. Whether it's sowing discord or truth, you shall see for yourselves. This opportunity will certainly not fall into your hands, Rui chuckled, then disregarded the two women, whose expressions were shifting dramatically. The world does not suffer from scarcity but from inequity. Rui aimed to plant a seed of discord within Xiao Cheng's harem. Even if the two women truly possessed an open-minded disposition, indifferent to strength and opportunity, Rui would merely be wasting some breath, incurring no substantial loss. However, judging by the expressions of the two women, the likelihood of their indifference seemed slim. It would ultimately depend on how Xiao Cheng would explain it. Chapter 68. Reciprocity is a matter of etiquette. Rui had not forgotten the evident malice Xiao Cheng displayed during their first encounter with Chu Fian. Now, with the chance to irritate Xiao Cheng, Rui was more than willing. As the sun sank, the temperature dropped, and even clad in animal skins, the two women shivered uncontrollably. In contrast, Rui seemed unfazed by the changing climate, appearing as though he were entirely unaffected. Having reached the blood refinement realm, the weather posed little threat to his physique. Time passed, and the women's gazes frequently darted towards the cave, subtly revealing their unease. It remained uncertain whether they feared missing out on the opportunity or were concerned for Xiao Cheng's safety. At last, a strange sound emanated from the cave, and shortly after, Xiao Cheng leaped out. Rui cast a glance, smirking disdainfully, his eyes flashing with contempt as he thought, I expected something impressive, yet it falls vastly short. He is hardly comparable to my own skills. Then, Rui's eyes brightened as he spotted Wang Shiyu emerging behind Xiao Cheng. Unable to resist remarking, what a splendid figure. No wonder Xiao Cheng is so fond of her. Wang Shiyu rushed out after Xiao Cheng, assuming he was in urgent need of assistance, without a second thought. However, she was caught off guard by Rui's gaze, immediately crossing her arms over her chest and letting out a startled cry. Xiao Cheng was about to confront Rui but hesitated, his eyes falling on Wang Shiyu, his expression darkening as he hurriedly stepped in front of her. Observing this, Rui quietly averted his gaze, saying, Since Brother Xiao has emerged, I shall leave my sister-in-law in your care. I must take my leave now. With that, he turned to the shivering Li Jianing and Zhao Zihan, who were huddled together for warmth, and added with a hint of significance, Remember my words. Should you require a boost in strength in the future, you may seek me out. After speaking, he made no further delay, swiftly departing. His speed was astonishing, covering miles in an instant, vanishing from Xiao Cheng's sight in the blink of an eye. Xiao Cheng's pupils constricted slightly. The words he had wanted to voice were forcibly suppressed. What did he say to you two? He directed his gaze at Zhao Zihan and Li Jianing. The two were still frozen in place. Having only grasped the general essence of Rui's parting remarks, leaving them in a daze, I ask you again. What did that man named Rui say to you? Xiao Cheng's patience was wearing thin. Nothing at all. The two women quickly shook their heads, having understood clearly this time. Seeing their reaction, a flicker of suspicion arose within Xiao Cheng. Yet, observing their current state, he felt a pang of sympathy. Taking a deep breath, he said, Let us go back. Back? The two exclaimed in unison, then simultaneously glanced at the cave behind Xiao Cheng. The energy within had already been exhausted. Upon seeing their expressions, Xiao Cheng instantly understood their thoughts and harshly declared, This place is now nothing more than an ordinary cave. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Cheng would have gladly comforted the two women, but at this moment, he was consumed by frustration and lacked the inclination. Used up? Li Jianing and Zhao Zihan exchanged glances, realizing that Rui's words had indeed struck true. Xiao Cheng had left them not a single drop of the opportunity's essence. Unaware of the women's thoughts, Xiao Cheng glared in the direction Rui had departed, filled with indignation. I feel I could still improve, yet the energy within is insufficient. I have a gut feeling that if it weren't for that guy prattling on endlessly, wasting precious time, I could have become much stronger, but alas, I fell just short. Xiao Cheng's frustration boiled within him, yearning to howl at the heavens to vent his pent-up emotions. Moments ago, he had genuinely contemplated confronting Rui. Had it not been for Wang Shiyu's shrill cry, perhaps he would have met his end. Now, In the calm aftermath, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Roe's displayed speed was beyond anything he could match. It was clear that he was no match for Roe at present. Damn it. Roe, just you wait. All I wanted was your woman. You scoundrel, how dare you ruin my opportunity and hinder my progress? I shall not rest until I make you pay. Xiaoqing seethed inwardly. Chung. How are we supposed to return now? Wang Shiyu's voice, laced with embarrassment and anger, broke through his thoughts. Xiaoqing turned to her, feeling an uncontainable surge of irritation. Not only had Roe ruined their opportunity, but he had also seen Wang Shiyu in such a state. Although he had not broken through his shackles, his strength had significantly increased. Yet Xiaoqing felt no excitement, only an overwhelming sense of frustration. You two, can't you see we're still exposed? His temper flared, and he snapped at the two women, glaring at their shivering forms. Could you possibly take off your outer garments and lend them to us? The two women, taken aback, silently cursed him. You bastard, can't you see we're about to freeze to death? You want us to give you our coats? They harbored resentment while involuntarily recalling Roe's earlier words. It seemed. In Xiaoqing's mind, Wang Shiyu was still the priority. They were merely his playthings, not held in any regard. Contemplating this, the two women silently removed their outer layers and handed them over. Xiaoqing, oblivious to their thoughts, accepted the coats and haphazardly draped them over himself before turning to help Wang Shiyu adjust her attire, though it was mostly a means for his advantage. To the two women, it felt entirely different at that moment. The biting wind howled, and while they felt an icy chill upon their skin, it paled in comparison to the coldness that surged from within. Meanwhile, Roe dashed away, locating the camp of vehicles in just 5 or 6 minutes. He swaggered back to his car, but just as he reached for the door, it swung open from the inside. A stunningly beautiful woman appeared at the entrance. Roe's brow furrowed slightly as he stepped back to scrutinize the vehicle, confirming he was not mistaken. Who are you? Why are you lurking around our vehicle? The woman regarded Roe with a wary expression. Mom, what is going on? Before Roe could respond, a youthful and radiant girl emerged from behind the woman. Appearing around 18 or 19, she was vibrant, her face aglow with youth, her eyes sparkling with clarity. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon Roe, her delicate nose crinkling slightly in confusion. Mom, who is this person? What are you doing here? Why are you at my vehicle? Not waiting for the woman to answer, Roe interjected with his own questions. Your vehicle? The woman frowned slightly, her beautiful willow leaf brows knitting together. I say this the vehicle of the convoy? How did it become yours? The girl blurted out candidly. The woman, as if recalling something, hastily grasped her daughter's hand and turned to Luo Wei, inquiring, You must be teacher Luo, correct? I sincerely apologize. We are merely newly joined survivors with nowhere else to go. After the woman's explanation, Luo Wei finally understood the situation, and he couldn't help but curse silently. Damn Xiaoqing, that bastard, stuffing people into my vehicle without a second thought, disrupting our little world. He certainly had ulterior motives. The two women before him possessed both beauty and grace. Given Xiaoqing's disposition, it was hard to believe he would willingly share them with him instead of keeping them for himself. Luo Wei was convinced that Xiaoqing would not kindly deliver women to him. Reflecting on how he had just set a trap for Xiaoqing, he realized this guy had already laid a snare for him in return. This was truly a case of reciprocity. Hemph. We'll see about that. Chapter 69. Lulling you to sleep. According to the two women, they hailed from a distant place called Yunqing and had returned home to visit family, only to encounter a heavy snowfall that left them stranded. Fortunately, the remote village they found themselves in was characterized by its simple folk, and each household had ample reserves of food. After the roads were blocked by snow, they managed to live comfortably for a time, until some succumbed to the cold and turned into corpses, and the village's pigs, dogs, chickens, and ducks began to mutate. It was only then that the villagers realized the severity of the snowstorm. Thankfully, the village was quite united, and due to its small population, there were no instances of oppression or bullying. However, no matter how much food there was, it would eventually run out, and just as supplies were dwindling, Xiaoqing appeared and brought them back. Luo Wei could tell that these two women had yet to experience the darkness of the apocalypse, retaining the innocence of peacetime, and they were profoundly grateful to Xiaoqing for rescuing them. After hearing their story, Luo Wei inquired, What about the others in the vehicle? Are you referring to Teacher Chu and that girl named Mu Cheng? The woman replied, They were called by the leader of the group for a meeting. It was Teacher Chu who informed me of your existence and asked me to let you know not to worry. Yaya is with them as well. Hearing this, Luo Wei nodded. Given the current strength of the two women, he had no concerns for their safety within this group. All right, you may attend to your matters. I shall rest for a while, he said, dismissing the two women. Luo Wei lay on the bed, a cloud of frustration looming over him as he listened to the whispers nearby. At that moment, he truly realized how wise it had been for Chu Fian not to unload the supplies from the vehicle. While it may have been cramped, it at least provided a private space where he and Chu Fian could do as they pleased. Now, with 2 additional light bulbs, even if he were to disregard his own embarrassment, he still had to consider the 2 women. Damn it, Xiao Cheng, I curse you. One day, you shall pay for this with a click. The door swung open, and Chu Fian entered, holding Yaya, followed closely by Su Mu Cheng. The 3 appeared at the entrance of the vehicle. Your back, Luo Wei and Chu Fian spoke simultaneously, sharing a knowing smile. Luo Wei took the sleeping Yaya into his arms and nodded at Su Mu Cheng. Once they settled down, Luo Wei glanced into the cabin and asked tersely, what is going on with the 2 of them? How could you agree to let them stay, especially in our vehicle? I didn't want to, Chu Fian replied helplessly. When Xiao Cheng brought them, I had intended to refuse and find them another place to stay. But that guy suddenly acted as if he had lost his mind and just dropped them off before running away. Hearing their plight, I felt sorry for the mother and daughter and, in a moment of impulse, agreed to let them stay. You may have acted on impulse, but what about our Mu Cheng? This only complicates things for her, Luo Wei exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Su Mu Cheng's slender waist. Our Mu Cheng is so shy. If someone discovers our relationship, what will become of us? Brother Luo, since you care about me, why not spend more time with Sister Fian? Su Mu Cheng said, leaning against Luo Wei's chest. Taking advantage of the situation. That would mean leaving you alone in an empty room. How could I bear to do that? Luo Wei replied. Have you not exhausted yourself after a whole day's worth of antics? Chu Fian playfully chided, gazing at Luo Wei. Do you dare bring up today's events? Luo Wei retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the stunning professor beside him, exasperated. If Avril and the others were to learn about your role in it, how do you think they would view you in the future? By that logic, you've actually benefited from this, Chu Fian teased, her expression devoid of worry or guilt, instead wearing a playful smile as she gazed at Luo Wei. If they truly held a grudge against you, Luo Wei looked at Chu Fian's expression and felt a wave of concern. However, before he could finish his thought, Chu Fian raised a hand to silence him. I believe they won't. Chu Fian's soft hand gently covered Luo Wei's lips, her voice firm and confident. They are reasonable individuals, and besides, their approach towards you signifies their fondness. I merely helped facilitate the situation. They, like Mu Cheng, are good people, and good people deserve to be treated well. You are the man I have chosen, and I have faith in your character if possible. I hope you do not let them down. Mu Cheng, do you have any thoughts on this? With that, Chu Fian's watery gaze fell upon the slumbering Su Mu Cheng. Sister Fian, what are you saying? Su Mu Cheng awoke, pressing Luo Wei's hand down. I mean, should I have Brother Luo find you a few sisters? What do you think? Chu Fian proposed. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's gaze landed on Su Mu Cheng, eager to see her reaction. Su Mu Cheng's face revealed a flicker of hesitation and uncertainty. As a normal woman, she naturally did not wish to share the man she adored with others. Yet, in a fleeting moment, she understood that Luo Wei had never belonged solely to her, and that his cultivation required the assistance of others. I agree with Sister Fian's arrangement. In today's world, nothing is more crucial than enhancing one's strength. Only with sufficient power can we protect what we hold dear, she declared, her flawless features turning to Luo Wei. Brother Luo, feel free to proceed. Do not worry about me. I will not hinder you. Luo Wei regarded the girl's earnest and resolute demeanor and smiled. Since the incident with Fang Qinghan wanting to defend her, she had bravely stood up for herself. In that moment, she had secured a place in his heart. Now, hearing her words, her importance to him grew even more substantial. Luo Wei released his embrace of Chu Fian and gently cradled Su Mu Cheng's delicate face. Leaning in to softly yet possessively kiss her lips, given the presence of others, and not just one, he refrained from being too excessive. A fleeting kiss, and he let her go. Sigh. I wonder when this situation will come to an end. Luo Wei sighed as he lay beside Chu Fian, near Yaya. I have a way to prevent them from gossiping, Chu Fian said, her eyes sparkling with cleverness. What method? Luo Wei inquired, curiosity piqued. if you win over both of them. I assure you they will never speak out of turn, Chu Fian said confidently. Oh, you think so lightly of me? Luo Wei retorted angrily. His voice had risen slightly, prompting a disgruntled mumble from Yaya, who stirred slightly, causing Luo Wei to quickly lower his voice. While I aspire to be a bit of a rogue, I'm not truly depraved. I don't intend to conquer everyone. Chu Fian was taken aback by Luo Wei's strong reaction. Blinking in surprise, do you have some sort of virgin complex? Impossible. Luo Wei quickly denied, my feelings for you are genuine. Ha! I was merely joking. Besides, let us not dwell on that. It's time to sleep. Tomorrow holds many tasks. You've upset me. Do you think you can just ignore my feelings and sleep? Not a chance. Luo Wei responded. At her words, Chu Fian rolled her eyes. Then I shall lull you to sleep with my hands. Upon receiving Luo Wei's nod, a glint of mischief sparkled in her eyes as she gently patted his body, saying, Sleep now. Luo Wei, is this truly what you're going to do? Fooling around. Chapter 70. Death by flattery though the hour was late. Neither Luo Wei nor Chu Fian felt the slightest inclination to sleep. After reaching the blood refinement stage, the benefits extended beyond mere strength enhancement. Firstly, climatic changes hardly affected them. Secondly, their vitality had significantly increased. Moreover, they felt they could survive days without food or water, relying solely on their blood energy to sustain their bodily functions. Simultaneously, they sensed the ambient energy around them, as if merely by circulating their blood energy, they could absorb this energy for their own use. What did Principal Fong want with you? Luo Wei asked, sitting cross-legged. The temperature is rising, the snow is melting faster, and the roads are becoming increasingly treacherous. Chu Fian rested her head upon Luo Wei's thigh. Her mature and alluring form lazily sprawled across the BNS. She gazed at the chiseled contours of Luo Wei's jaw. She spoke languidly. Sister Qinghan summoned us to discuss the feasibility of our journey tonight. Moreover, there are not many returning home. Instead, the number of those joining us along the way seems to be increasing. I fear our supplies may not last much longer. Additionally, with the rising temperatures, the activities of the corpses and those monsters have grown increasingly peculiar. Sister Qinghan mentioned that the corpses may experience a significant surge in power in the near future. So be exceedingly cautious during your patrols. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei nodded, his hand gently caressing Chu Fian's rounded shoulder. After a moment's contemplation, he suggested, perhaps we should leave the group with Mu Cheng and Ye. With our abilities, as long as we remain vigilant, we could venture anywhere in this vast world. How could you entertain such a notion? Chu Fian exclaimed, her expression one of disbelief as she furrowed her brow. Humans are inherently social beings, each possessing their own uniqueness. If we were to sever ties with the group, how would we manage our lives? Would we be expected to create everything for ourselves? What you say is hardly a concern. I currently possess a storage space ample enough to sustain our family for an eternity, Luo Wei countered. And what if you grow weary of me and Mu Cheng? Chu Fian teased, her eyes sparkling mischievously as she regarded Luo Wei. You must have faith in yourself, Luo Wei replied with a smile. While the future is uncertain, I feel I shall never tire of you. Ha! I do relish your candor, Chu Fian laughed, rising to peck him lightly on the lips. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she continued, Wei, you promised that I could express my thoughts freely in your presence. Without any pretense. Do you remember? Indeed, Luo Wei affirmed, cradling Chu Fian's delicate waist. When you came to find me at the Deep Sea Academy Library, I mentioned that I shall speak plainly, Chu Fian interjected. I do not wish to leave the group, not solely because of my bond with Sister Qinghan, but also because Ye is still young. She needs to interact with a variety of people. Furthermore, a glimmer of mischief danced across her face as she continued. Are you truly willing to part with Sister Qinghan? She is the most revered goddess of the Deep Sea Academy. Far more popular than I. Do you not desire her companionship eternally? And what about Avril, Situ Qing, and Yao Xintong? Can you truly let them go? I cannot hold on, but what difference does it make? Can you charm Fong Qinghan into coming to me? Luo Wei scoffed. You claim nothing transpired between you and Sister Qinghan, yet your eyes shine whenever she is mentioned, Chu Fian remarked, feigning displeasure, I assure you. Nothing has occurred between Fong Qinghan and myself, Luo Wei hastily defended. I merely perceive her as a benefactor. It was because of her that you resolved to seek me out, leading to Mu Cheng being swept into my life. It was also due to her that Avril and Yao Xintong approached me. eager to connect after learning of the Inyang Shinta my current strength, along with my family, is entirely thanks to Feng Qinghan. Come, let us extol the virtues of Principal Feng, if possible. I hope she may grace me with a few more visits, owing me a favor, and perhaps bestow upon me some opportunities. Ah, so in your eyes? Sister Qinghan is the virtuous one, and I am merely the scheming villain, Chu Fian sighed, her expression one of melancholy and heartache, evoking a deep sympathy from onlookers. Alas, I misspoke, Luo Wei exclaimed, lightly tapping his mouth with his hand. He then gazed at Chu Fian's fair, delicate face, saying, You know I am not well read. So let us not quarrel over semantics, Himph. What if I insist on engaging you in such disputes? Chu Fian challenged. Recognizing her playful tone, Luo Wei grinned. In that case, I shall resort to using my hands to bring you joy. With that, his hands moved from Chu Fian's back to her armpits. Giggle. No, that tickles. Chu Fian squealed, unable to contain her laughter as her icy demeanor melted away, her vibrant lips parting in a melodious sound that echoed in the dimly lit carriage. A soft cough emerged from the sleeping Yaya, who merely turned in her sleep, while a distinct voice from the adjacent compartment admonished them. What are you making such a racket for so early in the morning? Can't you let anyone sleep? It's utterly bothersome. It was the girl's voice. Moments later, a woman lifted the curtain dividing their spaces, peering out with an apologetic smile. I sincerely apologize. My child is small and temperamental upon waking. I am here to express her apologies on her behalf. Luo Wei, hearing this, merely shrugged, then replied with a smile. It's quite all right. It is perfectly normal for children to be sluggish in the mornings. We should have kept our voices down. Chu Fian and Su Mu Cheng exchanged astonished glances, bemused by Luo Wei's unexpectedly accommodating demeanor. After a night of repression, to be reprimanded so early in the day was uncharacteristic of him. Chu Fian, reflecting on her years of experience, instantly thought of the phrase spoon-fed. Chapter 71. Anger born of shame. The mother and daughter next door were evidently accustomed to a life of luxury, shielded from the harsh realities of the world. The girl was as naive as a blank slate, unaware that while others strive for survival, she sleeps soundly, demanding silence, around 20 years of age. Her immaturity was glaring. Her mother was equally oblivious. Faced with such individuals, Luo Wei saw no reason to engage in conflict. This harsh world would inevitably teach them the lessons they needed to learn. He would indulge them for now and observe how they fared in the future. Can you two please keep it down? The girl's irritable voice rang out once more. The woman, glancing at Luo Wei and the others, wore an apologetic smile as she retreated behind the curtain, engaging in hushed whispers to comfort the girl. Luo Wei's expression darkened slightly, yet a smile played upon his lips. Chu Fian shot him a reproachful glance. Whispering as they exited, she is merely an ignorant child. Why bother with her? A 20-year-old girl is indeed quite young, Luo Wei mused, shaking his head. All right, let us not dwell on those two imbeciles. The trio of Luo Wei, Chu Fian, and Su Mu Cheng awakened at 6, though some had risen even earlier. In the hazy moonlight, silhouettes danced, fists flying and legs kicking, their breaths steaming in the cool air, sweat glistening on their brows. Luo Wei practiced his martial arts, simultaneously channeling his energy, and soon his eyes brightened with realization. The effectiveness of channeling energy through movement surpassed that of mere meditation by at least 20%. He promptly shared his discovery with Su Mu Cheng and Chu Fian. After more than an hour of practice, Luo Wei felt invigorated and clear-headed. Following the conclusion of their training, he prepared to assume his watch duties. While Chu Fian attended to her responsibilities and Su Mu Cheng cared for Yaya, as well as preparing meals for the others. Upon arriving at the assembly point, Luo Wei was taken aback to see 5 girls before him. Where are Avril and Situ Qing? He inquired. They have been reassigned to other parts of the team, an experienced member explained. These two are new sisters, and their abilities are quite commendable. Luo Wei nodded. Suspecting that the two had intentionally avoided him to prevent any awkwardness, it was also possible they had genuinely been reassigned. After all, both were capable enough to handle tasks independently, and it would indeed be a waste of talent to team them with him. Regardless of the reason for their absence, Luo Wei felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to procure supplies from Avril as a pretext to send the mother and daughter away. But now it seemed he would need to seek them out elsewhere, a pure waste of time. Does Teacher Luo not wish to team with us? The newcomers asked, their expressions one of innocent vulnerability upon seeing Luo Wei's demeanor. How could that be? Upon hearing the words, Luo Wei's previously sullen expression vanished instantly. He looked at the two young ladies before him and chuckled. I originally intended to discuss a matter with those two, but now I shall have to wait until after the mission concludes to approach them. Enough about them. Which of you lovely ladies would care to share a ride with me? His words successfully transformed the expressions of the two youthful girls from sorrow to joy. And without hesitation, one of them promptly took her seat behind Luo Wei. The other remained visibly vexed. Let us depart, Luo Wei exclaimed, twisting the throttle, causing the snowmobile to roar to life as it sped away. Luo Wei was uncertain about the current strength of the undead. Having not encountered them for several days, he found himself somewhat nostalgic for their presence. Regrettably, they did not cross paths with even a single undead until the end of their patrol. Had these creatures become more cunning than before, or were they merely preoccupied with their own evolution? Regardless, the unknown was hardly a favorable prospect for humanity. Luo Wei pondered silently. After concluding a day of patrol duty, Luo Wei unexpectedly halted as he passed by the lead vehicle. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his way towards it. Raising his hand, he was about to knock on the door when it swung open with a click, revealing a pair of long, perfectly straight legs. The cabin was nearly a meter above the ground, and standing outside, all Luo Wei could see were the legs that seemed to exceed many lives in length. The translucent, delicate feet were clad in simple shoes, while the slender ankles connected to calves reminiscent of lotus roots. However, all else was obscured by loose-fitting white trousers. Yet, just yesterday, he had witnessed the length, straightness, and allure of those legs firsthand, regretting only that he had not had the opportunity to touch them. Fang Qinghan stood within the vehicle, gazing down at Luo Wei with an air of superiority. Her keen senses immediately detected his gaze. Though she was clothed, under the intensity of his stare, she felt as though she were back in the depths of the Yinyang mysterious pond, utterly exposed. What brings you here? She steadied her nerves, suppressing the tumult within her heart. Her voice, I see what, though you believe me if I say I've missed you, Luo Wei replied, his gaze traversing from her legs to her slender waist, then over her prominent curves and exquisite collarbone, ultimately resting upon her face. If there is nothing else, you may as well leave, Fang Qinghan responded, unfazed by his words, her tone frigid as she prepared to close the door. Luo Wei, seeing this, quickly reached out to stop the door, saying earnestly, on a serious note, what is your current strength? Have you reached 20,000 Jin? Why do you ask this? Fang Qinghan inquired. Just a casual question. Luo Wei chuckled. Such matters are personal privacy. Do you truly think I would divulge them? Fang Qinghan retorted, both amused and exasperated as she regarded Luo Wei. When Fian inquired, you didn't mention it was a personal matter. Luo Wei shrugged. Ha, Fian and I are friends. What relation do you and I share that would compel me to disclose anything to you? Fang Qinghan nearly laughed herself into a fit of rage. If you won't speak, how about we find a place to spar? Luo Wei suggested. Are you suggesting a contest that determines both skill in life or death? Fang Qinghan replied, drawing a bronze sword in her hand. Luo Wei chuckled awkwardly. Come now, must the atmosphere be so lethal? It is merely a friendly exchange. I have no interest in such trivialities, Fang Qinghan declared. Sensing the bronze sword's subtle resonance with Luo Wei, she promptly sheathed it, stating, now vanish from my sight. You are a nuisance. Very well. Where have Aver and Situ Qing gone? Luo Wei shifted the topic. Why are you asking about them? Let me make this clear. Luo Wei, Mu Chang has been harmed because of you, and while I have no words left to say, do not even think about provoking Aver and Situ Qing again, or I shall not spare you. Fang Qinghan warned, her brow furrowing with agitation. Luo Wei nearly revealed the truth to Fang Qinghan but managed to restrain himself at the last moment. What do you take me for? Aver and Situ Qing are my teammates. It's reasonable for me to inquire about them after they have gone silent during our mission. Moreover, as individuals possessing spatial treasures, isn't it also reasonable for me to seek some supplies from Aver? Yet, you seem oddly agitated, which is rather illogical. Luo Wei observed Fang Qinghan with a knowing smirk. Or is it that you are concerned about the prospect of us becoming family in the future? Feeling somewhat awkward when encountering your former students? Ridiculous. Who is related to you? Fang Qinghan exclaimed, her fair and ethereal cheeks flushing with color. The bronze sword was drawn once more as she furiously retorted. Aver is in the middle of the team with Yao Xingtong, and Situ Qing is at the rear. If you have no business here, disappear from my sight. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. How about we find a secluded spot to spar? Luo Wei suggested. Leave, with a slam. Fang Qinghan forcefully closed the door. Once she confirmed Luo Wei's departure, she leaned against the door, releasing a long breath. The encounter had been far too perilous. Her keen perception had detected a hint of danger from Luo Wei. Her intuition warned that if she were to truly engage in a contest with him, the likelihood of her defeat was considerable. What would happen if she lost? Fang Qinghan dared not contemplate the outcome. Fortunately, her prior reputation still lingered, preventing Luo Wei from acting recklessly against her, sparing her from a dire fate. For the first time since the apocalypse began, Fang Qinghan felt threatened, a threat of her own making. The thought of Luo Wei's gaze upon her sent a shiver down her spine. Thankfully, once she refined the 2 Yin-Yang lotus flowers and acquired the complete Yin-Yang inheritance, her strength would experience a significant surge. However, this would inexplicably leave her indebted to Luo Wei once more. Originally, she had intended to bring Luo Wei along to seek opportunities, hoping to resolve their mutual grievances and clear any debts. Little did she know, their entanglement had only deepened rather than been severed. Unbeknownst to Luo Wei, he had missed a golden opportunity. Upon returning to his dwelling vehicle, he found Su Mu Cheng had prepared a delectable meal. Though it consisted of the simplest home-cooked dishes, Luo Wei found great delight in them. The ordinary is truly the essence of life. Indulging in lavish feasts occasionally is fine, but too much can lead to weariness. How fragrant, a voice chimed, as a tousled head peeked out from beneath a nearby curtain. Would you like to share a meal? Luo Wei inquired with a smile. I expected something more enticing. Just a plate of stir-fried potatoes and a bowl of cabbage and vermicelli? No thanks, the girl pouted, her expression one of disdain. Having been rescued by Xiao Cheng, she had overheard him speak of Luo Wei in a less than flattering manner, leading her to harbor a negative impression of him. Luo Wei, upon hearing this, only smiled more brightly. Even better. I feared you might become too familiar too quickly, which would complicate matters. He tore a small piece from a large white bun and offered it to the girl. Devouring the rest with gusto, gurgle. The sleeping girl, witnessing Luo Wei's enjoyment, felt her stomach protest in hunger. Luo Wei feigned ignorance to the sound. Her cheeks flushed as she gazed at the steaming dishes, suppressing her desire to partake. Ultimately, her shyness prevented her from asking for food after having just declined, and she quickly retreated behind the curtain. Mom, what are we having for breakfast today? The girl asked as she observed her mother dressing. The woman stiffened momentarily, then forced a smile, saying, Dear, let me go ask. Okay, hurry up. I want milk and bread. The girl replied, Of course. The woman nodded, affectionately patting her daughter's head. It's not even 8 yet. Why not sleep a little longer? I'll be back shortly. Moments later, the woman exited from behind the curtain, observing Luo Wei and the 2 others eating together. She wore a modest smile as she said, Could I trouble Teacher Luo to keep an eye on my daughter while I step out for a moment? I'll return shortly. Not at all. Go about your business. As long as she doesn't leave this vehicle, I assure you of her safety, Luo Wei replied with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Luo. I will be back as quickly as possible. The woman expressed gratefully before departing. Luo Wei shook his head, bemused by the peculiar dynamics. The daughter was spoiled and unruly, while the mother, seemingly educated, approached everything with an air of entitlement, as if her daughter's youth granted her immunity from responsibility. Expecting everyone to cater to her whims, Dad, the girl tugged at Luo Wei's sleeve. I don't like that aunt or sister. You mustn't be so rude. Su Mu Cheng interjected, signaling to Luo Wei that they were within earshot of others. The little girl's innocent voice could not be concealed. If overheard, a conflict would surely arise. Luo Wei chuckled as he patted the girl's head, then leaned down to whisper in her ear, causing her eyes to gradually light up with excitement. Before long, Chu Fian returned. Su Mu Cheng hurriedly retrieved the meal she had set aside for her. Enjoy your meal. I'll go look for Aver. Luo Wei announced as he stood to leave the vehicle. Does Brother Luo intend to? Su Mu Cheng inquired, her brow furrowed with confusion. Of course Brother Luo is thinking that. After all, he's a man. Who isn't a little lecherous? Chu Fian chuckled as she served a bite of food to the girl while glancing in the direction Luo Wei had departed. but given Aver's temperament, do you truly believe she would agree? I am not well acquainted with Avril, Su Muching remarked, however. She seems to possess a strong-willed character, appearing delicate on the outside yet resolute within, coupled with her genuine abilities and skills. She likely looks down upon associating with those of us who are less capable. You little girl, what do you mean by associating with the corrupt? Are you looking down on us, or perhaps on your elder brother Luo? Chu Fian retorted with a laugh. No, I merely speak the truth. Our upbringing has instilled in us the values of gender equality and monogamy. To suddenly alter such deeply rooted beliefs, especially for someone as exceptional as Avril, would certainly prove challenging, Su Muching replied hastily. You are correct. For a way to win Avril's affection will not be an easy endeavor, Chu Fian observed, turning her gaze inquisitively towards Su Muching. What about you? How have you so suddenly accepted this? Is it out of necessity, a resignation to fate, or have you genuinely fallen for brother Luo? At this, Su Muching's face displayed a look of bewilderment. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head and said, perhaps it is a bit of both, or perhaps neither. However, I am quite content with my current life. Both brother Luo and sister Fian have treated me well. I harbor no grand ambitions. As long as brother Luo does not disdain me and sister Fian, you do not find me bothersome. Once I return to see my parents, I shall cling to you for life, becoming your little shadow. You are the apple of brother Luo's eye. Who would dare to let you be merely a shadow? Chu Fian laughed in response, secretly admiring Luo Wei's fortune. Not only had he been chosen by her, but he had also encountered a girl as pure and genuine as Su Muching. If I am brother Luo's little darling, then sister Fian, does that not make you his greatest treasure? Su Muching quipped back. You two are daddy's precious gems. What about me? Yaya blinked her big eyes adorably at the two adults and suddenly interjected. The conversation between the two adults was as incomprehensible to her as reading ancient scriptures. Yet the last few exchanges were evidently understood. Chu Fian and Su Muching exchanged glances, their faces beaming with uncontrollable smiles, and then simultaneously declared, of course, you are the darling of us all, hee. Yaya is the darling. Upon hearing this, Yaya's face instantly lit up with an innocent, joyful smile. Oh dear, could you possibly keep it down? You are making quite the racket. Just then, a dissatisfied voice from next door interrupted the cheerful atmosphere. Yaya was startled by the sudden sound and quickly dove into Chu Fian's embrace. Seeing her precious daughter frightened, Chu Fian's fair complexion turned a shade of pale. Her ample chest rose and fell rhythmically as she took a long moment to suppress her rising anger. Gently comforting the startled Yaya alongside Su Muching, deep within, she resolved that this mother-daughter duo must not be allowed to remain. Chapter 73. To see what comes next, Luo Wei continued his journey, casually inquiring about the whereabouts of Avril and Yao Xintong's vehicle. Unfortunately, both Avril and Yao Xintong refused to meet him. After explaining his intentions, Avril waved her hand, tossing out a mountain of supplies from the vehicle. Luo Wei hurriedly gathered the supplies to prevent unnecessary chaos and looting. Many onlookers, seeing the mountain of goods appear and then vanish, merely assumed it was a trick of the eye. If teacher Luo has no further business, please take your leave. Avril's voice drifted from within the vehicle. Luo Wei was at a loss for words and had no desire to persist. He turned and took a glance at Situ Qing, only to find that she had just stepped out on duty. Initially intending to wait, the strange stares from those around him dissuaded him from doing so. He feared lingering would tarnish Situ Qing's reputation. Resigned, Luo Wei retraced his steps as he passed by Avril and Yao Xintong's vehicle. He caught a glimpse of Yao Xintong's petite figure. Recalling her strikingly beautiful form, he intended to approach, but she swiftly darted inside the vehicle upon noticing him. Luo Wei. In the end, he could only return the way he came. What happened? You look like someone who has been spurned, Chu Fian teased, noticing the sour expression on his face. Are you pleased by that? Do you believe I will have you crying on your stomach tonight? Luo Wei threatened as he pulled Chu Fian into an embrace. Chu Fian's face flushed crimson, about to warn him that Yaya was still watching. When suddenly the door of the vehicle creaked open. A charmingly attractive woman appeared at the door, her expression betraying a hint of exhaustion and embarrassment. Upon seeing Luo Wei and Chu Fian in an embrace, her face flushed red as she quickly apologized. I'm sorry for the interruption. No trouble at all, Chu Fian replied hastily, extricating herself from Luo Wei's arms and smoothing her disheveled hair. The woman, seeing this, hurriedly stepped back into the vehicle. The morning air was still quite chilly, and dressed in ordinary attire, she was undoubtedly freezing. Upon entering the warmth of the vehicle, she let out a long sigh of relief. As she passed by Luo Wei and Chu Fian, they clearly heard her mutter under her breath, "How shameless." Typically, a woman's voice would be too soft to be discerned. Yet both Luo Wei and Chu Fian, possessing extraordinary prowess, clearly caught her subtle remark. Chu Fian, upon hearing this, wished she could vanish into the vehicle. The woman's words were evidently a jab at her and Luo Wei's earlier behavior. "Wait a moment. I need to discuss something with you," Luo Wei said, his expression darkening as he called after the woman. "Is it?" she asked, looking at Luo Wei. "I have just gathered some supplies outside and need to store them in the vehicle. I will find you another place to stay." "You want us to move? On what grounds?" she retorted. "To my knowledge, this vehicle is public property, not owned by anyone." As soon as Luo Wei finished speaking, a disheveled girl clad in cartoon pajamas stormed out, fuming. "You are right. This vehicle is indeed public property, not mine alone. Therefore, as compensation for your departure, I can offer you each a sausage and a cup of instant noodles." "Nymph, what do you take us for? Just a sausage and a cup of noodles," the girl began, but her words were cut off by the woman. "We will move, but could you perhaps offer a bit more food? 1 cup of noodles and 1 sausage is simply too little," the woman pleaded, appearing quite pitiful. Clearly, after a brief outing, she had recognized the value of food. "Fine. I will add an extra pack of biscuits," Luo Wei conceded, not wanting to make a fuss now that they had endured this long. The girl tried to argue several times, but was silenced by her mother's glare. After hearing Luo Wei's offer, the woman, though wishing for more, hesitated to speak further upon observing Luo Wei's imposing physique. Earlier, while out, she had noticed many looking at her with a mix of pity and disdain when she mentioned buying food. And it became clear that money had become worthless. Realizing the world had changed, she was apprehensive of being too greedy. Luo Wei, seizing the opportunity, decided to increase his offer. Truth be told, the woman was quite clever. Though sadly lacking in discernment, Luo Wei waved his hand, producing 2 cups of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and a pack of biscuits, handing them to the woman. "There are 2 of us. Each gets 1 sausage and 1 cup of noodles." "Why is there only 1 pack of biscuits?" the girl boldly challenged. Luo Wei merely smiled, acknowledging his oversight, and then retrieved another pack of biscuits. Upon receiving the provisions, the woman's expression softened slightly. At least they had navigated this immediate crisis. However, the daughter remained visibly displeased, puffing up like an indignant little rooster, glaring at Luo Wei. Luo Wei paid her no mind. Compared to ordinary people, those with abilities were an entirely different breed. Besides, now that he had reached the blood refinement stage, he could easily overpower both of them with a mere shout. Yet there was no need to bother. They were but insignificant insects, and he viewed them merely as entertainment. Luo Wei was intrigued to see how they would behave in the future. Chu Fian, wearing a genuine smile, warmly invited the 2 to leave, then personally sought out a more suitable vehicle for them. "How did it go? They didn't cause a fuss, did they?" Luo Wei asked with a smile as Chu Fian returned. "The mother is tolerable, but that daughter..." Chu Fian shook her head. She sensed that it would not be long before the girl faced some hardships, potentially dragging her mother down with her. Enough about those oddballs. "Come, let us rearrange the vehicle," Luo Wei suggested cheerfully, producing some supplies from his storage ring as the 3 began their task. "Daddy, why is the vehicle so spacious? Why do we have to set up all this stuff?" Yaya asked curiously from the side. Watching her play space gradually diminish, her fair little face was etched with dissatisfaction. "These are all items we will need in the future, and without them, that sister and aunt you dislike will come back," Luo Wei explained with a smile. He certainly would not disclose to Yaya that the primary reason for storing these supplies was to shield her from certain items that could be detrimental to her growth. The little girl heard that by placing these items, the bothersome aunt and sister would no longer come around. Instantly, the frown on her face vanished, and she rolled up her sleeves, filled with enthusiastic determination to lend a hand. The 3 onlookers couldn't help but chuckle and shake their heads at the girl's spirited demeanor, yet none of them intervened. Bound by their circumstances, the little girl had been confined to the carriage. Rarely having the opportunity to venture outside it was a rare moment of joy for her, and thus, they all complied with her wishes. After more than an hour of bustling activity among the 4, 3 adults and 1 child, They finally restored the carriage to the state it was in when Su Muching first moved in. Phew! We've finally done it. The little girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and nodded in satisfaction at her handiwork. Her adorable, mischievous appearance elicited laughter from the three adults, who realized that had it not been for her antics, they would have completed the task much sooner. Have some water. Chu Fian waved her hand, conjuring a stream of clear water that filled 3 cups, which she then presented to her companions. Chapter 74. Wu Fei. After seeing off the mother and daughter duo, Luo Wei finally felt he could relax. Once Yaya had her afternoon nap, he eagerly dragged Su Muching to practice. Thanks to the tempering in the Yin-Yang Mystic Pool, Su Muching's strength saw a significant enhancement, allowing Luo Wei to train without fear of injuring her. This synergy not only improved their training efficiency but also fostered a remarkable level of cooperation, yielding results that far exceeded their previous efforts. Previously, their combined strength would only increase by 300 to 500 Jin per session, but now, Luo Wei felt as though their power surged by 800 to 900 Jin after each practice. This rate of improvement was indeed quite astonishing. Regrettably, this technique could not be practiced continuously. Otherwise, within 3 days, he could have brought Fang Qinghan to join him in training. After each session, both Chu Fian and Su Muching needed 3 days to recuperate before they could train again. Thus, Luo Wei had to restrain himself and alternate his training sessions with each of them. Before he knew it, 3 days had passed. That morning, after finishing his patrol duties, Luo Wei joined Chu Fian, Su Muching, and Yaya, who had all gotten off work early, for a meal. Suddenly, 2 figures came sprinting towards them, colliding clumsily. Faintly, one could hear the sound of muffled cries. Bang, bang. The carriage door was pounded furiously. Chu Fian looked at Luo Wei, clearly in a dilemma. Luo Wei furrowed his brow and reassured her, "Enjoy your meal. I will handle this." With that, he set down his utensils and opened the door. "Who are these lunatics?" Luo Wei's voice boomed as he coldly regarded the 2 disheveled women. "You, step aside. We want to return to our original carriage." The younger woman raised her flushed face, marked with handprints, pointing accusingly at Luo Wei. "Your carriage?" Luo Wei retorted, swatting her hand away and stepping down from the carriage. His imposing stature cast a significant shadow, causing both women to instinctively recoil, ultimately leading them to tumble to the ground. "Does this carriage bear your names?" Luo Wei chuckled. "Teacher Luo, I truly apologize. These 2 are insufferable. My friends couldn't hold back and taught them a lesson." One girl from the crowd stepped forward, her face filled with regret. "We take turns patrolling, and it's inevitable that someone returns late at night." Causing a commotion, that girl just wouldn't stop whining, and the woman only kept apologizing, never once addressing her daughter's behavior. "We tolerated them for your and teacher Chu's sake, but today we simply couldn't endure any longer. Indeed, everyone is born of parents. No one is inherently superior to another. You all did well." Luo Wei nodded at the girl, "but no one is allowed to cause trouble in the ranks. If they dare to complain again, feel free to teach them another lesson without regard for my or teacher Chu's feelings. We're not acquainted with them. We want to go back. We want to return to our carriage." The younger girl exclaimed, suddenly agitated, like a shrew, scrambling towards the carriage. "If you wish to return to this carriage, fine, I will not demand any interest. Simply return what I gave you in its entirety." Luo Wei stepped forward to block her path. "Teacher Luo, I apologize. It's entirely our fault. Please, let us back on the carriage," the woman pleaded, her still attractive face bearing a clear handprint. Just then, the carriage door swung open, and Chu Fian emerged. "Teacher Chu, you are kind-hearted and beautiful. We acknowledge our past mistakes. Please, let us back on the carriage," the woman exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with hope upon seeing Chu Fian. "I'm sorry, but the group has its rules. I have already helped you sufficiently. It is you who did not cherish it," Chu Fian replied, shaking her head. "How can you say that? What help have you provided? Giving us 2 buckets of instant noodles, 2 sausages, and 2 packs of biscuits was merely to drive us away from the carriage," the girl retorted, her voice filled with indignation, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Yet, many in the crowd perked up at her words. Resources were dwindling, and many of the ability users were struggling to fill their stomachs. Yet these 2 ordinary women had biscuits, instant noodles, and sausages. Instinctively, the onlookers licked their lips, their faces betraying their hunger. The woman noticed the crowd's reaction and suddenly realized just how precious the food Luo Wei had provided truly was. Do you know who they are? Chu Fian pointed to a nearby girl and continued without waiting for the flustered girl to respond. Her name is Zhang Qian, a 21-year-old student in her third year at the Deep Sea Academy. What are you saying that for? Don't try to shift the topic, the girl retorted. Chu Fian, however, paid her no mind and pressed on. In the 2 months since the apocalypse began, Zhang Qian, along with her classmates, has faced countless battles, suffering major injuries 3 times and minor injuries over 10 times, before finally gaining the right to use that carriage. A few days ago, 2 of her roommates perished. They were not much older than you. With a vacancy in the carriage, I, seeing your mother's plight, arranged for you to stay there. You dare say you helped us? You actually arranged for us to live in a place where the deceased once resided? You? The girl began, her voice shrill. But before she could finish, Chu Fian raised her hand and struck her across the face. With a resounding slap, the girl spun and fell 3 meters away. Teacher Chu? Why bother arguing with a child? A voice suddenly interjected, followed by a handsome young man stepping out from the crowd. He crouched down to help the girl up, brushing her hair aside with a concerned expression. Look at what you've done. She's bleeding. Wu Fei. Luo Wei recognized the man. He remembered the first time he and Chu Fian attended a meeting at Fong Qinghan's tent, where this bespectacled gentleman had tried to have him thrown out, only to end up being made an example of by Fong Qinghan. After a long silence, they finally crossed paths again. Luo Wei raised his hand to prevent Chu Fian from speaking and smiled instead. Since you, Teacher Wu, are so compassionate, why not take them back with you to care for them? Wu Fei seemed to genuinely ponder this suggestion before asking the 2 women, would you ladies be willing to come back with me? I have a spacious and clean place, and I assure you, you won't be mistreated. This, the woman, having eaten more than her daughter for over a decade, though somewhat naive, understood that there is no such thing as a free lunch. She began to refuse, but before she could voice her thoughts, her daughter had already made the decision for her. Thank you, uncle. You seem like a good person, unlike some others who look respectable but are truly cruel at heart. The girl stood beside Wu Fei, glaring fiercely at Luo Wei. Seeing this, Chu Fian could no longer hold back and clapped her hands, ready to strike. However, Wu Fei stepped forward to shield the girl. Chapter 75. Traffic Rules Unappreciative. Another voice suddenly rang out. A tall and handsome youth emerged from the crowd, addressing the mother and daughter sheltered behind Wu Fei. Do you know how tense living conditions are right now? Many people are taking turns resting in a single carriage, and you have the audacity to complain after just arriving to a permanent residence. Zhao Qingfeng, what are you trying to do? Wu Fei eyed the sudden intruder with a hint of wariness. I simply cannot stand the ungratefulness displayed by certain individuals. Is there a problem with that? Zhao Qingfeng declared with a commanding presence. If you want to argue, take it elsewhere. Don't make me uncomfortable here. Luo Wei interjected, frowning away. Chu Fian tugged at Luo Wei's sleeve, signaling him not to indiscriminately lash out. However, Luo Wei ignored her, clenching his fist as flames erupted around him. Zhao Qingfeng and Wu Fei, standing a couple of meters away, felt a sudden sting and instinctively stepped back. Get lost. I won't say it a second time. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei cast Luo Wei a deep, resentful glance before turning and leaving. Upon witnessing this, the girl hurriedly grasped her mother's hand and followed after her. The woman turned to glance at Luo Wei and Chu Fian, her lips parting slightly, hesitating for a considerable time, before ultimately taking a step to match her daughter's pace. Teacher Luo, Zhao Qingfeng began, but Luo Wei simply waved his hand, propelling the air. With a dull thud, Zhao Qingfeng's body was sent hurtling across, crashing forcefully into the crowd of onlookers. Disperse at once, Luo Wei commanded, his gaze fixed upon the assembly, and the crowd promptly scattered like frightened birds. Away. Why are you so irritable? Wu Fei is one thing. But Zhao Qingfeng. Once back in the car, Chu Fian looked at Luo Wei with a puzzled expression. However, before she could finish her sentence, Luo Wei interrupted with a wave of his hand. Zhao Qingfeng is fond of men, he stated plainly. What do you mean? Chu Fian blinked in surprise, prompting Luo Wei to endure his discomfort and repeat his words. Are you suggesting that? Chu Fian pondered for a moment, her enchanting eyes fixed upon Luo Wei, her charming face barely concealing a smile as she asked, He likes you? Please don't phrase it so disgustingly, Luo Wei retorted with an eye roll. Wait a minute. I recall that when Zhao Qingfeng first arrived at school, he confessed to Qing Han. Could it be that he is bisexual? Chu Fian speculated. Who knows? Perhaps his grandiose confession to Fang Qinghan was merely a facade to conceal his unconventional preferences, Luo Wei replied. That may be true. Although Zhao Qingfeng has maintained a stellar reputation at school, I have yet to hear of him dating any girls, Chu Fian added. Enough of this gossip, do not mention that fellow again. Luo Wei declared, hee. I simply find it amusing, Chu Fian chuckled, turning to Su Mucheng. Mucheng, it seems our judgment is indeed commendable. Our way possesses the charm to attract both men and women. Indeed, Brother Luo's allure is truly remarkable. Su Mucheng nodded in agreement. Are you complimenting me or repulsing me? Luo Wei's handsome face darkened, feeling more vexed than flattered by their praise. Brother Luo, what does it feel like to be liked by a man? Su Mucheng inquired with a playful grin. Upon hearing this, Chu Fian also displayed a curious expression. Want to know? Luo Wei smiled faintly, reaching out to pat Yaya's head. Yaya, dear, could you assist your parents by tidying up the dishes? I need to discuss something with Mommy and Aunt Mucheng at the back. Sure. Yaya will complete the task that Daddy entrusted, Yaya replied eagerly. Having sensed the impending awkwardness, Chu Fian and Su Mucheng intended to make a discreet exit, only to be caught by Luo Wei, who seized each of them by the wrist. Aren't you both curious about what it feels like to be liked by a man? I am a man. So come on, let us head to the back of the car, and I shall enlighten you. The three adults retreated to the back of the vehicle, leaving a small girl squatting beside a basin, occasionally glancing at the oxen pulling the cart, and then at the water in the basin swaying from side to side, her expression one of bewilderment. Mommy, our vehicle is moving forward. Why did the water sway back and forth just now? The little girl, with innocent curiosity, looked at Chu Fian as she emerged from the back of the car. It's south probably because the road is uneven, Chu Fian replied, shooting a glare at the person beside her who was stifling laughter. Before gently speaking to her daughter, Hey, Weier, this is Chu Fian. Please respond if you hear me. Please respond. Chu Fian contacted Avril via the car's radio. I'm Avril, there's something you need from me. Teacher Chu? Came Avril's voice from the other end. Chu Fian, being perceptive, immediately detected a hint of awkwardness and uncertainty in Avril's tone. She glanced at Luo Wei and smiled. I called to ask for your assistance. Upon hearing this, Avril noticeably relaxed. Teacher Chu, please feel free to ask. There's no need to be polite. All right, I'll be direct then. Today, Wu Fei took 2 people from here. His vehicle is close to yours. So please keep an eye out with Tong Tong and ensure that Wu Fei doesn't team-mistreat those 2. No sooner had Chu Fian finished speaking than the communicator was snatched by Luo Wei. Avril, this is Luo Wei. If you discover that Wu Fei is indeed behaving inappropriately, inform me immediately, and I will personally handle it as a fellow woman, and also a mother. Chu Fian merely wished for those 2 women to swiftly come to terms with reality. She did not intend to harm them. Thus, she sought Avril's assistance. Listening to her conversation with Avril, Luo Wei suddenly realized that perhaps this was an opportunity to deal with Wu Fei once and for all. Avril, are you listening? If you notice anything unusual, inform me at once. I have other matters to attend to. So I'll hang up now. As soon as Luo Wei finished speaking, there was a prolonged silence on the other end, prompting him to inquire further. I'm listening, and if I discover anything unusual, I will notify you immediately. I have to go now. With that, the call was disconnected. Although they had not witnessed it firsthand, both Chu Fian and Luo Wei could sense the palpable anxiety emanating from the other party. Such a naive girl could only exist within the confines of the school. Away, regardless of whether you and she can end up together as a man, you must treat her kindly, Chu Fian advised. As per my wife's command, I shall certainly comply, Luo Wei replied earnestly. The words of a man are often deceptive. If my words were truly effective, I would have called a halt earlier, but did you hear me? Chu Fian pouted. Did you call a halt? Luo Wei scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chu Fian, Daddy, Mommy, what are you talking about? Yaya asked, gazing at them with wide, innocent eyes, looking at the adorable expression on the little girl's face. Chu Fian wanted to say that adults were speaking and children should not interrupt, but found herself unable to voice it. Daddy and Mommy are discussing traffic rules. Luo Wei declared that I know this. I've learned it. Let me teach you. Red light means stop, green light means go, yellow light. Chapter 76. The future situation. The night was inevitably dark and chilly, and and the journey ahead was fraught with calamity. The planets had gone off course, and even the moon had eloped. The moonlight spilled like mercury across the land, where a group of individuals sat huddled in the snow, their expressions solemn as they gazed at the papers in their hands. Good news. The bitter cold had receded. Bad news. There was much to lament, as extreme heat was imminent, while our supplies of food and drinking water were dwindling. Moreover, the evolution of the undead was evident to all. They had not only gained intelligence, becoming more cunning and ferocious, but had also evolved into various subspecies. This is one I captured outside just now. It has grown a pair of fleshy wings and can currently glide short distances with a running start. However, it is clear that as they continue to evolve, they may very well take to the skies like birds. According to official reports, the undead could no longer be referred to as such. They now called themselves the Demon Clan. In addition to the flying varieties, there were also crawling types, giant breeds, and a bone demon specifically bred for combat. Besides these common demonic creatures, the officials had also discovered an even more powerful and peculiar type of demon, which ordinary demons referred to as kings or emperors. These kings and emperors were the natural leaders of the Demon Clan, possessing not only higher intelligence but also unfathomable capabilities. As Feng Qinghan's voice resounded. The atmosphere in the room grew even more tense. Everyone understood what the transformation of the undead signified. A single undead creature was not frightening, nor was a cunning undead creature alarming. What was truly terrifying was an intelligent undead creature that could also strategize. However, it was now more appropriate to refer to them as demons or the Demon Clan. The formidable strength of the Demon Clan was not inherently frightening, nor was their intelligence. The real horror lay in their possession of leadership and their ability to unite all their powers, which posed a true catastrophe for humanity. This blizzard had claimed at least 1/3 of the population's lives, and even if only half of those transformed into undead and evolved into demons, there would now be over 10 to 20 billion of them. But how many superhumans existed among humanity? Based on inaccurate statistics, approximately 1 in every 5 or 6 individuals awaken their powers, unlocking their genetic shackles to gain extraordinary abilities. By such calculations, the number of humans with extraordinary powers was vastly outnumbered by the Demon Clan. Initially, it was believed that the end of days brought by the blizzard was a significant challenge, but now it appeared that this so-called end was merely an appetizer. Principal Feng, with the road ahead so arduous and fraught with unknown dangers, why should we continue to take risks, to be honest? With our number, it would be far more comfortable and convenient to find a location and establish our survivor base rather than venture forth recklessly. A middle-aged man stood up, addressing Feng Qinghan. Principal Feng, could you provide us with some clarity regarding what lies ahead? At least then, even if I must perish, I would do so with my eyes closed. Feng Qinghan regarded the man in silence for a moment, then surveyed the surrounding crowd. Finally, he exhaled a breath of stale air and said, "All right. Since you all wish to know, I shall disclose it to you." Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone brightened, their expressions brimming with excitement as they looked at Feng Qinghan. On the first day that information from the government arrived, everyone was encouraged to migrate as far inland as possible. Feng Qinghan's goal had always been clear, to head towards the interior. Was the moment finally arriving to unveil the answer? Everyone was filled with anticipation. Of course, this did not include the few individuals, like Luo Wei, who were already aware of the truth. Since the onset of the cataclysm, many paradisiacal places had appeared amidst the majestic mountains and rivers. These locations, with their pristine waters and fragrant flowers, were truly hidden utopias, not only suitable for human habitation but also rich in rare treasures that could enhance personal strength. Feng Qinghan remarked that renowned mountains and rivers are predominantly situated in the inland regions, which serves as the impetus for my decision to lead everyone into the heart of the land. Upon hearing this, many, aside from Luo Wei and a few others, could not suppress their eager gazes, their eyes shimmering with excitement as their thoughts surged within their minds. Teacher Feng, our progress with over 20,000 people is exceedingly sluggish. One individual could not help but voice. Given that the authorities have already acknowledged the existence of these hidden paradises, we ought to advance boldly and seize opportunities. Otherwise, if we continue at this lethargic pace, we may find ourselves unable to partake even in a mere bowl of broth. What do you mean? Feng Qinghan inquired, fixing her gaze upon the young speaker. Rest assured, Principal Feng, I do not wish to abandon the ordinary folk. I believe we can split into two factions. We could dispatch a contingent of formidable awakened individuals as a vanguard to assist us in conquering the next hidden paradise, the young man declared passionately as he rose to his feet. Indeed, that is a viable strategy, Fang Qinghan acknowledged after a moment's contemplation, nodding as she addressed him. You are Lin Dong, correct? Upon hearing Fang Qinghan utter his name, Lin Dong's face brightened with excitement, and he gazed at her enchanting visage, feeling as though he held a unique place in the goddess's heart. Just as he was about to engage in conversation, Fang Qinghan continued, in that case, why not have you lead our charge to claim the next hidden paradise for us? Absolutely, Lin Dong exclaimed, thumping his chest with resolve, his head held high and his face aglow. I, Lin Dong, will not fail to live up to Principal Fang's expectations. Fang Qinghan nodded as if she were coaxing a child, her gaze drifting away from him to survey the crowd. While hidden paradises present opportunities, they are fraught with peril. Is there anyone willing to accompany Lin Dong to contribute to our group's advancement? I will go too. Upon her words, more than half the assembly stood up, evidently having already shifted their focus away from the group after hearing the news of the hidden paradise. Luo Wei and Chu Fian, seated in a corner, exchanged glances, perplexed by Fang Qinghan's maneuvering. It could be somewhat justified that allowing these individuals to depart was an effort to eliminate instability within the ranks. However, with so many high-ranking members leaving, it was clear that none would venture forth alone. The overall combat efficacy of the group would undoubtedly suffer, and no matter how powerful Fang Qinghan was, she was but one person. And the logistics of providing for such a multitude would become a pressing concern. Chu Fian gently clasped Luo Wei's hand, feeling its delicate warmth, prompting Luo Wei to turn and meet her gaze. Their eyes locked, and Chu Fian's glistening lips silently conveyed a message of reassurance. Observing this, Luo Wei felt a weight lift from his heart and shook his head, realizing that the one who understood Fang Qinghan best was right beside him. If Chu Fian was not worried, he too should refrain from unnecessary fretting. You are all welcome to proceed, but the means of transportation must remain, for you are awakened beings. Your adaptability far surpasses that of ordinary folk. Fang Qinghan stated. No problem. This expedition aims to save time and seize opportunities. Vehicles would only hinder our speed. I intend to travel light, taking only essential supplies while leaving the remainder for the group. Lin Dong proclaimed, immediately standing to express his commitment. Others, finding merit in his reasoning, agreed, realizing that bringing excessive baggage would only be a burden, and leaving supplies for Fang Qinghan would foster goodwill. One after another, they voiced their willingness, pledging to leave the bulk of their resources for the team. The majority of the supplies within the group were under the control of these leaders, and their unexpected generosity alleviated the immediate concern of food shortages. A rare smile graced Fang Qinghan's exquisite face as she produced a map, patiently explaining to them which hidden paradises among the renowned mountains and rivers posed fewer dangers and were comparatively easier to obtain. Chapter 77. The open scheme. The journey ahead is fraught with peril. I can only wish you all success and safety. Once arrangements were finalized, Fang Qinghan offered her heartfelt blessings to the dozen or so individuals. No one was oblivious to the implications. Initially, some may have acted impulsively, swept up in fervor, yet now they all understood the gambit. Fang Qinghan had likely intended for them to depart all along, merely using the news of the hidden paradise as a means to facilitate their exit. Although all were aware they might have been manipulated, none regretted their decisions. Given Fang Qinghan's character, it was unimaginable that she would deceive them regarding matters of life and death. They were all individuals of ambition. Following Fang Qinghan had been a reluctant choice, but upon hearing about the hidden paradise, they recognized it as an opportunity to transform their fortunes. Faced with grave dangers ahead, they preferred to seize their destinies rather than accompany Fang Qinghan alongside a throng of ordinary people. It could be said that Fang Qinghan had expertly grasped their psyche. What perplexed them was the realization that the departure of so many would drastically reduce the group's defensive capabilities, raising concerns about how Fang Qinghan would manage when the need arose for individuals to venture out in search of supplies. Some regarded the situation with a sense of schadenfreude, others were filled with doubt, and a few carried a hint of worry, yet there was little hesitation in their departure. What troubles you all? Fang Qinghan asked with a smile, observing the remaining few with furrowed brows. Those staying behind were predominantly from the Deep Sea Academy. With only two exceptions, Principal Fang, the departure of these individuals will inevitably take away a significant number of strong fighters, while the supplies they leave behind may temporarily alleviate our food shortage. What will we do moving forward? An elderly man with graying hair expressed, his face etched with concern. There will always be a way forward. We have weathered many storms these past days. Return and reassure your subordinates, encouraging them to remain calm. Tomorrow will surely be brighter, Fang Qinghan replied. The elder wished to speak further, but Fang Qinghan waved her hand, saying, "Go back and do as I instructed. If anyone feels unsafe remaining in the group, they may leave. I will not interfere." Hearing this, the remaining individuals could only resign themselves to silence, their heads hanging low as they departed. Luo Wei, Chu Fian, and a few others, including Avril and Situ Qing, lingered until the end. "Why are you still here? What do you intend to accomplish?" Fang Qinghan shot a sidelong glance at the group, particularly at Luo Wei, and admonished, "It is getting late. Hurry back and Principal Fang. Sister Fang, please tell me, do you already have a plan? If you don't share, I fear I won't be able to sleep tonight," Yao Xingtong implored, pulling Avril closer as she approached Fang Qinghan with a pitiful demeanor. Were it not for Fang Qinghan's well-known fastidiousness, she would have likely thrown herself into Fang Qinghan's embrace. "Within 5 days, an aircraft will arrive to retrieve us," Fang Qinghan disclosed, "but do not share this information to prevent unrest. The next few days will require extra effort from you all, particularly you, Tong Tong. Your contract beasts will be our eyes in the time to come, so easy. Serving the people is our solemn duty," Yao Xingtong affirmed. "Indeed, your resolve is commendable. Keep it up," Fang Qinghan praised before inquiring, "By the way, I've been preoccupied these past few days and haven't had the chance to check on you. Who did you all go to the Yinyang Shintan with? If it's not too much trouble, I'd like to play the role of a matchmaker and assess whether they are worthy of our Deep Sea Academy's precious gems." Yao Xingtong, Avril, Situ Qing. The 3 young women blushed deeply, their faces turning crimson. Among them, Situ Qing was the first to lose her composure, hastily lowering her head, her eyes darting toward Luo Wei. Her demeanor suggested she was on the verge of whispering the truth to Fang Qinghan. Observing this, Fang Qinghan felt a pang of unease. "Sister Fang, I must return to fulfill the task you entrusted to me. Please, rest early," Yao Xingtong stated, promptly turning to leave. Avril glanced at the empty space beside her, feeling a pang of disappointment. This is what friendship looks like. No consultation when it comes to self-serving decisions. They fled faster than anyone else. I too shall take my leave. Tong Tong is a bit reckless. She can't do without me," Avril declared before hastily departing. "Yao Tong, wait for me. I have something to discuss," Chu Fian called out, then turned to Luo Wei, saying, "I will go talk to them." "All right, be cautious as night falls," Luo Wei replied. Chu Fian nodded, then reached for Situ Qing's hand, softly saying, "Qing, it is getting late. Let me escort you back." Situ Qing, eager to find an excuse to leave swiftly, nodded vigorously in agreement. Fang Qinghan. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying warm tendrils of air that danced through Fang Qinghan's flowing tresses. Yet, at that moment, she felt no warmth, only a chilling sensation enveloping her. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. Could it be that those girls had all chosen Luo Wei? Fang Qinghan's instincts had always been remarkably accurate. Aside from the last instance when she had been caught off guard, she had seldom erred, and of course, upon reflection, that previous incident had not been a misstep. Her decision to have Luo Wei accompany her in search of opportunities had indeed resolved their prior grievances, and Luo Wei had helped her successfully obtain the 2 intertwined lotuses. The subsequent events could only be described as a matter of fate's design. However, if her words inadvertently led to a misguided outcome, that would be disastrous in Fang Qinghan's view. While Luo Wei could not be deemed a villain, he certainly did not qualify as an ideal match. Regardless of how Chu Fian praised him, Fang Qinghan possessed her own discerning judgment. "Did Avril and the others all go to that place you mentioned?" Fang Qinghan inquired of Luo Wei. Though those girls had numerous admirers at school, she had never witnessed them growing close to anyone. Conversely, Luo Wei had consistently been seen alongside them during their recent tasks, having rescued Situ Qing and even ventured out with Avril and Yao Xingtong. The more she pondered, the more Fang Qinghan felt it was highly probable that those girls had sought out Luo Wei. "Do you wish to hear the truth or a fabrication?" Luo Wei responded. "Huh?" Fang Qinghan exhaled a long breath of frustration, deciding against further inquiry. "You may leave now." With that, she turned on her heel and strode towards her vehicle. Luo Wei, "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Luo Wei complained. Disgruntled at his words, Fang Qinghan's lips curled slightly, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace, slamming the car door shut behind her. Sighing internally, she could only pray that her fears were unfounded. Fang Qinghan, the moonlight is exquisite tonight. Would you care to join me for a stroll and enjoy the view? Luo Wei called out from outside the car that I'm busy. Fang Qinghan replied coldly, offering nothing more than those two words, don't be like that. Such opportunities are rare. Life is unpredictable, and who knows what tomorrow holds. Days like today with such beautiful weather may not come again. We should seize the moment and indulge ourselves in joy. Qinghan. Xiao Henin. Inside the car, Fang Qinghan's lips twitched in irritation as she scratched her head, increasingly annoyed by Luo Wei's incessant chatter. Fang, Xiao Fang, Fang Jia. With unwavering sincerity, Luo Wei believed that his earnestness had touched Fang Qinghan. With a click, the car door swung open, and Fang Qinghan stepped out. Fang Jia, you've finally opened the door. It seems you enjoy this title. Henceforth, I shall address you as such. Luo Wei approached her. Yet, Fang Qinghan did not spare him a glance, walking past him without acknowledgement. Luo Wei hurriedly followed. Didn't he want to spar with me? Come on, tonight is your chance. Luo Wei, are you planning to hit me? Luo Wei gazed at Fang Qinghan, tilting his head with an expression of righteous indignation. To strike is affection, to scold is love. If you wish to love me, then come at me. Fang Qinghan, Chapter 78. Fang Qinghan's cultivation method. Fang Qinghan's exquisite visage twitched slightly, a wave of pent-up frustration rising within her. She suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to draw her sword and strike. However, she was acutely aware that the sword would prove ineffective against Luo Wei. Perhaps due to their intertwined souls, that sword had become akin to Luo Wei's extraordinary treasure, and it almost seemed as though he was its true master. The reasons eluded her comprehension. Dressed in a white-collared shirt and loose black trousers, her tall and slender figure stood gracefully, accentuating her curves. As she listened to Luo Wei's words, a tempest brewed within her, threatening to burst forth, leaving Luo Wei both anxious and eager. If you don't cease your incessant chatter, I swear I shall sew your lips shut, Fang Qinghan warned in exasperation. Her calm demeanor nearly faltered in the presence of Luo Wei. Upon hearing her words, Luo Wei quickly traced his fingers across his lips in a zipping motion. The two strolled beneath the moonlight. After a while, Fang Qinghan turned to the unusually silent Luo Wei and took a deep breath. We both know that nothing substantial has transpired between us. It's all a misunderstanding. She paused momentarily, then fixed her gaze on Luo Wei. I can unequivocally tell you that we are not meant to be. I only believe in the power of human effort. Luo Wei replied earnestly. I understand that no substantive relationship has occurred between us. Whether it be a misunderstanding or fate, I know you have found a place in my heart. I am an orphan. Before the apocalypse, I felt little sense of belonging in this world. It was Fian who transformed my destiny, revealing the beauty of existence to me. Yet, I am aware that Fian and I hail from different worlds, and I possess the self-awareness to recognize that. Luo Wei chuckled bitterly, gazing at the sky, his voice carrying a melancholic echo. Having grown up, I have never experienced love. I initially intended to save some money and perhaps find someone with whom to share my life. Who could have imagined that the apocalypse would strike and Fian would come to me, declaring her desire to be my partner? In that moment, I felt a sense of being needed, of being acknowledged. And I finally had a family and a lovely daughter to care for. I believed this was love. But then, Mu Cheng arrived. To be honest, don't mock me. I'm quite naive with a touch of idealism. I believe that emotion should remain steadfast and should not be shared with others. Fian divided my feelings for her among others, which saddened me. Yet, I am a normal man who sometimes feels a sense of joy. It was only then that I realized my feelings for Fian were not love, but rather a mixture of sympathy and gratitude. After spending so many days together, she has become like a gentle elder sister, considering all things for me and for Ye. All I can do now is devote myself to her well-being, to care for her, Ye, and Mu Cheng. To say something sentimental, my heart has always felt empty, until our spiritual connection made me realize that the person I have been searching for has been by my side all along. You, in the past, were like the sun in the heavens, beautiful yet distant, but now I stand before you with enough confidence to profess my love. I will shield you from the storms, caring for you for all my days. Fang Qinghan regarded Luo Wei. After their profound spiritual exchange, She could distinctly feel the truth in his words and grasp his state of mind. Just as Chu Fian had said, Luo Wei was a good man. Such a person was, frankly, ill-suited for survival in the apocalypse. Fang Qinghan's heart was a tumultuous sea. Despite her facade of indifference, the turmoil within her rivaled that of Luo Wei. Throughout her life, she had always resisted physical contact with elders. Yet she had been candid with Luo Wei. Although no tangible exchanges had taken place, he had embraced her, kissed her, and had touched her in ways that could not be overlooked. How could she pretend that nothing had transpired? Furthermore, their spiritual connection was far more profound than mere physical contact. At that moment, upon hearing Luo Wei's confession, her heart was utterly in disarray. Seeing Fang Qinghan lost in silence, Luo Wei mistakenly believed she was in agreement. He raised his hand, his heart racing like a drum, an unprecedented excitement coursing through him, causing his palm to tremble slightly as he gazed at her delicate hand within reach. He summoned his courage, gritted his teeth, and reached out, Principal Fang. Just as Luo Wei was about to grasp Fang Qinghan's slender hand, a voice echoed from a distance. Fang Qinghan's body trembled slightly, her chaotic thoughts jolted into awareness. Seeing Luo Wei's reaching hand, she instinctively withdrew her own, stepping back to create distance between them. Damn it! Which fool is ruining my moment? Luo Wei turned sharply, his gaze fierce as he glared at the source of the voice. His expression as if he were ready to devour someone. Xiao Cheng, why are you out here howling instead of cuddling with your girls at this late hour? Luo Wei confronted the newcomer with a tone laced with hostility. Xiao Cheng was taken aback by Luo Wei's confrontational tone and the palpable aura of aggression surrounding him. He realized that Luo Wei was not someone to be trifled with. Thus, he skirted the question and addressed Fang Qinghan directly. Principal Fang, you haven't forgotten your promise to me, have you? What promise did I make to you? Fang Qinghan asked. You? Xiao Cheng paused, inhaling deeply to suppress his displeasure, and looked at Fang Qinghan. You once stated before everyone that you would provide me with the complete cultivation method. Are you planning to go back on your word? Luo Wei opened his mouth to respond, but Fang Qinghan preempted him. When did I ever promise to teach you the complete cultivation method? Xiao Cheng nearly choked at her response. Noting his almost pained expression, Fang Qinghan continued. It was Wang Shiyu who saved Situ Qing, and I promised to repay her kindness if she requires the complete cultivation method. She can come to me, Principal Fang. I am here. Wang Shiyu's request is my request. I hope you will fulfill it. Wang Shiyu emerged from the shadows, addressing Fang Qinghan earnestly. Very well, Fang Qinghan replied, meeting Wang Shiyu's gaze. Since it is your request, I shall do my utmost to accommodate it. With that, she retrieved a stack of papers from her storage space and handed them over. Xiao Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. Thankfully, he had come to understand Fang Qinghan's temperament and suppressed his impatience. He nudged Wang Shiyu forward to accept the papers from Fang Qinghan. Grasping them eagerly, he began to read under the moonlight. Wang Shiyu, I am giving you this cultivation method. I should not say more, but I must advise you. Practice it for yourself and do not share it with others, lest it brings harm to both you and others. Fang Qinghan warned Wang Shiyu with a serious expression. Thank you, Principal Fang, but Xiao Cheng is not just anyone. Wang Shiyu remarked, I have said all I can say. You are free to do as you wish. Once she finished speaking, Fang Qinghan no longer paid attention to the two and directly strode towards her vehicle. Chapter 79. The heist isn't your cultivation technique incomplete? Luo Wei hurriedly caught up with Fang Qinghan. Do you think I would deceive someone with a half-finished product? Fang Qinghan replied, casting him a fleeting glance. Oh, the technique you gave him is false? Luo Wei pressed on. It is genuine. Fang Qinghan answered coolly. Luo Wei, you really are foolish. One cannot be so earnest in this world, or you will suffer greatly in the future. Luo Wei was exasperated. That technique was painstakingly created by you. To hand it over so easily to Xiao Cheng is simply a loss. If you had just given him a flimsy version, I wouldn't believe he could discern its authenticity. Who said that technique was intended for Xiao Cheng? Fang Qinghan turned back, looking at Luo Wei with utmost seriousness. That was a reward for Wang Shiyu. It has nothing to do with Xiao Cheng. Is there a difference? Luo Wei muttered. Handing it to Wang Shiyu is equivalent to giving it to Xiao Cheng. Isn't it? Upon hearing his mumbling, Fang Qinghan was momentarily speechless. Observing his indignant demeanor, she continued, the inheritance I received is called the Taiying Jinjing and the Taiyang Jinjing. What I gave to Wang Shiyu is the volume of the Taiying Jinjing. What difference does that make? Luo Wei inquired, perplexed. There is certainly a distinction. Fang Qinghan nodded, seemingly recalling something amusing, a smile of understanding gracing her lips. That subtle smile resembled a captivating spring breeze, or perhaps a flickering candlelight in the night, dazzling and enchanting, rendering Luo Wei momentarily entranced. The Taiyang Zhenjing is suited for male practitioners, while the Taiying Zhenjing is tailored for females. If a man were to practice the Taiying, as she spoke, her smile expanded and then, catching the dazed expression on Luo Wei's face from the corner of her eye, her smile quickly faded, perplexed by her own reaction, as if she had lost the necessary vigilance in the presence of Luo Wei. All right, it is getting late. You should head back. Fang Qinghan's expression returned to its usual cold demeanor as she issued her dismissal. No way. How can you say that? Luo Wei, realizing his expression had been too grim, quickly composed himself and mimicked Yao Xintong's tone, saying, Sister Fang, tell me, what happens if a man practices the Taiying Zhenjing? Yao Xintong's manner of speaking was endearing and lively, but when it came to Luo Wei, it nearly drove Fang Qinghan to flee in disarray. Fang Qinghan shuddered, dodging Luo Wei's reaching hand, her eyes narrowing in irritation. If a man practices the Taiying Zhenjing, he will end up like you are now. Like me? Luo Wei was taken aback, and then he realized, a man forcibly cultivating the Taiying Zhenjing would indeed lead to a transformation into a woman. At this thought, his initial intention to rob Xiao Cheng vanished without a trace. Now, he found himself somewhat curious about how Xiao Cheng would appear after practicing the Taiying Zhenjing. Just imagine, a lecherous man suddenly rendered incapable of human relations, reduced to referring to women as sisters. How tormenting that would be. With this in mind, Luo Wei couldn't help but chuckle. Not long ago, he seemed to have cursed Xiao Cheng and Yang Wei, and it appeared that the fulfillment of that vow was arriving rather swiftly. Principal Fang, I never would have guessed, Luo Wei exclaimed, gazing at Fang Qinghan with a grin. The esteemed president of a renowned university, yet so delightfully mischievous. I like it. Fang Qinghan observed Luo Wei's antics, striving to maintain her composure. Once he had finished laughing, she adopted a serious expression and said, I will pretend I did not hear what you just said. Go home and cherish your time with Fian. Regardless of your feelings for her, she has entrusted her entire being to you. I reiterate, should you dare betray Fian, I will not spare you. Having said this, I advise you to refrain from further entanglements. If we meet again, let it be as friends. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to expel both you and Fian from the group. Fang Qinghan's final words extinguished any inclination Luo Wei had to speak further. Bang! The car door slammed shut. Luo Wei stood there, speechless for a long time, attempting to gather his thoughts, opening his mouth several times, yet unsure how to begin. I believe that human determination can conquer fate. As long as one is exceptional and diligent enough, there is nothing impossible in this world. If there is, it simply means I have yet to become sufficiently remarkable. Luo Wei looked up at the sky, clenching his fists, murmuring to himself. After casting one last glance at Fang Qinghan's vehicle, he turned and departed. Inside the car, Fang Qinghan's gaze, uncontrollably drawn to the moonlit expanse, lingered on the retreating figure imbued with a sense of desolation. In the past, she resembled a crescent moon suspended high in the heavens, bright and noble, untouched by the world's mundanity. Yet, after experiencing the Yin-Yang Xiantan, she felt as though a drop of ink had stained a pristine white canvas. Originally shapeless, that drop of ink had been shaped by Luo Wei tonight, leaving a clearer imprint on Fang Qinghan's heart. The events of the Yin-Yang Xiantan were unforgettable for Luo Wei, but even more so for Fang Qinghan. That profound stirring of the soul, that intertwining, had been suppressed over the past few days through relentless training and the organization of cultivation techniques, yet now, it surged forth like a tidal wave. She stared blankly at Luo Wei's diminishing silhouette, her mind a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One voice insisted that in this apocalyptic world, where morals had long since vanished, if one could not forget, why suppress oneself? The other argued fiercely, you are a person, an educated university president. Are you not independent and strong? Do you truly intend to throw yourself into another man's embrace, sharing a husband with other women? Enough! Uncertain of how much time had passed, Fang Qinghan suddenly shouted in fury, standing tall at an impressive height of 1.8 meters, her gaze fierce, her long, dark hair swirling as if caught in a tempest. If I cannot have my way, I will eliminate him. Fang Qinghan spoke, her voice cold and unyielding. With that, an ancient bronze sword materialized in her hand. However, upon sensing her murderous intent, the sword trembled violently. No, Luo Wei is innocent. He only ventured into the Yinyang Xintan because of me. How could I wish to harm him? Fang Qinghan reasoned. No, only by eliminating him can I resolve everything at its root. Why resort to murder? Luo Wei is blameless, and besides, he must care for Fian. What will become of her if he is gone? You are simply overthinking. Allow me to say, when the car arrives at the mountain, the road will present itself. First eliminate Luo Wei, and we will deal with the rest later. At this moment, Fang Qinghan oscillated between madness and vulnerability, between fierce determination and pitiable fragility. Just as she teetered on the brink of losing herself, suddenly, a Yin-Yang Taiji Bagua diagram emerged from her being, gently ascending to hover above her head. The Bagua diagram spun, perfectly harmonious, calming the turbulent Yin and Yang energies within Fang Qinghan. Her red lips parted slightly, her chest rising and falling rapidly, exhaling hurried breaths, with beads of perspiration glistening like jade on her forehead. That was close. I nearly lost myself and became a madwoman. After a considerable time, she exhaled deeply, gently caressing the hovering Yin-Yang Taiji diagram beside her, her eyes reflecting gratitude. Then, her gaze shifted toward the direction Luo Wei had departed. So this is my true tribulation, she murmured. Chapter 80. The night the moonlight flowed like water. In the stillness of the night, Luo Wei walked alone, his silhouette solitary and desolate. The snow crunched beneath his feet, adding an air of loneliness to the dark. Inside the carriage, Su Mucheng was playing with Yaya. Luo Wei exchanged pleasantries with the two before stepping out of the carriage once more. As the night deepened, he grew increasingly concerned for Chu Feiyan. Su Mucheng watched Luo Wei depart, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly, sensing something amiss with his demeanor. However, as Luo Wei did not speak up, she wisely refrained from asking. Luo Wei made his way toward the carriage where Avril and the others resided, and halfway there, a graceful figure gradually came into view. She wore a loose shirt on top, paired with jeans, and sported flat athletic shoes. Her long, naturally curly hair cascaded down her back, her complexion fair, lips as red as vermilion, bright eyes and pearly teeth, her curvaceous figure embodying both youthful vitality and mature allure. It was none other than Chu Feiyan. As their eyes met, Chu Feiyan, like a butterfly dancing in the air, swiftly ran to Luo Wei's side and hugged his arm, exclaiming, "What brings you here? It is getting late, and I was worried you might encounter some misfortune alone." Luo Wei replied, "Are you afraid walking alone in the dark?" Chu Feiyan raised her exquisitely flawless face, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkling with delightful mirth. "I was a bit scared at first, but knowing someone cares for me and is waiting for me to return home makes me fearless." Seeing her gentle smile, Luo Wei felt his earlier melancholy dissipate. He smiled back, reaching out to stroke her soft, shiny hair, and curiously asked, "What did you discuss with those girls?" "It's a secret," Chu Feiyan replied with a mysterious smile, and then looked at Luo Wei. "We have all left. Did you and Sister Qinghan not discuss anything?" Just as Luo Wei was about to respond, Chu Feiyan preemptively pouted, saying, "You are not allowed to use what I said to brush me off." The word secret that was on the tip of Luo Wei's tongue was abruptly silenced by her. "Do not deceive me by saying nothing, for I can sense your melancholic disposition, even tinged with despondence." "Luo Wei, I surmise you were turned down in your confession, were you not?" Chu Feiyan remarked, her expression tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei's handsome visage darkened considerably. He realized that a woman's intellect could indeed be a double-edged sword. "Ha! If Sister Qinghan had acquiesced to your advances, that would have been the true anomaly. You are aware that at Deep Sea University, confessions to Sister Qinghan occur almost daily, yet having spent 3 years within the academy, have you ever witnessed her showing any special regard for anyone?" Chu Feiyan continued. "Never mind her. Let's change the subject," Luo Wei interjected, shaking his head. Discussing another woman with his partner always left him with a twinge of guilt. "If I am not mistaken, you must have gone to apologize to those girls, correct?" Luo Wei observed Chu Feiyan. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you," Chu Feiyan replied. "Did they harbor any resentment towards you?" Luo Wei inquired, a trace of concern evident in his gaze. "No," Chu Feiyan shook her head. "Initially, they were taken aback by my actions, But once I elucidated your cultivation methods, they merely muttered a few choice words about my foolishness in their hearts and said nothing further. The two continued their conversation as they walked. Luo Wei regarded Chu Fian in disbelief. You are aware they berated you in their minds? When did you acquire such perceptive abilities? I am a teacher. I can generally discern the thoughts of my students at a glance. Chu Fian proudly lifted her chin. She then added, with a hint of amusement, of course, their ability to forgive me so readily is largely due to Yao Xingtong. Why is Yao Xingtong being brought into this? Luo Wei asked, puzzled. I merely nudged the situation along. At most, I did not impede your efforts, but Yao Xingtong truly led the other two astray. Chu Fian chuckled, remarking that the girl had inadvertently shared the burden of blame for her. Those girls are all good-hearted, innocent and discerning, courageous and resourceful. I genuinely hold them in high regard. But alas, Chu Fian sighed, shaking her head. Alas, what? Luo Wei inquired, curiosity etched across his face. Alas, they have no desire to be my sisters, Chu Fian lamented, gazing earnestly at Luo Wei. I believe it must be because you have not exhibited enough excellence. Ah? Luo Wei's mouth twitched, casting a reproachful glance at Chu Fian. With such an approach, any normal girl would be unlikely to acquiesce. Wouldn't you agree? What does that have to do with me? Ha ha, do you think I am foolish? I was merely jesting. I did not inquire. My primary purpose in approaching them was to apologize and also to gauge their reactions, Chu Fian replied with a sly smile. You are the one who has entangled yourself in this romantic predicament. Naturally, you should handle it yourself. Luo Wei fell silent, reluctant to continue this line of inquiry, yet burning with curiosity about the reactions of the three girls. Ultimately, he could not suppress his inquisitiveness. What were their reactions? Luo Wei asked. Upon hearing his question, Chu Fian could not help but chuckle. Look at how embarrassed you are. Do you feel guilty discussing this with me? Luo Wei silently nodded. My efforts for you are entirely voluntary. If you truly feel remorseful towards me, simply refrain from bullying me a little more in the future, Chu Fian stated. Refrain from bullying you a little more? Upon hearing this, Luo Wei extended his arm, pulling Chu Fian into his embrace with a mischievous grin. Do you still wish to know their reactions? Chu Fian's cheeks flushed as she pressed her hands against Luo Wei's chest, threateningly stating, Tell me, and I shall release you. Luo Wei replied, I knew you would take advantage of me. Chu Fian muttered under her breath before continuing, Yao Xingtong is just a little girl, retaining a childlike innocence. Although she feigns indifference, claiming it was akin to being bitten by a dog, I can discern that she cares quite a bit. Avril is mature and composed, decisive in her actions, and possesses strong autonomy. She professed no intention to interfere in our lives, treating your incident as a misunderstanding, and even apologized to me, urging me not to take it to heart. This girl is steady in temperament. Yet I cannot ascertain whether she genuinely does not mind, or if she is merely putting up a brave front. If I had to make a judgment, I would lean towards the latter possibility, as no girl can truly remain indifferent to such matters. Yet, what astonishes me the most is Situ Qing. She has always exuded an aura of aloofness, like an insurmountable iceberg. However, through this encounter, I realized it was merely a fade. In truth, she is just a simple girl who cannot conceal her feelings. When I mentioned your name, she blushed like a child caught in wrongdoing and fled before I could finish my sentence. Having said this, Chu Fian wrapped her arms around Luo Wei's neck, stating that compared to them, she felt like an old witch, dirty and ugly. Do not speak such nonsense. If you are an old witch, then beauty would cease to exist in this world, Luo Wei replied, gazing into Chu Fian's misty eyes, her soft, glistening lips, and earnestly adding, Everything you do is for me. If you feel guilty about it, how am I to reconcile my own feelings? Then, promise me this. Regardless of whether you and those girls can forge a bond, you must never do anything to harm them. Moreover, we have arrived at the car. Should you not release me now? Chu Fian asserted. Luo Wei, Chapter 81. Revenge inside the vehicle. Su Muching had taken Ye to the back to rest. Luo Wei polished his sword, preparing for battle. Suddenly, a voice crackled through the car's radio. Teacher Chu, are you there? This is Avril. Please respond. After 3 urgent calls, her tone was tinged with urgency. Chu Fian's dazed eyes regained clarity as she quickly responded. I am Chu Fian. What has happened, Weier? The 2 individuals you asked me to keep an eye on are being abused and are in grave danger. Should I intervene directly now? Upon hearing Averil's words, Luo Wei recalled his earlier instructions that in case of any trouble, she should inform him first. Now, understanding that these words were directed at him, Luo Wei responded, "No need. I will arrive shortly," taking a deep breath to suppress his mounting displeasure. He added, then he leaned down and gently pressed his lips against Chu Fian's luscious red ones, speaking tenderly, "You rest for now. I shall return promptly." Chu Fian nodded in acknowledgement. Luo Wei straightened his attire, opened the car door, and stepped outside. In the darkness, his figure morphed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly vanishing from Chu Fian's sight. Luo Wei accelerated, traversing thousands of meters in mere seconds. In the distance, he spotted two individuals, one tall and one short, standing under the moonlight. "This is Wu Fei's vehicle." Upon seeing Luo Wei, Avril wasted no time, stating, "Tongtong's beast has extraordinary hearing, capable of detecting movements within the vehicle. That scoundrel Wu Fei has kept several individuals confined in the car, including the two you asked me to monitor." Luo Wei nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "How does the team typically handle instances of bullying?" "In chaotic times, strict measures are employed. Once such individuals emerge, they are dealt with without mercy." Avril understood that Luo Wei was likely seeking to exact vengeance, but did not attempt to dissuade him. Instead, she dutifully recounted the rules within the team. "Very well, I shall handle matters here. You all should return and rest." Luo Wei replied with a smile that Wu Fei, that scoundrel, had tarnished his plans, and he certainly would not allow him to escape unscathed, especially since this rogue had been eyeing Fian. Avril glanced back at him, gently shaking her head as she said, "You go ahead. We will wait for you to finish before returning to rest." She was not afraid of Luo Wei seeking revenge, but rather concerned that he might go too far. Although Luo Wei appeared amicable to everyone, Avril understood that this was merely his demeanor. He maintained a clear boundary, and while harmony was preserved, any transgression would reveal his ruthless nature, showing no mercy to his adversaries. Luo Wei, sensing Avril's expression, quickly realized that further discussion was futile. This girl, while seemingly gentle, was more resolute than anyone else. Once she had made up her mind, it was difficult for others to sway her. "To what extent has the situation escalated?" Luo Wei's gaze turned towards Yao Xingtong. Inside, some were terrified while others screamed, their cries loud and youthful, filled with both fear and curses. "Ha! They still have the energy to curse, indicating their recent conditions must have been quite tolerable," Luo Wei remarked, bemused. Without further delay, he approached the pitch-black vehicle and kicked the door off its hinges. "Wu, you beast, may you meet a wretched end." Slap! The sound of a whip striking flesh echoed, followed by the anguished screams of the women, amplifying in intensity. Wu Fei's eyes gleamed with excitement behind his golden-rimmed glasses, sickly fixated on the mother and daughter who writhed in agony under his torment. "I have provided you with food and shelter these past few days. How could I possibly be a beast? One must learn to be grateful, do you not understand? I have treated you well. Should you not reciprocate with some delightful games?" Wu Fei's face shone with a gleam of excitement as he picked up a nearby burning candle and flicked it, causing wax to drip onto the two women, provoking another round of screams. Apart from these two, there were three others inside the compartment. 3 individuals, clad in revealing attire, huddled in a corner, their eyes reflecting a dazed light, instinctively curling their bodies as they trembled at the sight of the assailant, Wu Fei. Just as Wu Fei reached out to seize the pair of mother and daughter, a sudden, thunderous noise erupted from the doorway of the carriage. The entire vehicle shook violently. Caught off guard, Wu Fei lost his balance, stumbling forward and crashing his head against the window, causing his glasses to fly off, while a trickle of blood cascaded from his nose, presenting a comical yet pitiful sight. "What on earth is happening?" Wu Fei quickly steadied himself, turning to face the door, his eyes reflecting a blend of fierce aggression and trepidation. In the past few months, he had conducted his affairs with utmost caution, so even though many knew of his peculiar proclivities, he had never been caught in a compromising situation. Today, having learned of the coveted news of Dongtian Fudi, he felt a surge of anger boil within him, particularly as he realized that due to Luo Wei and Chu Fian, the privilege of being the first to know had been unjustly snatched from him. With the prospect of his imminent departure the following day, his courage swelled. However, as Wu Fei beheld the imposing figure of Luo Wei bursting through the door, his pupils constricted slightly. "Luo Wei, You brazenly trespass upon my property and invade my territory. I possess the right to eliminate you on the spot." Upon recognizing the intruder, Wu Fei bellowed in fury. What a clever tactic to turn the tables. Luo Wei, observing the disheveled yet comical Wu Fei, smirked disdainfully. "I won't even bother discussing your transgressions. Today, I am indeed intruding upon your territory. What can you possibly do about it? You are courting death. Luo, don't think that because you have Chu Fian by your side, I won't dare to kill you." Wu Fei's heart raced at the words, and in a flurry, he drew a large knife from beside the window. A glint of malice flashing in his eyes as he swung it towards Luo Wei. Yet, although his speed was commendable, Luo Wei was swifter still. Before Wu Fei's blade could descend, Luo Wei's foot had already connected with his face. Bam! Teeth shattered, blood spattered, and his golden-rimmed glasses were sent flying as Wu Fei's body arced through the air like a lifeless husk, crashing down in front of the mother and daughter, who screamed in terror and recoiled. Luo Wei nonchalantly retracted his elevated leg, casually clearing his ear while issuing a cold reprimand. "Everyone, shut up. If you dare to make another sound, I will simply walk away." Facing Luo Wei's threat, the mother and daughter quickly covered their mouths. Even in their naive state, they understood that Luo Wei was their savior. Should he depart, their fate would undoubtedly be grim. Ro, brother Luo? No, big brother Luo. So you came for these too. Had I known earlier, I would have promptly delivered them to you. Wu Fei, regaining his composure despite seeing stars, scrambled to his feet and, with a sycophantic grin, exclaimed, "The previous incident was a misunderstanding. As a person of virtue, you should overlook my transgressions. By the way, I am leaving tomorrow and will ensure I never appear before Teacher Chu again. Additionally, I have gathered a substantial amount of supplies over the past few days. Consider them a token of apology, big brother Luo. Please, just let me go this once, and I will remember your generosity." Chapter 82. The young man lacks martial virtue. Wu Fei wore a simpering smile, exuding obsequiousness. "Are all of you cultured individuals so astute?" Luo Wei chuckled upon witnessing Wu Fei's dramatic transformation. "Compared to the wretched scoundrel you are now, I much preferred the rebellious spirit you displayed moments ago. Could you not revert to that? Big brother Luo, you jest. As the saying goes, a wise man knows how to adapt to circumstances. My survival strategy is to prey upon the weak while aligning myself with the strong. Before the powerful, I am meek and submissive. Before the weak, I strike with unrelenting force. A spineless sycophant is precisely what I am." Wu Fei, his face swollen and bearing a clear footprint, lowered himself to the ground. Exhibiting a level of humility that bordered on the abject, Luo Wei's casual kick had utterly shattered his courage. A master strike reveals everything. Wu Fei was no fool, rather than rendering him dazed. Luo Wei's kick had awakened him to the stark reality of his own powerlessness before Luo Wei, a fourth-tier ability user. In his desperation to survive, he was prepared to shed all semblance of pride. "Big brother Luo, my past misdeeds are forgiven. As for these two women, rest assured, I shall merely educate them on their proper conduct. I vow to you, I have not laid a finger on them." Wu Fei gestured towards the cowering mother and daughter. "Hey, you're quite considerate, making it difficult for me to kill you." Luo Wei replied, "In the presence of the boss, I must indeed be sensible. As long as big brother Luo doesn't hold past grievances against me, I will follow your every command without question." Wu Fei hastily proclaimed, thumping his chest, "Spare your life, and it is not impossible." Luo Wei mused, stroking his chin. "Whatever you desire, big brother Luo, I shall fulfill it without hesitation, as long as you grant me this one reprieve." Wu Fei quickly asserted. "Very well." Luo Wei nodded. Upon witnessing this, Wu Fei's face instantly lit up with barely concealed joy. "However the actions you have taken could cost you your head within the ranks, I can protect the head atop your shoulders. But the one below, shall we simply disregard it?" Wu Fei's expression of joy froze instantly, his gaze dropping to the ground. Though it was insignificant, its presence made all the difference. "Big brother Luo? Is there truly no room for negotiation?" Wu Fei's visage stiffened as he regarded Luo Wei. Luo Wei's expression shifted, his face growing cold as he glared at Wu Fei. "So, your earlier claims of unwavering loyalty were mere fabrications?" No, Wu Fei stammered, waving his hands frantically as he saw Luo Wei's demeanor. Luo Wei remained silent, his hands in his pockets, quietly observing. Wu Fei gritted his teeth, picked up the long knife from the ground, and, after a moment's hesitation, steeled himself, swinging the blade. A piercing scream erupted from the shattered carriage door, echoing through the night. Swoosh, from a distance, Avi and Yao Xingtong rushed in at once. Alas, I was initially inclined to spare your life. But now that Avi and Yao Xingtong have witnessed your actions, I can no longer protect you. Luo Wei feigned a gesture of regret towards Wu Fei as he acknowledged the two women entering the carriage. As long as Big Brother Luo refrains from intervening, I will handle the rest. Wu Fei, gritting his teeth, rose and coldly regarded Avi and Yao Xingtong. If Big Brother Luo has taken a liking to these two ladies, I am willing to spare their lives and present them to you. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei nearly erupted in laughter. Very well, I await your offering. Luo Wei suppressed his amusement and nodded. What do you mean by this? Luo? Yao Xingtong glared at Luo Wei with her large, expressive eyes, indignation evident in her gaze. Before Luo Wei could respond, Wu Fei sprang into action. The power of a peak 4th-tier ability user, fully unleashed, was indeed intimidating. Regrettably, he was up against Avi and Yao Xingtong. In the past, they would have approached Wu Fei with caution, but now their strengths were simply on different planes. The moment Wu Fei made his move, Avi flickered, appearing before Yao Xingtong as if she were shifting through dimensions, an arm extended. Her slender fingers spread wide, effortlessly catching Wu Fei's gleaming knife, her hand as pristine as fresh spring leaves, sustaining no injury whatsoever. Wu Fei blinked in disbelief, questioning his own eyes as he beheld Avi, unarmed yet catching the blade with ease. Aghast at the sight, he hastily gripped the knife's hilt, attempting to reclaim it from Avi's grasp. Yet, her delicate arm remained unyielding, as though forged from iron. Seeing his resistance, Avi unleashed a swift kick. With a crack, Wu Fei's leg shattered, a chilling scream escaping his lips as he relinquished the knife and stumbled backward. Scream all you want. Your earlier cries attracted Avi and Yao Xingtong. Perhaps you'll summon Principal Fong as well, Luo Wei casually remarked, clearing his ears. Despite suffering a barrage of mental and physical blows, Wu Fei instinctively covered his mouth at Luo Wei's words. No one wishes for death when life is at stake, especially someone like Wu Fei. Even knowing the odds of escaping this predicament were slim, he still clung to the hope of survival. Avi, Yao Xingtong, have you forgotten? I once taught you, Wu Fei exclaimed through gritted teeth. With a teacher like you, I feel nothing but shame. Avi retorted. No, as the saying goes, once a teacher, forever a father. I know I am unworthy, yet I still hope you might show me mercy for the sake of our past. Wu Fei implored urgently. Luo Wei found himself somewhat impressed by this fellow, who was willing to resort to any means necessary to survive. Just moments ago, he had sought to harm others, yet upon realizing he was outmatched, he swiftly adopted a new persona. Allowing such a character to live was simply unacceptable. In light of our past, I may grant you some dignity. Take your own life. Yao Xingtong spoke up, asserting that she had already granted you dignity. If you were unwilling to accept it, we could only impose it upon you. Is there truly no room for negotiation? Wu Fei persisted. The first rule laid down by Principal Fong is that those who forcefully humiliate women shall perish, Avril interjected. Upon hearing this, Wu Fei shifted his gaze to Luo Wei, a grim smile appearing on his face as he realized that the three of them were in cahoots. I see now. You three are allies. Wu Fei, resigned to his fate, scanned the faces of the trio, inquiring, I wish to understand how your powers have evolved, so I might meet my end with clarity. With a swift motion, a blade gleamed ominously. You youngsters lack chivalry. What happened to the promised dignity? Wu Fei clutched his neck, crimson liquid seeping through his fingers as he looked at Avril, his expression one of despair and disbelief. Enough with the prattle. Avril flicked the blood from her blade, muttering under her breath to mask her embarrassment. Clearly, Wu Fei's words had struck a nerve with her. Since we are all aware of the situation now, I shall take my leave, Luo Wei announced. Wait, a voice called out. Luo Wei turned to see a mother relinquishing her daughter, stumbling towards him before collapsing at his feet. Chapter 83. Chen Rui and Zhang Lin. In the past, it was my fault. I failed to properly educate my daughter. Please, forgive us. If you grant us the chance to return and provide us with food, we shall do anything you ask. The woman clutched Luo Wei's pant leg, Her demeanor pitiful. Wu Fei's recent lessons had evidently succeeded, as this mother now recognized the harsh reality that not everyone is as accommodating as Luo Wei. Heh, what can you possibly offer me by following me? Luo Wei scoffed. Ordinary humans and those with abilities are entirely different beings, and Luo Wei, having reached the blood refinement stage, found the two women comparable to mere ants, their only redeeming quality being their appearance. The woman hesitated, quickly realizing she had nothing of value to barter with Luo Wei, save for herself. I can be your woman. I will massage your shoulders, serve you tea, and handle all the dirty work in the future. The woman proposed. Luo Wei, hearing this, glanced at Avril and Yao Xingtong, who were also looking his way. Their gazes locked, and Luo Wei quickly extricated himself from the woman's grasp, disdain etched on his face as he retorted. To be my woman would be a reward for you. With that, he turned on his heel and departed the carriage. Mother, what are you doing? Why are you begging him? The girl rushed forward, grasping her mother's arm. Confusion written all over her face. What do you know? Do you understand what era we are in? This is the apocalypse, devoid of law and morality. I have been too lenient on you, allowing you to grow so arrogant. Living in your own world as if the entire universe should revolve around you. The woman shook off her daughter's support, her tone stern. After this encounter, do you still not comprehend? You are no longer a rich heiress. Nor am I a noble woman. In this world, we are utterly alone, and our fate is to be consumed and erased. We must find a means of survival. Then we can seek Xiao Gu, the girl suggested. Heh, the woman replied, a sorrowful smile gracing her lips. On the first day you expressed a desire for milk and bread. I sought him out, but alas, he would not see me. I tried several more times, only to be rebuffed by that woman named Wang Shiyu with various excuses. The girl was rendered speechless, unable to fathom that the very Xiao Gu who had rescued them from their small mountain village could be so callous. Understanding that her daughter would need time to process this information, the mother refrained from interrupting, casting a fearful glance at Wu Fei's lifeless body before hastily averting her gaze. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she realized that she alone must devise a plan for their escape. Can you hear me? Avril's voice broke the silence. She gently tapped the faces of the three women. Each wore a collar around their neck, tethered by a chain to the framework of the car window. In response to Avril's words, the three remained silent, their expressions caught between grief and a peculiar, eerie amusement as they stared at Wu Fei's corpse. These individuals must be deranged, Yao Xingtong whispered. Avril noted their unstable mental state, but understood the reasoning behind it. Having been treated like dogs for so long, enduring daily torment, how could they not be driven to madness? With a soft sigh, Avril swiftly broke the chains around their necks. She then retrieved clothing from her belongings and, alongside Yao Xingtong, helped the women change. It was evident that these women had once been stunningly beautiful. Akin to goddesses, before the apocalypse had dragged them down into the mire. We should take them to Mu Chong and see if she can help, Avril suggested. Assisting the three disoriented women proved challenging. But fortunately, the mother was quite sensible and quickly stepped in to help. After ushering the three bewildered women out of the vehicle, Avril produced a car from her space that could accommodate 5 people. However, the mother and daughter insisted on accompanying them, especially the mother, who was adamant that if Avril did not take her along, she would resort to drastic measures. Glancing at the sky, Avril noted the late hour and the potential danger of leaving the 2 women behind. Thus she acquiesced. Thankfully, the woman was slight of build, allowing them to squeeze into the vehicle. They eventually arrived at Luo Wei's car, inevitably interrupting his business once more, however, upon seeing that it was Avril and Yao Xingtong at the door. He swallowed his displeasure. Xu Mu Cheng's healing abilities were remarkable, yielding excellent results for external injuries, but they did little for psychological trauma. The 3 women's physical wounds had healed, yet their mental states remained disoriented. Let us take them back for a few days. Hopefully, they will recover, Avril sighed. Luo Wei, unable to resist, asked, what if they don't recover? In response, Avril shot him a death glare, stating, if they don't recover, then I will leave them with you to take care of. Cough. I was merely voicing a thought. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. Luo Wei quickly silenced himself, retreating behind the others. Aren't you 2 leaving? Yao Xingtong inquired, eyeing the mother and daughter who remained by Luo Wei's vehicle. No, we will stay. The woman blushed at Luo Wei, her cheeks flushing bright red. Luo Wei, do I make you blush? I don't even know your name. What are you so flustered about? I haven't done anything to you. Luo Wei was at a loss for words, wishing he could kick them both out. In that moment, he truly understood the ancient adage. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is hard. What is your intention, clinging to me like this? Do you truly believe life here will be better than outside? After Avril and Yao Xingtong departed, Luo Wei turned to the mother and daughter, his expression cold. Luo, Teacher Luo, we acknowledge our past mistakes, and this foolish girl should quickly kneel and apologize to Teacher Luo. The woman asserted, pulling her daughter out from behind her and pinching her arm sharply, her face stern as she reprimanded her. The girl, delicate and tender, cried out in pain as tears streamed down her face. Yet, rather than showing her the usual affection, the mother kicked her sharply on the calf, forcing her to kneel. Teacher Luo, we acknowledge our mistakes. I will ensure she is properly disciplined from now on. The woman quickly promised that away, let it go. We can discuss this tomorrow. It's getting late, and Yaya will soon wake up, Chu Fian's voice interjected. Luo Wei nodded in agreement, allowing the two women to remain, largely due to the impending journey to another location, knowing they wouldn't be around for long. Thank you, Teacher Luo, thank you, Teacher Chu. The woman expressed her gratitude, bowing deeply. May I ask for your names? Chu Fian inquired. I am Chen Rue, and this is my daughter, Zhang Lin, the woman replied. Chapter 84. Pengcheng Airport. A night passed quietly. The sun rose as usual, appearing larger and brighter, with temperatures slightly higher than the previous day. Soon, the accumulated snow began to melt. The movement of vehicles became increasingly challenging, as the hooves of the cattle often became ensnared in the snow, significantly hindering the progress of the convoy. Moreover, many noticed that the once powerful ability users had seemingly vanished. Leaving the group to struggle on their own, after traveling for only 2 hours, they were forced to halt. Previously, when vehicles became trapped in snow, awakened individuals would assist in pushing them out. Today, however, ordinary humans proved utterly incapable of budging these snowbound beasts. We will rest in place today. From now on, we shall travel by night, and within 2 days, we must reach Pengcheng Airport, Fang Qinghan declared. Principal Fang, where have the others gone? Someone inquired, stepping forward. The populace, who had previously voiced their grievances over the Awakener's monopolization of resources, only began to feel a sense of crisis when the Awakener vanished en masse. They have departed, and they shall not return, Fang Qinghan declared. What shall we do now that they are gone? Without their patrols, both the undead and the monsters can easily slay us. Indeed. How can they just leave us like this? If they are gone, how shall we survive? Why, oh why, must they depart? Principal Fang, why have they chosen to leave? A tumultuous crowd gazed at Fang Qinghan, seeking an explanation. Yet, she understood all too well that in this era, one could not afford to show kindness to such individuals. Otherwise, they would only take advantage of it. If you wish to know why they have left, you may pursue them and inquire directly. Perhaps if they are in a good mood, they may even bring you along, Fang Qinghan retorted coldly. Surveying the crowd, is there anything else you wish to ask? If so, hold your tongue and listen to me. One must rely on oneself to survive. If you wish to live, I shall show you the way. Reach Peng City Airport within 2 days, and you shall find an escape. Having spoken, she turned to Chu Fian and stated, the food for today is plentiful. It is on me. The previously aggrieved crowd, upon hearing this, felt their discontent dissipate into thin air. In truth, nothing soothes the heart more than a hearty meal. The food may have been simple, stewed cabbage in a communal pot, but all savored it with unrestrained joy, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. This moment of happiness would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Only those who have endured hunger can truly appreciate the sheer joy of a full stomach. Luo Wei gazed at Fang Qinghan, who stood amidst the throng like a radiant beacon, murmuring to himself, she is like a celestial being. Perhaps she was destined to shine so brightly, untainted by the mundane world. With this thought, his heart felt a sense of clarity. Having friends can be quite wonderful. Moreover, I carry too much baggage with me. The snow had not entirely melted, yet the sun overhead could scorch the skin. After much enduring, the people finally welcomed the arrival of nightfall. As temperatures plummeted and the snow froze, the path became somewhat passable. The distance to Peng City was over 100 kilometers. In peaceful times, It would merely take a little over an hour with a firm press on the accelerator. However, with more than 20,000 men, women, and children dragging their families along, traversing this distance in 2 nights was no easy feat. Fortunately, while there were challenges along the way, no significant calamities arose. Yet, as the weary travelers stepped into Pong City, they attracted numerous curious gazes, some human, some monstrous, and some mutated creatures. As long as they did not cause trouble, the crowd paid them no mind. The group of over 20,000 supported one another, pulling carts as they made their way to Pong City Airport. At last, when the sun reached its zenith, they completed this arduous journey. However, upon their eager arrival at the airport, they discovered the gates firmly shut. Seemingly unwelcoming, "If the doors do not open within 3 minutes, I shall smash the glass," Fang Qinghan called out coldly from atop her vehicle. 3 groups stood at various corners of the airport, peering through the glass at the throng outside, their scalps tingling with trepidation. What is the origin of this crowd? Does anyone know? They cannot be locals. That leading woman is strikingly beautiful, surely not an unknown figure. Yet I have never seen her before. That must be Fang Qinghan, the principal of Deep Sea Academy. I spotted her once while flying, but I never expected she would come to Pong City. If you recognize her, do you know anything about her character? It is said she is decisive and unyielding, with a strong sense of justice. She must have become an ability user by now. And her power should be formidable, isn't that obvious? If she lacked strength, how could she lead so many people, particularly with such beauty? If she were weak, would she have made it here alive? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us open the doors. If she truly breaks the glass, we may freeze to death or perish from the heat. Among the 3 factions, some recognized Fang Qinghan's identity, while others did not, yet their decision was unanimous. They must open the gates to prevent her from shattering the glass. The airport had its own power supply and sufficient food. They were not keen on relocating. Due to the melting snow, the airport's entrance was fully exposed. At that moment, the doors gradually swung open. Instantly, the eyes of the 20,000 brightened, and without needing further instruction from Fang Qinghan, they surged in like a tidal wave. Half an hour later, Luo Wei followed Fang Qinghan and Avril into a conference room led by a local airport resident. He had long heard of Principal Fang's reputation, but seeing her in person surpassed all expectations. Inside the conference room, 6 or 7 individuals sat in 3 distinct groups. As soon as Fang Qinghan entered, a middle-aged man near the door rose eagerly to greet her. Fang Qinghan frowned, but before she could react, Luo Wei had already drawn a bronze spear, its tip poised at the man's throat. The middle-aged man, taken aback by such treatment for merely approaching, flushed with embarrassment and anger, yet complied by raising his hands in surrender. Knowing Fang Qinghan's reputation, how could he forget her well-known aversion to uncleanliness? Seeing the man halt in his approach, Luo Wei smiled and sheathed his spear, stepping forward to pat the man's shoulder. He approached the conference table and pulled out a chair, just as he heard a cough from behind. Luo Wei promptly remembered his purpose for being there and stood beside the chair, extending a hand towards Fang Qinghan, saying, "Principal Fang, please." Observing Luo Wei's demeanor, Fang Qinghan could not help but smile slightly. Though it was merely a negotiation, she did not truly require Luo Wei's presence. However, she could not dismiss Chu Fian's insistence that in these tumultuous times, it was advantageous to have a man by her side. Particularly for any violent encounters that might arise. Reluctantly, she acquiesced to his company. "I shall be frank. I intend for my group to stay here for a few days, though the exact duration is yet to be determined. Should you have any objections, please bear with it, or, here," Fang Qinghan cast a glance at Luo Wei, "you may engage him in combat." Chapter 85. The tripartite standoff. Despite having witnessed Fang Qinghan's approach to dealing with matters on numerous occasions, Luo Wei was still unprepared for her boldness. Nevertheless, he would not allow her to lose face at this moment. As her words fell, he stepped forward, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Yet, before he could speak, someone from the opposing faction hastily shook their head, saying, "Principal Fang, you flatter us. It is our honor to have you in Pong City. We could not possibly raise our hands against you." Fang Qinghan replied with a smile. "Then I thank you. What do you 2 gentlemen think? Since Director Liu has spoken, I have no objections. However, I am curious about what these foreign devils have to say." The spokesperson from the 3rd faction interjected, directing the question towards the final group. All eyes turned to the foreigner. He was a young man with golden hair and blue eyes, appearing to be in his 30s, currently listening intently to the translator's words. Upon feeling the collective gaze upon him, he slightly furrowed his brow, then broke into a smile, speaking in a rapid stream of words. The arrival of Miss Fong at this airport is a momentous occasion. As you would say in your Dragon Nation, a shining honor. As a guest, I extend my utmost welcome. Fong Qinghan and Avril smiled at his words, while Luo Wei appeared utterly befuddled. What did he say? He muttered, tugging at Avril's sleeve. He welcomed us and complimented Principal Fong on her beauty. That was all, Avril replied, subtly retracting her sleeve to create distance between herself and Luo Wei. After all that, he merely expressed such sentiments. I thought it was my time to shine. My sword is practically gathering rust. Luo Wei shook his head in disappointment. Since that is the case, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. You may continue your discussions, Fong Qinghan announced. The leaders of the three factions exchanged glances, remaining silent until Fong Qinghan and her companions exited the meeting room. What do you think? Fong Qinghan asked as she walked. What do you mean? What do we think? Luo Wei replied innocently. Fong Qinghan glanced at him before turning her attention to Avril. The heads of the three factions were united in their superficial agreement, yet none wished to take the initiative, leading to their easy consent for her group to remain. However, we have over 20,000 people. That remains a threat to them. As the saying goes, who can sleep peacefully beside a tiger? I suspect they will not remain calm for long. They may even band together against us, Avril pondered. I hope they can behave. We intend to stay only a few days before departing, Fong Qinghan remarked. Luo Wei, you both are quite cunning, Luo Wei observed the two with a wary expression. I genuinely worry that one day you may sell me out. You are not worth much. Who would want to buy you? Fong Qinghan scoffed. What about you, Avril? Upon hearing Avril's words, her heart raced, and realizing that Fong Qinghan was merely jesting, she quickly laughed and replied, I wouldn't dare to entertain such thoughts. Teacher Luo has long since been taken. Though this remark appeared to be lighthearted, it served as a subtle reminder to Luo Wei that he was already involved with Chu Fian and should not pursue her further. Luo Wei understood the underlying meaning of her words and chose to remain silent. After the two arrived in the hall, he tactfully made an excuse to depart. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the leaders of the three factions exchanged glances. You all have agreed to let that woman stay? In our dragon country, there is an old saying. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending them away is difficult. With so many of them, do you not harbor any concerns? The first to speak was the translator next to the foreigner, a young woman with golden hair and blue eyes, tall and elegantly clad in a fitted business skirt, her long legs encased in black stockings. Exuding an air of mystery that could inadvertently stir desires within others, a closer look revealed that her features bore a striking resemblance to the golden-haired man, indicating a clear blood relation between them. Heh, we haven't opposed their entrance, and you haven't either, have you? Retorted the middle-aged man known as Director Lu with a cold smile. Now that it is just the three of us, with no outsiders present, let us speak candidly about our thoughts, the last faction leader interjected. Director Lu was in charge of Pingqing Airport, a local power, while the golden-haired siblings were foreign businesspeople visiting. The last faction represented outsiders, and after a period of overt and covert strife, the three factions found themselves in a stalemate, each unable to gain the upper hand. We, as outsiders, will naturally not overstep our bounds. We will follow your lead. The golden-haired woman spoke in fluent dragon language. Kakashi, we are all seasoned players in this game, and our dealings have not been brief. Whom do you intend to impress with your theatrics? Upon hearing her words, Director Lu's gaze turned sharp. Despite the appearance of the brother as the leader, their foothold at the airport was entirely due to Kakashi. She was not only the brains of the operation, but also possessed formidable skills in managing people. Miss Kakashi, as outsiders in your land, we ought to extend the courtesy befitting a nation of etiquette. However, times have changed. I request you to clarify your stance. Otherwise, Director Lu and I would not hesitate to join forces to deal with you two first. I have known Brother Li for many days. It seems we may indeed have to unite against a common foe. Kakashi's expression shifted slightly as she sensed the brewing alliance between the two men. Realizing the precariousness of her position, is it merely a declaration of intent you seek? Why the haste? Truly, you show no appreciation for the delicate nature of these matters. Kakashi chided them, then continued, I naturally do not wish for outsiders to intrude. As the resources are limited, yet their numbers are substantial. we risk being overshadowed. Enough of the preamble. Speak plainly about your intentions, urged the third faction leader, Li Liangkai, as he observed Kakashi's evasiveness. Did that woman named Feng not mention they would stay here for a few days? I believe we should prepare some supplies to offer them. Supplies? Director Liu raised an eyebrow in displeasure. With that throng of people, how much would suffice? Director Liu, look at you. You were just told not to rush. Yet here you are, Kakashi retorted. I haven't finished speaking. Why the urgency? Who said we must provide them with an abundance of supplies? The notion of supplying them is merely a gesture. It also serves to convey a message that our resources are limited, and they must find their own means to acquire what they desire. Additionally, we could send someone to gauge their true intentions. Supplying them is feasible. Our side can contribute some, Li Liangkai considered. However, for intelligence gathering, the significance of the information is paramount. Do you believe just anyone could uncover it? Certainly not just anyone, however. Your 36 stratagems include the beauty trap. As far as I know, you both possess quite a few beautiful women. Why not offer one or two for this operation? Kakashi suggested. Miss Kakashi seems to have identified a target. Li Liangkai and Lu Jiahe exchanged a solemn glance. Chapter 86. Kakashi's cunning set Li Liangkai and Lu Jiahe on edge. While they spoke praises, their minds were already concocting plans to eliminate her once they dealt with Feng Qinghan and her group. Miss Kakashi is indeed resourceful, but you have overlooked one detail. Lu Jiahe complimented before shifting his tone to one of intrigado. What is it that I have overlooked? Kakashi inquired, frowning. Li Liangkai, curious, turned to Lu Jiahe as well. If I am not mistaken, Miss Kakashi's intended target for the beauty trap is that young man we just saw. Correct? Lu Jiahe posed the question as a counter. Upon hearing this, Li Liangkai turned his gaze back to Kakashi. Director Liu is indeed astute. You have seen through my little scheme. Kakashi feigned surprise. Lu Jiahe relished her reaction, a smirk of satisfaction crossing his face. While the beauty trap is effective, it requires an actual beauty. Why Brother Li and I do have a few women who are presentable, but compared to Principal Feng, they fall short, and even more so when contrasted with the woman beside her. Miss Kakashi, do you believe sending such women would truly ensnare the target? Lu Jiahe's final question made Kakashi's heart skip a beat. Indeed, if the beauty sent forth was not striking enough, how could the plan succeed? Haha, Brother Liu, you worry too much. We may lack beautiful women, but Robert does not. Li Liangkai chuckled. We? Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, she noticed the unabashed gazes of Lu Jiahe and Li Liangkai appraising her, and with her sharp intellect, she understood their intentions. They wished to use her as bait. Is that feasible? Kakashi frowned. My appearance does not conform to your Dragon Country's aesthetic. I fear I might not capture their attention. No, you are mistaken on that front, Li Liangkai interjected, shaking his head before she could finish. Miss Kakashi, while you may hail from the West, you are well versed in dragon culture. Thus, you must trust that a sense of honor for one's country runs deep within every dragon citizen. Indeed, the opportunity to captivate a Western beauty is one that no dragon would overlook. As for your concerns regarding differing Eastern and Western aesthetics, you may entirely disregard them. Lu Jiahe stated, there exists a universal standard of beauty. Principal Feng and her companion are indeed beautiful. Upon hearing this, Kakashi thought of Feng Qinghan and Avril, unable to dispute the truth, instinctively nodding in agreement. Haha, see? Beauty knows no borders, Li Liangkai laughed. In my view, while Miss Kakashi may not surpass Principal Feng in beauty, she certainly stands on par with that girl. With your involvement, under the halo of your status, this scheme is bound to succeed. Listening to Li Liangkai's words, Kakashi's fair complexion turned slightly pale, her fists clenched in anger. Brother Li, you truly have a way with words. Perhaps you should refrain from further commentary. Kakashi gritted her teeth. What do you mean? I do not measure up to Principal Feng. How can you say I am not as good as that girl? Is there truly nothing remarkable about me? I was merely being modest, primarily not wishing to undertake such a task. Yet, who knew Brother Li's tongue could be so persuasive? Kakashi begrudgingly acknowledged her irritation. However, Li Liangkai and Lu Jiahe did not allow her the opportunity to vent, but instead decisively stated, let us not trouble ourselves with dual leadership, since this plan was proposed by Miss Kakashi. It shall be executed by her. We shall await the news of success from Miss Kakashi. As they spoke, they rose and moved towards the door. Suddenly, Lu Jiahe turned back and addressed Kakashi. Miss Kakashi should be aware of an old saying in our dragon country. Those not of my race must have different hearts. I trust you will not attempt to gain the trust of the other party and conspire against us during the execution of this plan? Miss Kakashi, being as intelligent and beautiful as you are, would not act so irrationally. Rest assured. Li Liangkai smoothed the situation over, playing the good cop while Lu Jiahe took the role of the bad cop. And they exited the conference room. Kakashi, are you truly going to carry out this plan? Robert stood up, gazing at his sister with concern. He had been wearing a translator device and had clearly understood the conversation. The reason for assigning Kakashi as a translator was merely a facade. What else can I do? If I do not proceed, those two will likely join forces tonight to eliminate us, Kakashi replied. Her face a mixture of indignation and resignation. On this vast land of the dragon country, as a foreigner, no matter her capabilities, the stage upon which she could perform was far too limited. Just as Lu Jiahe had said earlier, those not of my race must have different hearts. In China, few would trust her or heed her counsel. In times of peace, all was well. However, in this apocalyptic era, each step she took felt as though she were treading on thin ice, proceeding with utmost caution. Yet, you have grown up without ever experiencing love, and now you would simply go forth. Wouldn't that be a disservice to that individual from Longwa? Robert remarked. So, what do you propose we do? Kakashi replied. Perhaps we should consider someone else. Robert pondered for a moment before responding. Upon hearing this, Kakashi rolled her eyes in exasperation. Li Liangkai and Lu Jiahe evidently had no desire to send someone, and all that remained on their side were several towering foreign women. To suggest employing the charms of beauty was laughable. Even the thought of it was somewhat disconcerting. A sheepish smile crept across Robert's face as he recognized the folly of his words. Simultaneously, he understood that his sister would have to make a sacrifice today. Foreigners were rather open-minded and didn't mind such matters, but the idea of his prized sister being offered to outsiders left him feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, if it served a purpose, a minor sacrifice was acceptable. After all, it was merely a bit of bloodshed, and she would not perish. Since the outcome was immutable, maximizing their benefits was imperative. After some contemplation, Robert suggested, since this endeavor was unavoidable, why not attempt what the fellow Lu suggested and collaborate with Principal Fong? Do you think they are as foolish as you are? Kakashi retorted with another eye roll, stating, believe it or not, those two have likely returned to select candidates, and they may have already dispatched someone. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and tidy up. Let's make haste. Robert, upon hearing this, grew anxious. Kakashi observed Robert, who moments ago had appeared deeply concerned for her, his sibling affection evident, now seemingly eager to rush into the arms of another. The swift shift in his demeanor was striking. This was the essence of Westerners. This was precisely why Kakashi had devoted years to studying the culture of Longwa. Comparatively, she preferred Longwa, as it placed greater emphasis on familial bonds, friendship, and love. Why the hurry? Kakashi remarked nonchalantly, though those two are cunning, they did not speak falsely. What did they say? Robert inquired, gazing at Kakashi, who bore an inscrutable expression. Kakashi was left speechless, nearly defeated by her foolish brother. They indeed lack any beauty that could compare to me. Kakashi asserted confidently, alas, my dear sister, you know nothing of men, particularly those from Longwood. It is said their combat prowess is generally quite lacking. Should you arrive late, even if you are as beautiful as a celestial being, it would be of no avail, Robert advised, adopting the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. Kakashi, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. Enough. Cease your chatter. Listen to me. Quickly change into something lovely, something a touch more alluring. Oh, and do bring a bottle of red wine. Let me see if I can find some little pills to take along just in case. Robert urged eagerly. Kakashi was pulled by her brother back to her quarters, where she changed into several outfits before finally gaining Robert's approval. He ushered her out, and just before departing, she found herself gifted with a valuable bottle of wine. Chapter 87. The gift. Kakashi felt as though she were being cast out like an object. However, as a woman in a foreign land, endowed with such beauty, if she were to rely solely on the strength of her compatriots, she would find it exceedingly difficult to navigate this territory. She recalled a long-standing saying from Longwa, unity is strength. For the sake of her fellow countrymen and herself, she too must make a sacrifice. With her emotions steeled, Kakashi proceeded directly to the surveillance room, for she needed to ascertain the whereabouts of certain individuals to execute the plan. Without locating them, all efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, the airport's surveillance system remained intact. After Luo Wei accompanied Feng Qinghan and Avril back, he found himself with little to do. Chu Fian was busy arranging accommodations for everyone, completely engrossed in her tasks, while Su Mucheng was with Ye Ye. The temperature in the airport lobby was just right, and the little girl was overjoyed, resembling a bird released from its cage, her face radiant with delight as she flitted about. Luo Wei refrained from interrupting, observing for a while before preparing to leave. Suddenly, a soft body collided with him, almost too deliberate to ignore. It was so contrived that Luo Wei could hardly be bothered to evade it. I admit I am rather handsome, but surely there is no need for such eagerness on your part, he remarked. Luo, teacher Luo, I truly did not mean to, Chen Rui stammered, a hint of shyness flashing across her face before she quickly defended herself. All right, let me share a secret with you. In a few days, someone will come to retrieve you, and you can prepare to leave. Please, do not cling to me anymore. Luo Wei released the woman from his embrace, speaking candidly. Really? Chen Rui's face lit up with surprise upon hearing this. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you, Luo Wei replied with mild annoyance, lifting his leg to depart when Chen Rui grasped his arm tightly. Teacher Luo, it's not that I don't believe you. I am just so thrilled to hear this news, Chen Rui exclaimed. All right, I understand, Luo Wei nodded, accepting her explanation. Teacher Luo, where will we be taken? Will we be able to live a normal life? What awaits us? Chen Rui inquired, her hands gripping Luo Wei's arm tightly, her large, watery eyes gazing at him with a pitiful expression. As for where you will stay, I cannot say, and whether you can return to a normal life depends on you. Do you think this world can revert to its former state? What awaits you depends greatly on how you wish to survive, Luo Wei responded. If you still wish to live as you did before, that is clearly impossible. Upon finishing his words, Luo Wei pried Chen Rui's fingers from his arm and stepped forward. Chen Rui stood there, dazed, watching Luo Wei's tall figure recede into the distance, reflecting on his words. Can this world truly return to its previous state? Even Chen Rui, despite her innocence, understood the impossibility. Even if a national force were to come and retrieve her, the path ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Mom, what are you doing here all alone, looking so dazed? Suddenly, Chen Rui felt a hand on her shoulder, followed by a familiar, melodious voice echoing in her ear. Turning around, she saw Zhang Lin's youthful face, her pearly teeth gently biting her red lips. Chen Rui pulled Zhang Lin aside to a secluded corner, where they began to whisper, their conversation interspersed with a few quarrels. Luo Wei paid no heed to Chen Rui, choosing instead to walk alone and observe the layout of the airport. Pengqing Airport was vast and ranked among the notable airports in Longhua. After wandering for over half an hour, from the departure lounge to the airport supermarket, he found that the shelves had long been stripped bare. Thus, he ventured to the second floor, then the third, just as he intended to follow the corridor into the airport. A figure blocked his path. Mr. Lu, it seems you are here specifically to wait for me? Luo Wei initiated the conversation. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Mr. Lu replied with a slight smile. Luo Wei, came the nonchalant response from Luo Wei. Ah, so it is Brother Luo, Mr. Lu remarked in a familiar tone. Might I ask your age, and are you married? Mr. Lu inquired. Are you conducting a census here? We are hardly familiar enough for such questions. Luo Wei frowned, visibly displeased. Let us get to the point. What is it that you wish to discuss by waiting here? Haha, Brother Luo, please forgive me. I was rather presumptuous, Lu Jiahe responded, his demeanor unperturbed by Luo Wei's bluntness. Since Brother Luo speaks so straightforwardly, I will also be forthright. Luo Wei remained silent, merely observing him. Lu Jiahe, sensing the tension, wore an awkward yet polite smile. Since this is our first meeting, I am unaware of your preferences. So I have prepared a gift for you. With that, he clapped his hands, producing a rhythmic sound. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of something solid striking the ground resonated. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a qipao sauntered around the corner. This is my goddaughter, Yu, Lu Jiahe said to Luo Wei with a grin. Seeing Brother Luo's striking features, I presumed you to be an extraordinary hero. Thus, it is only fitting to pair a beauty like Yu with you. Goddaughter? Luo Wei chuckled, then bluntly replied, I have no interest in associating with others in such a manner. If she were your biological daughter, I might entertain the idea, but as a goddaughter, I must decline. Brother Luo, you misunderstand. Yu Yu is merely my goddaughter whom I recognized a few days ago. Our relationship is entirely innocent, Lu Jiahe hastily clarified. Yet, before he could finish, Luo Wei interrupted him. Enough. I have no interest in your relationship. Luo Wei's expression turned cold. Moreover, I have undergone 9 years of compulsory national education and understand that there are things one may do and things one must not. Though we live in chaotic times, treating a person as a mere gift is something I cannot accept. Lastly, let me offer you a word of advice. Some matters may be conducted discreetly, but once they are brought to light, they might bring about dire consequences. With that, Luo Wei stepped past Lu Jiahe, respecting the fates of others, relinquishing the urge to assist, and refraining from entanglements with others' affairs. This was Luo Wei's philosophy. He appreciated beautiful women, but he dared not pursue those who were unclean, ambiguous, or of uncertain origins. Furthermore, the beauty before him fell far short of astonishing standards, having grown accustomed to the likes of Su Muqing and Chu Fian. Luo Wei's standards had been elevated. Frankly speaking, the beauty before him was even less impressive than Chen Rui. How could he possibly take an interest? Lu Jiahe stood still, his expression shifting in a myriad of emotions, uncertain whether Luo Wei's final words were a warning or a threat. After leaving the corridor, Luo Wei gazed upon the vast airport, where the rising temperatures hastened the melting of the accumulated snow, suggesting that it would not be long before flights could resume. Shaking his head, Luo Wei retraced his steps. Luo brother, at the very spot where he had just encountered Lu Jiahe, another man appeared. Who are you? Luo Wei furrowed his brow. Oh, my apologies. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Li Liangkai. The man replied. May I ask your surname, brother? Luo Wei stated plainly. Luo brother, I have some cigarettes and liquor I would like to present to you as a gesture of friendship. Li Liangkai had gleaned enough from Lu Jiahe to understand Luo Wei's temperament, so he got straight to the point. Additionally, I would like to inquire about the true purpose of Principal Fong and his party's visit. Chapter 88. The gentleman wasn't Principal Fong's earlier statement clear? Luo Wei looked at the man before him in astonishment. Luo brother, this small gift is merely a token of respect. I hope you will speak plainly. Li Liangkai said, pulling a cart laden with expensive cigarettes and liquor from a nearby room. In this day and age, such items could be considered hard currency, luxuries indeed. Yet, he offered them without hesitation. Luo Wei, who lacked for neither resources nor vices like smoking or drinking, nevertheless accepted the gifts, recognizing the unwritten rule of not refusing a gift when it is freely offered. With a wave of his hand, the small mountain of cigarettes and liquor vanished in an instant. Li Liangkai's pupils involuntarily contracted at the sight. Regaining his composure, he remarked, Luo brother, you possess quite the skills. There's no need for flattery. If you have questions, feel free to ask. I won't take your gifts in vain. I promise to speak candidly about what I know, Luo Wei replied. Hearing this, Li Liangkai quietly cursed under his breath, realizing that the difference between speaking and remaining silent rested solely with Luo Wei. However, his face wore a mask of gratitude as he said, very well then, I shan't put you in a difficult position. I simply wish to know whether Principal Fong's visit is permanent or merely transient. Transient, Luo Wei replied. Principal Fong should have made it quite clear. We are merely here for a short stay. Transient? Li Liangkai's brow furrowed, clearly skeptical of Luo Wei's words. Luo Wei recognized that Li Liangkai would not easily believe him. Otherwise, he would not have gone to such lengths to inquire. It seemed that. Increasingly, the truth was met with disbelief, while the virtuous became pejorative, and the term gentleman had taken on a different connotation altogether. Shaking his head, Luo Wei left the corridor. 3 factions were in play, 2 of which had already acted, gifting both people and goods. What would the final faction choose to do? Luo Wei pondered, his curiosity piqued. He strode to the top floor of the airport terminal. Leaning over the railing to observe the throng of people below, his gaze falling upon a small child running, followed closely by Su Muqing. Finally, his attention shifted to Chu Fian, who was addressing a gathering of captains. Organizing their living arrangements, Chu Fian, with her long, slender figure clad in a black tracksuit, exuded a mature and capable aura. Before Luo Wei, this 30-year-old enchanting professor resembled a captivating fairy, yet once she departed from his presence, she would transform into a dignified, graceful woman of strength. Suddenly, as Luo Wei was lost in thought, a series of distinct footsteps echoed. Turning his head towards the corner of the hallway, he soon beheld a pair of shapely, high-heeled legs striding forth. Following closely was the silhouette of a strikingly beautiful woman in an OL uniform, with golden hair and azure eyes. Finally, you've arrived, and you bring wine as well. Are you intent on toasting with me until we are both inebriated? Luo Wei mused, intrigued by this woman. With a glass in one hand and a bottle of red wine in the other, she approached with a graceful catwalk, the sound of her heels rhythmically tapping against the floor. Akin to a melodious symphony that delighted the senses, her movements were mesmerizing as she glided to Luo Wei's side, resting against the railing, observing the crowd below while gently swirling the wine in her glass. Luo Wei, observing her, couldn't help but chuckle softly, redirecting his gaze. It was clear she was fishing for something, and he had no intention of biting. Standing still, Luo Wei watched the scene below for a moment longer. Realizing the woman had no intention of speaking, with little desire to linger, he decided to depart. Wait! The woman interjected, stepping directly into Luo Wei's path. This golden-haired beauty stood at a height of 175 centimeters, and with her heels, she towered above most men. Yet, Luo Wei, at 185 centimeters, maintained an advantage. In her eagerness to block his way, she misstepped and stumbled into his arms. Luo Wei. He had always known Westerners to be quite open, but he had not expected such audacity at their first meeting. The woman's acting was commendable, yet to Luo Wei, it was riddled with flaws. She was clearly capable, possessing at least fifth-tier strength. How could she fail to control her body? This was clearly intentional. What is your intention, miss? Luo Wei inquired, encircling her waist with his hands, feeling no moral dilemma in doing so. Ahem. I apologize, sir. I find myself rather bored alone. Would you join me for a drink? The woman spoke, her mature, soft body becoming tense in his embrace. I'm sorry, but I do not drink with strangers, and my teacher has always advised us against accepting drinks from unfamiliar individuals. Luo Wei replied, shaking his head. Indeed, your teacher is wise, the woman said, her momentary embarrassment vanishing as she introduced herself. I am Robert Kakashi, hailing from the free lands across the ocean. May I inquire your name? Sir, I am Luo Wei, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, he replied. Luo Wei, your name also contains Luo. It seems we share a certain affinity, if you do not mind. You may call me Kakashi or Zelia, she suggested. Luo Wei regarded her with a newfound interest, surprised by her adeptness at establishing rapport, a skill rivaling that of any native of the Dragon Kingdom. Kakashi is a lovely name, evoking a beautiful legend, he remarked as he spoke. He showed no inclination to release her from his grasp. Is that so? Kakashi maintained her enchanting smile, suppressing the urge to strike him with the bottle. Since we know each other's names, we must be friends now, wouldn't you agree? Might I have the honor of inviting you for a drink? Drinking is not out of the question, Luo Wei conceded. But before Kakashi could express delight, he added, however, I must warn you, I have a poor tolerance for alcohol. Should I drink too much and offend Miss Kakashi, it would be quite rude. Kakashi, it sounds as though your current demeanor is not so polite either, she retorted, suddenly stiffening as Luo Wei's hands moved lower. I trust that under the guidance of your teachers in the Dragon Kingdom, you must be a gentleman of propriety. Kakashi forced a smile, praising him insincerely. Upon hearing this, Luo Wei quickly withdrew his hands. Miss Kakashi, you are quite perceptive. Indeed, I pride myself on being a gentleman. With a serious demeanor, he stated, let us forego the drinks. Let us speak plainly. If you have business, please state it directly. I do not favor beating around the bush. Kakashi, having always heard that Westerners were direct, today she found herself face to face with someone even more straightforward. Accustomed to dealing with the subtleties of the Dragon Kingdom's people, she struggled to adapt. Chapter 89. The beauty's scheme. Kakashi stared at Luo Wei, her lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Kakashi. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Luo Wei declared. Just as he turned to depart, Kakashi grasped his arm. Wait, how about we discuss a transaction? She suggested, her expression one of feigned innocence. Observing her, Luo Wei transformed into a warm-hearted figure, gently embracing Kakashi. Have you been wronged during this time? Speak to me. I shall help you. Kakashi felt a surge of triumph. Convinced she had discovered the right approach to manipulate Luo Wei, a weak woman, alone in a foreign land. Enduring a little hardship is nothing. Kakashi feigned strength, softly leaning against Luo Wei's chest. Mr. Luo, you must understand how difficult it is for a woman to survive in this world, especially one from a foreign land like myself. Luo Wei nodded in agreement, signaling his understanding. Kakashi's heart swelled with delight at his response. Within this airport, there exist 3 factions, Lu Dong, Li Liangkai, and Robert. Each commanding their own territory. I belong to Robert's faction, which happens to be the weakest. Lu Dong and Li Liangkai have sent me to employ the charms of a femme fatale upon you. Seeking to extract information. Luo Wei, goodness, it seems they are laying their cards on the table. Luo Wei mused. This woman is undoubtedly well-versed in the culture and history of Longwood. As for Kakashi's words, Luo Wei understood that they were merely for show. The being of at least 5th-tier abilities cannot possibly be deemed a frail woman. If such a person were to be classified as weak, then many might as well forego existence altogether. Had it not been for his fortuitous encounters, including those with Chu Fian and others, Luo Wei would, at best, be a 5th or 6th-tier ability user. 5th and 6th-tier ability users are among the forefront of evolution, and aside from a rare few who possess extraordinary advantages, they are undeniably elite. Yet Kakashi pitifully claims to be a weak woman. Luo Wei could not help but recall a saying from Zhang Wuji's mother. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she is. Truly, honesty does not deceive me. If they seek to extract information from me, I am but a pawn. What do I truly know? Luo Wei shook his head. Kakashi pressed her lips together and glanced at Luo Wei, inwardly thinking, go ahead and pretend. Had I not witnessed your ability to summon objects from thin air just moments ago, I might have believed your tall tales. Kakashi firmly believed that anyone with such abilities could not possibly be a mere pawn in any faction. They bully you, and your kin do nothing? Luo Wei shifted the topic. It is not that they do nothing, but rather that we are the weakest faction among the 3. We number fewer than 300, while either of the other factions boasts no fewer than 500 members. Strength in numbers makes us utterly unable to contend with them. Kakashi spoke, her demeanor increasingly delicate and captivating. That so, by sharing this with me, do you wish for my protection? Luo Wei inquired. Yes, Kakashi nodded, acknowledging that her request might be demanding. But as long as you can protect me and my people, at this, she gently bit her alluring red lips with her pearly teeth and continued, if you agree, I could become your woman. I have never been in a relationship, so you can rest assured, it would be entirely safe, clean, and without harm. Luo Wei, why didn't you say so earlier? If I had known this sooner, I would be quite invigorated. His eyes sparkled with undeniable interest before he feigned a shake of his head and replied, that won't do. I already have a girlfriend, and I cannot betray her. We could meet in secret, Kakashi quickly suggested, while inwardly cursing him for being a coward. Wouldn't that be too much of a compromise for you? Luo Wei still appeared hesitant. No, it wouldn't be a compromise, as long as Mr. Luo agrees to protect me and my kin. I would not feel aggrieved at any cost, Kakashi insisted. But I am merely a small figure. Protecting you might be feasible, yet safeguarding your entire clan could prove quite challenging. Luo Wei shook his head. Kakashi, Luo Wei, Mr. Luo, I believe in you. Please do not underestimate yourself. I have heard that the people of Longwa possess a strong sense of national pride. I should not be deemed unattractive, should I? Kakashi remarked. Indeed, Luo Wei nodded, acknowledging that Miss Kakashi is the most beautiful foreign woman he has ever encountered in reality. Yet this has little to do with national pride, does it? Upon hearing this, Kakashi pursed her lips and asked, do you not wish to conquer such a beautiful foreign girl? Does that not count as bringing glory to your nation? Luo Wei. Such words momentarily left him at a loss for how to respond. To express desire would conflict with his principles, yet to deny it would betray his true feelings. Moreover, this is a matter of national significance, not a trivial personal affair. Mr. Luo, what are you still hesitating for? Hurry and seize her. Could it be true, as Robert claims, that you Longwa people possess weak combat abilities? She said, casting a doubtful gaze over Luo Wei, the provocation palpable, felt by the audience before the screen. While the aunt could endure, the uncle could not. Luo Wei could endure, but the audience could not. To insult me is unacceptable. Yet to look down upon my compatriots is even more intolerable. Today, I must bring glory to my nation. Luo Wei flicked his fingers, releasing a surge of energy. With a resounding crash, A nearby camera shattered, startling Kakashi, who had never witnessed such an ability in reality before, one that allowed a person to attack from a distance without relying on powers. An hour later, Kakashi was mentally cursing Robert's ancestors. Where was the promised strength of the Longwa people? The man behind her was terrifyingly powerful. After an exhausting 2 hours, Kakashi was finally liberated, drenched in sweat. We are merely here to seek temporary shelter. Do not overthink it. Furthermore, during my stay, should anyone dare to bully you, feel free to call on me, and I will gladly deal with them. Luo Wei glanced at the corner where Kakashi was huddled, her complexion pale and spirit waning, leaving her with those words before he strode away. It must be said that the physique of foreigners is indeed impressive. After all, Westerners are tall and robust. Those in the know understand. Following this incident, Luo Wei inadvertently realized something. To awaken one's abilities, one must seek an untainted woman. Those who have been married are simply not suitable. Yet, what about Fian? Luo Wei furrowed his brow. When he first became involved with Chu Fian, he had awakened his abilities almost immediately. Yet, the awakening of powers necessitates the purest essence of innate energy within a woman. And Chu Fian not only had been married, but also had a daughter. Luo Wei felt a twinge of regret. He had been too impulsive initially, and due to the lighting in the room, he had not taken a closer look if it were indeed as he feared. Then he could only double his affection towards her. Luo Wei hurriedly descended the stairs, making his way toward Chu Fian. Li Mingyang, do not overstep your bounds. We have long since divorced. If you dare to spread rumors again, do not blame me for being unkind. He heard Chu Fian's furious voice before he even approached.